Chapter 100. Blood spurted from ORM's mouth as he slammed against the rock-hard floor. The building he just crashed through collapsed on itself, and a giant pillar fell on the back of the injured prince. Bam! Ugh! Feeling the impact, ORM groaned in pain. Hidden underneath his skin-tight clothes and on the surfaces of his arms, the tattoos drawn on them glowed a bright blue. Water surged around him as a blue energy beam condensed around his body, before exploding in all directions. With a blast, the giant pillar on his back was shattered to pieces, freeing him from the ground. Quite capable. ORM had barely regained balance when a voice uttered behind him. He turned around to see the object of his nightmares walking towards him at a leisure pace. ORM's body reacted instinctively. He pushed both hands forward and fired a magic blast. It was a direct hit, which did no damage whatsoever. On the contrary, a vast telekinetic force surged forwards, slamming into his chest, smashing him straight into the nearby wall. Numerous cracks appeared as the wall behind ORM barely withstood the impact. A deep hole had been formed with his figure etched into it. Arg! ORM felt terrible. He could feel his internal organs trembling, yet Amari ignored his plight and appeared before him, slamming his palm against ORM's chest. Berg! This time, ORM keeled over as if his lungs had momentarily lost oxygen. Blood emerged from his nose and lips. A blood cloud emerged, enveloping the surrounding water. Amari looked on indifferently. The fight had barely started, and the Atlantean prince had barely taken 3 hits. Yet, he had suffered severe internal injuries. Without magical healing assistance, even with his Atlantean physique, he would have to stay in bed for months. Maybe longer. For someone who wants to take over Atlantis, and then move on to the surface, your personal strength is rather weak. Saying so, he applied a little more force, his fingers instantly dug through ORM's skin. Arg! He couldn't hold it in any longer and yelled in pain. His rib cage trembled continuously. As if warning him, they would shatter if any more force was applied to it and nothing would stand in the way of the attacker and his heart. The cracking noise was all the reminder he needed. So. Amari looked ORM straight in the eyes. Any last words? Let go of him. At that moment, giant purple energy tentacles suddenly surged towards both of them. Amari turned his head towards the source of the voice only to see numerous attacks rushing towards him. The tentacles moved rapidly, but broke apart the moment they were within 3 feet of their target. At the same time, a tentacle burst through the cracked wall behind ORM, wrapped around his waist and pulled. The wall shattered as ORM was dragged out of Amari's grasp and pulled away rapidly. Intruder! How dare you invade Poseidonis and attack its citizens? With a loud voice, a figure swam towards Amari. Red hair, green revealing clothing and a royal gold crown on her head. She had 2 streaks of blue lines on the sides of her face that extended behind her neck and twirled around her arms, a fair complexion and gorgeous features. Her eyes sparked with extreme anger as multiple energy tentacles revolved around her floating figure. What an angry beauty! Amari uttered, clearly not disturbed about ORM being retrieved. Instead, he observed the Atlantean queen with interest. He instantly noticed the second life force within her body. In other words, oh. Looks like Arthur's been busy. Seeing the other party's unscrupulous gaze, Mara's face grew colder. Identity yourself human or bear the consequences. Still, she refrained from attacking immediately. Her previous attack was easily taken apart by the opponent. He didn't even move an inch, utter a word or blink when he did it. ORM was of royal blood. His physiology and talent for magic was one of the best among Atlanteans. Although slightly inferior to Aquaman in physical strength and battle prowess, his magical aptitude surpassed Orin's by several folds. Yet even he was beaten to such a state. The horror of the person before her was just as ORM described. Unless she used more advanced spells, she doubted she would be able to match this individual. But that could lead to mass destruction. The citizens would certainly suffer for it. Consequences? He. What followed was the sound of soft chuckles. Amari smiled naturally as if he just heard a funny joke. The slight ridicule in his eyes and nonchalance in his attitude was particularly infuriating. Funny. Even Aquaman doesn't dare to utter such words. I am curious what gave you the courage to do so. His plain ridicule was the last straw. Bold human. Numerous blue lines covered her body as the silhouette of a giant octopus with numerous tentacles appeared behind her. You will pay for your insolence. It's payday. Gladly. Mara gritted her teeth and pushed her hands forward. Multiple energy beams shot towards the stationary deviant. Meanwhile. Your Highness. Tula quickly arrived at a nearby building with numerous guards behind her. The miserable figure of ORM sitting on top of a building while clutching his ribs with an obvious look of pain fell into their eyes. Tula had dropped ORM as far away as she could while she engaged Amari head-on. Huh. Tula. The female quickly arrived beside him. You're hurt. You need medical help. Tula quickly turned to the guards. Take the prince to a safe location. No. ORM refused without hesitation. Mera is fighting the intruder. She requires support. Understood. Half of us will support the queen, while the other will. No, not half. ORM interrupted through gritted teeth. All of you. Queen Mera is pregnant. And she isn't strong enough to defeat the opponent. She won't survive in his hands without help. Transfer all available warriors to aid her. Go, now. ORM roared. Yes, my prince. The Atlanteans and mermen immediately obeyed. Tula was a bit at a loss. But ORM wouldn't have her be idle. You. Tula. Help me out of here. Towards the conservatory. There should be something capable of contacting the king. The guards would serve as appropriate fodder alongside Mera. Now, his first priority was to get out of her while she bought him time. Yes. Tula put his arm around her shoulder and put hers around his waist. Then she kicked off and swam towards the Conservatory of Magic with all her strength. ORM's face was grim. This was officially turning into the worst day ever. Almost as bad as the day he discovered he actually had a half-brother. And that halfling would inherit the throne while he would be nothing more than a prince. Tula swam fast. Going at full speed, she could see the conservatory in the distance. Only. Boom. A giant blue shockwave expanded rapidly from the distance. ORM and Tula were immediately hit away, their swimming bodies spiraling out of control. Tula managed to stabilize herself before crashing. ORM wasn't so lucky. However, before she could rush to his aid, her eyes widened as she saw a green-clothed figure streak through the water like an arrow fired from a bow. My queen! Tula screamed. The figure of Mera flew towards the distance before taking a downward trend and smashing against the floor of one of the conservatory training arenas. The ground cracked as the Atlantean queen smashed against the floor, leaving a deep pit. Ugh! Blood seeped through her lips as the metallic taste flooded her mouth, and she resisted the urge to spit out a mouthful. Debris flew in all directions. My queen! Queen Mera! Tula held ORM and swam rapidly towards the fallen queen. At that moment, the space beside Mera swirled and Amari's figure appeared on the spot. Before she could react, the redhead felt a strong grasp on her throat, lifting her up from the floor. Okay, beautiful. Amari raised her up to meet her eyes. What was that part about consequences? I'm all ears. Ugh. Ugh. With eyes filled with horror, Mera gasped in pain. Unhand her, you beast. Rage clouded Tula's eyes and she let go of ORM. Her tattoos glowed as a giant pulse of electrical energy condensed into a ball before her and was thrown towards him. Telekinetic field. The mystical energy beam that gave off a lightning spark immediately dissipated. What followed was the irregular stillness of the water flowing around them. Ugh. Both ORM and Tula were unable to resist the change in gravity and were pulled to the floor. The weight of a building pressed down upon their shoulders, making them almost sprawl on the floor. ORM's bones made desperate cracking sounds. With the injuries he already suffered, the weight pressing on him was almost unbearable. His skin cracked, and the water was stained with ORM's blood. ORM, who was an Atlantean of royal blood, despite being injured, was in such a state. You could imagine what Tula was experiencing. Similar cracking sounds could be heard as the weight pressing on her was too great for the female sorceress to resist. Amari's gaze lingered on the Aqua Girl. Her loyalty to her queen is admirable. Amari uttered plainly. Turning his gaze towards the struggling queen, he asked. Wouldn't you agree? Who are you, surface dweller? Mera asked coldly. Me. Amari raised an eyebrow. Hasn't ORM filled you in yet? And so, his eyes fell back on the Atlantean prince, who had an ugly expression. I'm here for the Ocean Master. Mera's eyes widened before narrowing in rage. Is that why you attack us? The Ocean Master is an enemy of Atlantis. Is he? His eyes glowed with amusement. You certainly don't treat him like an enemy to me. Do they, ORM? The question was met with silence. Mera's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Don't listen to him, Mera. ORM yelled with an angry expression. He's lying. The Atlantean queen had her face grow cold again. You expect me to believe this preposterous claim? Mera would never believe it. Her husband's brother was his sworn enemy. I don't. And frankly, I don't care if you do. It won't stop his death either way. He replied apathetically. You. Mara's eyes burned with anger. You will not get away with this. Atlantis has existed for thousands of years. It will not fall easily. For everything you have done, you will receive retribution. I see. Amari replied with indifference. And who's going to give it to me? Arthur. Amari chuckled and raised his head. Or is it them? Above him, thousands of Atlantean soldiers, all armed with their bidons, rushed towards this location. For a moment, their figures seemed to block the space above them. To this, Amari didn't even smile. With a thought, the range of the telekinetic field expanded rapidly. The next moment, the rapid advancement of Atlantean forces suddenly came to a halt. The stern-faced warriors suddenly lost control of their bodies as they all plunged rapidly to the ocean floor. The water was completely unable to stop their descent as they fell, causing destruction upon impact like meteors. No. Seeing this scene, Mara exclaimed. Amari continued. Or is it Garth hiding behind that pillar over there, waiting for the moment I let my guard down? Hidden behind the pillar, Garth's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and charged forward while condensing a glowing water ball within his palms. His location had been exposed, so he had no other option. I summoned the power of the Tempest. Garth roared as the swirling ball took shape, and he threw it out with Amari as the target. However, Garth's ferocious expression suddenly paled at the sight of what happened next. Amari watched the incoming energy beam and raised an eyebrow in amusement. Then, he moved Mara, who was being held by the throat in front of him, directly bearing the brunt of Garth's attack. No. Ugh. The blast hit cleanly. Mara's eyes widened and her body stilled. Then, those bright green irises were covered by her eyelids as she felt the whole world grow blurry. My queen. Mara. ORM and Tula yelled in shock. Tula was filled with despair and tears welled up in her eyes. She struggled to raise her head and she saw it. In Queen Mara's abdomen, a gaping hole was present due to Garth's attack. Blood flowed rapidly. ORM was rather shocked. He knew Amari could take that blast without any damage. Or even just destroy it completely. Instead, he placed Mara to bear the attack. This. He definitely didn't see that coming. Looking at Garth, who was frozen in place, and Tula, who was on the verge of breaking down, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. How ruthless. This was killing with a borrowed knife. And it was the knife of a loved one at that. You wanted me to put her down? Amari asked inquisitively, and then he shrugged. Okay. And so, Mara fell from his grasp. Her body slowly fell to the floor, laying there unmoving. My queen. Garth's face was deathly pale, and he swam towards the body of the Mara. Placing his hand on her head, tears streamed down his face. He just killed his teacher, his mentor. His queen. And his king's unborn son. Garth felt like his whole world was crumbling. You're better looking, but in terms of tactical ability, combat prowess and foresight, you're far behind your friend Aqualad. Still, don't feel bad. That bland, indifferent voice sounded in his ears again. The sentence made his mind go blank before being filled with unchecked rage. You monster. He raised his right hand and condensed an energy spear. However, the gravity field expanded towards him, causing his attack to dissipate and pinning him to the floor in the process. What? Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any higher. The telekinetic field on Garth's arm increased. Arg. The arm was crushed by the immense force, causing all the bones within to break. That is a warning. And I said, don't feel bad. After all, she isn't dead. Once again, everyone's mind went blank. The gaping hole in her stomach was clearly visible. What did he mean by she wasn't dead? Resurrect. Turning to the cold corpse, Amari's eyes glowed blue as he activated reality warping. The blood disappeared, the gaping hole in her stomach disappeared, and the dead child in her womb was restored in an instant. She was no longer a corpse, but an unconscious Atlantean queen. Amari took a deep look at Mara. Or rather, at the fetus in her womb. Let her and your king know when she wakes up. That they can thank her unborn child for her life. Then, he turned his gaze to ORM. You, however, are coming with me. Chapter 101. We're done here. Batman uttered expressionlessly. At least, no one could tell what emotions he had on through the cowl, as they could only see the lower half of his face. Hearing this, the Flash from Earth -1 frowned. What the hell did Batman mean by done? No, hold on. Bruce paused. I thought we were going to tell him. He isn't here. Flash frowned. He was. Do you expect us to bring up that topic under the circumstances at that time? The foreign speedster had his face crumple. It's been more than a month. I'm running out of. It will happen. You just have to be patient. Bruce cut him short. Besides, even if we do so, there's no guarantee he will agree. As you can see from what happened earlier, he isn't so easy to bargain with. Flash, -1, opened his mouth but no words came out. The sight of Amari burning Votan to nothing but dust fell into his mind once again, causing the speedster to shiver involuntarily. In the end, he could only nod and take a step back begrudgingly. Seeing this, Bruce nodded. We know your world is in danger. And we have a teammate trapped over there as well. We will help, but you know clearly that our world situation isn't ideal to free up manpower. No matter how willing we are to help, we can't jeopardize the safety of our world for yours. The truth was ugly, but if given another chance, Bruce wouldn't put it any other way. That was how he was. He didn't mince his sentences to make others feel better. Flash's face was ugly. Luckily, Batman's next words eased the atmosphere. However, with the supervillain secret society neutralized, we can finally free up time to address certain matters. The ugly expression was alleviated. Then, ignoring their foreign Flash, he turned towards the team. His eyes resting on Supergirl for a second longer than the others, although no one noticed. As for your performance. Bruce paused for a second before continuing. Considering the mission was completed, it was satisfactory. Although he praised them verbally, his tone gave off no hint of giving them praise. After all, they weren't the ones who finished the job. You have been through a tough mission. Head to the cave, hit the showers, then head home. Ultra-Humanite, Count Vertigo and Poison Ivy will be taken care of by the League. Votan was dead, Black Adam was dead, Atomic Skull was dead. Bruce said before turning his attention away. At the moment, his mind was occupied with different thoughts, as well as a few headaches. Count Vertigo was the ringleader of this group, but strangely enough, he wouldn't be going to jail with his other teammates. After all, he had diplomatic immunity. The Joker. Or Jokers also weren't going to Belle Reve, but. No surprise, Arkham. Bruce had been trying to get that maniac within Belle Reve's walls for years now. This thought made Batman's furrowed eyebrows furrow even more. And there was Poison Ivy. The Plant Queen losing her powers wasn't what irked him. Actually. It did irk him. But not in the way that you would expect. Amari had once again displayed something that proved his suspicions. Amari could give abilities. Similarly, he could take them away. This had already been put in the file and circled in red. Shazam's abilities had been stolen by Amari. Now, there was Poison Ivy. At this point, Bruce was certain that even Clark would be powerless against this individual. If he could take Shazam's powers away, he could most certainly take away Clark's. This fact unsettled him. Worse still, there was nothing he could do about it. But that wasn't the main problem. Poison Ivy losing her abilities was something he could breathe a sigh of relief to. What bothered him was why exactly Amari had brought the Joker back to life. This action. It didn't make sense in the slightest. This ability to revive the dead didn't bring any surprises as well. Superboy was still alive and kicking. It was one thing for Amari to come to this place. After all, he killed Joker. Seeing him alive would definitely attract him once again to finish the job. That was understandable. What wasn't was why he left without killing the clown. Also, why did he resurrect another Joker from death? Was he going to return to kill them later? Another thing didn't add up. According to the protégés, Amari said that the second Joker was a clone created by Lex Luthor. The second Joker was a clone. That checked out. But why was Lex Luthor involved? Superboy was created in Cadmus Labs. Lex Luthor was its chairman, so the connection was also understandable. But why? What would Luthor gain in doing such a thing? So Joker could continue to create trouble to keep him busy? No. In less than a second, hundreds of thoughts had flown through his head. Something was wrong, definitely wrong. Bruce was sure of this. His intuition was usually never wrong, and right now, it was telling him that this whole thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. There was a scheme afoot. Now Joker was alive. Worse still, there were two of them. To be honest, Batman wasn't too fond of Amari. He didn't hate him, he didn't even dislike him. All of that was earlier on when his mind wasn't his own. He was wary of him, however. And that probably wouldn't change, no matter what happened. He also didn't like Amari's character. The actions of a man with so much power was typically wanton. Amari wasn't human and didn't have a trace of humanity. It would be weird if Bruce could treat him like Clark. Saying he didn't like Amari was debatable. But what wasn't was that he hated the Joker more than anyone else in this world. Joker had a psychotic obsession with him, but he felt nothing more for the clown than unquenchable rage. He loathed him, he despised him. On multiple occasions, he had contemplated killing this scourge and being done with it. But ultimately, his reasoning won over his anger each time. He wouldn't kill Joker. Not unless he was left in a situation where he didn't have any other choice. Joker harmed people, but it had never come down to the point where killing him would ensure that an immediate disaster would be averted. Either the disaster had already happened, or it was going to happen and killing the clown wouldn't stop it. Under these circumstances, Batman wouldn't kill the Joker in order to maintain that voice that told him he wasn't a monster. And on occasions where he thought Joker was dead, the clown wasn't in the end. Talk about cheating death. When push comes to shove, even a mouse will fight. After all, Batman was stubborn, not stupid to the point of no redemption. When John and Dr. Fate healed his mind and he discovered that Joker was killed, he didn't feel joy or happiness, but he did feel relief. Relief that this burden was finally off his shoulders. He didn't want to become a cold-hearted killer, but he wanted the clown to die more than anyone else. Well. Now he was back. Worse still, there were two of them. For the first time ever, Bruce felt like his mind was about to collapse. He didn't feel this way when his mind was actually about to collapse after battling Amari. How will we deal with Kondak? Superman couldn't help but as with a frown. Even if it doesn't get to the point of full-blown war, its enemies will attack. Ever since his return, Black Adam was particularly unscrupulous in doing things. He even wanted to take over the world less than a week after he appeared, but had to change his mind with the appearance of Superman and Shazam. Without Black Adam, Kondak would be in for a lot of trouble. About that. Wheel. His words were interrupted as he received an incoming call. Batman here. I see. Bruce frowned, put away his fingers from his left ear and made a holographic screen appear from his gauntlet, similar to what Robin usually did. What's wrong? Seeing the change in expression, Clark couldn't help but ask. Aquaman and Martian Manhunter couldn't help but look over. Someone's hijacking the satellite signals. All satellite signals. Again. Near the Atlantic Ocean. East Coast. Splash. The ocean roared, and the waves battered against the rocks before retreating. And returning a moment later. The sky was dark, and the nighttime was setting in quickly. At that moment, the ocean seemed to spit something out as a figure was thrown from the water depths. Smashing against the rock's surfaces, causing the rocks to shatter and finally coming to a stop with a pained groan. He left a long trench along the way. ORM's face was bloodied. His attire was in ruins and his body was filled with bruises and cut marks. Blood flowed from the wounded areas continuously. He looked like he had been dragged through the ocean floor. You know. It was never going to work. The sound of footsteps overshadowed the rushing waves. Amari walked towards him and the words were heard clearly. Ugh. The prince didn't respond. Only groaned. Amari didn't care either. And continued to speak without stopping. I mean your plan. Your experiments on the trench monsters will bear no fruit. You would spend months, maybe years on that project, trying to find a way to control them so they could serve as your most powerful army, only to eventually fail. ORM clenched his fist with a look of fury. This isn't speculation, but your fate. Those monsters can be controlled. But you don't have the means to do so. Enough. The wounded Atlantean finally mustered enough strength to let out a roar. Oh. Are you finally ready to be chatty? Amari raised an eyebrow. Then shrugged. I just felt it was important to let you know that your actions, no matter what you do, will end up fruitless. I thought it would fit for a nice parting gift. He uttered. Telekinesis. ORM's face grew even more unsightly, yet before he could react, he found himself hoisted into the air by an invisible force, like he was within the grasp of two giant hands. Following which, it squeezed. The sound of cracking bones were loud and clear. Arg! ORM screamed in pain. Never before had he felt this much torture in his life. As I was saying, any last words? Amari asked nonchalantly as the telekinetic pressure tightened. ORM's screams increased ever so slightly. No. Amari tilted his head in amusement. I thought this was the part where the villains portrayed their cowardly behavior and begged for mercy in the face of death. Or maybe the pain is too much to process, so I'll throw out the offer. The pressure loosened and ORM finally stopped screaming. Then, it disappeared completely and ORM fell to the floor with a thud. Better? I've decided to kill you today. But if you tell me who else is among your group of 7, kneel down and beg for your life, I'll spare you the torture and I just might change my mind. After all, you are Aquaman's brother. For that alone, you should get some privileges. Pain. Currently, all ORM felt was pain. The pain that assaulted his nerves at this point was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Nevertheless, the Atlantean prince struggled to raise his head, allowing his eyes to meet Amari's. The latter was a little stunned. He could see the anger, the hatred, but most of all, the unwillingness and defiance shining within them. I am Prince ORM. He struggled and placed one hand against the ground. I am the Ocean Master. He placed the other hand and slowly pushed himself upward. And I am an Atlantean. Of royal birth. With these few words, ORM managed to push himself off the ground and stand on his feet. His body was bloody, his legs were shaky, and his posture looked crooked and unstable. It looked like a stronger gust of wind could push him over. Yet, the unyielding fire within his eyes was equally eye-catching. Go ahead. Do it. But I, the rightful heir to the throne of Atlantis, will never kneel to anyone and beg for mercy. My only regret is that I never regained what was rightfully mine, from that fool of a halfling they call my brother. ORM snarled through gritted teeth. I would rather die than go on my knees to the likes of you. Much less hold on to my life, at his expense. And then, he closed his eyes, waiting for the silence of death. Only. Clap. 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 What answered to him wasn't death but the sound of clapping. He opened his eyes and saw Amari looking at him with a smile and clapping lightly. The guts. The conviction. The smile on his face was particularly bright. To utter such words, even in the face of death. I feel moved. Almost to the point of letting you go. After all, such conviction is rare in these days. Amari stopped clapping. So. Why don't we play a game? Amari grinned, showing off a handsome set of pure white teeth. You said you'd rather die than kneel. Then let's base the rules on that. If I can make you voluntarily kneel and beg for your life, I win. If not, then I'll let you go, heal your wounds and rewind time so none of this ever happened. Amari raised his hand, and it lit up with black fire. The Atlantean prince was taken aback. You. What? Surprised? Amari asked with amusement. Take it as a special offer. Your speech just put me in a good mood. Of course, it will all mean nothing if you can't keep to your word. At this point, his smile took a rather eerie twist. Just so you know. I hate liars the most. The wounded ORM was dumbfounded. Why were things turning out like this? Touché. Seeing that he was actually serious, ORM's eyes narrowed. He had already readied himself to die, but if he could live, why would he refuse? Seeing his expression, Amari spoke. I'll take that as a yes. And so, he raised his hand, put his 2 fingers together and snapped. The next moment, blood and flesh bits flew in all directions as ORM was blown into bits. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Oops. I almost forgot how fragile you guys really are. He chuckled while looking at the scattered blood. At this rate, I might actually lose. Can't have that. His eyes glowed and a portal appeared on the floor before him. Following which, a figure rose from it. Chapter 102. The portal opened up, and a figure rose from it. So, how does it feel to die? Looking at the Atlantean prince, Amari smiled. He was smiling, but ORM wasn't. What? ORM seemed to be in a daze, muttering words that made no sense. What? Too much. Amari tilted his head. This seemed to wake him up. You. ORM tooled several steps backward in panic. 2. What was that? What exactly? Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any eyebrow. The silence after it all, or the feeling of having yourself explode at once. The pain should be indescribable, right? You just killed me. ORM roared. Yep. Cool, isn't it? The Joker took it a lot better though. Amari shrugged. Now back to business. Ready to kneel yet? Of course, I won't. He had barely finished his words when Amari's eyes glowed. Once again, the Atlantean prince was blown apart to nothing but bits and pieces. 5 seconds later. The portal reappeared again, and ORM was revived good as new, standing on his own 2 feet. What about now? The calm voice fell into ORM's ears causing him to shiver. Cold sweat had begun to develop on his forehead, neck and back. Once again, his eyes glowed. Once again, ORM was reduced to slag. Moments later, the portal appeared again and ORM was once again intact. But this time, the prince immediately fell to the ground with a frightened expression on his face. His Atlantean physique was sweating profusely, and his expression contorted as if he had just experienced something horrifying. In fact, he had. The pain of having your entire body explode wasn't something anyone could handle. What made ORM have such an expression wasn't the feeling of death, but the pain that came before it. Amari made sure to make him feel it all the moment he was brought back to life in the real world. It was terrible. You. Get away from me. ORM crawled backwards with an expression of despair. Oh. I wouldn't make such an expression if I were you. It'll ruin your image and dignity. Looking at the frightened ORM, Amari couldn't help but smile. Honestly, this was fun. After all, what's happening here is being broadcasted to every television show, news network, mobile device, the internet, everything capable of receiving information all over the world. So, as we speak, you can assume that 7 billion people have been watching this whole thing since the moment I brought you here. ORM's face changed drastically. You. Yep. The smile on his face grew brighter. Amari wasn't kidding. He had ordered Alice to hijack the satellites all over the world. Then, he warped reality to connect what was happening right now to play out perfectly like a movie scene. Perfect lights, camera, angle. The whole world was watching what was going on at the moment. Even the people of Atlantis were no exception. Gotham, Metropolis, Star City, Paris, Taipei, New Orleans, Bloodhaven. The scene of ORM acknowledging his identity as Ocean Master and being killed 3 times over was played on the billboards, phones, televisions, computers, tablets. The entire world was silent at this point. One could predict that in a few hours from now, this would become worldwide news. I thought about how to let the rest of your group know I was fulfilling what I promised earlier and then. This came to me. Make the whole thing public, so there's no way they don't know what's happening. Brilliant, wouldn't you agree? ORM couldn't utter a word. He was sure of it now. The man before wasn't an alien but a monster. Even if he was willing to kneel, at this point, his pride wouldn't allow him. So. Are the rest of you watching this? Well, I hope you are because your member count is down by 1 inch. His eyes glowed, ORM blew up. Many people watching couldn't hold it in anymore and looked for the nearest suitable place they could find and threw up their lunches. The portal appeared. ORM was reborn. Well, now the count is back up. ORM gasped and wheezed. What he felt was beyond anything any mortal man had ever experienced. Did you really think bringing back the Joker would mislead me? Bang! ORM blew up. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint. But it won't work. Your Injustice League is nothing more than a ruse. A proxy for the real 7 individuals behind the scenes. And would you look here? I found your first member. Now of course, he was rather prideful and very determined to die to the end. So I made him a deal. If I can't convince him to kneel eventually, then I'll pretend like all this never happened. Well. Let me extend the offer. Suddenly, Amari thought of something and smiled. As long as ORM doesn't break, then I'll pretend as if our whole farce never happened. It will be like you never offended me and the entire world will forget this ever happened. What do you think? Great deal, right? And so, he turned his attention to the sweating ORM. Why are you so pale? Relax. As long as I wish it, I can always bring you back from the dead. Your soul won't even have enough time to make it to hell. You. ORM's body was trembling. His teeth clattered, and his legs were shaky. You never said you were going to kill me. Why? You said you wouldn't kneel even if I killed you. You didn't really think you would only die once in your life, did you? His eyes glowed. Bang! The portal opened. Bang! Portal open. You know, I admire your conviction. Amari said with admiration and his eyes glowed. Seeing this, ORM stretched his hand to ask Amari to stop. Too late. Bang! The whole world was silent. Deathly silent. Come on, hang in there. Your members are depending on your brave sacrifice to save their lives. Bang! Let them see your unyielding spirit. Learn by example. Bang! Don't worry. I'll grow tired eventually. Just a little longer. Bang! The portal opened, ORM was back. Seeing that Amari was ready to kill him again, ORM hurriedly shouted. Enough. Oh. What's up? Amari raised an eyebrow. Want to add something more? His voice ceased as ORM fell to his knees. I give up. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. Just please. Please stop. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Amari frowned slightly. Honestly. Yeah. I thought so too. His frown disappeared, followed by a plain expression. Then. His eyes glowed. Bang! Blood flew everywhere for the nth time. Then there was silence. The waves washed against the coast and the raging waters filled his ears. Sigh. How comforting. Amari took a deep breath, closed his eyes, tilted his head to the sky and showed a smile. He meant the sound of the raging waters not far from him. The sound of the ocean. The melody of nature. This wasn't the case for those watching, however. Many people felt their scalps go numb. This guy was a monster. A monster that looked like a human. Okay. I've had enough fun. ORM failed. So. The portal opened for the last time. ORM's figure appeared, sitting on the floor. His eyes were dim, his face was dull, and he looked like he had just lost his soul. You. Relax. We're done. Amari shrugged indifferently. We are. ORM's eyes lit up with a trace of brightness. Like a locked-up prisoner who hadn't seen the light for many years. I said as long as you kneel, I'll consider letting you go. Since you've let go of your pride and at the moment I've lost all interest in toying with you anymore, your life is your own. After all, I hold my word in high regard. He placed his hand on his chin, seemingly in thought. Of course, your life will only get difficult from now on. Huh. Wait a second. What? ORM was confused. I told you I don't like liars, so in the sense that I'm letting you go, you're not going scot-free. Check yourself carefully. Do you feel the same as before? ORM's puzzled expression showed doubt. Then. Confusion. Then incredulity. Then shock and panic. Ah. There it is. Do you feel it now? My gills. ORM placed his hands on his neck and felt everywhere. His expression grew from bad to worse. You took away my gills. Close. I took away your Atlantean bloodline. Your missing gills are the side effect. From now on, you won't have your strength, durability, underwater breathing, underwater vision, sorcery, Atlantean speaking capability. In simple terms, you're no longer an Atlantean, but a human that you despise so much. You're welcome. The bright smile seemed particularly sinister. No. No. ORM's eyes couldn't get any wider. He knew what this spelled for him. His identity had been exposed, his brother and his people knew who he really was. His strength was gone, his powers were gone. From now henceforth, he would no longer be able to access the power of his trident. If anything, it might kill him if he tried. He no longer had anything. His supporters would definitely turn their face away now that he was a human. If anything, they would kill him or hand him over to his brother for punishment. This was a fate worse than death. You can't do this to me. I can. And I have. And I'll be leaving you here. As for whether your brother or your enemies find you first, that's up to the universe to decide. Amari turned away. In fact, he had done a lot more than just turn ORM into a human. ORM's genes had been altered severely. He would never be able to harness magic again. No form of sorcery could be used to give him abilities. No super serum, alien substance or cosmic meteor could offer him powers. Any form of buff spell wouldn't work on him while debuff spells would have twice the effect. In other words, ORM could never chase power in his life till the day he died. He would be the way he was now. Forever mortal. For someone like ORM. This was worse than killing him. And so, Amari walked away with a spring in his step. The live broadcast was cut off, leaving the world in a storm. Several hours later. Arkham Asylum. The Joker's special cell. Jack Oswald White wasn't in his usual, cheerful mood at this time. He wasn't cracking jokes, he wasn't laughing maniacally, hell, he didn't even have his grin on his face. In his mind, the scene where Amari looked at him and sent him telepathic instructions were all he could think about. If you don't want to go back on vacation, your assignment is simple. Find Lex Luthor. The one who made your other half. Destroy everything that belongs to him. Hunt him down, torture him. Make sure you do it, regardless of who stands in your way. After you're done with that, go after Batman. It's time for both of you to put an end to this game. Either you kill him, or he kills you. There are no exceptions. As for your other half, you probably want him dead more than I do, so I'll leave that as a bonus. I'll be checking in on your progress, and if it doesn't satisfy me. Poof. Vacation time. So go ahead, do whatever comes to that crazy mind of yours. The words played in his cracked mind over and over and over like a broken record tape. The silence in his cell was particularly disturbing. At least for the guards who were assigned to keep watch. This wasn't their first time. And this clown never kept silent. Slowly, time passed. Just when they were feeling restless. Ha 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 ha. The loud laughter once again echoed in the asylum. The two guards breathed a sigh of relief. The clown they knew was back. Bat Cave. Bruce Wayne watched the live video that had gone viral once again. The frown on his face had never been so deep. His wanton actions will have a major impact, sir. Alfred beside him muttered. There's more to it than that, Alfred. Bruce replied in a solemn tone. This isn't him being wanton. This is a disguised warning. The video came to a halt at Amari's smiling expression. A warning to everyone in the world. Chapter 103. A warning, sir. Forgive me, but I don't quite understand. Seeing his faithful butler express his confusion, Bruce spoke slowly. Superman had a meeting with Amari. The latter explicitly told him that he would keep to himself as long as no one disturbed him. It's in league files. If there's one thing we know about him for sure, it's that he basically doesn't attack when unprovoked. So this is the work of hidden forces targeting him. Not targeting, probing. Bruce responded apathetically. Probing? My assumption. If it were more than that, then similar to Votan, Ocean Master wouldn't be alive right now. There was a heavy silence as a multitude of thoughts revolved around the Dark Knight's mind. How did Mr. Curry take the matter? How else do you think he would take it? The dry response caused Alfred to let out a sigh. Bruce's fingers constantly tapped against the table. The revelation of ORM's true identity was difficult for Arthur to accept. It was the same for Calder. Bruce speculated that Mera and many Atlanteans in general would also feel the same way. Although he tried to hide it, those who truly knew him knew that at that moment, Aquaman's heart was not at peace. His greatest enemy was hiding under his nose the whole time. And his brother for that matter. How many Atlanteans had died under ORM's attack? Unacceptable. As for Amari using his brother as an example in a public display of power, that part was voluntarily ignored. At least, Bruce didn't feel there was any need to allude to it. Considering Amari's usual character, he should thank the stars that ORM was left alive. Superman didn't mention it, Batman didn't bring it up, Aquaman didn't even think about mentioning it. It was better to put the time, energy, and brain cells into something more productive. I see. So this is Amari's way of warning the world that he's not to be trifled with. I believe that was the original intent when he publicly killed the Joker a month ago as well. Speaking of the Joker, Bruce's jaw couldn't help but clench. Obviously. Someone didn't get the memo. This. Seeing Bruce's reaction, Alfred couldn't help but hesitate to ask. Master Bruce, are you alright? After all. The Joker. I'm fine, Alfred. Bruce cut in sharply. Looking at the screen that was playing constant news footage, Batman desperately resisted the urge to smash something to bits. Why? Why? Why in God's name wouldn't that damn clown stay dead? Are you sure? Bruce remained silent. In the end, he sighed and fell back into his chair. I need to talk to Amari. Bruce said hesitantly. Gotham can't handle two of him. This city was messed up enough as it was. The death of the Joker didn't have a qualitative change on the city itself. This was due to the fact that his death was covered up by the continuous disasters Gotham had experienced in a short period of time. If possible, Bruce wanted Amari to undo what he had done. The original Joker was dead. And it was best for the world if he remained that way. With the influence of people like Count Vertigo, as well as Poison Ivy and Ultra-Humanite being transported to Belle Reve prison, the court had once again rejected the Joker. Or Jokers in this case to be given the death penalty. According to the lawyer, if Joker was going to be killed, then Count Vertigo, Poison Ivy, and Ultra-Humanite needed to follow in his footsteps as well. This was preposterous. Vlatava would never allow such a thing. Coupled with a bunch of political shenanigans, as well as influence from people in high places, ultimately, Jack Oswald White was sentenced to Arkham Asylum for rehabilitation. This time, Bruce couldn't help it. If they weren't going to kill him, then the best they could do was imprison him in a place with greater security. However, Joker was mad. This was a fact. No matter how he tried to change the case, a madman would have to be sent to a home for the mentally ill for rehabilitation. Now with the Joker's notoriety, no other insane asylum would take him in. Only Arkham. His quest to save this city. It was failing. Ever since he arrived in Gotham all those years ago, the state of the city had fluctuated madly. At first, his intervention had tremendous effects. The idea of striking fear into the hearts of evildoers was worth a shot. That all changed when the villains eventually realized that that was his limit. Unless there was no other way, Batman wouldn't kill. Seeing Bruce's haggard expression, Alfred couldn't help but place a hand on his shoulder. All will be well, Master Bruce. Thank you, Alfred. He replied after a moment of silence. There are a lot of things we need to talk about. Scheduling a meeting will be put on the agenda. His tone changed into solemnity as he began to analyze. Now, it appears that things aren't as they seem. Amari stated that the Injustice League weren't the true individuals behind the attacks. They were proxies. A front to cover up the real masterminds. And apparently, there's 7 light screens appeared on the Bat computer. Following which, one lit up with a familiar face. ORMs. An Ocean Master is confirmed as one of them. So what do you plan to do, Master Bruce? Find the others. Bruce replied. And I have my prime suspect for a possible member of this mysterious organization. Another light screen appeared. One showing a man with a bald head and stoic expression. He was rich, he was a genius, he had high amounts of influence, and lastly. He was the one who cloned the Joker and Superboy. Lex Luthor. The Bleed. Also known as the multiversal wall spanning across dimensions that separate various universes. Earth 3. Metropolis. Boom. 2 piercing rays of heat vision swept throughout the area, incinerating everything in its path. Flying high above in the sky like a god above mortals, Ultraman released his heat vision in full force as it swept towards his target. Arg. The wounded Justice League member could only cry out in pain for a second before being completely obliterated. The heat vision ceased and Ultraman clapped his hands against each other. That should be the last one he. At that moment, several batarangs flew towards his direction, landed firmly on his body. Boom. Boom. A noticeable explosion went off in the sky. The smoke cleared off, revealing the figure of Kal-El whose face sported a groan at the moment. Or not. He quickly locked on to the little flea who was annoying him. A young man in a dark, skin-tight super suit with a blue bat logo at the middle could be seen jumping down from a nearby building. Nightwing. Kal-El's eyes narrowed, and his body turned into a speeding blur. Jumping down from the building, Dick clenched his teeth and shot out his grappling gun. Harley was dead, as well as the majority of the Justice League. Black Manta, Magic Master, Giovanni Zatara, Ocean Master, Aquagirl, Professor Brain. All dead. These were the Leaguers he knew of. Most had gone into hiding when they realized that the crime syndicate was coming to wipe them out. Like the Huntress, and Morgana Lafey, Dr. Fate. The whereabouts of others were unclear. Harley was dead, the Jester's situation was unknown. As for their leader, Alexander Luthor. Shooting out the grappling gun, he prepared to swing into the shadows when a blur sped into him, knocking the boy off course. His back crashed against a brick wall, causing cracks to emerge on it. If it isn't the little Batboy. Ultraman looked at the male laying on the floor with a smile. Extreme pain flooded Dick's body. That hit had knocked the wind out of him. Now, what do you say? As he spoke, his head reached out and grabbed Nightwing by the neck. You tell me where the rest of your little friends are. And so, he lifted him off the ground, his feet hovering in the air. Dick choked. I'll never go to hell. He. Gutsy boy, aren't you? Kal-El laughed. I bet you will be much more cooperative under Superwoman's lasso. But then again. The thought of having Superwoman torture him with her lasso of submission to force out any secrets he might know flashed through his mind. Then quickly faded. Today was the day that the Justice League would be destroyed. He should know, he had killed the majority of them. Once Alexander Luthor was dead, this stupid resistance would lose all meaning. Why bother? And with that, his hand exerted force, crushing the neck region of the handsome Nightwing. Following which, his corpse was cast to the side in total disregard. Ultraman, come in. A female voice sounded in his ears. Why, hello dear. Ultraman pressed the glowing U symbol on his belt buckle with a small smile on his face. What's the issue? We have found Alexander Luthor, sending you coordinates now. Hearing that name, the smile on his face disappeared, returning to indifference. Understood. I'm on my way. He said and took his hand off. Then he moved forward 3 steps and took to the skies. Star Labs Building, Metropolis. Bang! A powerful punch landed on the security door, smashing it to pieces. The debris cleared out to reveal a man in a gold-plated battle suit with blue eyes and red hair. On his chest area was the symbol of a black lightning bolt. Way to be stealthy, Luther. Behind him appeared the jester with his signature grin. The moment we attempted opening the door, the alarm would have been set off. They already know we're here. Might as well hurry. Mazaz took a brief look and moved forward rapidly. His words caused Jester's expression to change, and the latter followed after him. Mazaz walked towards a certain area and looked at the wall. You're not going to tell me that there's a secret entrance behind it, right? Seeing him focused on that wall, Jester couldn't help but reveal sarcasm. Yes. I am. Mazaz, also known as Alexander Luther of Earth 3, didn't bother to say anything else. Just like the door, the wall was ripped apart to reveal a secret elevator. Seeing him walk inside, Jester was exasperated. Honestly, I'm sick and tired of these secret passageways. Boom. The sound of an explosion instantly alerted the two of them. Jester's face changed drastically. No time. They're here. Luther immediately rushed down the secret passageway. Hey! Wait up. I love secret passages. The two heroes rushed forward through the passageway. Where are we going, Lex? We already have the quantum trigger. What's in this place? Something that can get us help. Mazaz rushed forward without stopping. About 3 minutes later, they came to a stop at a giant door. Hiya. With immense force, Lex put his hands in between the door and pulled both ways with his two arms. In the face of his immense strength, the door reluctantly opened up, prompting them both to enter. Well. Don't keep me in the dark. What is? The clown's voice came to an end as his pestering ceased. His eyes widened with shock and fear at the sight of what was before him. It was a large, swirling, bluish mass of whatever the hell it was. Luther. What the hell? Surprised? Don't worry. I felt the same way when I first discovered it. The red-haired man said while looking at the breach with a bit of awe and wonder. Jester's face turned dull. I meant, what is this? A portal. Luther didn't stand in place. Taking out the quantum trigger they had stolen from another restricted area in the building, he began to calibrate the computer system placed beside the portal. A portal? To where? I'm not sure. Lex replied solemnly. But by my calculations, it could mean hope for our world. You don't mean? I do. I received a hidden message sent to me by Dr. Sorling Rocket. Days before her demise at the hands of Superwoman. The red hair and beard on his face, coupled with his enhanced physique, stern and solemn expression, gave Lex Luthor a handsomeness unlike many of his multiversal counterparts. Apparently, she discovered a portal hidden in a secret chamber of the Star Labs facility. A portal leading to a world not our own. Unfortunately, it leaked. His face turned unsightly. Boom. The whole building shook to the core. Seeing this, Lex picked up the pace. From her message, she told me that this portal led to a place we had only previously imagined. To another Earth. In a universe parallel to ours. You can't be. Jester's eyes were wide. Boom. The place shook again. Lex gritted his teeth in frustration. Under normal circumstances, nothing can pass through this without resonating at a similar frequency. The quantum trigger is the key that will grant us passage to the other side so we can finish what we started. But it takes time to calibrate. Time he didn't have. The crime syndicate was onto them. And they would be here any minute. However, as he continued to type in the computer, he realized that he received no response. Jester. He turned around only to find the jester touching a button and walking out of the room. What are you doing? I'm almost done calibrating. Get in here. The door began to close slowly. Jester had a sad smile on his face. Let's get serious, Lex. No. We can make it, together. To this, the jester finally showed his signature grin. Just as the door closed completely. I'll buy you some time. Now get your red-haired head out of here, it's hurting my eyes. The door closed, and the locking sound fell into his ears. Jester looked at the sealed door and turned around. Boom. The sounds were getting closer. 30 seconds later, a figure appeared at the passage bend. Why? You're still here. An attractive woman with an athletic, muscular build, straight black hair and a mole on her upper cheek could be seen. She wore a tight-fitting dark costume that revealed her shoulders, a black cape draping off it, with a stylized S symbol on it. Her eyes roamed the clown for a second before fixating on the door behind him. I'll guess that Luther is in there. What? Changed from a clown to a doorman? Superwoman chuckled with a dark smile. Well. Perhaps a profession change is in order. After all, as a jester, I'm down to my last joke anyway. And with that, a medium-sized balls with a hazardous symbol appeared in his hands. Like his multiversal counterparts, his signature grin didn't disappear even at this moment. But this one will probably kill ya. Boom. Lex, who had finished the calibrations, felt the explosion right outside. His body stiffened slightly before returning to normal. Vibrating waves emerged from the quantum trigger, aiming at the breach before him. Bang! A fist mark appeared on the metal door. Bang! The area of impact deformed considerably on the second attack. Seeing this, Lex immediately rushed towards the breach and his body began to vibrate. Bang! The door was shattered and Superwoman appeared, just in time to see Luther disappear. Damn it! The woman exclaimed with furious eyes. However. Beep, beep, beep. A relatively subtle sound fell into her ears. She turned her gaze to the computer screen where a countdown was displayed. 3. 2. 1. Boom. Chapter 104. From national news and, the whole world is buzzing with what netizens are now calling, Amari's latest power display. Yes folks, after his public display of killing the Joker, just when people all over the world were discussing whether Amari should be held as a hero or a vigilante for his actions, he suddenly disappeared for almost a month, apparently going into seclusion. Then comes back to the public eye yesterday after the Joker reappears on national television, threatening the world with a group of supervillains who referred to themselves as the Injustice League. This altercation, however, was not of Amari putting an end to the infamous clown yet again but with a different antagonist, the world knows as Ocean Master. Who had now been revealed to be the brother of the King of Atlantis, also a known member of the Justice League, Aquaman. The League have given few reports on the incident and have taken a dismissive attitude to the subject, as shown by Superman at the United Nations conference earlier today. The screen changed to show Superman being besieged by news-thirsty reporters from all angles. Superman. Superman. What do you think of Amari's public actions? How does the League react to discovering the fact that the villainous Ocean Master was the brother of a Justice League member all along? Will ORM be executed for his actions? Can you disclose any information on the secret society Amari was talking about? How exactly was the Joker brought back to life? Clark frowned slightly at the flashing cameras coming from everywhere. The League has many matters to take care of. Cities in different parts of the world have just experienced a major disaster. My attention and the League's are currently needed elsewhere. We will release a proper statement to address the matter once this is taken care of. Thank you and good day. Seeing Superman flying into the sky, the reporters didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to hound at the flying Kryptonian. Superman. Are you super? The TV screen went black showing the reflection of a blonde teenager holding the remote. What's wrong, dear? News station too much? Martha looked out from the kitchen and asked. No. Nothing. Just. Humans are noisy. Kara uttered with a frown as she sat back in the old Kent's sofa. Then her eyes widened as she realized what she said and corrected hastily. No. Sorry. I didn't mean it like. He. Seeing her stuttering, Martha couldn't help but chuckle. It's okay, dear, I understand. We can be like that sometimes. You'll get used to it eventually. The old woman who looked young for her age uttered with a smile as she prepared dinner. With glasses on her face, a head of white hair yet very little wrinkles to show, she sliced the vegetables with all the skill and precision of an experienced mother and housewife. After all, Clark did bring you here due to your sensitive ears. Right. Seeing Martha didn't take offense, Kara couldn't help but smile wryly. So tell me, how are you adapting, dear? Huh. The blonde was caught off guard before shaking her head. It's a bit difficult. Having to actively control. Well. Everything. As her Kryptonian abilities kicked in and strengthened under yellow sunlight, Kara's abilities grew day by day. Her strength, speed, durability, and all physical factors in general had gone upward by insane degrees. Now, she had to be extra careful whenever she opened the fridge to take out a carton of milk. Jonathan had already replaced the door 4 times since her arrival. This was just for a fridge. Who knew what would happen if she, let's say, hugged someone with too much force or initiated a handshake without getting the pressure right? The physical aspect was actually the easy part. At least she could actively control those better. The others like X-ray vision, telescopic vision, super hearing and enhanced perception was much harder to control. There were times when she would involuntarily hear everything from here to Metropolis. Or when she was talking to a teammate and their skeleton would suddenly pop up in her vision. Or when she was overly stressed and two beams of burning hot lasers would subconsciously emerge from her eyes. And how she needed to slow down her perception of things so a single word from someone else didn't have to stretch for a minute. Worst of all, Clark wasn't always here to help her with the smaller issues. And let's not even begin to mention blending and fitting in. Yep. Quite difficult, so to speak. I figured. Martha replied. Clark had similar experiences as well. There were times when he would run into the barn, hid in a dark corner, cover his ears and begin rocking back and forth in order to keep the noise out. Saying this, she paused. You're better. You aren't the same age he was when he started experiencing all this. You'll be able to breeze through it faster. After which, Martha stepped out of the kitchen, wiping her wet hands with a towel. She sat down beside Kara and a thought crossed her mind. Speaking of Clark in his earlier years, how are you adapting to, well, society in general? Clark told me that you went out with a special friend of yours some time ago to have the girl experience. Did you have fun? It was nice, Kara said with a complex look on her face. It really was. Only, it's all a bit too. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said her mind. Backward. I mean no offense when I say this, but the things of this world are a bit underdevil. Far from what I'm used to. Primitive, huh? Martha asked with a raised eyebrow. To which, Kara could only smile wryly. I didn't put it like that. It's okay, dear. It is true, though. Clark has taken Jonathan and me to the fortress. All sorts of bells and whistles this world could only dream of. But I find it surprising, really. You adapted to the general culture much faster than I imagined someone foreign could. On this end, Martha was really surprised. While Kara felt that the technological and scientific level of the planet was below her world's, she strangely didn't have any trouble integrating into the American culture. She knew what was what, how things operated, who was who and the meaning of phrases those kids use nowadays that even she didn't. Is it a Kryptonian thing? No. Not really. I had help. During the first week I got here. Oh. Martha's eyes glowered with interest. Clark told me about that. He said you spent some time with that person people have been talking about a lot these days. Amari. Yes, that's the name. She uttered with a look of realization. Kara's eyes showed a bit of surprise. You've heard of him? My dear. I was watching TV last night when his broadcast showed up on the television screen. Kara immediately realized at that moment. Amari's broadcast had gone worldwide. He sounds like a good person, but a lot of audacity that one has. He can be like that sometimes. Oh. Really? This time, her eyes really seemed to glow as she examined the young Kryptonian with interest. You speak like you know a lot about him. One wouldn't think you only spent a week together. Did you perhaps have any special experiences? The words made the blonde to blush and lower her head slightly. Not really. He was nice. Is that so? Because the media are packaging him up to be some kind of brutal god of slaughter. That. Kara didn't know what to say. He certainly does act like it. At that moment, Jonathan Kent walked into the room. His clothes were stained with oil like a mechanic who just finished work. Slaughtering a man more than a dozen times and bringing him back to life. Like they say, live long enough and you'll see everything. Jonathan uttered bluntly. Not at all understanding the situation in the room. Ahem. Martha coughed with a frown on her face. Seeing the eyes fixed on him, the old man realized something, put on a pondering expression and added. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think the young man is all bad. At least from how I see it. And so, Jonathan walked towards the fridge that was just fixed to get a soda can. You don't? Kara asked with a bit of shock. She heard Clark speak about what he was and how he came to be the way he was. It was no exaggeration to say that Superman could become the kind of person he was today. Jonathan and Martha Kent played the greatest role. From what she understood, or what she could piece together, Jonathan was the kind of man who, like Superman, had a special outlook on things. And Amari wasn't exactly a model person to begin with. Kara. I was around doing World War II. I fought in the army, captured by Japanese soldiers. He opened the soda bottle and took a drink. I've seen men die. And those were the normal days. I've been around before and after Clark came into our lives. Had our fair share of encounters with psychos and self-obsessed freaks with special abilities before he even became Superman. My point being, I know a terrible person when I see one. Our planet isn't exactly sunshine and rainbows. I've seen a lot of bad guys. And with all his power, he doesn't strike me like one of them. Sure, I might not approve most of his methods. But he's an alien, after all. Yet, he surprisingly acts more decent than most humans ever will. This was the last sentence he released before he walked upstairs to take a shower. Seeing him leave, Kara turned her attention back to Mrs. Kent, who sported a look of amusement. Don't be too surprised. We don't believe everything we watch on TV. Plus, he once saved Clark's life. Jonathan instilled the concepts of self-control and responsibility to his son, who took it a step further due to his special identity and formed the no-kill rule. That didn't mean he viewed anyone who killed as a homicidal maniac. Amari was an alien. So was Zod. One was living with humanity peacefully. Well, as peaceful as it could get. While the other wanted to wipe them out the moment he got here. The difference was obvious. If they had a choice, they knew whom to choose. Amari hadn't begun attempting to enslave, exterminate or rule over them yet. As long as it stayed that way, it was all right. Martha saw it too. Suddenly, a ding sound came out from the kitchen. Oh. The first course is done. Excuse me, dear. Martha stood up and headed for the kitchen. Kara sat on the chair with her mind in deep thought. She turned the TV back on, that showed another extensive news report on Amari. Following which, her ears tingled as a familiar sound came all the way from Metropolis, causing her to wince and cover her ears. I'm heading out. She uttered in a loud voice, put on her jacket nearby and ran out of the house. Huh? Where to, dear? What answer to her question was a sonic boom sounding in the sky, prompting Martha to look out the window. Bang! The door was kicked open. Go on. Move. About a dozen men dressed in black suits with red googled masks moved forward while pushing a hostage. The kidnapped victim was a female, dressed in formal wear, and had her features hidden due to the bag covering her face. 2 helicopters came down and landed on the roof for the criminals to make their getaway. There they are. Quickly, open fire. Unfortunately, they weren't alone. And apparently, one hostage wasn't enough to stop the police from raining bullets on them. Especially when considering they knew who the hostage was. All the more reason to rain bullets. The criminals and the law enforcement authorities immediately engaged in a heavy shootout. Following which, the criminals retreated into the helicopter and fled while carrying the hostage with them. Shit. A man clad in black cursed. His voice was distorted due to the voice modifier installed in his mask. These officers are nuts. Get us out of here immediately. That's gonna be difficult. The pilot uttered with a grim expression that went unseen due to the mask that similarly covered his face. They got choppers on our tail. The first was stunned. Then he took a look outside in time to see several helicopters gaining on them from a distance. Damn it. He cussed once again and took out the bag covering the hostage's face. Do hostage situations not work nowadays? Thanks. I'd hate to miss the view. The hostage uttered with a smile on her face. Beautiful features, dark hair, a reporter's badge on her shirt and the easygoing expression despite being in such a situation. On this earth, this could only be one of 3 people. Lois Lane, Vicky Vale or Iris West. But this was Metropolis, so. The black-clothed man immediately ducked at a corner, narrowly dodging the bullets from the chasing helicopter. The cops don't seem to like you that much, Mississippi Lane. The man said with a bit of incredulity through the gas mask. Lois smiled. Occupational hazard. You and me both. The criminal squatted near a box, took out a rocket launcher and took aim at the chasing aircraft. So which one exactly are you angling for? Life in prison or going down in a blaze of glory? You should watch your mouth, lady. You're not proving to be much use to us. Lois ignored the heavy gunfire and looked at him with a deadpan expression. No offense. It just takes a lot of stones to get this noisy in Metropolis. Oh. Didn't you hear? Superman's held up at the UN due to Amari's whole charade at the moment. He. Watched the broadcast. Love that guy. He gives me the creeps too. He shot the missile from the launcher which destroyed the chopper of the chasing officers. As well as the officers within. Lois smiled. Same. Kinda. Yep. If it were him, we'd probably have second thoughts. But it ain't. Superman's busy. We scramble. You do know he flies fast, right? We'll take our chances. Huh. The criminals suddenly froze. From afar, a figure zipped past the second police chopper, flying through the air as rapidly closing the distance. What the? Oh. She's here. You must be wondering who's the other 1 inch. Other one? Superman's cousin. Didn't you hear? No, I didn't hear. You really should read my column. The red and blue silhouette quickly took down the first helicopter, smashing into the back rotors and flying away as it crashed into the sea. Seeing this, the black-clad criminal panicked. He bent down, took out another missile and wanted to load it in. However, when he raised his head, he saw a blonde figure floating right before him. Damn! In a panicked tone, he pulled the trigger. Kara dodged. The missile failed to hit its target. That however didn't mean it didn't hit something else. The missile flew right into a busy suburban street and... boom! Seeing this, Kara's eyes widened with fury. She smacked the missile launcher away from his arm, causing him to wince in pain. Then, he felt a strong, choking grip on his throat, lifting him up with his feet touching nothing but air. The pilot freed his left hand and wanted to attack with a gun. What greeted him was 2 piercing hot rays, barreling into his wrist. Arg! The pilot screamed in agony as Supergirl rendered his hand forever useless. Then, she turned her attention back to the man at hand. Her eyes radiated with a burning glow. Hold up. Don't tell me the blonde is the bad cop. Seeing that he might very well meet his end, fear gripped the man's heart. Superman didn't kill. This was the reason villains had the balls to try. But it looked like this cousin of Superman wasn't the same. Just when Kara couldn't withstand the urge to laser this guy through the face. Bang! The flying helicopter came to a halt as if it just hit something. She's just visiting. Flying in front of the helicopter, Clark frowned inexplicably. Metropolis is my turf. Seeing that Clark had arrived, Kara's eyes returned to normal. She dropped the man within her grasp and flew out of the chopper. Clark watched his cousin leave, the frown on his face never disappearing. Supergirl flew towards the Metropolis square that was on fire. After a moment of thinking, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, the blew hard. Unfortunately, no cold gust of freezing cold air emerged from her lungs. Damn it. Won't kick in when I need it. She sighed, feeling utterly frustrated. I'll handle this. She didn't need to be told who that was. Quickly dealing with the helicopter situation, Clark arrived at the square, released a breath of cold air and the place was frozen in snow and ice. Then, he turned to Kara and uttered in a tone that left no room for questioning. With me. Clark flew into the air. A glum-looking Supergirl could only follow a moment later. Coming high up into the clouds, Clark's face wasn't the slightest bit favorable. Kara, what were you trying to prove out there? Supergirl's expression looked unconvinced. I was stopping bad guys. That's what we do, right? Stop them, not scramble them. Stop lecturing me, cow. I'm still older than you. No. Not anymore. It may have been that way when you left Krypton. But not anymore. Clark's face took on a sadder look. I wasn't trapped in the Phantom Zone. I got here faster and grew up here, while you didn't age at all. That's exactly the problem. Supergirl yelled with frustration. Kara. Watch your tone. No. Don't tell me to watch how I talk. You don't understand how I feel. What it feels like to be in my shoes. Yes, I do. His unsightly expression had never been so prevalent today. I experienced difficulty controlling my powers back then, the same way you are now. You still don't get it. With her hands placed on her head, she screamed. You grew up here your entire life. This place. This planet, is the only home you've ever known. It's not the same for me. For you, it was years. For me, it's only been a few months. We didn't have any abilities, Cal. We didn't have any powers when things got bad. You basically didn't use your abilities throughout the early years of your life. I have abilities now. And I'm going to use them. So forgive me if I make a few mistakes when I try to help out. There was a short period of silence. I know this can be difficult. It's hard, believe me, I know. But you can't use being unfamiliar with your abilities as an excuse to cause destruction. Clark pointed to the frozen square. I saw the way you looked at that man, Kara. On this point, Clark's tone took a grave tone. If I didn't arrive when I did, you could have killed him. And what if I did? Those words made Clark's heart chill. What did you say? They were hurting innocent people. They would have hurt many before they were caught and many more after. Kara's eyes narrowed. Kara. That's not for us to decide. Then who will? Clark felt like things were going wrong. He needed to slow down, talk this out, get things back on track. Listen. I know how you're upset. Hearing that half-finished sentence was the last straw. Kara couldn't take it anymore. No. Stop. She yelled at the top of her voice. You can't possibly know how I feel. I'm trying. I'm trying, Cal. But everything around me feels so wrong. It's just all so primitive, and different and weird and dark. I mean, we never experienced these things on Krypton. The humans here are so. They're just wrong. Kara. Clark called out, but Supergirl wouldn't hear him out. She immediately took to the skies as fast as she could to get away. Kara. Clark wanted to fly after her, but his comms suddenly beeped. Superman. I see. I'm on my way. Looking at Kara disappear into the distance, Clark's face was particularly heavy. 5 hours later. Gotham City. A sonic boom sounded above it all, followed by a figure dressed in red and blue tights streaking through the air. Passing over Gotham and heading to its outskirts. In an open field, Kara dressed in her Supergirl outfit landed on her 2 legs, her face mixed with a bit of hesitation, sadness, and confusion. After her fight with Clark, she flew around the world, settling on a mountain peak in Africa and just hid there with her arms and huddled. After a while, tear marks began to stream down her face. She didn't want to go back to the farm. At least not for now. Honestly, she would rather not face Clark like this. The sorrow and sadness that had been bottled up all this time erupted as she sobbed silently. After a while, she decided to leave. She didn't want to go to the cave either, but if she didn't, she would have nowhere else to go. And so, in the spark of a moment's thought, she decided to come here. This was the place that previously housed the Axiom, where she stayed for a week. Amari's previous base, unfortunately, the dimensional barrier was no longer here. Now, it was just a plain, open field with a lot of grass and trees. Honestly, Kara didn't know what she was doing here. Or maybe she knew, but she didn't want to think about it. Hello. She called out to nothing but thin air. Hesitating, she stretched out her hat to the place where the barrier once stood. Only, there was nothing there. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can. It's just. I had a bad day and I just needed somewhere to. She paused. The wind blew and the leaves swayed. But there was no answer. No reply. You probably can't even hear me. Can you? Never mind. It doesn't matter. This was a mistake. And so, the blonde turned around and prepared to fly back to the farm. Sit on the roof of the barn until dark, then perhaps go to bed after dinner. At that moment, the space behind her had a crack. Is it though? The soft, clear voice made her freeze. Reminding her of that face that always carried nonchalance and indifference. She turned around slowly, only to find him looking at her with a slight smile. Seeing her features, Amari shrugged. Hey Blondie. What can I do for you? Chapter 105. I could see her red eyes, trembling stature, her tear-stained face and her surprised expression. Yep. Been a while since I saw her like this. Last time was months ago. When she just arrived. You. Kara exclaimed. You showed up. Pretty much. I shrugged and replied in a casual tone. After all, have nothing better to do. I could see her face darken slightly. Why, though? It was the truth. Plus. I raised my finger and pointed to the ground. This is legally my property. So you're trespassing. Oh. Then am I going to go to jail? If her looks weren't enough, her half-annoyed, half-sarcastic tone pretty much hit the nail on the head that she wasn't her best self at the moment. Okay. What's the problem? My voice held no intrigue or curiosity. She didn't seem to notice. Her face changed slightly as she turned around to face away. Her hands folded across her chest. Clark and I had an argument. Let me guess then. Adaptation issues? I raised an eyebrow. How? Did you know? Her eyes were wide before narrowing. Are you spying on me? She knew I had Alice. Not surprised at that either. Common sense. I gestured to the side. Probably from day 1 inch. Superman and Supergirl having issues due to their different views was quite expected. Kara wasn't from this world. It would be impossible to act directly like Clark who, although similarly wasn't from this world but lived his entire life here all the same. The cerebral transducer let you know more. Everything you needed to know about living as an Earthling. So you wouldn't make the common mistake of asking, who? When they mentioned Einstein. I paused for a second. It wouldn't change the way you are used to things. Just because you know what a paper map is doesn't mean you won't subconsciously ask artificial intelligence for directions. Which are rare and aren't widespread in this world. You also won't get accustomed to Earth law that easily either. Kara was silent. Okay, another guess. You almost killed someone. Didn't you? Stop that. What? I felt amused. Stop. Ugh. Stop knowing things. She looked like she could pull her hair out in frustration. I tried. But it's so difficult to live like this. Always worrying about controlling my strength, always having to remind myself that things don't work like that anymore. And the crimes. Ugh. Turning around, she hugged herself a bit tighter while listing out her grievances incessantly. I mean. Who does that? Things like this don't happen on Krypton. Prisoners who've done wrong get exiled and never come back. Not this. On Krypton, there was law and order and peace and stability. The chaos here is way too intense. It's so primitive, and wrong, and it's Earth. Amari let out an upbeat laugh as he interrupted her mid-speech. Deal with it. My words shut her up. Following which, she drooped slightly. Maybe I don't belong here. I could hear her tone and knew what she needed. She needed someone who understood her. Or more accurately, someone who she thought understood her. In this case, I was both. Only. You don't. I said bluntly, causing her to shake slightly. You. Kara felt annoyed. Was that what someone would say to a distressed teenager? Even if it was true, it sounded inappropriate for the situation. Dolt, she cursed in her mind. However, I wasn't done. But neither do I, and I smiled. I'm still here anyway. The world's not perfect. Never has been. Never will be. You can't have it exactly how you want. But you can make it as close as it can get. Then, I fell into contemplation. Or you can just go to another Earth and try your luck. Oh. Wait a minute. Hearing my words, Kara shook her head and uttered with a face of disbelief. What? Another Earth? One of the others in the multiverse? I shrugged. I was kidding. And she knew it. But she still couldn't get the thought out of her head. At that moment, the sound of sirens fell into our ears, prompting Kara to look towards the distant Gotham. A robbery was going down. That's Batman's turf. I uttered with interest. You going to take it? My gaze fell back on her, wondering if she would go out to stop it. After all, this was what Clark had taught her. No. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I think I'm done for the day. She didn't feel like going to stop bad guys. Not after what happened today. Well then. Since you look so down. How about dinner? Seeing her crestfallen expression, I smiled and proposed. Wait. Dinner? Kara's eyes looked weird. Like a date? My eyebrows couldn't get any higher. Whatever you say. I took a few steps forward and a space crack appeared before me. Well, do you need an invitation? I said while looking over my shoulder before stepping through. Outer space. The Watchtower. Recognized, Superman 01. Clark walked in through the Watchtower Zeta tubes, arriving straight at the monitor room. There, Batman was standing at the Watchtower computer, looking at a holographic screen with rapt attention. All right, Batman. I'm here. I can see. Bruce replied without looking at him. And? What's the issue? Bruce was silent for a few moments. Bruce? Clark called out with furrowed eyebrows. I'm thinking of how to put this delicately. His expressionless face looked weird when he uttered those words. Clark couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Delicate is not your style. You're right. Bruce nodded and continued. Your cousin is a problem. What? Clark's eyes went wide. Bruce, what are you saying? I'm saying exactly what you told me a few months ago. You said we could trust her. We can. Clark's eyes narrowed with a glum expression. She's only been here a couple of months. She's doing her best. Her best isn't good enough. At this point, Bruce's plain tone was beginning to sound annoying. What's that supposed to mean? Batman stepped away from the Watchtower computer and turned to Superman. You were so happy to discover someone alive from Krypton that you didn't bother to think about the consequences for the rest of us mere humans. A video of Supergirl's recent attempt to stop a chopper chase earlier in the day played on the screen. followed by the destruction of Metropolis Square. Batman put his hands by his side. In the short time she's been here, she's destroyed buildings and failed to control her powers. Worst of all, she doesn't care. His face twisted to form a look of uncertainty. With her abilities, that makes her a threat. Especially since she spent a considerable amount of time with him. Clark frowned. I don't like what you're implying. I know you don't. And you don't have to. He replied before turning back to the computer. Clark couldn't say anything. Kara's outburst earlier was definitely something to worry about. Of course, he wouldn't tell the paranoid Dark Knight about this. That would only give Batman more reasons to turn up his suspicions. Kara's trying. Adapting to Earth as an adult is a lot more difficult. Especially when she just saw her entire civilization destroyed. Superman directly played the pity card. I know. Bruce froze for a second. But it's no excuse. It would be best for everyone if she learned to keep herself in check. The frown on the face of the Man of Steel deepened. He knew Bruce was particularly obstinate on most things. So that's what you called me here for? To tell me my cousin is a threat? Actually. No. The answer was within Clark's expectations. So what's the matter? I've contacted the Flash. The Flash? You mean the new guy from the other Earth? Yes. Bruce replied. I think it's time we take care of his problem and get him back to his universe. Oh. Immediately, Superman understood. Was it time already? But. There's no need to worry about this, Clark. Batman interrupted. We can't keep delaying this matter any longer. He's growing impatient and Diana's status on the other end grows more uncertain with each passing day. But. We can't separate the manpower for this. This was true. At the moment, their world was. In simple words, a mess. With their members not at full attendance, the Justice League had been spread noticeably thin. Do not mention traveling to other worlds. They couldn't even guard theirs properly. I know. Which is why I'm sending in the team for this. The team? Superman was startled. You can't possibly be thinking of sending in the kids to save an entire planet. Why not? Bruce, you can't be serious. They could get killed. Clark's tone was bordering yelling. All the information they had on that universe was nothing but what was told to them by its own speedster. There was another version of him there. A darker, more twisted version of himself. Clark didn't know how strong he was compared to his counterpart on that Earth, but it definitely wasn't something a group of kids could handle. And that was far from the end of all dangers. At this point, they hadn't even figured out how to properly travel between the breaches. Normal people couldn't get through the barrier. And the Flash wasn't fast enough to make it there himself. As for himself, he would experience a situation similar to their missing Leaguers if he tried to force his way through. Lost in space, perhaps for all eternity. I know. The Caped Crusader was surprisingly calm. They need to grow in the face of adversity. And besides, I never said anything about them going alone. Chapter 106. At that point, he realized what Bruce meant, prompting him to fold his hands across his chest. So. You're actually going to go through with it? Yes. Bruce replied. Amari has made a deal with the US government before. It should be no problem for us to make a request. Clark frowned, not liking the idea one bit. I don't approve. Batman was silent. Clark. We can't do this on our own. At least not with the way we are now. Have you discussed with the rest of the League on this? We don't have to. Bruce. Clark yelled. Are you listening to yourself? We're running out of time, Clark. Batman retorted. The Earth will always be in danger as long as those breaches are open. We'll find a way. Batman wanted to roll his eyes at Clark's almost naive optimism. We don't even know how many they are yet. What's stopping another Gotham tragedy from happening right under our noses in another city? If something happens, I'll handle it. Superman's brows were unusually furrowed. As fast as you are, Clark. You can't be everywhere. We need you here. In this universe when things go bad. Bruce paused. Amari stated it clearly. We have a mole, and recently, Red Tornado has gone missing. Batman carried a heavy face and a solemn tone. You know. 2 of his siblings attacked the cave. With his recent actions, there are high chances that Red Tornado is the mole. That also means we're down another Leaguer. Canary's hospitalized, Batson is out of commission. Clark. We need help. Those sentences came out in a bitter tone. The caped crusader hated his emotions at this moment. The Justice League, a team of the most powerful individuals on the planet who had fought against countless threats, actually required help. Especially from an individual they once attacked. It was ironic really, but at this point, Bruce really couldn't see any other way. The secret society was still out here, so were the breaches, and whatever threats might march out one day, a teammate was trapped on a distant Earth, and small irrelevant pieces of information that Batman had gathered stated something he really didn't want to hear. Lucifer existed. Aqualad had reported that Amari mentioned something about a man named Lucifer after resurrecting the Joker from hell. If it was the same Lucifer that the legend spoke of, Batman felt a pit rising in his stomach. They needed to solve this issue, as well as the one with the breaches. But closing portals that lead to other universes wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. They had their brightest minds at Star Labs working on this for weeks now and still no result. No. Bruce couldn't wait. What if another invasion took place in a city, carrying an army much stronger than the one Gotham experienced? It would be hell on Earth. The damage unleashed would be too great to bear before the League could arrive and fix it. Just like this plant incident. They couldn't close the breaches, that didn't mean someone else couldn't. As for sending in available Leaguers for a rescue mission across worlds, Bruce never had this thought. Anyone could say anything about him, but the situation just didn't permit it. Another Superman existed on the other side. A brutal version of him. One with just as much strength. Perhaps even stronger than their resident Kryptonian. Sending available Leaguers was nothing more than warming them up for their graveyards when they return. If they return with a body, that is. As for kryptonite, it was an option but not a safe one. Clark could kill an opponent who could wield kryptonite from a distance. His enemies just got the better of him due to his nature. Clark always held back. Rarely ever used his full strength. This new Superman wouldn't be like that in the slightest. As for sending in Clark, what a joke. If their enemies got news that Superman was out of this world for an indefinite period of time, Bruce was sure that all hell would break loose. Clark wasn't going anywhere. And even if he did go, unless this Superman was weaker than him, Bruce knew Clark would lose. Because Clark always held back, he never fought with his full strength, for fear of killing his opponent. Two Supermen, one was restrained, and the other went all out. The outcome was obvious. If Clark did go all out and killed his opponent, then they might have a problem if Clark had personality changes after returning. None of it was worth the risk. And if they could take a detour, Bruce would definitely choose to do so. Clark took a look at Batman. Within that staunch figure and expressionless face was a thick wave of helplessness. He opened his mouth, but the words that came out were, "I can't talk you out of this, can I? Apart from what you just stated, is there any general issue about it that concerns you?" No. Clark was uncomfortable, but he knew that Bruce had a point. They were really too stretched thin. And the breaches weren't disappearing anytime soon. If another disaster happened, Clark didn't want to see it happen. Good. With a nod, the Dark Knight turned his head to the side. They had already sent the team to handle villains on the level of Black Adam and Voton. This shouldn't be too much harder. Now, we need to inform him of our proposal. Okay. But I think you forgot something. Clark raised an eyebrow. How are you going to find him? Amari's whereabouts were elusive. Ever since his base disappeared, no one knew where to find him. There's no need to locate him. Clark swore he saw amusement within his eyes. Your cousin already did. France, Paris. October 3, 1843. Two figures sat on top of a tall building, looking at the huge landmark in the distance. The Eiffel Tower was the symbol of the French city and France as a whole. Under the dazzling evening lights of the French city, it looked particularly glorious and awe-inspiring on regular days. Not today, though. Paris was one of the major cities that the plant incident took place in. The Eiffel Tower had suffered the brunt of it while wrapped in large, almost never-ending vines. Now, it looked miserably bent. I have to admit. Not as amazing as I thought it would be, seeing it in person. Kara muttered while looking at the iconic architecture that is currently out of order. The area surrounding it had been sealed off, waiting for the time Green Lantern was free enough to aid in reconstruction. For those who had heard about it, it literally killed the vibe. He. What were you expecting after it? Amari chuckled, causing Kara to throw him a weird look. Hey. Forgive me for asking. But what's wrong with you? Huh? Amari turned to her and raised an eyebrow. Supergirl waved her hands. Hey. Don't get me wrong. I just mean. You're acting a lot different since our last. You know. Following which, her bright blue eyes shone with curiosity. Really? Yeah. You're laughing a lot more. Unlike before, you always looked so stoic. Like the world owed you money or something. You don't say. The night was far spent. It had been a few hours since they left Gotham City. After which, they went everywhere they thought of. The amusement park in New York, the Great Wall of China in, well, China. Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Rhode Island for ice cream, and now, they were here. The whole time, her eyes were wide open, taking in everything she saw for the first time. She knew of all of this, but had never seen it. All in all, it was a very relaxing outing. Personality crisis. Amari waved his hand casually, not wanting to delve deeper into the matter. Okay. She squinted suspiciously before uttering. I like it. It's better. This new you you're giving off. You used to act like an airhead. Yeah. Don't get used to it. Amari said casually. His mind couldn't help but drift to the crack in his mental space. It was still there. Ignored, but not forgotten. At that moment, Kara spoke again. Hey. What happened to the axiom? Her head was visibly lowered as she asked. Oh. Transported. Okay. Then to where? Beyond the multiverse. To the realm of gods and demons. What? Kara was dumbfounded. Where did this come from? Sigh. What an uneducated little girl. Hey. Annoyed, she threw a punch at his shoulder. He didn't flinch. The night returned to silence. Kara's face showed a bit of hesitation to speak. All right. What is it? Can you take me there? During their time after Gotham, Amari had explained the general concept of the DC multiverse. How there was more than one of them out there. Her eyes shone with a bit of anticipation at the thought. Amari felt amused. You just got together with your cousin. Now you want to leave? Silence. The blonde opened her mouth, but no words could come out. She didn't know what to say. Amari was also in thought. Ever since that day, he hadn't returned to his axiom. Or to be more precise, his new realm. Previously, it was just a dimensional space. Now, it was a full realm within the sphere of gods. A realm that belonged to him. Just like Morpheus had the dreaming. It was a lie if he said he didn't want to go and take a look. As for taking Kara with him. It happened then. The sound of a jet breaking into the atmosphere fell into his ears. Kara's face changed slightly as he raised her head up. Well, we have company. Amari stated with a raised eyebrow. What's a jet doing in Paris? Kara's face wrinkled slightly. It's Batman's, and I'm not talking about the jet. The reply she received however surprised her. Until it didn't. A streak of yellow lightning streaked through the streets of Paris before running up the building and appearing before them. Clad in a red costume and yellow lightning bolts, Flash stood behind them as they say in the building edge. It's you. Kara raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Hi. Wally waved to her before turning to Amari. Can we talk, in private? Hearing this, the face of the Kryptonian wasn't looking good. Where? Amari didn't mind. If the Earth-1 Flash was here, then he wasn't here alone. Follow me. And with that, his body turned to a speeding bolt. Racing into the far distance. You're leaving. Seeing Amari stand up, Kara couldn't help but ask with a frown. I'll be back. And don't try to follow. His figure turned into a blur and disappeared from sight in the direction where the Flash just ran off to. Mutant Forest, Paris. The Bat jet landed on an open field. Since the original had been destroyed, Bruce had to bring out a spare. Luckily, he was rich. Anyone else playing the role of Batman would probably be neck-deep in debt from the first jet crash alone. He leaped out of the cockpit. His feet barely landing on the floor when two whooshes caused a large gust of wind to almost sweep him off his feet. Two men appeared in front of him. One red, one. Amari. Batman called out. All right, Bruce. I'm here. What do you want? Amari looked around the place for a while. His gaze never focusing on the Dark Knight. You seem to be having fun with Supergirl. The first word that came out was odd. And why do you care? Nothing. His tone drawled. Just confirmation of a thought. Well, maybe, maybe not. Amari shrugged. But I doubt you called me out here to judge me on what I do in my personal time, right? He didn't. Clark's figure appeared in the air. His face was unusually stern at the moment. Seeing that Clark was here, Bruce put down his intention to probe. As for whether Amari knew or not, now was not the time. Kara's incident should be kept from Clark until the final moment. Superman landed on the ground with his 2 feet. His long cape swept the grass behind him as the wind blew. That can be discussed later. For now, we have something more important to deal with. Okay. I'm all ears. Amari gestured. Flash turned to Batman, who gave him a curt nod. This was his approval. And so, Wally west of Earth-1 turned back to Amari, took in a deep breath and began. We need your help. For what? To save my world. Back in Paris. Sitting on top of the building, Kara's face wasn't so good looking. Across her beautiful features, the frown couldn't be concealed. Should I eavesdrop? She thought to herself whether to attempt using super hearing to see if she could overhear their conversation. However, she wasn't proficient in it. Most times, her ears would get filled up with all types of sounds. It was uncomfortable, disorienting, and sometimes painful. Just when she was contemplating giving it a go, on the roof of the building where she sat, a glowing orange portal suddenly appeared behind her, instantly alerting the Kryptonian. Kara sprang to her feet. A flash of white light appeared from the portal as the body of a woman was formed. Hello, young one. Aurelie called out with a smile. And who are you? Kara looked wary and stood on guard. Her body flew into the air, and she eyes the new arrival without blinking. Oh. Isn't that obvious? Well, it doesn't matter. Because 2 more boom tubes appeared beside her and 2 figures stepped out of them. Mad Harriet and Gelatina. Each with a smile on their face. We're going to take you home. Chapter 107. Home. Kara's eyes narrowed. Her gut feeling told her that these new arrivals weren't up to anything good. You've made a mistake. My home's gone. Hee 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 hee. Gelatina chuckled. She's cute. The new god was dressed in particularly revealing white armor. Somehow similar to Wonder Woman with a different design. Her long white hair draped past her shoulders, reaching her back and almost touching her waist. Perhaps young one. But that is not what I meant. Aurelie uttered as she swung her spear in a demonstration. We are going to take you to a new home. Where you will serve under His Eminence, Lord Darkseid. Darkseid? Kara exclaimed. She definitely knew who Darkseid was. Amari had explained it to her all too well. The cosmic tyrant and pure personification of the word evil. Ruler of an apocalyptic hellscape. Her eyes narrowed to a threatening degree. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not going anywhere. Oh. What a shame, young 1 inch. She spun her spear skillfully in a show of theatrics. I hope it won't disappoint you when you realize that you don't have a choice in the matter. Walking forward, she said casually without a speck of caution. Bring it on. Kara's eyes glowed with a dazzling red color. She flew off the roof in an attempt to look imposing but fell back down the next moment. Her glowing red eyes disappeared, her body was devoid of strength and accompanied by a crippling weakness she hadn't felt for a month plus. Struggling, the blonde managed to raise her head up with a pale face to behold the cause of her weakness. As you would expect. A green rock was held within Gelatina's grasp. Glowing with intensify as if mocking her straight in her face. Kryptonite. Cute, strong and feisty. She's a keeper. Gelatina chuckled again with a teasing smile. What's the matter, dear? You didn't really think we would cause a commotion and battle you until you were defeated now, did you? Kara gritted her teeth in pain. Ironically, that was exactly what she expected. But for people with the right resources, that was nothing but a fool's errand. Trust me, I would love to battle you myself. The white armored warrior bent down and held her by her chin. Perhaps, knock some of that grit off you. She said with a sinister smile before dropping it. Unfortunately, you have an acquaintance that makes that possibility a luxury we can't afford. Enough, Gelatina. Aurelie, leader of the Furies, spoke out at that moment. It's time to leave. We have half of what we came here for. Aurelie looked towards the distance warily. The urgency in her tone quite apparent. We need your help. For what? To save my world. Silence. Amari didn't utter a word, and neither did Superman and his group. Both sides stared at each other for close to a good minute before Amari shook his head. Not interested. His nonchalance cast Flash to clench his fists. Why? Bruce didn't react as much. Why should I? Amari countered back. You've made a deal with the military before. This should be no different. You're right. It shouldn't be. Amari nodded and pointed out. But I'm not exactly seeing the deal part in this conversation. I see. Bruce nodded. Then, he threw his gaze back on the foreigner among them. Flash saw the look Batman gave him and knew it was time. This was the whole point. To get Amari to render them help, they needed to make a deal with him. Chances are, he wouldn't accept. But on the small chance he did. He still wouldn't accept, due to the fact they didn't have anything of value. At least. Not anything they think Amari would want. And most importantly, the Justice League of this Earth wouldn't be paying for it. Wally took a deep breath. For his world, for his Earth, and for the people he cared about. It all boiled down to this moment. What do you want that will convince you to help us? Hearing this, Amari shook his head. With the situation of your world, I doubt there's anything that can interest me. Amari said his thoughts out loud. It was true. His Earth was dry of anything Amari found of interest. What about the Helmet of Fate? However, Wally's next words made him have to rethink his assumptions. Amari was surprised. Likewise, Superman and Batman had their expressions changed drastically. Dr. Fate's helmet? He couldn't help but ask. Our world's version of Dr. Fate. He died. But the helmet still exists. Wally said solemnly. Kent Nelson of his world was dead. The atmosphere was dealt quiet. Bruce fell into deep thought, constantly weighing the scales, while Clark had a frown on his face. As for Amari, he was thinking. Many things might not interest him, but the Helmet of Fate wasn't like the others. It served as a receptacle of magical energies in its own right, carrying powers beyond gods, and is considered one of the most powerful artifacts to exist. In simpler terms, it was a gateway to the energies of a Lord of Order. In even simpler terms, it was a giant power bank with huge amounts of energy stored away for use. There were different versions of Dr. Fate across the multiverse. Similarly, there were different Helmets of Fate. Nevertheless, all drew their power from the same source. Nabu. Or rather, all Helmets of Fate served as a channel for Nabu to take possession of the wielder who served as his agent. Nevertheless, the agent could only use a fraction of his power due to their mortal restrictions. As a powerful, phenomenal cosmic being with nigh incalculable powers, Nabu's energy reserves were rather vast. And in Amari's opinion, his actions were idiotic to leave a way to harness his power through the helmets. This was why Clarion had kidnapped Kent to search for the helmet when he had the chance. So Amari was sure he wouldn't mind if he siphoned some of it away. Or all of it away. So all in all, he was interested. However, there was just one tiny flaw in all this. I want to know one thing. If your world has a Helmet of Fate, then why not use it yourself after Kent died? Hearing this, Flash was silent. The silence remained for a few seconds when he spoke up again. We would have. But, he took it away after Kent's death. To make sure there was no one capable of posing a real threat to him. So you mean, the helmet is not in your team's possession but in the hands of the enemy? Wally revealed a wry smile. The smile was an answer itself. I see. Amari's ears twitched. As did Superman's. Both turned to look in the same direction. Their eyes quickly locking onto their target. The sound of a structure crumbling to pieces fell into their ears. The Eiffel Tower was falling apart. Seeing this, Clark didn't hesitate. His figure flashed towards the crumbling structure in an attempt to stabilize it. Amari, however, didn't move yet. His eyes were fixed on another point. The point where he just came from. Following which, his body disappeared at a speed surpassing the baked eye. Then, he reappeared on the top of the building he previously sat on with Akara. She was gone. The person there, however, was a beautiful woman with dark red irises, long red hair and dressed in a green battle suit. Her expression was solemn and carried a firm look of determination and readiness. Her posture was one where she was ready to spring into action the moment she was on the receiving end of an attack. He knew her. More than that, he had seen her before. Nevertheless. And who might I ask should you be? Before anything went down, introductions were basic etiquette. Orally. Member of my world's elite strike force. Leader of His Eminence, Darkseid's Furies and new god of Apocalypse. Her face was particularly solemn. And Lord Darkseid requests your presence. Orally uttered with a hard stare. She looked forward unblinkingly, but her inner mind wasn't as peaceful as her countenance portrayed it to be. This wasn't a request. Rather, it was a demand. Darkseid ordered her and her Furies to capture the new god and return him to Apocalypse. But she would be darned to actually put it like that when finding herself in her circumstances. For all she knew, Amari could simply decide to crush her in a fit of rage. Nevertheless, she knew what she meant and she was sure he did too. Changing the words wouldn't make it any better. This was why she decided not to go up with a direct, forceful assault. She knew that course of action was doomed the moment she laid eyes on him. They would achieve nothing and their deaths would be for nothing as well. Let me guess then. His calm, smooth voice fell into her ears. Something will happen to Kara if I don't. Yes. And I'm the only one who can get you there. This was Orly's plan. Call it cringe and stupid and possibly unlikely to work, but it was the only chance they had. At least, it was the only chance they had that she knew of. So she let her team take away the Kryptonian while she remained here to deliver those few words to make their intent known. If he cared for the blonde, then he would go to Apocalypse to save her. As long as he did, the situation would no longer be their problem. And if he didn't, they could only report their failure to Darkseid and await a gruesome punishment. Or worse, death. That aside, no matter the result, she herself would most likely die here. She was here to let him know who was responsible, where he should go and the way to get him there. Apocalypse resided outside the DC multiverse. Entry into it was only possible via boom tubes. Or perhaps, entities with strong dimensional travel abilities. Amari would need her to save the Kryptonian. Meaning, she had cut off her own chances of escape. This was a gamble. One done with her life. If Amari decided to kill her, then she would go down fighting. Dying a worthy death at best. Nevertheless, Orly cared little. At least, it would be better to die like this than to go back to receive the vile abuses of Willick. Before she could respond, Amari interrupted. Great. Now that we've gotten that out of the way. His words came to a halt and his eyes glowed. The moment the Eiffel Tower came crumbling down, Barda and Stampa immediately opened a boom tube to leave. This operation didn't require them to battle with the Earth inhabitants. The destruction of the tower was to serve as a distraction for Superman, so Orly would have her chance to speak with Amari alone. Following which, they would make their exit. With a loud whirring sound, the boom tube opened on an abandoned planet in an unknown star sector. Two figures appeared, stepping out of the portal which closed behind them. Gelatina walked forward with elegance and grace while holding a kryptonite rock in her hands. Not far from her was the fully armed Mad Harriet who had a human figure hung over her shoulder. Oh. Done already? Lashina sat on a giant rock, looked up and asked with a nonchalant tone. For the capture of the Supergirl, she wasn't the least bit surprised. Yep. Quite easy really. This rock is more useful than you could imagine. Gelatina replied, to which, both Lashina and Mad Harriet chuckled at. Apparently, neither were they. Thud. Kara was thrown to the floor with no care whatsoever. Lashina couldn't help but lean over. Well, she's a pretty one. We'll make a good addition. You think so too, huh? Their words were interrupted by the opening of another boom tube. The large Stampa and Bid Barda stepped out as well. She nodded slightly, seeing the pale-looking Supergirl in their possession. And Orly? No one replied to her. The plan was clear to all of them. Orly as the leader had taken on the responsibility of being the one left behind. She said if she doesn't return in 10 minutes, we should go on without her. Lashina's voice was heavy. They knew that the possibility of Orly making it back alive was slim. Next to nothing really. Their minds couldn't help but wonder. Recently, Orly was receiving special treatment from Willick. Better gear, better missions, extra special training. At that time, they all thought that Orly was paving the way for herself only. Somehow, she had managed to get into Willick's good graces yet wasn't making way for the rest of them. They didn't know how or the inside matter behind it. Or rather, they didn't dare to imagine what was actually happening, but truthfully, they were pissed. Now, they couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. They were warriors, but they were also sisters. No matter how bad things were with each other, that would be hard to change. And now, one of them. Their thoughts were interrupted by a giant crack opening a distance away from them. What the? A black silhouette shot out of the crack faster than they could react. Gelatina and Harriet, who were too close to each other, bore the brunt of it. The two women were knocked far away with the Gelatina losing her grip on the kryptonite. Crash! 3 figures plunged into the soil of a foreign desert planet. Amari stepped through the space crack and took a good look at his surroundings. Seriously? Amari was surprised. You didn't run to Apocalypse but thought staying here would be far enough. The faces of the other 3 changed. They couldn't believe it. He actually followed them here. Chapter 108. The earth within a 30-feet radius looked deformed. Cracks, pits, trenches, it was completely uneven, indicating that this place was the center of a great battle. A straight, wide gully stretching forward for God knows how long could be seen. It was terrible. The whole area was accompanied by the clear sound of silence. Save for the soft footsteps that, although weren't loud, were particularly resounding in the pin-drop silence. Thud. A figure dropped to the floor face first. A pained expression crowning her features and her body particularly bruised. Her left arm was twisted in ways it wasn't supposed to go while her right was. A bleeding stump. Gods, huh? So tell me. Do you bleed? Amari's faint voice fell into her ears, causing the deformed face of Mad Harriet to twitch in anger. She gritted her razor-sharp teeth and resisted the immense pain assaulting her in an attempt to attack her opponent yet again. She wasn't called Mad Harriet for nothing. Nevertheless, the countless broken bones in her body told her otherwise. Her senses kept telling her that she was in no condition to stage another assault. Still, she resisted and mustered energy enough to raise her face from the dirt. Stay down. Slam. The ground beneath them cracked as Mad Harriet was driven into the earth by a force surpassing hers. Her internal organs shook wildly as she drove into the earth, blood flowing from her mouth. Well, I guess that's my answer. Amari muttered with a plain face as Mad Harriet drifted to the land of dreams. Or nightmares in this case. Batman once asked Superman that question. He would be sure to relay his discoveries to the Caped Crusader. Following which, his gaze was drawn to the next conscious target he could find. Big Barda. Unless, of course, you aren't really gods. Sweat oozed from Barda's skin. Even in the apocalyptic hellscape that was Apocalypse, she had never sweated this much in her life. Except, of course, during the time she endured torture under Granny Goodness. But that was a training session. This was worse. Amari walked forwards, ignoring Mad Harriet's body that was still alive. Alive. But out of commission. Now and for God knows how long. You are gods, though. Aren't you? After all, it's in the title. He continued to spill out irrelevant sentences with a face housing nonchalance and a lack of care. His words made Barda grit her teeth. He was mocking them. This. How could it have come to this? As he walked, he passed by Lashina's body. As well as Stampa's. Each of them rested on the destroyed earth, bleeding, bruised and unconscious. Stampa in particular had every giant bone in her body crushed to the point where she couldn't move. Her chest was sunken, and she didn't seem to be breathing. Who told the hulking brute of a woman to kick him in the head? She had it coming. 43 seconds. That's how much time had passed since Amari stepped foot through the portal. The initial amusement he had due to the situation was long gone. Lost in the aftertaste of abusing weaker opponents. It was boring, really. Their combined force wasn't even enough to make him take them seriously. Having his opponents in this state despite holding back immensely was quite tragic. If he were more serious, he would will them out of existence. Usually, one would expect the gods to be filled with, I don't know, mystical energy, perhaps. Or their blood would give off a golden color. Maybe they wouldn't even have bones or blood, and their injuries would heal instantly if they were ever injured. Doesn't happen to you guys, though. Barda took a look to the side. Gelatina laid in a crater, her eyes closed, red lips open and body half buried with rocks. One of her swords was a distance away from her unconscious body. The other was nowhere to be found. Barda didn't utter a word, but inwardly, she was infuriated. Not at the fact that he was mocking them, but what he was mocking them for. Their injuries didn't heal. All new gods had enhanced healing. But even that had limits. These few seconds had been the most disastrous in her thousands of years of existence. He injured them, and they healed. Then. He did it again. And again. And again. Before they could even raise their weapons and put up a good fight, they found themselves being hurled away by a force they couldn't withstand. One so strong, it cracked their bones. Then, they would be pulled back like puppets on a string and slammed forward again like a yo-yo. Gravity around them would increase, making them feel like they carry planets on their backs. Their healing had barely kicked in to repair the damage when he inflicted even more. The powerlessness she felt in these few seconds was immense. He was playing with them. Like a child playing with food. Testing their bodies, exploring their limits. Her mind drifted for a moment to decide who tortured his experiments just to see how long they would last. This inherent cruelty. Little did she know that Amari wasn't being cruel. Well. He didn't think he was. He was honestly, genuinely curious. Wanting to see exactly what made them call themselves gods. Strength? Perhaps only Barda and Stampa were truly worthy of that title. The power of their attacks had exceeded hundreds of thousands of tons in pure force. Considering, they didn't do much punching. This was a conservative estimate. At least, they were far stronger than Earth 16's Superman. Speed. That was debatable. Their movements could keep up with this universe's Flash for sure. However, they were gods existing outside the multiverse. In a different plane of time and space. The Justice League of Earth 16 weren't the strongest version of themselves out there. At least, not when Superboy Prime existed on Prime Earth. As proclaimed gods. Not being able to beat the mortals thoroughly in every aspect should be regarded as a major shame. Of course, the beings of this universe were arguably weaker. Flash hadn't even reached Mach 10, much less the speed of light. To his words, Barda didn't answer. As a trained warrior, words didn't get to her. At least not easily. Boom. Her starting speed surpassed sound as her figure turned into a blur, rushing towards her target. Now, she didn't have any tricks up her sleeve. Watching her arrive, Amari felt amused. This lady still didn't get the memo. Following which. Stop. Her halt brought about a gust of wind that blew past him. The female new god stood unmoving. Her torch pointed forward and her solemn features frozen in place. Amari brought his hand forward and caressed her cheek with a playful look in his eyes. She couldn't move, but that didn't mean she couldn't see and feel what was happening. You look tense. So just chill out for a few minutes. He smiled and made a detour around here. So are you just going to keep staring at me? Amari turned his gaze to one of the last two conscious people. Kara. With the initial attack, the kryptonite was nowhere to be seen. Either it was far out of range or it had been thoroughly destroyed. Either way, Kara was fine. But weirdly, she just sat where she was, watching the whole thing like a short movie. Seeing this, Kara shrugged. It looked like you had it covered. She was being serious. Amari looked at her, the frown on her face indicating that she wasn't in a good mood at the moment. Understandable really. She just got kidnapped in a truly pathetic way, completely unable to defend herself. All due to a glowing green rock, she was utterly defenseless. It would be weird if she could smile. With a raised eyebrow, he asked. You okay? To which, she replied with a downcast grunt. The annoyance practically seeping through it. Who are these guys? And what do they want with me? Apparently, Darkseid's elite guards. Amari swept a look across the battlefield. They're called Furies. Trained to be the best warriors of Apocalypse, feared across the multiverse for their strength and abilities. Fearsome warriors with a fanatical loyalty to Darkseid, willing to die. Amari noticed that Kara was looking at him weirdly. He paused, tilted his head slightly and placed his gaze on the last member of the Furies still capable of moving. Their leader, Aurelie. Or so they say. Unlike what one would think, Aurelie didn't look as badly beaten as her sisters. Battered sure, but far from broken up. Mostly because, she didn't put up much of a resistance. So tell me redhead, am I wrong? Towards the nickname, she didn't have any reaction. Her aching arms and chest prompted her to drop the spear held tightly in her palms. Seeing this scene, Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any higher. Well. That's plain embarrassing to my earlier statement. Don't tell me you're going to surrender. Go ahead. Kill me. Fighting a losing battle is pointless. Within the 40+ seconds the battle began, she barely made a single advancement. Simply because she knew that they couldn't win. Really? In that case. His eyes glowed. Aurelie felt a strong pressure grab her throat and drag her forward. She appeared before Amari, her hand subconsciously grasping at her neck in which she was lifted. Kara's face changed drastically. What? What are you doing? Amari didn't answer. Just stared at the new god straight in the eye. And although she was grasping at her throat, the latter looked back at him unblinkingly. Those eyes shone with something he once saw in ORM, or rather, something they lacked. The fear of death. Both had the same thing, but the fundamental basis for it was different. The silence stayed for several seconds before he released the telekinetic hold on her and chuckled deeply. Looking at the female new god, his eyes lit up with particular fascination. You're pretty interesting, you know that. Aurelie took in light breaths of air. Looking at the man who stood right in front of her, her frown did not lessen in the slightest. If you have plans to extract information out of me, you will find your efforts useless. Information? Amari smiled brightly and shook his head. No. Whatever knowledge you have in, there is useless to me. I already know your purpose. Still, I have to admire Granny goodness. Even at this point, your loyalty is so strong. You think I want to get knowledge from you about Apocalypse? Aurelie's face remained impassive. What else? I couldn't care less about that. The tone was filled with indifference. So no. What I am interested in, is you. He leaned in slightly. A woman who wants to kill herself by my hands. Amari couldn't care less about Darkseid and his kingdom. Extracting information for that was purely a waste of time. But this was definitely more interesting. The Furies of Apocalypse were trained to be loyal to Darkseid. Honed to obey and answer to his every whim. For years, it had been this way. In battle, they feared nothing. No opponent could ever make them quiver even if they knew they couldn't win. They would still charge forward to embrace their deaths in the form of glorious combat. The rest of the Furies were like this. Even Big Barda, who would betray them and flee to Earth, was the same at the moment. They had cultivated the unyielding warrior spirit. During the short 40-plus seconds, the thought of escaping had never crossed their minds. Which was why Amari found their leader odd. Furies never quit. They never shrunk in the face of a challenge, yet one just did. And she was their leader to boot. She was unafraid of death like her sisters, but she wanted to die more than the rest of them. As if death was an escape route for her. She was running. Though not from Darkseid or Apocalypse. But from something else. So would you mind telling me, dear, what exactly makes a god seek death? Aurelie's expression changed slightly. It was covered quite fast, but Amari, who had been analyzing her features, noticed easily. Aurelie didn't say a word. Her fist clenched slightly, but she remained silent. Kara frowned. She didn't understand why the situation had taken such a twist. But Amari didn't care. No. Seeing she was unresponsive, he directly unsealed his cosmic awareness, letting it rush out without restraint. Then I'll just have to find out myself. All Aurelie saw was the flashing blue eyes, and everything went dark. She felt the force invading her mind and desperately tried to resist. As expected, her resistance was futile. The bleak effort was pushed aside as he rudely penetrated into the depths of her mind and experienced her 1,000 years of existence. Apparently, Barda was born in 1748 human years, so I'll just dial back the time a bit and make it 1,000. Any attempt she would have made to keep the secrets of Apocalypse a secret was gone. But Amari never bothered to sift through those memories anyway. He skipped the early years of her existence, Granny Goodness's orphanage, her training, and induction into the Furies. Day after day passed, and finally, he discovered the answer to his question. Sexual abuse. Willick. Chapter 109. The blazing embers of the planet Apocalypse burned strong, no matter what time it was. On this Ecumenopolis, the heavy, gloomy atmosphere was stronger than it was in Batman's cave. Even when it was dark, the place could be likened to a desert planet with hot winds blowing sand everywhere and giant columns of fiery energy constantly billowing out of the planet's core. Patrolling the skies were legions of parademons. Enslaved creatures whose purpose on this place was to preserve law and order in the most brutal fashion they could enforce. Death. And so, with that thought in their minds, they observed the lowlies as they patrolled. The lowest-level citizens of Apocalypse, usually brought from other planets in the god sphere or born here in this atrocity of a world, yet were just as much gods as the rest of its citizens. Day and night they toiled and slaved away during menial, backbreaking jobs to supply the planet the energy it needed to carry out day-to-day operations. With no concept of human rights or god rights and no explicit laws on labor made on this planet ruled by a multiversal tyrant, their fates were basically sealed from birth to their long-awaited death. All that was New Genesis was reversed here. This planet was basically an armed camp where those with weapons ruled over the wretches who build it. Here, life was the true evil. Death. Now that was the great goal. It was an endless cycle of torture and suffering from which there was no escape. Especially for this race with no self-esteem or self-worth. True to its description. A primordial hellscape. Yet while the parademons ruled the lowlifes, those higher in status were called the true citizens of Apocalypse. And inside a dark room with the lights turned off, the younger Aurelie, who laid on her bed with her eyes open, was one of them. If possible, the gloomy atmosphere in this room was even thicker than the misery felt by the lowlies on a regular basis. Her bright eyes flickered every now and then for several minutes in silence, and her blood boiled with seething rage. Until eventually, she couldn't be silent. Barda. This room was the residence of the Furies. Elite warriors sworn to serve under Darkseid. There was a moment of silence, before a voice replied to her. Can't sleep. After what happened? Her eyes narrowed intensely. No. Barda was silent. She wanted to say something to her leader, but could not. How long, Barda? The reply wasn't forthcoming. Barda wasn't the only one in the room. The other Furies were there as well. But everyone else not referred to didn't move an inch. Their faces were stone cold as they lay on their sides, most teeming with rage. How long will we be treated like this? Big Barda still didn't respond. Her mind couldn't help but drift back to a short sentence Granny Goodness said during training some time ago. "You're all too weak to handle 1 minute of being women in apocalypse." Before, she didn't realize why. Why their trainer and mentor who taught them everything they knew would say such a thing. Even to this point, she still trained them vigorously, always trying her best to instill in them the knowledge that in apocalypse, to be imperfect was to be nothing at all. She didn't understand before. Well, now she did. Granny Goodness had recognized them. Recognized their capabilities and powers. Hence, she proposed for them to take on the forever people of New Genesis. To this proposal, the men, Darkseid's true elite, laughed it off with waves of mockery and conceit rolling off them. Then, they recommended a test. A test to verify Granny Goodness's claims on the capability of her Furies. Tests to which, the Furies readily agreed, while full of belief in their prowess to scale through anything thrown at them. However, what they received was something they had never prepared for in their life. Imagine battle-hardened warrior whose lives revolved around, training, fighting and killing suddenly had themselves faced with the following challenges. A bake-off. Wearing beautiful evening gowns. A smile contest. And worst of all, a physical examination in which their bodies would be inspected by the men themselves. Truly tragic. The leering men put them through these humiliating ordeals designed to test their patience, not their martial skill. And so, they laughed and failed them spectacularly. They had endured pain, torture, darkness. Never before had the Furies experienced such humiliation. The hierarchy of Apocalypse was particularly strict. Although the Furies had fought several battles, destroyed countless enemies and were feared across the god sphere under the name of Darkseid's elite guards, their status in this hellscape was only above the parademons. At best, slightly higher than the guards of the planet. Even their mentor, Granny Goodness, wasn't a figure with major authority. All those truly important had the privilege to be part of Darkseid's war council. Granny did not have this privilege. And if she didn't, neither did they. Those men who had mocked them, laughed at them, humiliated them. They all had this privilege. In terms of status, they were above them. They was entitled to give them these tests and fail them for it. This angered Orly to no end. It was at this point that Orly's loyalty began to waver. She saw the situation clearly. There was no more room for advancement under Darkseid's patriarchy. As long as he remained, the Furies would never truly receive the recognition they deserved. How was she so sure? The same thing happened to Granny Goodness. Granny had fought off Darkseid's mother, Hegra, and successfully killed her, allowing Darkseid to complete his conquest of Apocalypse thousands of years ago. Yet where was she now? The leader of the orphanage. Desaad had stolen her credit, taking all the glory, while Granny didn't even far to fight back. In the end, she received nothing for all of her sweat and efforts, given the task of cleanup after the battle while Desaad was promoted. Her fate could be seen clearly. Why would theirs be any different? Yet, this wasn't all. No. If it had stopped there, then Orly's thoughts might not get to this point. While her sisters were simply humiliated, Orly suffered a worse fate. As she had caught the unwanted attention of one of Darkseid's men, Willick, who demanded, threatened, and paid Granny Goodness in apocalyptic gold, that Orly submit to special private training. When she learned of the matter, Orly despaired. Goodness told her bluntly what was going to happen. Wondering why Granny had sold her out, Granny's words stunned her. The same thing happened to me years ago. Under the threat of death from Darkseid, I didn't have a choice in the matter. And now. Her tone was solemn, her words were ruthless, yet particularly heavy as she spoke. Almost to the point of trembling. Neither do you. This wasn't an open secret. Darkseid's men knew of this. The fact that Darkseid had coerced Granny Goodness to have sex with him under threats and the guise of a promotion wasn't unknown to those with influence. After all, who wouldn't notice their ruler going into Granny Goodness's quarters and only coming out at dawn the next day? But the Furies didn't. She finally realized what Granny had been trying to sink into their skulls all along. As women, they should prepare themselves to be treated unfairly. The empty eyes of the mature woman, that seemed to lose all light, struck at her soul. And under Willick's abuse, leering and groping during the special training, the thoughts of escape only grew stronger. The mood in the room grew even more depressing. Orly didn't utter a word. Not to anyone who didn't already know. Not because she was ashamed to tell her sisters but because she knew they wouldn't believe her. Their loyalty to Darkseid was strong, and the humiliation they received wasn't enough to crush that fact. They could take advantage of them, but never force them to have sex. No matter what, Apocalypse still had rules. If Darkseid knew of such, then those responsible would suffer a cruel death. At least, that's what they believed. It was the truth, but if they couldn't find any evidence, the tyrant would rather take the words of his men over hers. Then she would be charged with falsely accusing an elite and punished. Willock would probably ask for her to be handed over to him as the victim, and Darkseid would most likely agree. Then her fate would be sealed. Aurelie understood this now. So she didn't dare to say anything. Now, she could only talk to the only person who had similar thoughts of escape. Barda. Barda, did you ever imagine that the world could be different? No fire pits, no endless war, no darkness. No constant threat of a boot to our neck. Her words resonated in the room. She was the only one speaking, but no one talked back at her for her potentially treasonous thoughts. Perhaps inwardly, they had all wondered the same thing. Dreamed of such, but never thought more. But how can we keep our heads up and eyes down at the same time? Barda's voice could be heard. This time, it was Aurelie's turn to be silent. And so she stayed silent for close to a minute before answering. I don't know. Present day. Amari's cosmic awareness receded after discovering what he wanted. Ugh. Barda groaned and bowed her head with a pained expression. Oh. Okay, this is surprising. Amari said with amusement. I should have Alice put this into the record. Apparently, even the gods get horny. At that moment, Aurelie's eyes snapped open with unprecedented rage and murderous intent. Pushing all of her strength into her fit, she threw a lightning-fast punch at the mob before her, her eyes blazing with fury. There it was again. Another man with the intent of humiliating her. That was it. She had enough. Bang! The shockwave from the collision was enough to push Kara several steps back. He. Looks like the feisty personality is back. Amari smiled as he blocked her full-powered fist lightly. His expression portrayed that he out in minimal effort, but Aurelie didn't care. I will make you pay for this. The new god uttered through gritted teeth and eyes filled with hate. No one likes having their mind read. Amari. Supergirl called out. What did you do? The drastic change in Aurelie's mood caught the blonde surprised. Nothing much. Just invaded her mind, browsed through her memories. Discovered that the so-called gods aren't as different from mortals as they portray themselves to be. At least, the situation of a beautiful female suffering from sexual harassment from her superior still happens. And this one right here was on the receiving end of it a few days ago. Amari almost laughed. One would think that this kind of thing wouldn't happen in a place like Apocalypse. Yet, who would have thought that the dark tyrant who was known as the personification of pure evil was also a horny bastard at times who couldn't control his own urges? If such a character was a god, then you could imagine what his subordinates would do. So, evil gods then. Kara glared at him angrily. As did Aurelie, but for different reasons. She wanted to attack. She wanted to rip this bastard to shreds. But she couldn't. At that moment, she couldn't even move a muscle. The force being exerted on her was rather great. Amari just grabbed her fist, but his telekinesis made sure she couldn't move an inch. What are you waiting for? Kill me. Because I swear I will kill you when I have the chance. I have no plans to kill you. But keep talking and I just might. He said casually. Aurelie raised her eyebrows defiantly. You think I fear death? No. You don't. He paused and pointed out. But you do fear Darkseid. Following which, Amari released the female's fist and removed his telekinesis. Alright, get up. We need to get going. His words made Aurelie and Kara confused. Where? Amari turned to the blonde Kryptonian and shrugged. Weren't you paying attention? Since Darkseid sends his precious furies to invite me over. Aurelie's eyes widened. He couldn't be serious. Then it'll be rude if I don't pay the old bastard a visit. Chapter 110. Then it'll be rude if I don't pay the old bastard a visit. The casual sentence left her dumbfounded. So dumbfounded that she was short of words. Was he crazy? You. Don't take me for a fool. Perhaps feeling that he was messing with her once again, anger reappeared where it was briefly extinguished. What? Amari tilted his head confused with a genuinely puzzled expression. I said let's get going to Apocalypse. Wasn't that your mission? Well, here's your chance to complete it. The nonchalant tone and neutral look once again confused the new god. He couldn't be serious. Could he? This wasn't just crazy. This was blatantly stupid. Was he stupid? Aurelie didn't know. He clearly knew that Darkseid wanted to capture him. Now he proposed to waltz into the enemy's lair with no fear or care whatsoever. Today, her outlook on the word carefree was completely redefined. If this wasn't crazy, she didn't know what was. Never before had she been so speechless. Seeing this, Amari couldn't help but chuckle. That look on your face is priceless. Seeing a battle-hardened new god have her doubts plainly written on her face, really was. Hearing this, the redhead had her expression return to normal. She eyed Amari coldly with a look of scrutiny on her features. Your actions are crazy. She finally found the only thing she could think of that fit the situation. I appreciate the compliment. He shrugged indifferently, not taking her words to heart. Do you think yourself invincible because you managed to defeat me and my sisters? She uttered coldly. Actually, I do. But not because I defeated your team. That wasn't even an achievement. You. Her eyes looked like they could spit fire. The armies of Apocalypse are numerous enough to drown out any god in their mere numbers. And the powers of Lord Darkseid, the one who controls them, is far beyond any. Stop talking. His words seemed to be law. Aurelie found her mouth unable to open, no matter what she did. Amari didn't care. With a nonchalant look, he lowered his head and snapped his fingers while he spoke. I'm not really into the intimidating evil monologue. That's a hero/villain thing. It takes too long and quite frankly, hurts my ears just listening to it. His eyes glowed. The space around them changed rapidly. A giant space crack appeared a few meters away with a single thought. The other end displayed a busy metropolis, packed with cars and buildings and numerous citizens. Kara's eyes widened at the sight. This can't be Apocalypse. Can it? She took several steps towards the portal, and the giant planet globe on top of the daily planet immediately caught her eye. Then she realized. Aurelie raised an eyebrow. That is not Apocalypse. This is Metropolis. Amari interrupted before she could finish. The blonde frowned. Why did you open a portal here? Are we going to Metropolis first? We aren't. He responded and gave her a look. You are. What? Kara exclaimed and hurriedly took several steps back. Then she spun around and looked at Amari with raging eyes. No. I'm definitely. Why? Simple really. Amari shrugged. I don't want to bring you along. Apocalypse isn't something you should see at your age and with your current mindset. You're welcome. And who the hell says I'm thanking you? Kara's body trembled incessantly. You can't send me back there. You make it sound as if I'm sending you to detention. I'm being serious here. Not my problem. His indifferent tone made her teeth itch with anger. Yes it is. In case you haven't noticed, but I was literally kidnapped here. They were going to take me to this planet if you hadn't shown up and done round knows what to me. Her eyes narrowed into slits. I deserve to see this. Looking at the stubborn, indignant Kryptonian, he restrained the urge to just shove her through and be done with it. Fine. He didn't question anymore. Didn't simply force her to leave. He had no issue having her tag along. The girl wanted to see the universe. Today she would see a much darker side of it. For better or worse. The portal to Metropolis closed. Amari turned his back towards her and walked away. But trust me when I tell you. You won't like what you see. His words lingered in her ears, causing her expression to change. Kara hadn't realized yet. Amari never tried to stop her from doing anything. I don't know if I should call you courageous or idiotic. Aurelie said expressionlessly. Her inner thoughts masked behind her features. This man was certainly powerful. She had no doubt about that. Perhaps he could give the Dark Lord a good fight. Or to be even more crazy. He was on par with him. But going to Apocalypse to confront Darkseid was simply the action of a fool. At least, it was in her eyes. That's debatable. Amari's eyes instantly lay on her belt. There, an orange-colored disc with multiple lines streaming across it laid on her waist. That disc was Motherbox technology. Capable of opening portals between any dimension and Apocalypse. It was also the only known way to enter and exit the planet. Amari could do it himself. But that would cause too much of a ruckus. With his will, the disc disconnected from her waist and flew to his hand, followed by the glow of his eyes. Seeing this, Aurelie tried to grab it as it flew away but failed. Boom! An orange portal connecting straight to a secure location in Apocalypse appeared. But from someone who's contemplating running away from Darkseid, I won't take that at face value. Aurelie was silent. Now then. The God Sphere. Apocalypse. In the empty channel of the mission room, a boom tube portal appeared, drawing the attention of its guards. Of course, that was all. They didn't pay much attention to it. To their knowledge, the Furies left on a mission days ago. They had probably returned after completing their jobs. Nothing exciting to see here. On Apocalypse it was the same every day. Until today, that is. 3 figures of light materialized. Aurelie stepped out of the boom tube with a staggering posture. Amari and Kara stepped through right behind her. Seeing this, the guards had their expressions change drastically underneath their masks. The Furies were back all right. But instead of 6, there was only 1. And she didn't look quite right. Halt! They shouted. No. Amari replied. Disintegrate. I said stop right. Hey. Ugh. Arg. Each and every single one of them fell to their knees with pain seeping through every corner of their body. They watched with horror as they began to collapse, turning into ash with each passing nanosecond. A second later. Not even skeletons were left of them. Gods. All of them. So fragile. Amari muttered. And then, he raised his head to look in a certain direction. Where is this place? Seeing the scene of the soldiers disintegrating to ash, Kara's stomach thrummed with obvious discomfort. It was the same when she saw Amari set Botan ablaze back in the Louisiana bayou. She could only ask this question to throw her mind away from the disturbing image. The teleportation station. Aurelie answered indifferently. It's where all those who leave Apocalypse are sent back to when they use the boom tubes. Not too far away from Darkseid's palace. Her tone had a bit of gloom hidden within, although she tried not to let it show. The moment Amari killed these guards, her fate was sealed. No matter what happened here today, Darkseid would have her head for this. Level of ineptitude. Perhaps. Even the rest of the Furies as well. Assuming, of course, they lived and made it back here. Her mission to capture the target had failed. Not only was the target not captured, but he swaggered right into Apocalypse. Thinking of this, Aurelie couldn't help but clench her fists even more. For her. This could be considered a shame. Even if she wasn't killed, Willock would definitely use this opportunity to have her handed over. In the form of torture, she would be completely at his mercy. If she had known, she would have run away the first opportunity she had. A thought crossed her head and she looked at Amari and spoke softly. Your chances of leaving Apocalypse alive now are very slim. Darkseid will find you. No need. His words stunned her. She took another look only to see him smiling with his gaze still looking far. He's already found me. Or I found him. Well, we found each other the moment I arrived. That was exactly what he was looking at. Past the walls, far into the distance, inside the imposing building that was his castle, sitting on that throne that was high above the ground. His eyes red as blood, clothed in that armor even within his own kingdom. Amari could see his eyes squint and narrow. The creases on that giant forehead of his were particularly eye-catching. His size was huge, so huge that Amari wondered how he managed to do it with his wives and granny goodness in her younger years. Perhaps. It was simply him using an avatar. Most importantly. The power. Amari could sense it just looking at him. Hidden within his tall, robust frame was so much power that surpassed all other Kryptonians but 1. Or 2. Perhaps 3. Parasite thought Superman of Earth-16 was a walking, talking rechargeable power bank. His eyes would probably salivate if he were standing in Amari's position right now. Or, he would wilt from pure fear. Most likely the latter. Perhaps both. The Lord of Evil himself. God of Tyranny and son of Yuga Khan, Lord of Apocalypse, Darkseid. This wasn't the clone. The avatar with only a part of his power separated from the original. No, this was the real deal. Unlike the rest of his avatars causing chaos in the other 51 DC universes, this was a giant with the ability to end worlds with his mere presence. An abstract concept that could never truly be destroyed. Basically, evil reborn in the form of a god with his avatars wreaking havoc and conquering dimensions in his name. Now come to think of it, their situations were somewhat similar. Truly imposing. Of course, all sense of awe and intimidation that could have been generated were shattered the moment the thought of Darkseid sleeping with that old woman appeared in his head. Amari could see him and likewise, so could he. At this point, he was just a point shot of raising his hand and waving wildly like a classmate who just saw an old friend. At that moment, the god of tyranny finally made a move. His red eyes glowed just like Superman. But instead of heat vision powered by solar rays, what was released was the almighty Omega effect. 2 crisscrossing rays of destruction shot out of the palace at a speed only 2 speedsters would be able to react to. There were no words, no warning. As soon as they appeared, Darkseid immediately sentenced them to death. Alongside a warrior of his elite guard. The beams were large. Large enough to envelope a full-grown muscular man with ease and still have space to destroy the surroundings. Aurelie felt a chill run up her spine. The feeling of death she always felt whenever she was in his presence rushed over again, but with clear intent this time. She was going to die here. Or so she thought. Standing beside her, Amari's eyes glowed a dazzling blue. The trail of Omega beams distorted and vanished into nothingness, transforming into a cloud of butterflies. The butterfly cloud immediately disbanded into different directions. Well, big guy. That was rude. I mean, who treats guests this way? Aurelie had to calm down her rapidly beating heart. Never before had she felt such fear. The phenomenon of butterflies appearing in Apocalypse didn't cause a commotion. Mostly because the butterflies were destroyed by the legions of parademons in the skies. Following which, those nearby immediately set their sights on this area and let out loud screeches. Ag. It happened then. Kara held her ears and groaned. What she least wanted to happen began to take effect at the moment. Her abilities were going haywire. Aurelie was surprised. What's wrong with her? Arg. She screamed loudly as numerous voices fell into her ears. What I thought would happen. She's experiencing too much. Amari noted plainly. Amari knew this would happen. Apocalypse wasn't somewhere anyone should step into, even if they could. Kara couldn't control her abilities. Large changes in her emotions would trigger them subconsciously due to her level of control. Or lack thereof. And so, the moment she stepped out of the boom tube, it did. The atmosphere of this planet was gloomy. Filled with death and despair, and the evil energies permeating the atmosphere were a byproduct of Darkseid's inhabitants. Plus, Apocalypse was a bad place without him in the first place. Affecting someone like Kara negatively, whose mind was a mess due to her circumstances, was a piece of cake. And when it did, she would see, hear and feel more than she usually did on Earth. The cries, the screams, the negative energy. At the moment, her vision and hearing was completely out of whack. She could see the prisoners in pain within the torture chamber. The lives of the lowlies in the Armageddon. Guards beating the hell out of laborers with whips and weapons, and the constant cries of thousands of parademons in the skies. All of that combined equaled this. Kara thought Earth was chaotic. Then she was in for a whole new experience. Welcome to Apocalypse. The one place in the multiverse that could rival hell. Chapter 111. Location, unknown planet. Star sector, unknown. The desolate planet awoke to the sound of moving rocks. From the cracks of the earth, Harriet arose with a pale complexion and shaky posture. Blood flowed down her lips and cracks appeared on her skin. The bright red blood seeped out of it, and gaping hole in her shoulder was enough to let anyone know what level of hell she just went through. The blood pouring out had been suppressed by her ridiculously strong self-healing ability. It was as such for new gods. Despite that, it did little to help with the pain. Her bones were cracked, and her organs weren't the same way it once was. She took 2 steps forward, using all her willpower to move out of the pit that she laid in before tumbling back to the ground once more. At that moment, the sound of footsteps fell into her ears. Immediately, her eyes widened as panic set into her. No. He wasn't gone yet. She desperately tried to stand up, but once again, the energy she could muster was only enough to raise her head slightly. The footsteps came to a halt. 2 dark combat boots appeared in her vision, causing her to freeze. You're alive. That voice. She knew that voice. Following which, Harriet let go and fell with a plop. Her disorderly breathing was clearly reflected in the pumping of her chest. Barely. She replied with a single word. Barda frowned and shook her head with a sigh. Following which, she proceeded to help Harriet from the ground and supported the latter with the only available hand slung over her shoulder. Where? Where is he? Mad Harriet was still panicked. Her eyes darted in all directions as she said with a bit of apprehension. Relax. He's gone. Her face was expressionless, but her mood was unprecedentedly low. Hearing her gloomy tone, Harriet also lowered her head, feeling greatly depressed. The savage grin she normally sported on her face was nowhere to be seen. They were Furies. Trained to be the best of the best since their days at the orphanage. While they may not all be the best in terms of raw power, their skills were second to none. They were stronger than Kanto, Darkseid's master assassin, who had a part in their training. After all, they weren't called Darkseid's elite for nothing. When they all acted as one, no one was their match. Not even Kalibak. Against someone else apart from Darkseid and his brother, the god of New Genesis High Father, they never thought they would lose this badly. It wasn't even up to 50 seconds. How humiliating. The two walked forwards and came to the spot where the rest of their sisters lay. Barda had pulled them over after escaping the constraints laid on her. Well. Let's not say escape. More like they wore off as intended. They. Seeing the miserable figures of rest of the Furies, Harriet couldn't help but swallow. Alive. Thankfully. Barda replied with a solemn tone. They should heal. In time. The vitality of a god wasn't something to be taken lightly. Although still unconscious, they thankfully weren't dead. Barda dropped Harriet beside their unconscious bodies. Swept her gaze over them and turned around to leave. Look after them until they heal. Where are you going? Barda stopped. He took Aurelie to Apocalypse. Harriet saw her fists clenched tightly and an expression of realization appeared on her face. Barda was the strongest among them, and this event must have been a big blow to her pride. Harriet's guess was that she was going to find him. Fight him and defeat him. Or die trying. For this, she didn't utter a word. Not even a word of encouragement. They were Furies. In battle, this sentiment was completely unnecessary. Harriet saw Barda's departing back, but she failed to see the conflicting expression on her face. Amari had immobilized her. She couldn't move, but her ears worked just fine. His discussion with Aurelie, she heard everything. If the person who defeated her didn't say it himself, Barda wouldn't believe it. But Aurelie didn't deny, and the thought sent a chill down her spine. Their leader was being abused, and she didn't even dare to open her mouth about it. Then, she heard Aurelie had thoughts about fleeing Apocalypse. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. What Aurelie could think of, she could also do the same. Their road to Apocalypse had come to an end. There was no more room for promotion. Like Granny Goodness, this was the best they were going to get. Barda couldn't have that, nor did she want to. First it was Granny, then Aurelie. Perhaps in a few years, someone would set eyes on her. Perhaps Kanto or even worse. Kalibak. She shuddered. She wanted to leave. Abandon Granny, flee Apocalypse, and escape. And knowing that Amari had taken Aurelie to Apocalypse, she saw her opportunity. She could leave right now, run while no one was expecting her to and when no one could stop her from doing so. She wasn't like the rest of her sisters who had blind loyalty to Darkseid. She had her own will. If she killed the rest of the Furies here and now, she could permanently go into hiding. No one would know she was still alive. But that was a line she wouldn't cross. She wasn't that ruthless. So she made up her mind. She would run. Run away from this place, that hellhole, to a possibly better life. One where she could be free. A moment ago, Granny Goodness just felt the worst horror of her life. Lord Darkseid had summoned her so she could report on the whereabouts of the Furies. He wasn't alone, as he had gathered the rest of his elite to discuss war plans. It had been a few days since their departure from Apocalypse. It was understandable that their master wanted an update on the mission. One which for some reason, he attached particularly high importance to. Where are the Furies? His deep dark voice rumbled. His tone was plain, containing no emotion whatsoever. Standing under his throne were Desaad, Kalibak, Steppenwolf, Vermin Vunderber, Kanto, Dr. Bedlam and of course, Willick. These were the available members of Darkseid's elite who weren't currently undercover or on a mission. Each one carried no expression and looked at Granny Goodness in unison. If one ignored everything about Darkseid, they could take it for a casual question. But just that sentence alone made Granny anxious. Those damn bitches. Why were they taking so long? My lord, the Furies have not responded to communication since their exit to complete your orders. But with their level of skill, it should only be a matter of time before. Then, she noticed Darkseid's forehead crease which left her astounded. The god of tyranny was always indifferent. His stone-like features displayed perfect indifference, seemingly as if he couldn't give a damn for anything in the world. Even when something displeased him. It never showed. And now, that crease showed something she had never seen on his face before. Darkseid's displeasure. The next event almost made the old woman like her have a heart attack. Darkseid's eyes shot out omega beams towards her direction. The beams were so fast that she couldn't react. Luckily, they zipped right past the corner of her head and shot straight out of the palace. Granny stood still in shock. Looking at Darkseid's indifferent face, she felt her erratically beating heart and the fear within was infinitely magnified. Plop. Falling to her knees, she hurriedly cried out. Spare my life, my lord. I give you my word that the Furies will return successful. Perhaps thinking that was a show of his displeasure at her vague answer, Granny immediately pleaded for mercy while assuring an unknown victory. She couldn't care whether her words would come true or not. Now, she just wanted to save her old ass. Silence reigned as the god of tyranny didn't respond. Desad's eyebrows furrowed at the actions of his master. The heavy atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Granny was almost sweating at this point. However, the next sentence made her wish he had stayed silent. Well. It looks like your word and assurance has been broken already. Huh. Wait. What? Granny was dumbfounded. What the hell did he mean? Apocalypse has welcomed intruders. The very same ones I ordered your Furies to capture. The leader, Aurelie, is in their possession, indicating the defeat of the Furies, failure of the mission and possible death. She couldn't believe it. The Furies, her Furies had lost. Darkseid didn't give her time to process. Following which, he moved his blood-red eyes to Granny and uttered coldly. Your words are now equivalent to lies. You disappoint me, Granny. Bam. If she had a heart attack before, then these words were equivalent to a death sentence. Granny shivered while her brain kicked into high gear. Hundreds of thoughts flew through her mind instantly as she tried to devise a way to save herself. Gain his favor again, or at least reduce her death sentence. From death to torture for 20 years would do just fine. The Furies have failed you, my lord. She bowed with her head knocking against the floor. Then let me atone for their mistake by capturing the intruders and bringing them to you. At that moment, she felt it. The mocking eyes of Darkseid's elite. Even Vermin Wunderbar, that ungrateful good-for-nothing disciple she raised at the orphanage, was the same. Empty promises will only make your situation worse. Desad spoke with ridicule. Granny shivered but gritted her teeth and insisted. Let me lead the parademons to battle these intruders. I will atone for my sins, even with my life if necessary. The words, if necessary, being the point of hidden emphasis. Granny was going to grasp at any straw that could guarantee her life at this point. No. It was official. This was the worst day in her thousands of years of existence. Was this the end for this old woman? Just when she thought she was done for, Darkseid spoke. You can't even defeat your disciples. What makes you think you would survive an altercation? He muttered plainly and spoke to Steppenwolf and Kalibak without turning his head. The Furies have failed. Granny Goodness will suffer for their ineptitude. Go. Capture the new god and bring him to me, as well as the Kryptonian. He was stupid enough to set foot on Apocalypse himself. His eyes glowed brightly. He will pay for his insolence. After all, I've been expecting him. It was like a bolt from the blue. Granny's eyes widened as realization came upon her. And judging from the expressions of everyone else in the council that note no surprise, it seemed that they all knew as well. Darkseid never expected anything from the Furies. Simply because they were never going to succeed from the beginning. The mission to capture the new god was nothing but a sham. Instead of capture, it was better to use the words, testing capabilities. The Furies were destined not to succeed. As for whether they would live, it all depended on the target's mood. This was the truth behind everything, and it made her feel cold all over. Darkseid truly was ruthless. To test the strength of a possible enemy, he directly sacrificed his elite guards as pawns. Now from the looks of it, Aurelie was the only one left. And perhaps the only reason she was alive was because he needed to use a boom tube to get here. It will be done, my lord. I will be done, my lord. Both new gods called out simultaneously. At that moment, however, the sound of eerie chuckles could be heard by all of them. He 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 he. I'll pay, huh? Everyone's attention was drawn to the space crack that appeared in the middle of the room. You're pretty funny. His words fell, a dark red orb of pure destructive energy flew out of the crack at high speed. Darkseid's expression changed drastically. Boom. All of Darkseid's palace went up in an explosion of red. Chapter 112. A dazzling dark red orb appeared within the War Council room, pulsating with dangerously high levels of energy readings. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The god of tyranny himself was no exception. His body quickly turned into a blur as he disappeared from his high throne. Among the new gods of Apocalypse, Darkseid was the strongest, with no argument. In his true form, his speed, strength and comprehensive capabilities were far beyond anything any other god in Apocalypse could match up to. Hence, his speedy exit enabled him to escape his palace before it blew up to bits. Others, however, weren't so lucky. The sphere of destructive energy shot out fast. Beings like Kalibak and Steppenwolf were fast and smart enough to flee as fast as they could. All Granny Goodness and the others could see was a flash of pure red light before their bodies disintegrated to ash. Arg! Granny wailed for nothing more than a moment before her voice was silenced by the deafening explosion. Boom. It looked like someone had dropped a bomb on the capital. Darkseid's palace went up in a cloud of red, alarming the citizens of Apocalypse. They looked towards the source of the disturbance, their face turning pale with fright. Meanwhile, Amari turned his gaze away from the closing portal he had created. His eyes admiring the explosion in the distance. How lovely. He muttered in a voice loud enough for Aurelie, who looked absolutely shocked, to hear. You. Aurelie snapped her head towards him with her mouth slightly agape. This. Did he just destroy Darkseid's palace? What? Shocked. Amari asked with a smile. Aurelie was silent for a moment. She turned her eyes to their surroundings that were littered with the corpses of countless dismembered parademons, and countless thoughts flashed past her mind before she opened her mouth once again and asked. Just how strong are you? Strong enough. He said and turned to Kara, who was recovering while taking deep breaths. You good? I. The screeches of parademons that once filled the skies while hovering above them were gone. Kara held her ears and took deep breaths and remembered Clark's instructions on how to control her abilities. Slowly, her senses shut off and the pain receded. Kara let out a breath of relief. Her racing heartbeat returning to normal. I'm fine. Good. He turned his gaze to the distance, where he saw more incoming parademons. The surrounding space swirled as his body was sucked into the void. I'll be off being a proper house guest. While I'm handling Darkseid, try not to die until I return. He wasn't going to handle all of them. Since Kara wanted to come along, then she'll have to share some of the burden. That was the last thing he said as he disappeared from their sight. That bastard. Kara uttered through gritted teeth, looking at the spot where Amari disappeared with obvious anger. Then, she turned her attention to Aurelie, who was looking at her with narrowed eyebrows. What are you? Kara backed up several steps immediately. Her eyes glowed red as she looked at the female fury warily. Aurelie was silent. The words Amari said before disappearing continuously. Deal with Darkseid. Could he? Could he really? You better not try anything now that he's. Screech. The sharp cries from the distance quickly cut her short. Seeing the dark skies covered with an array of black bodies, both their expressions changed. Aurelie's looking particularly unsightly. Well. Guess I have no other option. She said while taking out her miniaturized spear, which returned to original size when she did. They were about to get busy. Dark skies, never-ending fire, scorched black earth. It all looked so horrid that even an explosion in Darkseid's palace wouldn't look out of place. Ugh. The god of tyranny grunted as he pushed off the debris that had swept towards him from the explosion. It wasn't from pain though, but obvious annoyance. Clad in his apocalyptian armor, his tall, burly frame examined the ruins that was once his palace. His eyes couldn't help but narrow solemnly when he recalled the power within that tyrannical energy ball that sought to destroy everything it came across. The moment Granny Goodness came into contact, her new god physiology was as fragile as wet paper dropped in an ocean. Quickly crumbling to ashes. This power interested him. An energy of formidable force. Possibly strong enough to rival his Omega effect. Darkseid saw it. Granny Goodness, Vermin Wunderbar, even Desaad. They were all dead before they could get away. He found it a pity. They were all such useful pawns. This could be seen due to the fact that he had killed Desaad multiple times but resurrected him regardless. Steppenwolf and Kalibak were the same. Truly interesting anomaly you are. Darkseid uttered. Seemingly talking to no one but thin air. But was he really? The space in the air behind him distorted, and a figure appeared, hovering above it all, and spoke in a casual tone. I'll take that as a compliment. Bang! The earth shook slightly as he landed on the ground. Then, Amari turned his head to the large, gaping hole in the space where the iconic building once stood. Looks like 2 of your subordinates are still alive. Their existence is not crucial. He uttered words with no emotion. Indifferent, heartless, ruthless. The god of tyranny turned around to face Amari, who was floating above. And then, Amari saw Darkseid. Well. If I had known better, I should have stayed in the air. He wasn't kidding. He really should have stayed in the air a moment ago. Because at this moment, he was looking up to the giant figure that was the ruler of Apocalypse. This creature was a giant. Darkseid examined Amari with open scrutiny. So you are the soul that passed through the source wall. His words caused Amari to frown. Recalling his conversation with Death. Recently, he had almost forgotten about it. I see. So that's what this is about. Amari said with a cold expression. What else could it be? He replied plainly. There was no expression on his face to indicate sarcasm or mockery. Still, Amari felt it. His face hardened, and he said to the tall behemoth. Didn't Yuga Khan ever teach you to mind your own business as a child, or you would get into serious trouble as a consequence? That successfully evoked a reaction from the expressionless being before him. Darkseid's face crumpled at the mention of the person he feared the most. His father, Yuga Khan. The displeasure was obvious as his tone grew to contain a growl. With your abilities, it was expected that my honor guards would be unable to successfully capture you. But do not think that you can make light of me the same way you have done them. Your most foolish act was stepping foot on Apocalypse's soil. Oh. You mean the Furies? Yeah, I met them. Beat them to death's door by the way. But I want to ask, what the hell did you plan to achieve by capturing me? Amari asked curiously. Everything you know. The evil god spoke freely, seeing no need to withhold anything. The secret to what lays beyond the wall. Your new dimension within the god sphere and a capable minion to aid my efforts. Amari figured. Darkseid had cosmic awareness. Any changes within the multiverse weren't hidden from him in any way. The establishment of a new dimension somewhere within the god sphere was something he discovered the day it happened. All truly powerful beings would feel it. After all, the god sphere housed unimaginable magic power. Any changes within would be felt by many. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. Amari smiled brightly. Now that that's out of the way. He raised both hands together for dramatic effect and clapped. Boom. The entire planet suddenly shook to its core. The earth rumbled continuously, as if experiencing an earthquake. Damn. What's happening? The citizens of the planet stumbled as the ground shook. At first, they thought this was it. But the rapid splitting open of the ground immediately caused worldwide panic. Bursts of flames emerged in areas where the earth had cracked, shooting fiery energy into the atmosphere. The earth moved and buildings began to collapse. What is this? Feeling the trembling under his feet, Darkseid looked at Amari. What have you done? His voice was deep and menacing. Almost to the point of being distorted. Isn't it obvious? I'm destroying your planet. Amari replied indifferently. From this day forth, Apocalypse doesn't need to exist anymore. And as far as I'm concerned. His eyes glowed a dazzling blue. Neither do you. Humph. A cold snort rang out. Bold words. Ones you will pay for. Darkseid's eyes narrowed. No matter. I'll pry all the answers I want out of you by studying your corpse. The words fell, Darkseid activated the Omega effect. 2 Omega beams shot out of his eyes once again at the little figure before him with much stronger intensity than before. It was obvious. The attack from earlier was obviously a probe. And now, the god of tyranny was going all out. The Omega beams, similar to Cataclysm, had disintegrating effects. They could lock onto a target, ensuring that they never missed and could move at speeds that were almost impossible to dodge. Few beings could survive after being hit. Not even a new god. Darkseid had expected his opponent to counter his attack in some special way. Perhaps he would be destroyed upon fist touch, perhaps weakened greatly after bearing the brunt of it, perhaps he would use that strange energy to shield himself. Even dodging it wasn't out of the question. But the next turn of events stunned him. The Omega beams landed squarely on Amari. In full force without any of its power diminished. But that was as good as it could get. The Omega beams that destroyed everything it came in touch with was halted. No. Not halted. Absorbed. Amari stood in place, completely unmoving. Waves of energy were devoured endlessly, like a solar system being drawn to a black hole. It lasted for less than 10 seconds. Darkseid was forced to stop his bombardment, seeing that it had no effect. Impossible. The exclamation made Amari chuckle deeply. Darkseid probably never expected it. Someone could actually take his Omega beams without flinching. How could someone absorb the Omega effect? But is it though? This was the reply he received before a flash of red shot towards him. Too fast for the stunned new god to react to. Boom. Darkseid was blasted away as he was hit in the face with his own Omega beams into the far distance. The force was so strong that he crashed through a tall tower and broke right through the other end before descending. His body crashed to the floor, causing his landing area to collapse into the earth with countless cracks. Dust and debris was swept in all directions as a result. Well, like Barry once said. I am the impossible. The voice fell into Darkseid's ears, causing him to boil with rage. The surrounding earth was flattened as he pushed out of his crash site. Raising his head, he saw the object he sought to capture floating above him in the sky. And honestly, I'm unimpressed. Bang! The earth cracked again. Darkseid clenched his fist in fury and rushed out at full speed. Amari didn't hold back and reciprocated the action. Two fists, one large and one small, clashed against each other at full strength. Boom! All the buildings within range shattered from the shockwave. Or it would have if not for Amari's peculiar characteristics. The shockwave had barely expanded when it was forcibly sucked back to his body. So that's your power. Energy absorption. Seeing this, Darkseid realized. One of his generals, Mantis, had a similar ability as well. However, the difference was clear. No matter how strong Mantis was, he was never capable of absorbing the Omega effect. It wasn't so exaggerated. Or else, Mantis would have conspired to slay him years ago. No. Not would have. The bastard already tried. Amari didn't answer. A vast telekinetic force was unleashed without restraint on the target. One capable of squeezing a planet with ease. Once again, Darkseid was knocked backwards towards the Earth at a fast speed. With a loud crash, his body created a giant hole before bouncing off it and repeating the same sequence 3 times. After which, he was able to bring himself to a halt. Darkseid raised his head. Once again, the Omega effect was released towards his adversary in an attempt to look for a possible weak spot. Once again, it had no effect, as Amari simply absorbed it all without a change in expression. Darkseid's stone features crumpled slightly. One of his greatest strengths, the Omega effect gained from absorbing the power of the old gods, had no effect. At this point, Amari uttered. Knowing a part of my abilities won't make your situation any easier. Amari stretched out his hand and squeezed. His blue eyes glowed brightly. A circular area with Darkseid at the middle was swept away by telekinesis. Everything within this range, be it rock, sand, or buildings, were crushed to pieces. The ground was uprooted by the tremendous force, and everything, Darkseid included, was swept into the terrifying storm. Boom! The whole planet shook again as a massive dust cloud rose into the air. With one move, Amari had destroyed everything within 10 miles with concentrated power. Although the area was clouded with dust, Amari's vision remained unaffected as he peered through the clouds to see the result of unleashing his power. A chasm. The area surrounding the spot where Darkseid stood had a bottomless pit that drove straight to the core of the planet. Almost like someone had placed a planet-sized nail and drove it right through with a hammer of equal size. For this feat, Amari couldn't care less. His mind was focused on another fact. Darkseid wasn't in the hole. Neither was he floating above it. Was he dead? No. It was impossible for him to die that easily. So where? It happened then. Amari felt the gravity around him suddenly increase by 10,000-fold. Gravity manipulation. Foolish. While your ability is troublesome, it is not invincible. Those words fell into his ears, and a dark shadow immediately enveloped him to form Darkseid's silhouette. You cannot defeat me. So. Amari tried to move, but realized that he couldn't. Not even an inch. Amari was immobilized. His brain spun for a moment with new realization. This wasn't just manipulating gravity. This was chronokinesis. Darkseid was using gravity to warp time and space around him to lengthen his perception of time. Serve as fuel for my power. A dark force emerged from his hands and attempted to envelope Amari completely. Darkseid didn't smile. His expressionless face carried no delight, but his eyes did. As a multiversal being, Darkseid was able to absorb the power of the old gods, thereby gaining the Omega effect. An ability wielded by his father, Yuga Khan, on a much grander scale. Using the Omega effect alone, he would be no match for his father. But if he were to absorb the power of this soul in front of him, things would change. And so, dark red force emerged from his hands as the mighty Darkseid expelled an erosion blast which slammed against Amari's back. The dark red force stretched over to engulf Amari completely in an attempt to greatly weaken him. Amari's body glowed with red light as an endless amount of Omega energy was bombarded against his body without restraint. Only when the opponent was weak enough where his resistance was too weak to pose a threat could Darkseid absorb the opponent's essence. Darkseid's plan was simple. Manipulating gravity would restrict Amari long enough for him to get close. Chronokinesis would distort his perception of time, giving Darkseid enough time to carry out his actions while keeping him immobilized. And the large amount of erosion blasts was the finishing touch. Since he could absorb energy, then Darkseid would let him absorb as much as he wanted. Like Mantis, Darkseid believed he knew Amari's weakness. No matter how powerful his energy absorption capability was, Amari would soon reach his limit under continued infusion of his Omega beams. When that happened, the result was obvious. Amari would explode, his body would be destroyed, and Darkseid could successfully absorb the essence and gain Amari's power. Chapter 113. The god of tyranny believed his opponent had a limit to how much he could absorb. And so, he poured in uncontrolled amounts of energy into Amari, having no restraint whatsoever. Amari was flooded with dark red energy of the Omega effect in full force with no reservations. It enveloped him, covering his being from head to toe while he remained immobilized. "Do you feel it?" Darkseid uttered deeply. His voice sounding like that of a demon god from one's worst nightmares. All of this is the power of a true god. One who can shatter planets at will and destroy the multiverses that those weaker beings roam on. This isn't even up to a percentage of the energy I can muster at my command. Yet, you actually seek to defeat me? The energy continued to pour in as the target remained completely still. Darkseid was assured. You can absorb energy. Then have some more. Take as much as you can and see the difference between us. And when this is over, I will rebuild you from scratch and turn you into one of my most loyal subjects, dedicated only to carrying out my every whim. My avatars alone have turned hundreds of thousands of worlds to dust in my name. Forever have it imprinted within you, that I am evil. I am the end. I am. His imposing monologue was interrupted by an unexpected change in events. The overwhelming energy released by his Omega effect, accumulating for the past few seconds, seemed to have found an outlet for smooth passage. The energy rushed forward like a bathtub full of water coming across a drain. How? The energy surrounding Amari like a cocoon was swallowed, and a hand reached out to grab Darkseid's. I'll show you. Amari's arm that held the Dark Lord lit up with red lines appearing on his hand flowing towards his body. The situation hadn't changed much. Darkseid's energy was still flowing into Amari's body, same as before. Only this time, the god of tyranny wasn't releasing it on his own initiative. Amari let out a cold smile as Darkseid's energy was absorbed by him in torrents. He did say he should have some more. In that case, this matter should only end in one way. Him leaving with a full stomach. The new god of tyranny felt his power being forcefully drained rapidly. His stone-like face had a drastic change when encountering this situation. This was impossible. Literally impossible. How the hell could someone absorb so much at once? Darkseid raised his giant right fist and punched forward. Things were getting out of control, he couldn't allow this fight to continue while still within Amari's grasp. Bang! The giant fist collided against a small palm and was blocked, unable to advance an inch. Instead, Amari's left hand took a good grip on Darkseid, activating energy absorption to continue his feast. Pulling him closer, he proceeded to hit the Uxas with a headbutt. Ugh! Darkseid groaned as he was pushed back. His face contorting to form a wince. He opened his eyes to see Amari throw a fist at his face. Bam! Screech! Squelch! A parade mon had its head destroyed with a spear piercing through it. Blood fluid sprayed out of its skull onto Orly's face, staining her cheeks green. Not giving a care, she twisted the spear, inserting it even deeper into her target's skull regardless. Then, she dodged downward to avoid a hand filled with sharp claws, aiming to tear her apart. Ha! She yelled and twisted her body while pulling the spear out and aiming at the new parademon. Squelch! The sound of flesh being ripped through fell in her ears as she severed the head clean off. After which, she leaped forward to greet the next assault. These creatures were numerous. And so with her speed, strength and well-trained agility, she constantly destroyed every one of these things without much effort. Dodge, slice, block, stab and then repeat the same actions in different sequences. Despite the large numbers, Orly was handling things just fine. As for the other girl. Just then, two streams of burning hot solar rays shot out in the distance. Close to a dozen parademons crowding around the same place were sliced in two the moment the heat vision swept across them, causing an explosion in the process. Boom! The smoke had barely cleared when a figure flew out into the sky. The attacking parademons could only register a blur before they were slammed out of the sky one by one. Alright. Now I'm really mad. Kara appeared, looking embarrassed with her clothing ripped in several areas. She wasn't wearing her super suit made of strong material fiber. Instead, what she was currently putting on was a casual top and blue jeans. Using this to fight against parademons. The implications were obvious. Her clothes would easily get torn from any random exerting of force in this situation. At first, Kara didn't think about this. It was fine until she got surrounded by multiple parademons, attacking her from all sides. They couldn't penetrate her skin, but her clothes had been ruined. One of those creatures even ripped off the material covering her ass while attempting to kill her. Her eyes glowed red with anger as she released her heat vision on everything she laid eyes on. Wherever her vision swept through, parademons would be split in two. What a blessed race. Seeing Kara easily deal with multiple assailants with heat vision, Aurelie couldn't help but be slightly envious. Without turning around, she raised her spear and thrust backwards. Squelch. Screech. A parade mon attacking from behind was impaled. Boom. Damn it. There's so many of them. Kara exclaimed with gritted as her eyes returned to normal. Another one of these wretched creatures had been destroyed, but looking to the skies, more reinforcements were on the way. No matter how many they killed, they just kept on coming. She ducked in the air and threw a punch at one of them but was attacked from behind by another. Ugh. Get off. With great strength, she grabbed towards her back and threw it out as flew forward to complete a follow-up punch. Bam. Direct hit. The parademon's head exploded, sending blood and pieces of flesh in all directions. At this point, the blonde looked completely disheveled. But she didn't care. Come on. She roared and slammed her fist into her palm while looking at the coming hostiles with narrowed eyes. Boom. The sound was so loud that Kara was woken out of her momentary battle craze. Boom. 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 The sounds continued with each one following the other in an interval of less than a second. Boom. The already quaking apocalypse trembled even more as if it had just made collision with a heavy object. Kara looked into the distance with her telescopic vision. She couldn't see anything, she couldn't make out a clear image. But whenever the sounds of collision appeared, a vague colorful flash would appear in different areas from time to time. Kara knew who they were. Amari and Darkseid moved at speed she couldn't capture. Battling each other at her speed her current senses were unable to react to in any way. Aurelie looked into the distance solemnly. He was really that strong. Bang! The god of tyranny was sent crashing downwards once again as he sat on the receiving end of another powerful punch. Enough. For the first time in this fight, he roared with genuine fury. Even till this point, Uxas still found it difficult to accept. To accept the fact that he would be beaten to this point in a one-on-one duel. His Omega beams that he took great pride in was useless against the enemy. His physical prowess was equally matched as well. What was worse was the fact that none of his attacks seemed to deal any damage to him at all. Even his brother, the god of New Genesis who possessed powers similar to him couldn't push him to this extent. Rarg. Pulling himself to a halt in the air, he roared to the sky as his Omega energy was released to its fullest extent. The dazzling red color exploded out of his form, cloaking Darkseid with a dark red energy aura from his head to his feet. How dare you? I am Darkseid. His voice, amplified under his power-up, spread across the entire planet. Looking at the figure floating above him, his eyes seething with rage as he released a giant blast towards his direction. Similar to Amari's previous attack, everything within that direction was destroyed in its wake. The beams flashed towards the enemy and effectively missed. Amari's body blurred and disappeared before the attack could reach him. The space beside the new god swirled. Then he appeared beside Darkseid with his fist clenched, pulled backward and sent forth a blow that didn't mince back on power. In case you haven't noticed. I don't care. Bam. Ugh. Darkseid grunted aloud. The force from that blow surpassed all the others by a great deal. Because this time, Amari had augmented this one with vast amounts of energy instead of battling Darkseid with pure physical fitness. After throwing so many punches in this short time, Darkseid's armor finally had a noticeable large dent. However, Amari was far from satisfied. After connecting himself to the sphere of gods and making himself a hypothetical god, his physical body durability and strength had increased by leaps and bounds. There were very few beings in the entire DC multiverse that could go toe-to-toe with him when it came to blows. The stone-skinned Baldy in front of him was one of them. This was a rare opportunity to battle someone who could withstand the full force of his blows. Amari certainly wouldn't pass up the chance. Both beings had punched each other countless times in this short period. And even with Amari using the full force of his physique, Uxas had yet to bleed. It might be due to his new god physiology that had evolved due to proximity to the source after hundreds of thousands of years. Or perhaps it was the armor serving as a buffer. Maybe it was the combination of both. Amari hadn't inflicted any real damage aside from enraged the proud deity to no end. So he disappeared and Darkseid who had just been thrown out had yet to stabilize when his enemy appeared behind him, sending an attack that surpassed the previous one. The fist landed squarely on the new god's back causing him to groan. Then his figure flew out in the opposite direction. Despite that, Darkseid was attacked yet again, a power-infused punch landing straight on his chest. Boom! Uxas was sent spiraling downwards, completely unable to react to the chain attacks. His figure slammed against the earth, destroying the area around him and bounced back up slightly. Space ripped open beside him and the same fist came yet again with the same power of the previous punch, doubled. Bang! Splat! The figure was sent flying off, his body bounced off against the earth multiple times and dug a deep trench on the earth as the force pushed him backwards against the earth floor. Dust and debris flew in all directions as Darkseid crashed once again. Blood flew into the air for the first time since this fight began. But Amari didn't give a damn. His figure rushed towards his target at insane speeds like a raging bull. The Ankh symbol on Darkseid's belt glowed at that moment. And Amari's powered fist smashed into the soil of Apocalypse. Boom! The entire planet on the verge of collapse due to the fight suddenly cracked. From the point of impact, Amari saw a crack appear that seemingly split the planet into two halves. A clear line appeared around Apocalypse signifying the consequences of what Amari just did. And the person in question didn't care. Looking at the empty soil before him that was devoid of Uxas's body, his furrowed eyebrows slowly relaxed. He missed. Darkseid had dodged his last attack before it could land on him. Seeing this, Amari turned around and raised his head to look up. And there he was, floating above in the air. However, the state he was in was completely different from before. Uxas looked at Amari below coldly. The solemnity within his left eye couldn't be concealed in the slightest. As for the right eye, it was bleeding. The right side of Darkseid's face that bore Amari's previous punch did not make it out unscathed. Blood flowed from that side continuously, as well as the lips and nose. The bleeding showing that Amari had successfully broken through Darkseid's layer of defense. As expected of the true form of the god of tyranny. Amari praised while clapping his hands. Truly a worthy punching bag. My workout shall be legendary. Uxas, who once again had to stabilize himself in the air, heard those words and gritted his teeth in fury. During that last attack, he had teleported out of the way to successfully escape. If not, he would be in a worse state than he was now. What are you? Uxas uttered confused. There were few beings he had faced that could defeat him. One was the old gods. But even then, none of them did it alone. Another was his father. With narrowed eyebrows, Uxas realized that fighting like this wasn't going to succeed. Amari looked at the floating dark god and didn't chuckle. Isn't that already obvious? Humph. No matter. And so, deciding that this battle had gone on long enough, Darkseid unleashed another trick he had up his sleeve. The Omega Sanction. His eyes glowed red and a flash of red light was projected towards Amari's consciousness, attempting to trap him in a reality of infinite lives. Fade. Darkseid's move hadn't even taken effect before it was nullified with nothing but a single thought. At the same time, his telekinesis swept out towards his target. Roar. Seeing that even the Omega Sanction didn't have any effect, Darkseid have up his idea to try to take control of Amari's mind. I have no choice. Then, he let out a loud roar. Following which, his body began to expand rapidly. Darkseid's body grew larger and larger, escaping out of the planet's atmosphere. He soon reached the size of the full Apocalypse. Know this. You cannot defeat me. Floating in space, the giant figure of Darkseid had his only available eye glow with a bright red color. He shot out his Omega beam in an attempt to erase everything on the planet at once. However, you don't think I'm going to let you do that, do you? Shrink. Before he could, his enlarged body suddenly reduced in size at a speed faster than its enlarging. Less than a second later, the thousands of feet tall Darkseid was reduced to the same size he was before. A miniature giant. No. Uxas took a look at himself, his eyes widening. This can't be. He knew what this was. He just couldn't believe that someone was able to warp reality on a being as powerful as himself. Following which, he felt a powerful telekinetic force immobilize him in place, giving him almost no room to resist. The space in front of him swirled and Amari appeared before him, his hand flowing with dark red energy that seemed to want to devour the very space around them. Thanks. Amari's voice fell into his ears. For staying still. Amari said indifferently before thrusting his arm forward. Bang! Darkseid's true form was engulfed within Amari's aura of destruction. The power expelled swept across the god sphere. All the nearby areas in space had cracks appear in all directions as the shockwave of Amari's attack shattered space itself. The red storm swept through the area. And then, everything was silent. TCH. Unfair. I didn't even get to finish my workout. Floating within outer space, Amari muttered as his gaze peered into the endless void. Looks like you still had one more trick up your sleeve after all, Uxas. Amari said as there was no one to be seen in front of him. The blast from Amari's punch wasn't meant to kill Darkseid, but bring him to the state of near death. However, his body was nowhere to be seen. The god of tyranny, Uxas, for the first time in his life during a fight, had run away. Chapter 114. DC Multiverse. Earth 16. In this area of space, sparse with life and the only notable sights in place were the moons and ringed planets. At the center of this star sector, was a pitch-black planet burning with red light and emitting flames from the holes in its core. In this universe, the ecumenopolis with burning fire pits was known as Apocalypse. World of the legendary Dark Tyrant, the new god Darkseid. Screech. The parademons patrolling the skies let out high-pitched screeches as they moved about in vast numbers. With their forces spread out across the planet, their numbers were mostly gathered on the largest infrastructure that could be found. Hovering across the skies, their numbers would be enough to blot out the sun, assuming this solar system had one. And within the throne room of his building, there sat an almost 4-meter-tall giant. Clad in apocalyptic armor, he rested his chin on his left fist and stared into the distance, seemingly in deep thought. Boom! However, the planet Apocalypse suddenly shook the next moment with no warning whatsoever. The giant was alarmed, his glowing red eyes sweeping around and narrowing greatly. Boom! The patrolling parademons screeched due to the rumbling. The structures on the planet began to collapse with the commotion ongoing. What is happening? The deep voice rumbled in the empty palace. Besides these creatures and their dark leader, there wasn't a single living soul on this planet. Save of course, for 2 anomalies. Seismic activity has been detected on the planet. A robotic male voice responded to his question. Where? The giant asked with narrowed eyebrows. The voice didn't reply for a few seconds. Everywhere. Boom! The sound returned once again as Apocalypse thundered. The planet's core has grown unstable. That's impossible. The large figure refuted in definite tone and stood to his feet. Deciding to investigate the issue of the continuous seismic activity at Apocalypse's core, he took several steps forwards as he prepared to take to the skies. It happened then. From outer space, the space surrounding the planet that was Apocalypse fissured and warped. Thud. The steps came to a halt. Within those glowing red eyes, the space distorting around him was captured. Be it the walls, the floors, even the air itself. Everything on Apocalypse seemed to be affected and distorted constantly like a broken phone screen. No! The giant roared in a tone of fury. Raising his hand, he was even more enraged to see his body fitseeing in and out of existence. Just like the rest of his planet. Shriek. The shrieks of his minions fell into his ears and his powerful senses clearly captured the numerous parademons being split in half due to the unexpected changes on the planet. Green blood fell from the air as space cracks emerged almost everywhere, randomly killing parademons left and right. But Darkseid couldn't give a damn about this. Unspecified cosmic anomaly detected. The robotic male voice resounded again. Seeing his distorting arm and body, Darkseid couldn't help but clench his fist with a hideous expression. Being who he was, he knew exactly what was happening. Apocalypse was being destroyed. However, the destruction didn't start from here but from the true world. The true Apocalypse. That's right. This being was Darkseid. Or to be more specific, one of Darkseid's numerous avatars in the multiverse. One tasked with the subjugation of worlds within Universe 16 of the DC Multiverse. Just as he was nothing but a mere avatar, this planet was not the real deal. Merely a projection of the true planet Apocalypse outside the multiverse. And now, it was fading out of existence. There was only one scenario in which this would happen. Apocalypse was falling. Not only had Apocalypse fallen, his true form had also fallen as well. This could be seen from how he was distorting out of existence the same way the planet was while the parademons transferred from the true world were not. Boom! Boom! The flames spewing from the planet's core began to go haywire. Fire pits emerged in numerous places as the ground cracked, spewing out large flames in all directions. Darkseid watched all this with a solemn expression. The planet was on the verge of collapse. However, the avatar didn't scream in indignant fury but turned around and walked back to his throne. Following which, he sat down with his back well rested and watched with no movement as his world burned. There was nothing that could be done. In that case, do nothing. If the true world was destroyed, then nothing he could do would prevent this world from following in its footsteps. Darkseid observed the changes with a cold face, awaiting the planet's destruction. However, the planet miraculously didn't go up in a fiery explosion like expected. The rumbling slowly but surely died down after enough time had passed. In this tragic crisis, for some reason, Apocalypse had survived. Nevertheless, the planet hadn't escaped unscathed. Looking at the planet from outer space, it seemed that Apocalypse had just experienced a terrible war. Planet's core is stabilizing. Cosmic phenomenon fluctuations have disappeared. The whole place was quiet. Save for the noises made by the panicking parademons who had survived. Darkseid didn't respond to the voice. His mind filled up with numerous thoughts. He could deduce from what had just happened that his true form had just faced a formidable enemy. One formidable enough to threaten his life. No matter. He thought to himself on his throne. He was still alive and Apocalypse was still standing. That could only mean one of two things. 1. His true form fought a great battle and finally managed to destroy the adversary at the last moment. Or the other option. One that he wasn't ready to believe. His true form had fled. But that was impossible. He, Darkseid, was one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Someone who could fight with him on equal grounds was already scarce, or so he thought. As for someone who could make him flee, the disparity in strength must be too obvious. Plus, if he were to flee, then Apocalypse would have been destroyed by the enemy. All this pointed to the fact that he had triumphed. Albeit barely. His true form must probably be in a weakened state at the moment. This couldn't be allowed to go on. It is time to speed up my plans on the destruction of worlds. Nothing will be guaranteed until I find anti-life. The Dark Lord murmured in that demonically deep voice. Has the experiments been completed? He asked, seemingly to no one. The new Legion of Paradigms will soon be ready. All necessary DNA have been acquired. All that remains is the time needed. Good. In that case, we no longer need the monster. Since it can't be controlled, let it serve its final purpose. What would you have me do, Your Eminence? Send the monster away from Apocalypse via boom tube. He paused for a moment and showed a cunning look. To Earth. Yes, my lord. Also, prepare yourself as well. I plan to have you return to your world as my undercover agent. As you command. For Darkseid. No more words were exchanged. Darkseid sat in his throne, his stone-like facial features returning to indifference. Meanwhile, on the level just below his throne room, a figure could be seen. His mechanical body parts were scattered in different areas and his body was clearly embedded into a glowing blue wall that served as Darkseid's computer matrix. Half of the figure's face was dark-skinned with human features and short hair. The other half, just like the rest of his body, was completely cybernetic. For Darkseid. The figure muttered again without moving his lips. This half-man, half-machine was none other than the Lost Justice League member of Earth-16. Victor Stone. And several levels below this room, at the bottom of the large building that was Darkseid's castle, a creature was suspended in heavy restraints made specifically for it. Rarg. Chapter 115. Squelch. Blood splattered on the floor, dyeing it green yet again. At this point, Aurelie was practically a green version of herself several minutes ago. Kara, who fought alongside her, sported a similar look. It wasn't their fault, there were just too many of them. The numbers of parademons on Apocalypse were endless. Obtained from the world's Darkseid's avatars had conquered with the mother boxes, these demonic creatures were nothing more than souls enslaved to the will of their makers. After destroying hundreds of thousands of worlds, their numbers were inestimable. Even when they were split between each avatar conquering the multiverse, the numbers in Apocalypse were beyond the entire population of Earth. A powerful, obedient army completely unafraid of death. The kind ORM previously lusted after. Bang! Kara punched one away and released her heat vision for the nth time today. The exhaustion from her cells had already begun to set in. Aurelie was no different. As she once said, the number of parademons on Apocalypse was enough to drown a new god with their sheer numbers. Unless you escaped or had power on the same level of Darkseid, these creatures would exhaust you to death. Apocalypse wasn't home to a yellow sun. Kara was unable to recharge her cells, and fighting such a protracted battle with a seemingly endless army would ultimately lead to their defeat. Then, the commotion that occurred next frightened both women's souls. The giant figure of Darkseid expanding outside the planet made their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomachs. Know this. You cannot defeat me. His voice rumbled throughout the entire planet. The sheer display of his size was an impressive spectacle in their eyes. Enough to make much give up resistance to fight. However, the giant figure of Darkseid shrunk rapidly the next second, followed by a giant booming sound and a blast of energy that swept through the area like a tidal wave. Everything on Apocalypse, every building and structure that wasn't already destroyed due to the planet's crumbling state, was shattered to nothing but debris. Rocks broke apart, and the black earth was uprooted. Parademons in the skies were ripped to shreds and the panicking Apocalypse citizens were blown apart. Kara and Aurelie were swept away by the storm of energy that swept across the planet, damaging it further. For the planet that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, this was the final straw. And so with that, Apocalypse was unable to hold on. The planet began to fall apart. Pillars of bright red, flaming energy emerged from the planet core, shooting through the ground and ascending to the sky. 1. 2. 3. This marked the end for Apocalypse. Bang! Kara smashed against the earth and tumbled rapidly. She dug her fingers into the ground to stabilize her rolling figure as the energy storm swept past her. Then. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the floor below her, blowing her away in the process. Kara gained her balance in the air. The state of the planet quickly fell into her eyes and ears, causing her heart to quickly grow unsettled. The pillars of fire bursting from the ground. The screams of the citizens that fell in her ears. The world was coming to an end. A situation she was all too familiar with. Arg! Once again, her powers began to go haywire. Her unsettled heart and mind began to play the scene she last wanted to remember at this moment. It was almost the same as it was that day. The day she was put on that ship and thrown into outer space, watching as her planet grew red and ultimately exploded. No. The destruction of Apocalypse, it reminded her of Krypton's destruction. Damn it. Seeing Apocalypse nearing its end, Orly's face was incredibly unsightly. I have to get out of here. She hurriedly reached towards her waist but touched nothing of significance. It dawned on her then. Amari had taken away her teleporter and used it to bring them here. This realization caused her face to darken considerable, and she cussed through gritted teeth. That asshole. He told them not to get killed while he was gone, but now they would truly die if this planet was destroyed, and they were still on it. Orly watched helplessly as the pillars of fire burst towards their direction with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. So this was the end, huh? The pillars of fire emerged, and Orly was enveloped in the fires of Apocalypse's destruction. Streaks of red emerged across the entire planet, multiplying rapidly in the course of its destruction. Until. Boom! The planet exploded, sending a shockwave, reaching the farthest parts of this star system. Huh! Amari turned around just to be hit in the face with the aftermath of Apocalypse's destruction. Oh! Looks like I got carried away. His eyes narrowed upon realizing what he had done. Apocalypse was home to billions of lives. 80% of them were parademons and the other 19.9% were lowlies. Only 0.1 made up the actual new god population, but still. That could all be cast aside. But most importantly, Kara and Orly were still on that planet. In that case. Just fix it. The thought blew past his mind and he took action on it. Stretching his arm forward towards the ruins of what was once a great planet, his hand lit up with a blue glow as he willed for its resurrection. Reverse. Time froze for a split second as everything ceased movement. Then, it all started to move backwards. The scattered parts of the planet moved in reverse, and the displaced rocks began to reform the shape of a planet. The streaks of red appeared again and gradually faded as time moved against it will to restore Apocalypse to the point before destruction. Few seconds later. Gotham City. Bang! A giant dark green arm smashed into the glass cabinet, causing the glass to shatter. A large piece of glass falls to the ground. Looking at it, one would see the reflection of a green-skinned figure with a glowing yellow eye. Thud. A bag dropped to the floor, almost filled to the brim with what looked like bottles of medication. GRGH. Finally. The figure let out a deep, nasal growl and stretched his arms to the cabinet. The drugs were moved to the large bag he had brought with him, emptying it completely. Swoosh. The giant green figure stopped. His ears twitching slightly as he turned to reveal his side profile. The whole place was dark, with only the moonlight barely illuminating the warehouse room through the glass windows. For a moment, it seemed that everything was normal. If it were before, perhaps he would have thought it was an illusion. But in Gotham. He knew better than to ignore anything subtle when a black man-bat was running amok. Thud. Thud. He took 2 steps and turned around, his footsteps making a loud thudding sound. And sure enough, he was right. William Jones, aka Killer Croc. The deep voice resounded in the warehouse. Stealing drugs isn't your usual MO. The large muscular figure swept his eyes across the surroundings. And then, a figure dropped from the ceiling, landing on his feet with a slight squat before restoring his straight posture. You. The eyes of the green, oversized crocodile narrowed. Bruce replied with a straight face. When half the biotech firms in town get hit, I get curious. Following which, his eyes narrowed. And last time I checked, you were supposed to be at Arkham. I got out. Looking at the large, muscular figure with scaly skin, Batman realized what the drugs were for. You look like you've been working out, Croc. At that moment, a tail suddenly swept towards him, prompting the caped crusader to dodge. Boom! The ground beneath Batman's feet cracked under the great force. Okay. The tails knew. Yeah, got it at a steal. And the sewers of Arkham are particularly easy to gain passage through for escape. Killer Croc crouched down and rushed towards Batman. With a slight twist, several batarangs appeared in the hands of the Dark Knight. Bruce looked particularly solemn. However. Crash! Glass shattered as a blur flew through the window and smashed straight into Killer Croc, who was about to go on a rampage. The raging crocodile didn't even have the chance to react when a punch landing on his face sent him flying through the concrete wall, into the next room. Well, vacation's over. Worry not, though. I'm sure your cell hasn't grown too cold ever since you left. Killer Croc didn't have the chance to see the man in red and blue tights who attacked him. He laid in the rubble from the broken wall, half his body covered with stone, completely knocked out cold and blood seeping out of his maw. Seeing that the situation was taken care of, Clark turned his attention back to the expressionless Batman, who stood aside with his batarang still within his grasp. Am I interrupting? Yes. Bruce said while putting the batarangs away. Clark could hear the slight annoyance within that one word. It was very minute. But he had super hearing. Well, sorry, but I have something to talk about. And waiting for this to play out would take time. The Man of Steel flew downwards, his 2 feet landing on the floor. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, I x-rayed his body. It's filled with steroids. He was stronger, faster than before. Clark paused, choosing his words carefully. He would have been difficult for you to overcome. You mean I wouldn't have been able to handle it? Bruce cut in and said bluntly. I didn't put it like that. You know how I feel about you interrupting in Gotham affairs, Superman. Batman remarked nonchalantly without looking at him. I'll be out of your hair soon enough, believe me. It's just. Kara has disappeared, hasn't she? Clark was a bit stunned. Before returning to normal. After all, it was Bruce who knew. He was Batman after all. Seeing as Clark didn't bother to ask how he knew but just stared at him with an expression that beckoned to go on, Bruce continued. Green Arrow messaged me just recently from the Watchtower. A huge energy signature appeared on a Paris building 40 minutes ago. He paused for a moment. The same building Kara sat on before our arrival. Clark's face crumpled. You're saying? Yes. It appears that your cousin might have been kidnapped. By who? Clark asked with a frown. The urgency in his voice was unconcealed. I asked Arrow to run an analysis on the energy signature. It appears that it's the same one that appeared in the Bialyan Desert a month ago, which the team set out to investigate. The secret society? Clark called out with an unsightly expression. Amari was right. They're back. It seems that way. But tell me, did you see Amari in the area? Or anywhere for that matter? No. When he didn't find Kara in Paris after the Eiffel Tower completely collapsed, he thought she had run away again like back in Metropolis because she didn't want to face him. He wanted to find her so they could talk. So. Who better to look for than Batman? But now. He was hearing this. Why didn't you tell me? Hearing the tones so solemn, Bruce didn't flinch at Clark's narrowed eyes. I didn't want to alert you to the worst possibility until I had definite evidence. For all we know, she could simply be with him, and you might end up worrying for nothing. And as you can see, I was busy. The giant hole in the wall was enough proof to testify to his claim. You could have. I told Arrow to send you a message informing you about the possible situation 3 minutes ago. From your tone. You haven't received it yet. At that moment, Clark's comms rang, indicating someone was sending him a message. Perfect timing, Oliver. The frown on his face was particularly unsightly. Go back to the Watchtower. Green Arrow should be checking for any signs of her on the Earth as we speak. Bruce turned around and walked towards the hole. He had traveled all the way from Paris in 40 minutes when Oracle let him know that several biotech firms in Gotham were reporting break-ins. Now. He had to drag this big lug to the jet and have him transported to Arkham once again so he could begin figuring out who was behind Croc's actions. Steroids weren't enough to make this guy grow a tail. Hearing this, Clark calmed down a bit. He didn't want to admit it, but Bruce was right. For all he knew, his cousin could be with Amari. And if she was attacked? Well. Clark doubted the enemies would be successful. Still, that didn't mean he wouldn't stop worrying. Fine. I hope you're right, Bruce. Following which, Clark shot to the skies, disappearing quickly. Bruce didn't turn around. At her age in Earth, teenagers were willful. And with what she had gone through, perhaps she needed someone she felt she could relate with. Amari was one such person. And from what he had deduced, Bruce doubted that any harm would befall her. Still, there was a chance that there was more to it than he let Clark in on. He had hidden something from him after convincing the Martian Manhunter to keep it a secret. Supergirl was under control. Not completely mind-controlled like one would expect, but a mental seed had been planted deep within the recesses of her mind. No doubt, Batman knew who was behind it. And now, the energy surge that appeared in the Byaoyan desert had appeared again. There was a great chance that Supergirl had been kidnapped once again by the secret society. Bruce had placed a tracker on Supergirl to confirm his suspicions that Kara was meant to be used as a spy in the League. But strangely enough, the signal was cut off at that moment 40 minutes ago. There was a chance it had been destroyed. Which was hard to believe as the trackers weren't on the outside but within Supergirl herself. Then, there left the other possibility. She had exceeded the range for the trackers to work. If she was still on Earth, then that was impossible. This was why Bruce brought forward the idea that Kara could be with Amari. As technically, he didn't reside in this world. But there was something else that bothered him. The same energy signature was spotted in Gotham City 2 days ago. Batman had been secretly investigating this matter on his own. But now, he had to deviate his attention. Something was up with Killer Croc, and he was going to find out what. Meanwhile, unknown to the Dark Knight, a giant dark creature hid in the dark a great distance away observing the caped Crusader. GRGGG. It let out a low shriek and flapped its bat-shaped wings before flying off into the distance, disappearing into the night. A few seconds later. Squelch. Blood splattered on the floor, dyeing it green yet again. At this point, Aurelie was practically a green version of herself several minutes ago. She raised her spear once again to continue her attack. These creatures are. Then she stiffened. Wait. Why did this all seem so familiar? She raised her head to the skies but saw that the parademons that once turned the area above them to a sea of black was gone. What? She turned around and examined her surroundings. The rumbling had stopped, the pillars of flames were gone. This apocalypse was still standing. Wasn't it destroyed? Strange, she wasn't dead. You done? The voice from behind startled the Fury, prompting her to twist her body and stab her spear instinctively. Crack. Amari watched as the spear slammed against his body and broke in two. It's you. Seeing this, she retracted the broken spear and was silent for a moment. What did you do? She didn't believe for 1 second that what she experienced wasn't real. The planet exploded, you two died, and I turned back time to save it. Kara opened her mouth but no words came out. Apocalypse was restored. Nevertheless, it looked miserable. Amari hadn't brought it back to perfect shape. All in all, it looked like it would collapse at any moment once it encountered something slightly stronger. And Darkseid? Gone. Aurelie was slightly dumbstruck. You killed him? He ran away. Aurelie was silent. Her face took a deep, hard stare at Amari for a few seconds before she dropped the broken half of her spear. Then let's end this already. Huh. You've done what you came here to do. So what happens to me now? The atmosphere was silent. Aurelie looked at him with unblinking eyes, fully prepared to have her life end here. What makes you think I want to kill you? Amari held down a chuckle. Honestly, I didn't want things to get this far. Aurelie frowned. She didn't understand where he was going with this. Don't understand? Well, if you think I came here to destroy Apocalypse and kill the god of tyranny, then you're wrong. I just came here to negotiate. But as you can see. He spread out his hands with a helpless expression of someone who was forced to defend himself. Darkseid attacked me first. I had no choice but to take action. Seeing the deadpan expressions on their faces, Amari shrugged indifferently. Whether they believed it or not, he didn't care. Then what happens to me? That's your choice. Chapter 116. Today, an event worthy of going down in the Book of Destiny of the DC multiverse took place. Something once thought to be impossible by many. The personification of evil, destroyer of worlds, conqueror of dimensions, the Lord of Apocalypse Darkseid himself, was defeated. A terror who had enslaved hundreds of thousands of worlds, striking fear in the hearts of beings across the multiverse in search of anti-life. Talk about a successful side hustler. Battled against by a mighty being, the new god of tyranny failed to gain the upper hand, was almost beaten to a pulp and ultimately forced to flee. The result of their great battle was the planet of Apocalypse left in ruins. Almost destroyed in the clash, destroyed and brought back, and left broken in the aftermath. The cries and screams of the lowlies who had been enslaved from thousands of worlds were almost endless. Deemed the only survivors of the world's dark side had conquered, they lived only to create the weapons and armor of the members of their respective races, now turned parademons. Their death and despair serving to fuel the dreaded atmosphere of this dark, negative planet. Ugh! The dizziness set in again as Kara felt greatly uncomfortable. The negative energy was too much for the Kryptonian fledgling to bear. Enough! This can't go on. The calm, indifferent voice fell into her ears, causing her eyes to widen. No. I'm fine. You can't adapt to the atmosphere of this world. Its negative energy is toxic for you mentally. The longer you stay, the more twisted your mind is going to get. Amari looked at her stubborn expression and spoke in a plain tone. As it is, you can't continue. This was normal. Clark had absorbed yellow sun radiation for years during his time on Earth yet couldn't adapt to the atmosphere on Zod's ship within 2 minutes. Apocalypse wasn't inferior in any way. This planet was corrupted with an aura that could drive a normal man crazy. Superman once got hit with the flaming energy from the planet's core and had his mind corrupted. These people. They're hurt. Suffering. I can. Go back to Earth. No. You can't. I can, and I will. Amari didn't let her finish what she was struggling to say. He stretched out his hand and the floor beneath her morphed to form a portal. Following which, she fell right through into another world that had cars, tall buildings and fancy lights. Ah! Kara's figure fell with a loud scream as the portal closed. And then there were two. Amari turned his gaze to Orly who looked back at him with unflinching eyes. The atmosphere was tense under the background of the chaos of Apocalypse. Amari raised his hand. The space around it warped and a small device with an Omega symbol on it appeared. Here. Amari tossed the teleporter to Orly and walked past her. Orly stood there, rooted to the ground. The winds blew, causing her bright red hair to flutter. On that beautiful face was an expression of doubt and confusions. What exactly was he doing? What was his motive for doing this? For a moment, she didn't know what to think. Turning around, she saw his back going further and further away. It took a while for her to realize that he wasn't joking. Why? Her voice was low. Why do you care? He replied with a question of his own without stopping or looking back. You always wanted freedom, right? Now you have it. So go. The female fury was silent for a few seconds. Her brows were knitted into a tight frown. What about you? Orly couldn't help but ask. He had already defeated Darkseid and reduced Apocalypse to near ruin. Why didn't he just leave with a portal like the Kryptonian? Her question fell into his ears. Understanding what she meant, he paused. Then laughed. He. Me? A strange light flashed through his eyes. Well. Let's just say I'm going sightseeing. His halted footsteps resumed walking. It took a while for her to turn her gaze away from Amari's departing back to the boom tube teleporter within her grasp. Taking one last look at the planet she grew up in, there wasn't even the slightest bit of nostalgia as she pressed the Omega symbol. A boom tube appeared before her, to which she entered without hesitation. However, unknown to the female new god, an invisible ray of soul essence seeped out from the earth beneath her. Sensing a way of escape through the portal, it quickly drilled into the boom tube, escaping its long imprisonment on this dreaded planet once and for all with fear and haste. And with that, the boom tube closed. Watching the fleeing soul, a small smirk crept its way to Amari's expressionless face. Nevertheless, he did nothing to stop it. The universe was already chaotic. How much more chaos could one soul cause? He had more important things to do. The moment Apocalypse was destroyed, Amari discovered something. Something he was sure Darkseid, who had lived here all his life, wasn't aware of. Legend says that the gods of New Genesis and Apocalypse were born due to the fall of the old gods. After the old gods were destroyed in Ragnarok, their world was shattered into two pieces that thousands of years later, would come to become the home worlds of the new deities of the multiverse. For creatures of old, that was marked as the end of an era. The old gods were dead, never to return again. But that was far from the truth. They had survived. Survived the destruction of their old world hundreds of thousands of years ago. Amari was always sure of this. The day he used Shazam's power to access the God Sphere, he realized that the old gods weren't dead. And upon the destruction of Apocalypse, his suspicions were confirmed. They were here. Trapped and hidden beneath the surface of the planet itself. Wandering the ruins of their destroyed world in an underground labyrinth. Ironic really. What better place to hide than in the underworld of their home planet? Soon, Amari came to a stop. Because right below him was the entrance to the necropolis. The underground labyrinth of the old gods. And with a single thought, Amari's figure fell right through the earth. Meanwhile, considerable changes were taking place elsewhere. Somewhere in an unknown area of the god sphere. Mount Olympus. The new god Metron once deduced that the old gods were not dead but would rise again due to the events of the new god of tyranny, Darkseid. He concluded that every time someone successfully resisted the new ruler of their home world, the ones of old would be one step closer to resurrection from their fallen state. Normally, this would take a very long period of time. But today, Darkseid was resisted. Not only resisted, he was beaten to this point, making it the first time in history. Spark. From the damaged statue of the god King Zeus, wisps of blue light seeped out at a rapid state, enveloping it with diving energy. The process continued for quite a long period of time as more and more power was drawn out by the statue from the god sphere, attempting to transform itself to normal form once more. The darkness of the void was illuminated by a dazzling blue color. Sparks of lightning began to emerge in the space around, followed by the heavenly call and a gradually rising war cry. The voice was faint at first. Seemingly inaudible, but the commotion around was nothing to scoff at. Cracks began to emerge everywhere on the solid rock. However, instead of breaking apart, it began to fall off. Piece by piece, dust particles after another. Like a figure emerging from a sandy pit, the statue was transformed, and the foreign substances peeled off to reveal fairly tanned skin. Arg. The sound grew more audible as it grew from a whisper to a cowl to a full-blown war cry. Boom. A wave of diving lightning burrs out, sweeping anything and everything in its path as the solitary statue finally moved for once in thousands of years. Gotham City. Location. Unknown. The place was lit up with dim lights, revealing the area to be an enclosed warehouse of some sorts. In a secluded area, a figure could be seen standing in front of a large monitoring screen, playing a video. Play it again. A deep, hoarse voice fell into the ears of the masked man sitting at the keyboard. Right away, sir. Hearing this, he didn't dare to neglect the man beside him and tapped the keyboard again. The video restarted again in ultra-night vision, the scene that had taken place a few moments ago. And surprisingly, or rather, unsurprisingly, the people in the video could be easily identified. One was Batman and the other was Killer Croc. Recorded from a noticeable distance away, the scene of their brief confrontation was unfortunately interrupted by the arrival of the Man of Steel. Seeing the Croc easily taken down, the standing figure showed no surprise. He didn't know what the Superman discussed with the caped Crusader. Only until he saw the departure of the Boy Scout did he finally make a move. Dressed in a black and gray costume with goldenrod greaves and gauntlets, the man's eyes narrowed, before turning around and leaving. Recall the Man-Bat. He uttered without turning back. And send an airstrike to Dr. Langstrom's apartment. Wait till he's there, and blow it all up. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he pulled down his goldenrod mask to cover his white hair. The mask sported a black area covering that right side of his face. At times, Slade could be a narrow-minded person. His hatred for Batman wasn't much, but it wasn't little, ever since he was denied the right to be the successor of the League of Assassins by Ra's al Ghul. While his actions may play some part in Ra's decision, it was further facilitated by the fact that the demons had considered Batman to be a worthier heir than he was. For someone like Deathstroke, the most skilled assassin in the world, this was undeniably insulting to him. The man walked into another area of the warehouse in deep thought. After learning of Ra's decision, he left the League of Assassins, terminating their relationship, and created his own group of followers, feeling that they no longer had anything to offer him. As a mercenary for hire, Slade was a highly sought-after assassin who worked for the highest bidder. The guards around this place were particularly numerous and constant patrols could be seen. After turning down a corridor, Deathstroke walked into a room that was guarded by multiple soldiers from both sides. "Sir." They all saluted, eliciting no response from him. He simply walked in and closed the door behind him. "Ha!" His entry startled the white-haired middle-aged man inside the room, who turned his head to see the new arrival. "It's you!" he exclaimed. "Evening, Dr. Langstrom." Slade greeted cordially. "How's my research going?" Shatter. The bottle of mixed chemicals suddenly fell to the floor and broke apart. Seeing the serum he was creating go to waste, Kirk's face was as white as a sheet of paper. "Not so well, I see." His tone grew several degrees colder. Cold sweat began to develop on Dr. Langstrom's back. He had been kidnapped here by Deathstroke and his crew to create a special serum for them. That wasn't it. Kirk spoke quickly for fear that Slade would do something rash. "It wasn't?" "Yes. I mean. No. I mean. It wasn't complete." Like the others, it wouldn't have worked. He could only bite the bullet and reveal the truth with a trembling voice. That's not what we agreed on, Doctor. As he spoke, Deathstroke drew out a short knife from a small opening around the suit near his thigh. Or do you need me to remind you? My promise was quite clear. Your family would live as long as you did what I asked. And quite frankly. He pointed the weapon towards his face. You don't seem to be doing it. Kirk's eyes widened with despair. I already created the mutagen you needed. Not enough. Slade answered apathetically. The mutagen was what was used to give Killer Croc a tail. In turn, that ugly green oversized crocodile would fetch him the steroids required from labs all over Gotham City. Kirk was silent for a moment. I can't complete the serum. Not with what the materials you're giving me. Deathstroke's eyes narrowed. The steroids aren't good enough. No. I need more than that. What? Other serums just like mine. Failed versions, tested and abandoned, alongside their experimental analysis results. By pooling data, I can get you want. Deathstroke understood. You want to use other incomplete experiments to complete yours. Silence. Seeing that the doctor didn't respond, Deathstroke stared at him for a few seconds before putting the knife back. Then, he turned around to leave. His voice falling into the ears of the old doctor. I'll get you what you want. After which, there should be no more excuses. Or else. The doors slammed behind him. Despite leaving the League of Assassins, both parties still maintained a cooperative relationship, in which Roz hired Deathstroke to handle certain issues. And this was one of them. Under the orders of Talia, Slade was tasked with the kidnapping of Dr. Kirk Langstrom and his family in order to persuade the doctor to successfully complete his life's work. The Man-Bat formula. Soon, Slade returned to the monitoring room and ordered. Get me a list of the industries previously involved in the creation of super soldier serums. His orders were carried out without question. Soon, a list was handed to him, and Slade immediately set his eyes on the first one. The Pheno drug, once produced by Strader Pharmaceuticals in Gotham. Chapter 117. The Necropolis. Apocalypse. Hidden from the surface world, the underground area that represented the last traces of the old world welcomed an unexpected visitor. From the highest heights this underground cave could accommodate, pulses of rippling red energy spread in a particular spot. Within the time span of a second, the pulses grew brighter and brighter, gleaming a violent red as if trying desperately to prevent something from getting in. Warning. A red hole suddenly appeared on the ceiling, from the size of a bean, to the size of a basketball, before eventually reaching the size fit for a human being to make passage. Following which, a figure passed through the portal and fell from the ceiling. Thud. Penetrating through the energy shield, Amari landed on the ground with firm feet, dissipating the force generated from falling from such a height and avoiding the noise that would have occurred due to the impact. Okay. That was deeper than I thought. Moving his gaze, his eyes came in contact with a gloomy-looking cavern. Everything previously hidden from his senses when he was above ground fell into his ears and eyes at once. The situation almost made him marvel at the power of the old gods. No wonder Darkseid never discovered this place after ruling for so long. The shield covering these caverns was strong. Its resistance ability wasn't all that impressive and could be torn apart with enough force, but the concealment capability was astounding. Everything within this part of the planet was shielded from all sensing capabilities. Unless one particularly powerful individual decided to take a good look. Amari moved his gaze forwards and all he could see was the cavern-like passageway with seemingly no end. And then it hit him. Unlike before, Amari could easily sense the divine energy that permeated the air in this underground world. The divinity given off by the old gods was very rich here. Seeping off the ground and the walls. This was the divine energy emitted by Ogrund. Home world of the ones of old. A world within a world. Unfortunately, their era was over. Apocalypse that once made up Ogrund had been transformed into something else after hundreds of thousands of years. The energy shield itself was slowly being corroded by the negative energy of Apocalypse. With enough time, it would vanish and this place would be made known to the new gods above. Torches. The examination of his surroundings didn't reveal much. Looking at the multiple caves that led to different areas, Amari felt a bit underwhelmed. One would think that the residents of the last surviving old gods would be similar to a hidden world within a world. A generally beautiful ecosystem, surviving within the same planet. Kinda like Hollow Earth. Where titans towering from tens to hundreds of feet tall roamed freely through the lush green jungles. Instead, it looked like a rather spacious medieval dungeon, situated in an underground city. A spacious dungeon. But a dungeon nonetheless. So much for expectations. Amari muttered under his breath. There were torches lined up in fixed intervals along the walls. How these torches were still burning after thousands of years wasn't his concern. But within those intervals, there were dark shadows that couldn't be bypassed. With the deafening silence and the gloomy shadows, this place came off far more eerie and ominous than the ruins of the old gods. I can see just fine. But still. Should he attribute it to the place itself? Or was the aura of apocalypse already seeping into this place before the shield disappeared? At that moment, Amari frowned. Turning his gaze towards the cave tunnels, his expression darkened slightly at the feeling he just experienced. He was being watched. Silence reigned for a few moments and Amari's expression eventually returned to normal. Oh well. Seeing the silence, Amari said nothing more and began to walk forward. He was here to sightsee anyway, so there was no harm in taking a look around the place. The original owners probably wouldn't mind much. And so, he picked the closest cave and walked in. Just how long did he walk? His clear footsteps were the only sound that could be heard in this underground world. From one tunnel bend to the other, what fell into his eyes were the ruins of the place. The deeper he walked, the more spacious this place grew. Just when he felt he had walked long enough, he felt multiple presences as he stepped out of the end of the passageway. What first fell into his eyes was the expansive space. Buildings and towers stretched out far and wide and the largest one was in the very middle, reminding him of the city of the resident gods in the neighboring universe. Asgard. Although ruined, it was truly a sight to behold. You could even see the mountains hundreds of miles away on the other side. The rivers and streams had dried up, though. Thud. The sound fell into his ears. Are they finally here? His eyes wandered to a certain area and the sound of feet stepping on the ground was clearly projected. Following which, a figure stepped out of the shadows of the closest ruined structure. Thud. Thud. Amari tilted his head at the sight before him. It had ash-like skin tone, bowed its head as it walked and wore tattered clothing that reached its knee with a few sets of metal armor pieces. The arms drooped beside it as it took every step forward in a lifeless manner. Kinda like a walking corpse. Amari looked on without saying a word. When Apocalypse was destroyed, he realized that a second world was hidden beneath the planet. And as such, he certainly wouldn't miss the inhabitants of this once glorious piece of history. Amari always knew that the old gods were still alive. As for the proof. The figure suddenly raised its head sharply. Its eyes locked on Amari's figure were pitch black with no irises within. Dark lines stretched from the bottom eyelids all over the face area, giving it a rather disturbing look. Well. There's your proof right there. The dregs. Also known as the last surviving members of the old gods. They managed to survive the destruction of their world many years ago but were rendered mindless as the result. Originally beings with great power and might in the universe, they were reduced to nothing but creatures akin to zombies. Roaming in the catacombs of their planet for so long without being discovered. You're a god. Amari observed the male figure with keen interest, ignoring the obviously disturbing complexion. Or better to say you were. Rarg. As if it could understand his words, the dreg roared loudly, resounding in the once quiet city. Then, it rushed towards Amari with extreme speed, like a rabid dog. With a single leap, the ground beneath it cracked as it propelled forward, causing a small area to shatter. Amari raised an eyebrow. Okay. I stand corrected. For a mindless god, this thing was strong. Not just strong, quite fast as well. Bang! 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 With each step, the ground shattered. And in the blink of an eye, the distance of 100 meters was covered as it rushed towards him without a trace of hesitation. Seeing this, Amari's eyes glowed a bright blue. A vast force expanded throughout the surroundings, before clamping straight on the advancing figure. The dreg stopped. Immobilized in the air by telekinetic forces. Looking at those pitch-black eyes, Amari watched indifferently as it struggled to break free. Using all of its strength, it tried to release itself with no success. A deranged race with great physical capabilities. His plain voice was low, seeming as if he were muttering to himself. Judging from the features and what he could make out of this thing in front of him, Amari could conclude that this man was a citizen of Ulgrund years ago. Just like the forever people of New Genesis and the lowlies of Apocalypse, they couldn't be considered gods in a truest sense as they represented nothing in particular. Similar to how Darkseid was the god of tyranny and Lonar was the god of journeys. Scot-free was the god of escape and likewise. They gained their godlike status from the ideals they represent. The stronger the ideal, the more power they can draw from the god sphere, connected to the source. True gods all represented a certain belief, ideal, anything to link them to the universe as it was. As long as that ideal existed, they would forever be gods. Those who had no ideals to represent were in between. Not quite mortal but couldn't be considered a true god either. False god then? Or a race similar to Kryptonians? And this being before him was one of them. A citizen who managed to survive the crisis but after turning into this, strangely had the same strength and speed as most of the Furies Amari he had faced. Why is that? He couldn't help but wonder. Also, ignoring the roaring of the dreg, his thoughts moved, and his telekinesis began to take effect. The force immobilizing the old god in the air changed and instead of holding it in one place, began to pull it apart from both sides. What exactly should I make of you now? Rarg! From the loud, deafening roar, Amari was sure that this dreg was releasing a pained scream. The sound of cracking bones fell into his ears and within his glowing blue eyes, the mindless creature was brutally ripped in two. Blood splattered all over the floor. Thud. Followed by the thudding sound created by two halves of a corpse being dropped. Amari examined the corpse of the dreg before him, a frown adorning his face. Especially when his gaze laid on the blood of the creature. That's blood. It wasn't surprising why he was surprised as the color of this one was quite different from the norm. Red. However, with an aura of orange flowing within it. This was interesting. Looking at the creature's blood, Amari couldn't figure out whether the blood was a result of some kind of poisoning that turned them into what they were now, or perhaps it was something else. Wait. Something else? Examining the orange aura, Amari's face showed an expression of realization. Those are source marks. Rarg. The loud roars brought him out of his reverie. Yep, not a roar. Roars. The once quiet city suddenly seemed to come alive as loud, monstrous roars came from all directions. Amari's expressionless face showed no change. He knew of this development a long time ago. After all, this was once the city of gods. So, undoubtedly, there would be more than one of these creatures. The ground began to shake rapidly, as if experiencing an earthquake. And after the one Amari just killed, the second emerged. Then the third, fourth, fifth. One by one in large numbers, they walked out of the city with pitch-black eyes, tattered clothing and hideous expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, locked away somewhere within the palace, a figure stared intensely at Amari's figure through the eyes of the dregs themselves. Chapter 118. A wave of invisible energy tore through the city grounds like a giant moving plow. Bang! Buildings collapsed, the earth was unearthed, and dregs were blown away, carried in the giant telekinetic storm. The destruction was so apparent that the whole place trembled with the attack released. Rawr! Countless dregs roared while being held in the air as their limbs twitched. Obviously trying to break free. Snap! The sound of a finger snap was swallowed within the noise created in the chaos. But the effect it created wasn't. Blood stained the destroyed floors and scattered debris as dozens of dregs had major parts of their bodies explode into blood mist. Plop! 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 Droplets of corrupted blood fell without end, pouring out of the corpses of the dregs. As whatever was left of their corpses fell, their blackened eyes regained their original color. An observation that was well noted, however, mattered little to those who were already dead. That confirms that it's all of them. Amari thought to himself as more of dregs rushed towards him without regard for the level of power he had just displayed. The creatures rushed towards him in hordes like ravenous beings seeking nothing but to tear him apart, limb from limb. Seeing them appear in dozens, Amari felt slightly astonished at their numbers. They weren't dead. Sure, that was acceptable. But how and why were so many of them still alive? The planet experienced a planetary blast, rupturing from the inside. The destruction of a planet was something that powerful beings could survive. But Urgrund wasn't a regular planet. A vast mental force spread throughout the area as Amari had his telepathy drill into their minds in an attempt to discover just what had happened to these creatures. That was his intent. The result, however, left him quite fascinated. A nearby dreg rushing over with full speed was invaded by Amari's mental force. However, its actions didn't stop in the slightest as it continued to attack. Nothing. Amari was surprised. With a thought, time seemed to come to a standstill and the movements of the rushing dregs slowed down infinitely. This wasn't time stoppage or the slowing down of time itself. Instead, Amari had sped up his perception of time to an extremely high degree. With their figures still, the telepathy continued to invade without hesitation. Part of his consciousness soon appeared in a dark plane that seemed to stretch for miles. However, although it was dark, it wasn't empty in the slightest. With his consciousness in place, the first thing that came to his sight was several floating glyphs made of fiery yellow energy. The glyphs, however, looked fractured or better put, weren't complete. Looking exactly the same, each one occupied a certain area of this dark space within the dreg's mind. These identical glyphs gave off a vile, sinister aura, projecting an emotion humans knew all too well. Despair. These are. As if sensing his presence, the floating glyphs shook. The intensity of despair they exuded increased drastically, as if conveying their displeasure with his presence here. Amari frowned. These glyphs were alive. Observing the floating symbols, a flash of orange light came from above, prompting Amari to raise his head up. And there it was. A large orange mark embedded throughout the area above him, splitting the darkness in two like a wide crack in the Grand Canyons. The wide crack exuded an aura of pure, primal energy, constantly flooding the mental landscape with unfiltered power. This power was also spread throughout the rest of the body itself. A source mark. A mark transcending dimensions that was connected to the source itself. At that moment, Amari understood why his mental power had failed. Mind control wouldn't work on these creatures. Simply because they had no minds anymore. They had no thoughts of their own, and whatever ray of consciousness they had left wasn't theirs to control anymore. Their basic will had been destroyed, and all that was left was the impulse to attack any living thing that wasn't one of them. As for the source mark, it didn't have much to do with their current situation. Only serving to power what did. Just then, a giant glyph suddenly shot towards him with rapid speed, wanting to integrate into this new arrival. With an eyebrow raised, Amari watched as the glyph arrived in the blink of an eye. Bang! Unfortunately, its actions were unsuccessful as a translucent wall of mental energy revolved around Amari's figure, shielding him from the symbol. This is interesting. Seeing this, Amari tilted his head with a look of contemplation. The glyph rebounded from the shield, yet attacked once again with no delay. Bang! 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 With his hands by his sides, he watched as the floating symbol tried again and again to break through, ultimately failing in its endeavors. It wants to possess me. Like it did the old gods during their final moments. Bang! With another unsuccessful possession, the glyph didn't rush forward again this time, but floated back to its original spot in the air. Following which, the space trembled as the floating symbols all expelled a wave of energy in his direction. Their actions clearly expressed their intentions, which Amari easily summed up in 2 words. Get out! Watching the wave of energy coming towards him, Amari's figure disappeared from the mental space just as the energy wave rushed over. Coming back to the real world, his perception of time returned to normal as the mindless gods rushed forward in their numbers. Interesting. He raised his hand and uttered. But I've had enough. So. His words stopped the next moment. To Amari's surprise, he saw the rushing dregs suddenly come to a halt before his eyes. Their once pitch-black eyes glowed with a touch of white and an expression of struggle emerged on their numerous faces. Go. It happened then. The dreg closest to Amari that froze up had its twisted expression straighten up and suddenly opened its mouth and released words in human language. This development took him by surprise. However, the dreg didn't let him speak and continued. This is not the place for you to be. Leave now while you still can. Amari's eyebrows narrowed with realization. Let me guess, you should be the one that's been spying on me. If it could, the dreg would probably frown. I can't hold them back for long. Amari nodded indifferently while looking at the struggling mindless gods. I can see that. But then again, why should I listen to you? There was a moment of silence. Because I am the god of this domain. I am. Arzaz. Oh. Amari was slightly surprised. You're the old god of order. Correct. And right now, you are in danger. Roar. A small shriek resounded from a nearby dreg. The white eyes began to show signs of darkening as the pitch-black color began to spread slowly. Thanks, but I can take care of myself. No, you cannot. His voice was booming, filled with a form of ancient majesty. There is a great evil here you do not understand. It has sensed your presence, and it seeks your soul. If you continue, it will stretch out to devour you whole. Even the might of the gods are vulnerable before it. Just like us, you will be trapped here for eternity, with no way of escape. Roar. I've lost control of one. The previously struggling dreg had its eyes returned to pitch black. Following which, it leaped down from a tall building, with its outstretched hands, grabbing towards Amari. With a single thought, the attacking dreg was blown to bits. Amari didn't even turn his head. You mean the glyphs? They already tried. Do not underestimate this power. During the destruction of my world, my people fell to it. Their original abilities increased tenfold. These creatures are nothing more than mere citizens. Those who lie deeper are more powerful than you think. I know. He replied. I can sense their presence. As his words fell, his eyes inadvertently drifted to the large castle behind the army of dregs. There. He could feel several powerful auras approaching this area. The energy signatures radiating off them were frighteningly high. And unlike the ones before him, these guys were the true old gods. Beings who once stood at the top of the universe with access to a true ideal that made up their godhead. But that was then. Now, they weren't even in their right minds, and that alone made them all the more terrifying. Stronger than before, their bodies were flooded with source energy which now powered something vile and sinister that kept them within their current state. Something dark-side had enslaved thousands of worlds in search of. Then go. Arzaz said in an imposing voice. I have seen your power. But you cannot hope to match theirs. Each god's ideal granted them powerful abilities allowing them to travel through space and time itself. Strength capable of destroying planets with ease, agility approaching the speed of light, and the altering of reality were well within their skill sets. This was what truly defined them as gods. Arzaz had seen Amari reconstruct Apocalypse, but that was far from enough for what he was about to face. He. Hearing this, a chuckle escaped his lips. Amari didn't know what to say at the feeling of being underestimated. Sorry to say. But I'm not leaving. Deep within the large palace at the center of the ruined city. An old man sat leaning back on a majestic throne made of nth metal. His eyes gave off a dazzling white glow and exuded waves of energy that shook the surrounding space. His body was clothed in ancient robes, and waves of pure white power of order flooded out of his being. This old man was Arzaz, the former god of order. Alongside the Nameless One and Algren, he was the chief god and ruler of the gods of Norse mythology. However, his majestic temperament didn't match his physical condition in the slightest. His skin was pale white and dark lines stretched across his body, stopping at the base of his neck area. At this moment, the face of the old god couldn't help but darken significantly. Not because he couldn't resist the erosion any longer but due to the nonchalant words of the newcomer. This ungrateful brat. The old god thought with gritted teeth. Although known as a benevolent god, this type of insolence wouldn't go unpunished during the days of Ergrun's reign. But that was a thing of the past. After resisting this evil force for almost 1,000,000 years, his power was far from what it once was. If this boy hadn't arrived today, he would have run out of divine power to resist the erosion eventually. At most, a few more years. But now, he was exhausting his power to keep the dregs at bay and communicate with this entity to leave the necropolis. As for why he labeled Amari as an entity, Arzaz wasn't a fool. Despite looking like it, this boy was no human. Neither was he an alien of any race he had ever seen. Of course, times had changed. The universe would not remain at the same state it was when their world was destroyed. Perhaps new life had grown on distant planets with powerful races strong enough to rival gods. But that was highly unlikely. And the energy signature this being gave off was not one of an alien. More of a god similar to his kind. But at the same time, he strangely was not. Not a god, nor demon, nor an alien. Amari was automatically labeled as an entity. But that wasn't the point. Arzaz was a god of order. As such, the last thing he wanted was for this power to fall into the hands of one capable of causing great destruction. For several reasons, the old gods, mindless or not, were unable to leave this underground labyrinth. And the evil force had remained trapped here with them ever since. Now, that was going to change. A new soul had arrived in their world. One that didn't have the same universal constraints they bore, preventing them from leaving this hellhole. As long as Amari remained within the necropolis, he would be the target of the dregs. And once he was captured by the other old gods who had lost their minds ages ago, the evil would infect him as well, use his body to escape the ruins of Ergrund. Once that happened, it meant possible destruction for the multiverse as it was. Arzaz would never allow this to happen. Your actions will lead to your doom and will bring ruin to the multiverse as it is. Oh. Thank goodness. I almost cared. Amari replied apathetically. The god of order seethed with fury. If he were at full strength, he would destroy this bastard right where he stood and out an end to the danger ahead. Outside, Amari looked at the white-eyed dreg and uttered. Like I said. I'm not leaving. Not until I obtain what I came here for. You are about to be destroyed, and your mind is still clouded with obtaining the weapons of the old gods. His voice boomed with rage. The multiverse and everything beyond was at stake, all because of this guy's greed for their divine weapons. Hold on. I think you're mistaken. Your weapons aren't what I'm here for. A smile appeared on his face. Why would I care about your artifacts when in this very city lies a fragment of the anti-life equation? Chapter 119. Death, despair, loneliness, fear, love. These emotions, alongside others joined together, would form a transcendent mathematical equation that equaled the end of all free will. Implanting the certainty that all life is hopeless and freedom was a futile concept, effectively dooming those who heard it to despair. Anti-life. The enemy of freedom. A living, sentient formula that could dominate the will of any sentient race in the universe. Capable of distorting reality to achieve complete dominance, it gained its name from the concept that if you had no will of your own, you weren't truly alive. The god of tyranny once came across the Martians whose whole philosophy was based on the life equation. And with that knowledge, he began to scour the multiverse in search of the opposite. Destroying planet after planet so all of existence would be his to rule. Yet nearly 1,000,000 years ago, the formula itself had leaked from the antimatter universe during the destruction of the old gods. Having its own sentience, it sought to corrupt and control the surviving remnants of the ones of old within their weakened state. It succeeded. The gods of old were all dominated under anti-life, their wills enslaved to its power. Few managed to resist its erosion as time went by, while many eventually succumbed to its power. Arzaz, the old god of order, was one of them. With the destruction of his planet, all inhabitants of Urgrund were infected with anti-life. In his weakened state, he released his divine authority and sealed the ruins of the old world, trapping the anti-life equation within. After the sealing of the necropolis, he had resisted the power of anti-life for thousands of years. You seek the undoing. The Dreg uttered hoarsely with darkening eyes. Amari could see that the old god was faltering. Years of resistance had left Arzaz weaker and weaker. He should have won. After all, anti-life was ultimately an equation at its core. It was meant to be wielded, and controlling an entire civilization of weakened gods was more than what could be sustained after all this time. This, however, was where the source mark came in. The destruction of Urgrund had devastated the old gods yet opened them to greater source power at the same time. Those who survived would have their bodies filled with excess source energy with time. The equation drew power from the source mark of the fallen gods to maintain their mindless state. Not seek it. More like stumbled upon it. Upon Apocalypse's destruction, he had sensed the power of anti-life that carried the signature of the antimatter universe. When the planet was destroyed, it quickly began to dissipate into the surrounding space like salt in water. And so, Amari turned back time, once again trapping the equation within the necropolis. Looking at the Dreg before him, he opened his mouth and continued. You probably don't know. But a multiversal tyrant has been destroying worlds across the multiverse trying to locate it. So. At that moment, he shrugged slightly. Since I've discovered it, why pass it up? Honestly, he found this situation interesting. Darkseid had destroyed numerous planets all over the universe searching for it. Yet, it was quite literally under his feet the whole time. Thousands of years, the destruction of so many civilizations across the multiverse. All of it was pure waste of time. Arzaz's dark face, if possible, grew darker. The undoing should never fall into the hands of anyone. Its very nature does nothing but bring chaos and destruction. Those who possess it will be corrupted by its power and use it for such. And? He raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to me? I will never allow this. Then stop me if you can. The face of the god of order turned cold. The consequences of your actions will bring war to all realms. To obtain anti-life, you will have to battle the fallen gods it now controls. Even at my peak, I am no match for their newly combined strength. In the throne room, the dark marks continue to inch up his neck with everything passing moment. The white eyes of the dregs darkened rapidly. I warn you for the last time. Leave this place, or suffer the consequences. Amari felt like laughing. It was quite clear that the old god was at the end of his rope. Even at full strength, it was questionable if he could even put up a fight, much less in this state. I appreciate the warning. His glowing eyes thrummed with power as he raised his right hand again. But I think I'll take my chances. Then you leave me no choice. The body of the old man began to leak large amounts of source energy. A complex circular pattern appeared underneath his throne, exuding white lights. Forgive me, Sirius. His voice was nothing more than a soft mutter. A wave of energy surged from his being, impacting everything in the surroundings. The soul of Arzaz escaped from his body, just before his body turned completely pale. The dark lines extended all the way to his face, growing right beneath his closed eyelids. Outside. As Arzaz lost control, the bodies of the dregs were retained by the glyphs. The one once possessed suddenly lit up with a bright white color. Following which, a phantom shot out of it, heading straight towards Amari. I will not allow anti-life to enslave the universe. Without so much as moving a muscle, Amari watched as the soul form of the god of order flew into his body. Even if it means having to destroy your soul. Arya uttered solemnly as he exerted the last of his divine power without restraint. His strength was weak, much weaker than at his peak. But a god was still a god. Gathering the last trace of divine power he could muster, Arzaz launched an attack, bypassing physical defenses all the way to Amari's soul. His goal was simple. Destroy Amari, take the body for himself, and seal the necropolis in the process. When he gathered enough power, he would search for a way to open a portal to the antimatter universe, banishing the dregs and the undoing back to its dimension alongside it. This was the final countermeasure the old god could think. And so, it flew into Amari without hesitation. Bang! A shockwave emerged from the collision and was reabsorbed in nanoseconds. The floating soul of Arzaz rebounded with a face full of shock and disbelief. You done? Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any higher. This was the second time someone was attempting to destroy his soul. Impossible. Arzaz was filled with utter disbelief. The old gods were once at the top of the universe. Despite the passing of 1,000,000 years, the changes experienced shouldn't be this great. The first being he had encountered after so long was so powerful. Good. Now it's my turn. Amari's eyes narrowed with chilling murderous intent. You. What are you? The last thing you'll ever see. I didn't want to kill Darkseid, as doing so would mess up the multiverse. You on the other hand. The same concept applied to Arzaz before him. This old man was the god of order. In regular circumstances, his absolute death would lead to chaos in the multiverse. But that was before Nabu and the Lords of Order arrived. After nearly 1,000,000 years of absence, his role had been replaced long ago. With that thought, Amari stretched out his hand towards the floating soul and his eyes glowed. The next moment, Arzaz's face changed drastically. His soul form began to rapidly deconstruct right before his very eyes. Stop! The old god exclaimed in terror and attempted to flee. Freeze! However, he found himself bound in place. Crack! No! Stop! You can't do this. Watching his godhead begin to shatter. Watch me. The ice-cold tone could freeze a planet. Crack! I am Arzaz. Do you hear me? I'm the god of order. You can't kill me. He. Amari didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu today. If he remembered correctly, Darkseid said the same thing earlier. Well, it would be just right to reply in the same way. Newsflash, I don't care. Bang! It happened then. Just when the godhead was about to crack, the sky rumbled with a flash of blue thunder. Seriously? What bad timing. The thought had barely flashed past his mind when the weather changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, dark storm clouds covered the entire underground city with flashes of lightning crackling within. A storm? In an underground labyrinth? Boom! Thunder boomed and lightning crackled. Hundreds of large bolts of lightning were thrown towards him from all directions, emerging from the storm cloud in the sky. Boom! The impact caused the earth itself to shake crazily, disturbing the energy shield that shielded this city from the perception of their neighbors upstairs. The convergence of so much destructive power in one spot caused the earth to be uprooted, dust and debris flying in all directions. A flash of white light expanded rapidly as the energy generated began to cover the buildings around it and expand. Roar! The dregs closest to the area were immediately swallowed by the expulsion of divine energy, disintegrating to atoms when caught within. From the looks of it, it seemed that all of Urgrun's ruins would be swallowed by the power equivalent to a nuclear bomb and growing rapidly. However, the divine energy suddenly halted before shrinking back just as fast as it built up. Less than a second later, everything receded back to the point of origin, all absorbed into Amari's physique. Amari's figure could be seen once again. His posture straight and his clothes as spotless as ever. The same couldn't be said for his surroundings. Right now, his body floated above a very deep ditch that expanded for more than 10 miles. Everything within this distance had been razed to the ground, leaving nothing but rubble and ashes. Typical. However, he couldn't care about this even if he wanted to. Because right before his eyes, 6 figures could be seen floating high in the skies above him. Their faces were ghastly pale, their eyes as black as night. Unlike the dregs below, these ones had gone a step further down the corruption phase. Not only were their faces pale, numerous anti-life glyphs emerged on the exposed areas of their skin, radiating a deadly orange color. These were the old gods of the first world who survived the first destruction and began the god wave. Okay then. I'm guessing you're the one responsible for that. His eyes fell on one located near the end of the group by his right. The dreg had a clear feminine figure with a face covered in a striking black helmet. 2 bolts of glowing blue lightning were held within her grasp as she, alongside the rest of them, stared at Amari below coldly. They didn't speak, neither did they growl and roar like the other dregs below. Seeing that they weren't attacking, a frown appeared on his features. Were they scared? Not likely. As for why they didn't attack, Amari didn't know, and honestly, he didn't want to. And so, he stretched out his right hand and a ball of destructive energy converged on his palm. With each passing second, more and more energy was adding into this small ball of destruction. This had gone on for long enough. He didn't want to stay here too long. It happened then. The flying gods of the old world finally made their move. However, this move wasn't in the form of an attack. Instead, they all proceeded to hold hands with each other. Following which, they opened their mouths and an orange substance emerged from within their being, floating into the air above them. Amari watched with surprise as the glyphs on their skin disappeared and a cloud of orange energy emerged above them. Eventually, this energy changed color rapidly, from a sinister-looking orange to a pitch-black cloud, forming the silhouette of a black shadow. A large black shadow enveloped the entire city at that moment. The mass of black energy condensed to form arms, a body, and a face hidden under a cloak of darkness. Now standing before Amari was a being of colossal size, emitting high waves of antimatter energy from its form. There were no eyes within that cloaked face. However, he could feel a piercing gaze boring into his very soul. You. The hoarse tone couldn't possibly get any more demonic than this. Are different. The ball of energy continued to condense. Now what should I call you? First it was the dregs, then Arzaz appeared. Now this. I am the dark at the end of everything. The end of universes, gods, worlds, of everything. I am anti-life, the beast of judgment. Chapter 120. I am the dark at the end of everything. The end of universes, gods, worlds, of everything. I am anti-life, the beast of judgment. Its sentence came out slowly, drawing each word for an extended duration than was necessary. The tone was deep, dark, and it didn't even speak, neither was the language in English. The message was transmitted straight towards Amari's ears, bypassing the travel of sound. All that combined would equate to one feeling. Creepy. The massive dark shadow loomed over the entire city, covering Amari within it as the air fissured with antimatter energy. The giant creature stretched its massive dark hand, its fingers moving to hover above his head. And thank you. Huh. An exclamation came out of Amari's mouth with slight surprise. For freeing me. Oh. But I didn't do anything. He. The surroundings shook with great intensity as the horrific laughter emerged. Its face couldn't be seen, neither did it move an inch, but the laughter was ever resounded. One could use all sorts of words to describe it. Creepy, disturbing, distorted, demonic. Your presence was all that was needed. Because of you. The old god's power diminished rapidly, giving me the chance to escape. The anti-life entity extended its perception vastly. The shield once powered by Area was gone, due to the death of his god form. And so, the perception of anti-life emerged from the necropolis, shrouded all of Apocalypse and grew wildly. In less than a second, the god sphere was included in its perception range, alongside all realms that lay within its borders. Then, the rest of the DC multiverse. Earth 1, Earth 2. Earth 3. The far realms. Seconds passed. And all existence was included in the gaze of anti-life. The surviving citizens of Apocalypse all felt a chill run down their spines. A wave of negative emotions swept across the multiverses, making all sentient life feel like they were being targeted with great malicious intent. The multiverse. So much life. So much desire. It continued to speak without regard for the being before him. Amari, who was momentarily ignored, didn't mind. If not for the fact that he couldn't see this thing's face, he would have sworn that it was drooling at this point with a look akin to a starved fat man seeing a live pig. The voice was full of greed, hunger even. As all of existence was eyed by the anti-life entity like a giant piece of candy. How it has all grown since I last perceived it. This wouldn't have been possible. If not for you. Finally, it seemed to remember that it still had an unattended guest before it. Trapped. In this wretched labyrinth. By an old god nearing the end of his time. I have suffered an imprisonment for eons. The tone shifted from mockery to slight rage and anger. I feel your pain. Amari nodded with a look of understanding. Trapped in the same place while being harassed by an old pervert who refuses to let you go no matter what. I can't think of anything worse. Amari uttered with a smile. His words carrying no regard for the well-built gloomy atmosphere. Interesting. Creature you are. The voice suddenly took a darker tone. Not a human. Not an old god either. Yet possesses the power of 1 inch. The shadowed hood leaned closer. Yes. I can sense it. All that power. The energy within. Unlike Arzaz, who had grown weaker and weaker after a million years of resistance, so much to the point that his senses had failed him, the anti-life entity bore no such weakness. He could sense what Amari was. He could feel the connection this being before him had to the god sphere, yet strangely could not cut this power off. Neither could he discern the ideal this being belonged to. Was he a god? Or a concept gaining sentience itself? No connection to the source. The perfect host. Exactly. What I've been waiting for. And what's that supposed to mean? An offer. There was a brief silence as both creatures looked at each other without uttering a word. As the seconds passed by, the tension in the air grew palpable. Until Amari broke it. For what? All of existence. The space rumbled once again. I have waited eons to dominate all will, but was held captive by an old god left in a weakened state. Ultimately, I am an equation. Alone my power is not enough to fulfill my goal, which is why I want you. Integrate with me. Your power and my abilities would make us an unstoppable force. Capable of having all of existence at our disposal. Universe after universe, realm after realm. From one dimension to another. All existence will be ours to control. The hoarse words were eerily disturbing. Interesting. Proposal. Good sales pitch. Amari nodded. The idea of having everything at your disposal is quite tempting. Unfortunately. His glowing blue eyes shone with ambient light. You found the wrong customer. Following which Amari gestured. But in case there's ever a next time, I think you should know. Beings, at our level, have cosmic awareness. And your desire to possess me is a bit too strong for my liking. Hee 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 hee. Hee hee ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The giant dark silhouette that looked akin to a grim reaper laughed eerily. Hee 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 hee. What? A shame. No matter. Your soul will be granted the chance to witness me enslave all sentient life that exists. It happened then. The earth beneath Amari that was bombarded with large amounts of divine power suddenly lit up with a sinister orange color. Antimatter emerged from the hole at the speed of light, encasing Amari floating above it. Your power is tremendous. And your soul will be mine to command. The condensed silhouette of darkness that was the anti-life entity suddenly turned into a stream of light, flying straight into Amari's body. With the entity rushing straight into his body. Streams of dark energy flowed constantly as the giant silhouette of anti-life shrunk rapidly. Until it was completely absorbed. Silence. The booming atmosphere grew deadly silent as Amari hovered in the air, completely motionless. His eyes were closed, and his hands lay beside him. The air around began to twist and turn rapidly as vortexes converged at his left and right. The next moment. On his flawless skin emerged deep glyphs representing the power of the anti-life equation. His eyelids fluttered for a few seconds before opening to reveal a characteristic pitch-black color akin to that possessed by the dregs. Meanwhile, within Amari's spiritual space. Squelch. The scene of the anti-life entity appearing out of the void and piercing through Amari's chest with its large bone-like hand played out. Squelch. Hee 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 hee. Blood began to rush out rapidly as the dark silhouette trembled with ecstasy as he looked at the unmoving figure that was Amari's spiritual form. Your body truly is a treasure. Your soul. Even more. Again. I say thank you. Glyphs of anti-life began to appear in the space around them. I can sense the unique signature on your soul. Now I know. What's so special about you? Ha ha ha. A soul not from this multiverse. One from beyond the source itself. Truly priceless. The dark shadow leaned closer to Amari's ear. This will be the final key I need. Your soul will enable me to pass through the source wall after all of existence in this multiverse is under my control. The old gods are gone. Nothing can stop me. Your actions today will mark the birth of a new era, the era of the end of free will, the era of anti-life. The eerie laughter resounded in the atmosphere. At that moment, the still spiritual boy within anti-life's grasp suddenly moved. A new era? Why didn't I hear anything about this? The lowered head rose to face the stiffened posture of anti-life with a smile on his face and eyes brimming with murderous intentions. What? Anti-life was shocked. At that moment, the ball of destruction appeared on Amari's palm. Following which, he slammed it right on the chest area of the dark-looking Grim Reaper in front of him without restraint. A cloud of a dark red energy engulfed the dark silhouette, smashing it dozens of feet into the distance. Roar. A ghastly shriek like a devil's cry emerged, one no human throat could possibly replicate. It sounded like the dregs, only more horrid. The ball of destruction didn't explode and scatter in all directions as a bomb would, but rather began to spread around the anti-life entity rapidly, seeking to consume it whole. Feeling the spreading energy that clung tighter than an obsessive girlfriend, the dark silhouette roared in pain for the first time in all of its existence. Following which, its body turned illusory, just like Amari's did whenever he wanted to avoid something. The gods are dead. No one can stop you, huh? With a single thought, the blood flowing from his chest area disappeared without a trace. His clothes were back to normal, looking as good as always. TCH. You're awfully presumptuous, wouldn't you say? Clicking his tongue, he looked at the abstract entity materializing a great distance away. This is impossible. A roar emerged from the darkness under the hood. If his eyes were deceiving, Amari was sure that he saw this thing tremble slightly. You can't. Can't what? Amari cut him off and waved his hand. Did you really think it would be that easy? This is my space. My reality. A giant sword appeared out of thin air. His hand grabbed the hilt, and he thrust it forward with extreme strength and precision. Seeing the attacking sword, anti-life wanted to avoid this. It didn't like it, but this creature was capable of harming him. Until it could solve the issue of that dark energy, precautions must be taken. However, it was horrified to discover that he was immobilized. I can't move. I control everything here. The conjured weapon pierced right through the face of the hooded creature, sending it flying several feet away and causing it to scream again in the process. Your chances of winning outside were so slim to begin with. What the hell gave a mere fragment the courage to think it could defeat me within my soul space? With obvious annoyance and anger in his tone, his will spread out and the figure of anti-life was pulled back towards him at a speed faster than it flew out. No. No. I can't lose. I won't lose. Time dilations emerged from it, in an attempt to twist the course of the battle. Too bad, they were nullified before they could take effect. A giant force acted on it the next second, freezing it in place a meter away from his enemy. Your types are annoying. Wanting nothing more than to rule all of existence. If you want to rule so badly, create your own universe. Amari's face carried a hint of annoyance. He just dealt with one such fellow a few hours ago. The frozen anti-life entity looked at Amari through the dark hood. How? With the earlier trap, your time should have been frozen. You shouldn't be able to even think. The ray of orange light was antimatter energy. As an abstract entity, the anti-life equation was capable of manipulating time to a certain extent. Chronokinesis was a specialty it possessed. I know. I absorbed it. Absorbing all forms of energy was one thing. But there were things that couldn't be absorbed. For one, gravity. Another time. So, Amari decided to fix this weakness, and he did the day he absorbed the essence of Amazo and the parasite monster. Amazo could analyze and replicate the characteristics of any ability it could see regardless of distance. No physical contact was required, while Parasite would absorb the characteristics of anything it could touch. Their essences combined with his, a little adjustment and a dash of massive amounts of power capable of destroying a universe. He gained the ability to absorb, copy and negate anything and everything he could lay his eyes on. Abstract concepts were well included. Impossible. Anti-life exclaimed. This was really impossible. Absorbing time itself was unheard of. Shocked. Don't worry, I'll show you. He had a doubting Thomas before him. This must be corrected at all costs. And so, to the horror of the abstract entity, it found itself getting assimilated into the surrounding space. No. 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 The shrill roar resounded yet again. Amari watched passively as his subconscious devoured the anti-life equation without mercy. So this fragment of anti-life is gone, huh? He called out to the empty space. Yes. But it's just a fragment and, therefore, just a part of it. The sentience of anti-life exists in a full equation itself. It basically resides in the minds of anyone who knows it, as well as the antimatter universe. A voice replied to his question behind him. Amari turned around and the exact replica of his face appeared before him. There was silence for a few moments. I see we're adapting well. So how does it feel to feel? The other half asked. Sometimes, it's messy. He replied. Still, I don't feel any drastic changes. There weren't supposed to be any. We're the same. You just stopped being too emotionless and learned to give a damn every now and then. I guess. There was another bout of silence. Are you ready to remember? No. Not yet. Amari shook his head after a little thought. Let's finish with this whole thing first. We'll get to that after. The other half shrugged, then asked after a moment of thought. What do we do with the dregs? The effect of anti-life is gone. They'll all wake up eventually. What do you propose? Kill them? Both fell into thought, seriously considering the possibility. No. I have a better idea. Chapter 121. Outside the DC multiverse. Apocalypse. Underground necropolis. The ruins of Urgrund looked even more ruined than it was before. Almost every towering structure that once was, had been destroyed. The large amounts of rubble everywhere gave the place a nice touch to it. The oppressive atmosphere was engulfed in utter silence as not even the wind blew within this destroyed kingdom of the gods. As far as the eye could see, no life could be found in this place. Not even the dregs that once roamed it. A considerable amount of time had passed since Amari's battle against the anti-life equation. With the loss of Arzaz's power, the underground necropolis fell into darkness as the torches that had been lit for 1,000,000 years finally went out. The negative energy of the planet began to seep in as well with the loss of the energy shield. The walls and floors grew hotter and hotter with each second that passed as the ruins were closer to the planet's core, absorbing small amounts of the raging flaming energy that shot out of the holes of the planet. And ever since he left, this city remained the same way without any form of intrusion. And perhaps with enough time, the whole space would be destroyed. Buried completely to cover up all that suggested the old gods once resided here. At least, it should have been that way. Thud. The sound of a foot impacting against the ground could be heard. Shriek. Loud shrieks akin to demon cries resounded through the cave hole as large numbers of parademons flew out of the tunnel exit. Despite the deep darkness, the eyes of the parademons glowed in the dark, enabling them to see everything around them clearly enough. Thud. 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 The parademons all gave way as someone stepped through the tunnel exit behind them. A large, armored creature stepped out of the tunnel with his head slightly lowered to fit through. Raising his head and standing straight, the sight of the ruins of Urgrund fell into his eyes. What do we have here? His voice rumbled as he spoke. Within the grasp of this giant man was a silver-colored axe that gave off a special luster in the darkness. He wore armor that covered everywhere on his body, all the way up to his neck. The helm on his head had two horns protruding from the sides, stretching upward and bent slightly. So this is where the seismic disturbance was coming from. Steppenwolf thought with a frown and made a forward gesture. The hovering parademons immediately scattered in all directions to explore the vast land. Sniff. Just then, the nose of the General of Apocalypse twitched slightly. This. Sniff. The smell of something he knew all too well wafted into his nose. He knew that smell. Following which, the giant of a man took a huge leap forward. His 2 feet impacting against the ground dozens of meters away. Bang! Dust and debris flew in all directions. Steppenwolf paid it no heed. With a solemn expression hidden behind his helm, he walked a few feet forward and lowered his body slightly. He stretched out his arm and used 2 fingers to rub against something on the floor. Bringing it back to his face, the red, sticky substance appeared before his eyes, once again wafting into his nose. Old gods. A growl emerged from his throat as Steppenwolf's eyes narrowed to the extreme. This was impossible. The old gods were supposed to be dead, all of them. But the smell he perceived was no mistake. The divine energy within the air had faded after considerable time, but the smell of god blood wouldn't change until it completely dried up. At the moment, Apocalypse was in chaos. Darkseid was gone, and the planet was nearly destroyed. A large number of buildings had been destroyed, and the majority Darkseid's elite had been killed. When he attacked, Steppenwolf had managed to flee from the blast area in time alongside Kalibak. As for Granny Goodness, Dr. Bedlam, Vermin Wunderbar, Desad. Everyone else was dead. Annihilated within the energy blast, not even bones were left. With Darkseid gone and half of Darkseid's council dead, the planet had fallen into an inexplicable state of panic. And as the general of Darkseid's army, Steppenwolf had been organizing order on the planet while Kalibak, who survived alongside him, was trying to usurp the throne, gaining a firm control on Apocalypse before the others returned. If not for the fact that the seismic fluctuations that troubled the planet the same day was too big to ignore, the new god never would have come down here to investigate. The old gods were alive. Roar. A parade mon appeared before him and let out a small, nasal roar. To a human, it would look like the ramblings of an alien. But to him, that wasn't the case. No life in the area. The parademons had scoured the area. There was no trace of life that could be found within these ruins. Steppenwolf was a bit puzzled. What was wrong? Could it be a mistake? Clad in dark battle armor, the face of the new god was incredibly unsightly. Apocalypse was having enough trouble as it is. If old gods were brought into the picture. General Steppenwolf. At that moment, a female voice sounded behind him. There was a moment of silence. Steppenwolf didn't say a word, still deep within his thoughts. The female didn't mind and waited. And so, after a while of waiting. What is it? Your son Rublon is looking for you. Tell that bastard I'm busy. He replied with a perfunctory tone. Bernadette frowned. He thought you might say that. And states that Lord Calibac requests your presence. The words fell, Steppenwolf's face grew hideous. That bastard. On Apocalypse, they only referred to one person as Lord. That was Darkseid, the ruler of the planet. Now Darkseid was gone, his life and death unknown. It had barely been a few days, and that bastard son of his had already chosen to be a lackey for Calibac, acknowledging him as the ruler of the planet. The ugly expression was fleeting. I see. Steppenwolf had little desire for the throne. At least. Not when Darkseid's fate remained unknown. Calibac was daring enough to lay claim to the throne of Apocalypse without knowing if his father was dead or alive. His brother would probably do the same the moment he arrived. As long as he didn't see Darkseid's corpse, Uxas's uncle would never be able to muster the will to try to rule Apocalypse. Nevertheless, that didn't mean he was going to be pushed around either. You can leave. I will see my nephew's son when I'm done. For now. His eyes scanned the surroundings. I have other things to do. Thud. Steppenwolf fell on one knee and placed his hand on the ground. Then, he lowered his head, closed his eyes and opened his senses. The parademons informed him that there was no trace of life here. For these mindless creatures, Steppenwolf definitely wouldn't take their shrieks for it. And so, to confirm whether or not there was anything alive here, he decided to take a look himself. For a being with a nose sensitive enough to recognize the smell of blood he sensed thousands of years ago, Steppenwolf's 5 major senses were vastly superior to other new gods. And so, his hearing extended towards every corner of the necropolis, seemingly searching for anything conspicuous. Nothing. The thought passed through his mind after staying still for several seconds. His hearing continued to sweep throughout the area, a picture of every detail forming within his mind. Several more seconds passed, and Steppenwolf finally found something interesting. Within the destroyed castle, there was a courtyard with stone tiles that led to an underground chamber. One that his senses could not penetrate. The moment he tried, the symbol drawn on the ground let out a faint glow, repelling him. Steppenwolf opened his eyes. Standing to his feet, his gaze was fixed on the ruined palace of the old gods. Interesting. That was the only word he said before walking towards the castle, leaving the confused and solemn Bernadette standing behind him. Meanwhile, through the enchanted floor that hid the underground passageway, was a long fleet of stairs that moved thousands of miles deep into the planet's crust. The long staircase eventually came to end, revealing a massive ancient door nearly 100 meters tall. This door was the entrance to the Black Ways. And behind this gate were numerous cells that held the withered bones of creatures who had turned to dust after being locked up in this prison for many millennia. Going past that was another set of doors, enchanted with ancient spell symbols and powerful restriction magic. Meant to seal away the greatest threats to the gods of old themselves. But unlike the other cells, the creature locked behind this one was still alive. Trapped within the darkness, a giant wolf behemoth nearly 1,000 meters tall, opened its eyes. This was Sirius, the great wolf god. Meanwhile, back on Earth. 4616, North Moore Street, Gotham City, corporate headquarters. The lights in the building of Strader Pharmaceuticals was still on even at this time of the night. Recently, the company that was on the verge of bankruptcy seemed to be drugged with an overdose of vitality in the past few weeks. Gotham City experts, journalists, news reporters and businessmen had dug deep into the matter with whatever channels they had at their disposal. The results were surprising. Apparently, Strader Pharmaceuticals had received fresh injection of a large amount of capital into the company's finances to resume operations on their projects. The massive amount of $1 billion in the first week was enough to shake the medical industry for a short amount of time. Gone were the days of tethering on the edge, hello to smooth research operations. The staff couldn't be any happier. Major news networks had gone on to disclose the possibility that Strader Pharmaceuticals had been acquired by a mysterious rich man with an abundance of assets and nothing to do with it. The identity of this mysterious person was unknown, but Slade didn't care. Standing at the window of a building a great distance away, the man looked at the location of tonight's operation with narrowed eyebrows. Recent intel suggested that Strader Pharmaceuticals had once again begun research on the Pheno drug. After learning of this organization's past, Deathstroke just felt that things had gotten tricky. Before, the company was on the edge of bankruptcy. As long as they approached someone with enough authority, they could negotiate a deal to successfully buy the defective formulas needed for Dr. Langstrom's research. As for why not steal it directly? Slade wanted to avoid Batman as much as possible. Sure enough, even when they called in an airstrike to destroy Langstrom's apartment with Batman in it, the caped crusader still didn't die. Talk about difficult to kill. Anyway, it wasn't his money being used to trade for the serum, so Slade didn't mind having it done the easier way. In fact, he quite preferred it. But now, things had changed. Research and development had resumed. The need for trade had disappeared due to it. Now, they could only go with Plan B. For Dr. Langstrom to complete his work, the defective super serum developed by Strader Pharmaceuticals was essential. Time had gone well into the night. And at this moment, Strader Pharmaceuticals suddenly experienced a power outage. A quiet infiltration planned by Deathstroke and his team was taking place right that minute. Unknown to them, however, a blonde girl, dressed up in a green costume, mask, a bow in her hand and a quiver full of arrows was silently watching their actions, ready to intervene at any time. Chapter 122. United States. Gotham City. October 17, 22:23 Mountain Daylight Time. Artemis was clad in her midriff-bearing costume that was colored in various shades of green. Standing in front of the mirror, the blonde took a look at what she wore, her gaze lingering on her athletic build for a moment and gave a curt nod. Following which, she picked up her bow, loaded with quivers and strapped it to her back. Going somewhere? The voice sounded in her ears, causing her to turn her head in its direction. There, a Vietnamese woman with black hair and dark gray-colored eyes sat at the front door with a worried look on her face. The blonde's eyes drifted from her mother down to the thing she sat on. A wheelchair. Going out. On patrol. She replied without providing any details and resumed her preparations. Recently, she had been fighting crime in Star City under Green Arrow's tutelage. Now, she recently enrolled in Gotham Academy due to receiving a full scholarship even if it wasn't what she hoped for. Hence, she decided to go for a patrol around the city like she used to. Partially to get some action after a day's hard work, but the main reason was to get her mind off the terrible week she recently had. The week before this had actually gone quite well. She and her teammates successfully discovered that Red Tornado actually wasn't a traitor, fought off his evil siblings, were beaten effortlessly by Red Volcano, and saved the world from being destroyed by Red Volcano's evil plan. A new female was added to the team. Her name was Zatanna and apparently, she was the daughter of a League member Giovanni Zatara. It was nice to know that apart from Megan and Kara, there was another girl she could chat with. The week following that, however, was terrible. The mental training simulation she and the rest of the team experienced had gone horribly wrong. Due to a misfire of Miss Martian's telepathic abilities, the whole team had to deal with the trauma for the rest of the week. When they doubted how this could happen under the Justice League's watch, Martian Manhunter went on to reveal that Miss Martian had telepathic capabilities much stronger than he possessed. Add that to the fact that she was uncomfortable with the environment, it was especially hard for her to concentrate in class too. So much that the teacher had asked her to take the week off if she wasn't feeling well. So this patrol was much needed. Not really to ensure that crime was stopped but more of an opportunity to vent her emotions. Are you okay? You don't seem to be in a good mood. It's team stuff. Can't clarify. She put on her utility belt and wore her boots. Seeing her daughter out on her mask, Paula resisted the urge to let out a weary sigh. Her relationship with her daughter grew estranged ever since she went to jail 6 years ago. Now that she was back, it was hard to resume regular communication. I see. Donning her mask, Artemis took another look at herself and nodded with satisfaction. She then turned to look at her paraplegic mother and fell silent for a moment. I'll be back late. Don't wait up for me. Her father was a criminal, her mother was a retired criminal and her sister was an especially active criminal. As the only one aspiring to be a hero in her family of villains, Artemis had a lot on her shoulders. Her expressionless face and gloomy aura around her would let anyone sensitive enough to notice know that her state of mind right now wasn't calm. Be careful, okay? Artemis, who was moving towards the window, stopped. Don't worry, I'll be fine. She said and continued to move forward after her brief pause. Paula watched her daughter leave and once again sighed. Her family truly was a mess. And so, her night patrol began. Going through the familiar rooftops once again brought back memories. It was exactly on one such patrol that she came across her teammates for the first time. Fighting against the Amazo android. Later, Batman and Green Arrow came to invite her to join the team. She had spent the rest of her time studying under Green Arrow, only returning recently. She knew for a fact that the reason she had been fighting crime in Star City instead of Gotham wasn't just because she was learning from the Arrow, but also because her presence in Gotham wasn't particularly liked by Batman. Queen mentioned it as a joke during one of their nighttime patrols. Robin, however, testified to the feasibility within it. The city tonight was quiet. Gotham had experienced a lot of tragedies this year. Sometimes, even she was amazed at how this place was still functioning. Moving through the shadows, Artemis completed her patrol through several parts of the city. Thankfully not encountering the creepy Batman in the process of any supervillains worthy of attention for that matter. At most, a few thugs that were easily handled. Alright. Let's call it a night. Hours had passed. Just when she was thinking of ending her patrol. It happened then. A large building in the distance suddenly went completely dark. This phenomenon immediately caught her attention. Perhaps anywhere else, this could just be attributed to a random power outage or a blown fuse or something similar. Unfortunately, this was Gotham. If a building suddenly lost power, it usually meant something bad was about to happen. Artemis frowned. With the changing of circumstances, she moved towards the building that was Strader Pharmaceuticals. 4616, North Moore Street, Gotham City, corporate headquarters. A fair-skinned, muscular man patrolled the surroundings with a relaxed expression on his face. He was the guard on night watch duty. At that moment, a silent bullet was shot, piercing accurately through his skull. The guard was stunned for a second and a piercing numbness instantly assaulted him. Blood rushed from the hole in his head and his eyes dimmed. After which, his body fell to the ground with a thud. A second later, two black shadows dressed in combat suits emerged and moved the body to hide under the bushes. They had barely finished when the sound of objects tearing through the air fell into their ears. Two special arrows with no sharp edges landed firmly on their backs. Before they could react, sparks of electricity were emitted from them, shocking the two men with high volts of electricity. Their bodies twitched rapidly as they fell to their knees before falling unconscious. Artemis leaped down from a nearby building and approached cautiously. Looking at the unconscious men and the corpse that had been buried, the frown on her face had never been so prevalent. She clenched her fists with a bit of rage within her eyes. Great. Just as I thought, a break-in. Now who are these guys? Her eyes drifted from the laying bodies to the entrance. The huge logo and the sign that read, Strader Pharmaceuticals in all caps let her know what exactly this building was. A medical facility? Probably not the type that sold regular drugs if they were being targeted by whoever these guys are. The situation reminded her of the story Aqualad told her about Cadmus Industries. Then, she raised her head and looked up to a high point. As a junior league member trained by Black Canary, Green Arrow and her father sportsmaster, Artemis would always follow rule number 1 of successful infiltrations. If you can, never go through the front door. Taking an arrow from her quiver, she drew against her bow and aimed upward. An arrow was fired from a distance away, accurately penetrating through the cement wall, slightly above a glass window. Pressing a button, she was pulled up and passed through the narrow window space in one go with extreme agility and flexibility. Her landing was as silent as she could make it. The whole building had lost power, with the only source of light being the emergency lamps attached to the ceilings. She took the opportunity to examine her surroundings and began to move. Pushing open a door, she found herself in an empty hallway. Okay. Now which way do I go? Artemis felt herself developing a headache. This wasn't a regular infiltration mission. She didn't know what was happening here exactly and therefore, didn't know where exactly she was supposed to be. Some blueprints would be nice. The thought fell and she picked a random direction and quietly advanced. Sir. You wanted to see me? Yes, I did. Seeing the doctor step in after him, Lloyd gave a curt nod and pushed the button for the elevator. His face remained expressionless as the lift began to rise upward from the hidden lower levels of Strader Pharmaceuticals. I wanted to inquire with you on the results of the newest experimentation. That. The doctor paused with slightly puzzlement on his face and continued. But. You've just checked the results for yourself, sir. The pheno drug is still under. The doctor stuttered a bit but was interrupted by Lloyd's cold tone. I don't mean the pheno drug. Dr. Williams. Oh. A look of realization appeared on Williams' face. To still be at the company at this time, there could only be one thing that Lloyd Wade could be here for. He couldn't help but feel slightly hesitant to mention the results of his research on the other project Lloyd had given him. The serum you gave me is remarkable. My research team and I have tested it in minimal quantities in animals implanted with cancerous cells and the results are truly phenomenal. Williams began to go on about his findings. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Cured. All of them. And not just from cancer. That point immediately held Lloyd's attention. Explain. Like you ordered, we only used a drop of the serum in the test subjects, and not only did the serum cure the cancer cells, it made even more adjustments at the cellular level. Swiping on his tablet, he attempted to show Lloyd the results of the testing. From my analysis, this might not just be a cure for cancer, but a cure for all diseases. I think that if you can allow me to incorporate this serum into the Pheno drug, we might finally be able to complete the project we've been working on. There was a moment of silence. William's excited expression gradually cooled down when he saw the unchanging face of the company's CEO. Oh. Wait. Last time he checked, Lloyd was now the acting CEO and held no actual decision-making control over the company affairs anymore. Lloyd truly wasn't all that surprised. The possibility of the super serum being completed was enough to elicit a reaction, but that didn't matter to him anymore. The company wasn't his. He was just the temporary caretaker. As a result, he had to make good use of the little resources still at his disposal. Have you been able to analyze its formula? Whatever trace of excitement was left disappeared immediately. No. He replied with his head slightly lowered. Finally, a frown appeared on Lloyd's features. Why is that? You have the access to the best equipment the company can provide. Is it not enough? After his meeting with Amari, Lloyd knew that his time was over. He had sold his shares without receiving a dime, with the serum being the only compensation. In his situation, Lloyd knew that the serum was worth anything Amari asked for. After all, if it wasn't, then the only thing left for him was death. However, that didn't mean he would just take his new circumstances with peace of mind. Losing millions of dollars in shares had instantly transformed Lloyd's status. From a businessman approaching bankruptcy, he was now only slightly well off. In simpler words, he was no longer rich. With everything he once had taken away and no way to start afresh due to insufficient capital, he was in a bitter dilemma. Hence, he decided to use the only thing at his disposal. The same serum Amari had given him. If he could analyze it and have it re-engineered, his situation would change for the better. The formula for the cure to cancer within his possession. If he sold it, he would instantly make a fortune. Hence, after weeks had passed, he still hadn't injected himself with the cure and instead, handed it over to the company biologists for testing. But all that hinged on the possibility that the serum could be deduced. No sir. That's not the problem. Following which, William swiped the tablet to show the serum. We've run exclusive tests on each drop of the serum. Lloyd's face grew ugly. The serum was his last hope. Both financially and literally. If they used everything up, then he would lose his cure. Lloyd was taking a gamble. And the issue doesn't lie in the equipment or our abilities. But the serum itself. What? We've checked all databases. It isn't made from a mixture of elemental compounds but from something that doesn't exist on Earth. It's alien. Meaning. We can't reproduce it. He finished the doctor's words with an ugly face. Ding. The sound of the elevator reaching their destination fell into their ears. Stop the research. Lloyd uttered coldly. You will return the formula to me before this time tomorrow. And I better not get news that this information leaked. Gulp. His threatening tone made William swallow a mouthful of saliva. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Lloyd, who was about to walk out, was frozen in place at what was before him. A leak? I think it's a bit too late for that. With his mask covering his face, Slade said with a chuckle in his voice. This. You. Lloyd backed away in fright. Who the hell are you guys? Deathstroke and his men stood in front of the elevator entrance. One of the masked figures squatted on one knee and held a laptop connected to the elevator controls. Through which, he hacked into the elevator to know exactly how many floors there were within this building. Coincidentally, he also hacked into the elevator surveillance cameras. Deathstroke and his men had seen and heard everything concerning their conversation. Chapter 123. Squelch. Thud. The lobby guard fell to the floor with eyes as wide as full moons. Blood flowed from his neck, forming a puddle underneath him in seconds, as his security uniform was soaked red with his blood. He was sprawled on the floor, holding his own throat with both hands with an expression of shock and panic. Two legs stepped forward into view, fully clad in boots and dark wear. Drops of blood fell on the ground beside the corpse several times until eventually, that area was also covered in the blood puddle. The droplets of blood originated from the knife within the killer's grasp. He barely took a look at his kill and swept his eyes around the vicinity. After all, this guard wasn't the only one. With great spacing between them, there were corpses laying in different areas of the entire space. As such, there were also multiple black-clothed men with weapons in their hands used in the extermination of these people. Secure the area. Make sure everyone in the building is taken care of. A figure with 2 eye holes within his mask gave the order. The others nodded and began to spread out. If everything went according to plan, then they would leave this place without attracting any major attention. The security feeds had already been hacked, so the events happening now wouldn't portray their presence. No one would know about this until it was too late. By then, the phenol drug would be within Slade's possession and even the Batman wouldn't be able to find them. Of course, that meant that anyone and everyone in this building had to die. There must be no witnesses. Just as the dark-clothed man was about to leave as well, an arrow was fired towards him from his blind spot. Cutting through the air, the sharp edges seemed to give off a silver gleam in the dark area, locating its target with great precision. Squelch. The figure let out a gasp. Looking towards his chest, he saw an arrow sticking out from the area where his heart was. Blood slowly trickled downward under his watchful gaze. He just killed someone in cold blood. Never did he imagine that, a moment, it would be his turn. Thud. His body fell to the floor with a light thud. On a higher area, Artemis watched as the man fell with gritted teeth and a cold face. She had arrived just in time to see this man kill the guard in cold blood. And looking at the rest of the bodies, her heartbeat sped up involuntarily with rage clouding her judgment. And so, with the rest dispersing, she saw her opportunity and took it. Firing a neutralizing arrow to shock the living daylights out of her target. The deed was done. But it wasn't until she did that she realized that she had used the wrong arrow. What was meant to be a neutralizer had turned into a sharp life-taker. Seeing the lifeless body a distance away, Artemis was momentarily stunned. Did I just kill someone? Artemis had never killed before. Not even during tests when training under Sportsmaster. So technically speaking, this would be her first kill. However, Artemis didn't have time to let it sink in as the sound of rapid footsteps immediately woke her up from her reverie. He's dead. Hostiles in the area. Look up. Over there. The mercenaries raised their weapons upward, about to open fire. But Artemis was one step ahead of them. With fluid movements, she took out 3 arrows from her quiver, loaded them into her bow and fired. Unlike the last one that was openly bladed, the arrow tips were covered. Boom. The 3 arrows were embedded into the ground right beside the mercenaries and exploded the following second. The masked men were all blown away as a giant hole appeared in the floor. With debris flying, Artemis leaped from the high platform and landing steadily on the floor. She immediately drew her bow and fired another arrow at a target, which electrified him unconscious. Open fire. Duh. Duh. Duh duh. Bullets flew in all directions. Artemis took to her heels, running and evading the attacks as best as she could. Another arrow was fired. A masked man tilted his head slightly and the arrow pierced straight into the wall behind him. Missed. He thought with a bit of fear in his heart. But a cloud of pink smoke was ejected out of the arrow the next second. Gas. Don't breathe. One yelled to warn the others, but he was too slow. The gas enveloped the area, causing all those within its range to grow dizzy. Boom. The loud explosion reached Slade's ears, who was now within the elevator with his men. Looks like we have early company. Deathstroke uttered in an apathetic tone. They had barely been here for 10 minutes and a disturbance had already occurred. Now, it seemed Batman was already here. Or so he thought. What do we do, sir? A masked figure behind asked for orders. Nothing. Slade replied and turned to look at Lloyd Waite and the doctor, who sat at a corner in fright. Waite in particular had anger gleaming through his black irises. They will take care of it. Ding. The sound of the elevator reaching its destination fell into their ears. Lloyd's eyes widened as the door opened. Get him up. Thud. A thug groaned as a bow smacked him straight on the head. Following which, he fell to the ground unconscious. As for the perpetrator, she performed several backflips to avoid the bullets firing in her direction. With an incredible gymnastics display, she performed numerous backflips before flipping into the air. Her hand reached out to her quiver and she drew an arrow, aimed within the time frame of a split second, and fired. The arrow lodged directly into the gun barrel right at the moment the next bullet was fired. Bang! Splat! Arg! Blood splattered on the floor as a pained scream escaped from the masked figure's mouth. The blockage caused the gun to explode, injuring his hand in the process. Now, it was a bloody mess. He took several steps back as he held his injured arm in pain. Nevertheless, his opponent hadn't been forgotten. He quickly raised his head only to find an object shooting towards him at a speed he could react to. Ugh! The projectile crashed right on his head, sending him flying backwards with a heavy impact, 2 or 3 meters away. The man rolled once and his body lay still. Seeing her opponent knocked unconscious, the archer didn't relax, but immediately surveyed the surroundings to make sure this one was the last. Click. The sound from behind fell into her ears, causing her expression to change drastically. Her actions were spot on, but unfortunately, she faced the wrong direction. A masked figure stood up from behind and aimed at her with a rifle. The red dot appearing on the back of her head was proof that the man intended to take her life. Just as he was about to pull the trigger. Ha 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 ha. A loud, weird laughter echoed throughout the place, startling both of them. What the? His eyes darted in all directions, with a hint of panic within. This. Wait. Artemis was stunned. As a member of the team, she'd recognize that creepy laughter anywhere. Crash. It happened then. The glass roof above them suddenly shattered as a dark silhouette fell through it. The masked man was stunned and raised his head up to see the source of the disturbance. And so, the last thing he saw before darkness took over was a figure with a cape and 2 boots stepping straight on his face. Ugh. The man fell to the floor, the gun knocked out from his possession. Thud. Along with the sound of glass shattering all over, the dark silhouette firmly landed on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Robin? Seeing the new arrival, Artemis's face was marred with surprise. Then a frown took over. Hey there. Looks like you could use some help. Straightening his posture, Robin gave a light wave with a smile on his face. Thanks. She said while looking at the unconscious goon. But do you always have to laugh like that? In the team, Robin's disappearing act was something that vaguely frightened all of them. That laugh of his made it even more disturbing. Signature trademark. Not going anywhere. Dick replied bluntly, then raised an eyebrow. What the hell brought you here? I was on patrol. Came across this. She pointed towards. Everywhere. All of this by accident. Artemis responded, her voice a bit heavy. What about you? Got an alert. Batman sent me. Wait. Batman's here. On his way. He can get a little busy. I see. She stretched the arm holding her compound bow. Any idea what they're looking for here? Robin's face condensed slightly. Something that Artemis noticed. This is Strader Pharmaceuticals. My guess, they're after a drug. A drug? Yep. Super soldier serum of some sorts. The company's been researching it for years. Batman and I had a mission on this, long story. Robin said while sweeping his gaze across the area. Then. His eyes widened and he fired a birdorang. Watch out. Artemis was shocked at the loud exclamation. In that dark building, a sharp-edged throwing star tore through the air and shot in her direction. Artemis had her eyes widen as the weapon shot towards her. Clang. Metal struck against metal and both throwing weapons were deflected. The green archer leaped out of the way immediately. Throwing a few flips, she moved closer to Robin's area, her back covered with a layer of sweat. She almost died right there. With narrowed eyebrows, she followed Robin's gaze towards a high platform. A figure emerged from the darkness and landed there in a squatting posture. Well well. The dark silhouette stood up at a moderate pace and took 3 steps forward into the light. Looks like we meet again. As soon as she could see the opponent, Artemis had her pupils shrink. Before them was a female dressed in a dark green-colored kimono that had rips and shreds along it. With black knee-high boots, 2 sayas held within both hands and a head full of wild black hair hidden behind a white cat mask on her face with red stripes and a wide grin. Cheshire. Robin named their adversary, his eyes narrowing greatly. If it isn't the little birdie and the Green Arrow's sidekick. Nice to see you both. Yeah. Wish I could say the same. Artemis uttered with an ugly expression. This was literally the last person she wanted to see at this moment. After all, this cat-faced female was not just her enemy but also her sister. The last time they faced off against each other, she had blackmailed Artemis into letting her go free when caught. If not, Artemis's secret would be exposed to the rest of the team. Something at the moment that she didn't want. He. Yes, I'm sure you do. The cat-masked female villain replied with a light chuckle. It's been a long time. Not long enough if you ask me. Robin said impassively. But since we're here, why don't you just tell us what exactly you and your goons are here to steal? With the flick of his wrists, 3 birdorangs appeared in both hands, a circular area on the bladed weapons was emitting a yellow glow. Without warning, the boy wonder threw them out towards her. Seeing this, Jade hurriedly leaped away before they hit. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire building as the high platform was destroyed. What a rude way of greeting. While midair, Jade used her sai to block the arrows shot in her direction. Landing squarely on her feet, she quickly threw out a shuriken coated with jellyfish poison towards Artemis. I thought we could do some catching up. Not interested. Artemis dodged and fired another arrow, which Cheshire blocked. Wait. Her eyes behind the mask darted around, looking for someone. Where the hell did he go? Jade was a master assassin, trained by her father sportsmaster and worked for the League of Assassins. When it came down to stealth, she was a master. But now, a kid a few years younger than her had disappeared right under her nose. Ha 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 ha. Once again, the creepy laughter echoed in the building. Cheshire felt a chill run down her spine and she looked down. What fell into her eyes were small, round balls rolling towards her while giving off a blinking light. Shit. Boom. Each ball exploded and Cheshire madly rushed backwards, trying to escape the range of the explosion. Unfortunately, she was half a step slower. The aftermath of the small blast knocked her off her feet into the air. Her back slammed against the wall a distance away, causing her great pain. Ugh. Alright. That laugh is officially annoying. At that moment, Robin emerged from the shadows in the distance. Reaching into his utility belt, he took out 3 tranquilizing darts and fired. Ignoring the pain, Cheshire reacted just as fast. With a flick of her wrists, 3 kunai were thrown towards the incoming weapons to deflect them. 2 were deflected, and the third one missed and headed straight for the boy wonder. Robin didn't try to catch it and dodged. These weapons were most likely laced with poison. Twisting her body, Jade also dodged the last tranquilizer headed towards her. She moved away but was faced with Artemis, who fired another arrow. Damn! She slashed the arrow in half, but what happened next caught her off guard. The arrow exploded, and a small restricting net sprung out of the loaded tip, effectively wrapping around her. And with a light thud, Jade was pushed to the floor. After training together for a few months, the cooperation between teammates had been well developed. Any one of them on their own was enough to give Cheshire a good fight. 2-on-1 would be a sure defeat, as shown by her last encounter with Artemis. It's over. Robin jumped down and said seriously. He. Are you sure about that? Although her face still couldn't be seen, the laughter coming from behind her mask let them know that something was up. Duh. 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 At that moment, gunshots came out from a hidden pillar. Robin and Artemis quickly ducked to the side to avoid. Damn. Sneak attack. At that moment, Cheshire cut the rope binding her and stood up from the ground. Surprised? After all, you're not the only allowed to have backup. A tall, burly figure emerged from the shadows with 2 Glock 19s in his hands. His figure was well built and carried an air of intimidation around him, with short blonde hair. Similar to Cheshire, he wore a mask, but his was a hockey mask, revealing his brown eyes and a head of short blonde hair. Seeing the male appear, Cheshire's tone carried a hint of annoyance and hatred as she spoke. Although I wish my backup was literally anyone else. Beggars can't be choosers, sweetheart. An arrogant, cocky voice fell into her ears, causing her to subconsciously clench her fists. Sportsmaster emerged from the shadows. His gaze lingered on the 2 sidekicks before turning to Jade. And you said you could handle them on your own. I could have. She snapped back. That's why I told you not to get involved. Didn't seem that way. So sorry, but I couldn't take any risks with the mission so you could have your fun. Both of them immediately engaged in a little squabble. Artemis's dark face grew darker. First her sister, then her father. It was official, this was the worst week ever. I love it when the bad guys fight. Robin said with a small smile which attracted a glare from Artemis. Currently, she was distressed, worried that her true identity would be exposed in front of her teammate. Now then. It's not fair to bully a lady with numbers. His eyes returned to the duo as he spun the gun in his left hand. So I thought we'd even the odds. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense as both sides stood at alert, waiting for the other party to throw the first attack. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense as both sides stood at alert, waiting for the other party to throw the first attack. Well, pardon me. Like Robin's adorable yet somewhat creepy laugh, the iconic gruff voice, although wasn't as creepy, was still equally disturbing. Especially to those who had come in contact with the owner of that voice. Similar to Robin, a dark shadow fell from the already broken glass ceiling and landed on the ground, steadily on both feet. Cheshire noticeably stiffened. The dark silhouette straightened his posture and gave a one-liner with an indifferent face. But I like to keep the odds in my favor. If it isn't Batman. Nice of you to make an entrance. Still in that casual posture, Sportsmaster seemed to greet in a friendly manner. However, the hands that never left the trigger seemed to say otherwise. That's enough. Batman said bluntly. You're outnumbered and outmatched. Now are you going to come in the easy way, or? He didn't say finish it, but they understood what he meant. He, sorry bats, but we got other places to be tonight. He said while lifting the guns in his hands. Cheshire tightened her grip on her weapons. Artemis, take Cheshire. Sportsmaster is mine. Bruce immediately relayed his orders without turning back. Right. Artemis nodded in understanding. Wait. What about me? Find out where the others are. Others? If these two are fighting us, it means there are others finishing the job. Whatever that may be, find them, stop them. Bruce analyzed calmly. Okay. No need. At that moment, an indifferent voice broke apart the solemn atmosphere. From the corridor, Deathstroke appeared alongside several masked goons walking behind him. A second later, a dozen guns were pointed in the direction of the hero trio. Well. Looks like the odds have changed sides. Sportsmaster uttered with a laugh. Deathstroke. Batman called out. So you're behind Killer Croc. Slade didn't reply. Just raised the gun in his left hand. The other hand was in possession of a case that held their mission objective tonight. And of course. A little something extra. The guns were about to fire. When the lights suddenly came back on, illuminating the dark area. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. On the lobby, a giant glass screen came on a bright white light. Following which, the light turned red in the blink of an eye. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The red light converged to form an image of a little girl with skin and clothes completely red. Chapter 124. To the outside world, Strader Pharmaceuticals had a power outage for no more than 20 minutes before the power came back online. Nevertheless, the phenomenon didn't attract much attention. While such was a cause for suspicion in Gotham, its citizens had already grown the habit of minding their own business. There were no calls for break-ins or robberies, neither were there any distress signals, so presently, the issue hadn't even reached the ears of the police. And so, despite having all of its available staff murdered in cold blood, the state of the medical facility remained oblivious to the outside world for the time. As the lights in the whole building came back on, everyone within was startled. What the? Who is it? On alert. The guns aimed towards Batman's trio suddenly spread in all directions. They didn't have any other insiders, and none would turn on the power at this time if they did. Looks like you didn't come alone, Batman. Watching the power come back on, Deathstroke uttered in an indifferent tone. His expression was impossible to discern due to the mask on his face. But one more addition can't change anything, unless of course, you brought some actual backup instead of two kids. What truly worried Deathstroke was the appearance of Superman. Clark had already appeared in Gotham a few days ago. If the Man of Steel suddenly showed up again, then this operation would equate to a failure. This was highly unlikely, though. In all cities around the world, Gotham held Superman's lowest appearance record. Of course, not when Superman came to visit Batman on his own, but when it came to stopping crimes. Still, Slade didn't rule out the possibility. Whoever this is, she's not mine. However, the Dark Knight uttered words he didn't expect with a surprisingly calm tone. Here. Like many buildings, the inner areas of Strader Pharmaceuticals had numerous glass screens in many areas. These indoor displays were usually meant to be used for advertising purposes for their products to potential investors. Tonight, however, the white screens all turned red in a blink of an eye, converging into the form of a red holographic female. I would welcome you, but what you have done here tonight is not ideal. The screens everywhere all played the same picture. Well. This is interesting. Cheshire said with interest. I'll say. Sportsmaster added, much to her slightly annoyance. Slade frowned. This was beyond his calculations. Robin, what is this? Artemis couldn't help but ask with surprise. I think. Some kind of artificial intelligence. Correct, Robin. I am currently the world's most advanced artificial intelligence. You can call me ALICE, pleased to make your acquaintance. ALICE. Now please let there be no more fighting. It's not worth it, and I believe my master would like the building to remain the way it is. You're paying for that glass roof, by the way. The words immediately broke the tense atmosphere. Oh. Robin was stunned for a second. Okay. I guess. The boy wonder was momentarily short of words. Batman, on the other hand, wasn't. What are you? That cannot be explained in a short sentence. But all you need to know is that I take care of everything that runs within this company. And why do you want us to not stop them? Because as at the time you arrived, stopping them no longer had any relevance. All staff of this building have been murdered, including the acting CEO and the company doctors. There is no one left for you to save, and the resulting battle will bring nothing but more bodies and the possible destruction of the property grounds. Something I do not want to occur. So not only was Batman's arrival unwelcomed, it was also an eyesore. Batman's gloomy face, if possible, grew gloomier. Robin's body trembled slightly as Artemis' mind shook for a second. An aura of depression spread around, but Alice didn't care. Following which, she turned her gaze towards Deathstroke and his company. The nerves of the goons tightened slightly. However, they did not expect the next set of words. Please do not fight or worry. I have not alerted the police, or any law enforcement agency, neither have I laid any traps for you when you escape. No members of the Justice League have been alerted, and neither will they be alerted until you leave Gotham. You can walk out without any hassle as long as you do not destroy anything else. Silence. The atmosphere took a drastic shift. Even Cheshire was dumbfounded. This. Sportsmaster's eyes carried equal surprise. Was there really something so good? Deathstroke on the other hand had his eyes narrow greatly. An ominous premonition grew from the depths of his gut, telling him that he had just done something terribly wrong. Despite that, he didn't show it. That's unnervingly generous of. You've got to be kidding me. The loud exclamation immediately drew attention. Everyone's eyes turned to Artemis, who had an expression of disbelief clouding her features. They just broke on, killed everyone and stole whatever it is that's in that case, and you're simply telling us to stop and let them get away with it. Artemis couldn't understand. Neither could Robin, but he chose to remain silent. Seconds passed and the Red Queen didn't speak. Just when Artemis wanted to say something else, she received her reply. Why should I try to keep someone who's already dead? The tone was confused, innocent, curious even. With the way this thing sounded, Artemis felt like she was honestly expecting a reply to solve her doubts. But it was precisely because she said it that way that Artemis felt goosebumps appear all over her skin. Click. The sound of clicking guns fell into her ears. The goons, Deathstroke's party reacted like a lion who just had its tail stepped on. Slade included, all looked at the biggest screen that displayed the Red Queen. Are you threatening me? Slade asked. His posture remained the same, yet his tone was grave. Over the years, Deathstroke had taken on many dangerous tasks. This wasn't the first time he was being called a dead man. I don't see my words as a threat. Make no mistake, Mr. Wilson, you will die. Possibly after experiencing fates worse than death itself. And there is very little that can change that. Slade didn't speak. Neither did Cheshire nor Sportsmaster. What do you mean? Instead, Batman broke the hostile atmosphere. Strader Pharmaceuticals was acquired by my owner weeks ago. In exchange for leaving the dirty secrets of the company as it was, the complete transfer of the original COS shares and an extra form of compensation. Alice spoke casually without any scruples. Alongside the phenol drug which was Slade's true goal, that extra compensation is within that case. Which is? Mr. Waite was suffering from stage 3 cancer. Hence, he was given a cure. The words shocked everyone. Numerous pairs of eyes turned to look at the case within Slade's hand. Although no one could see her expression behind the mask, Cheshire's eyes were practically glowing at this time. Slade was indifferent. And Lloyd? Batman asked. Dead alongside everyone else. At the hands of Deathstroke in the lower levels where he stored it. And you didn't stop them? My master has been too occupied to completely take over. Due to this, his plans to incorporate lethal security measures to prevent such situations were put on hold. Upon realizing their break-in, I released a signal to the Batcave which released a signal to both you and your sidekick, which is why you are here now. Both Robin and Batman frowned. This AI had sent a signal to the Batcave. Batman's face grew slightly grave. Robin also thought the same way, however the majority of his displeasure stemmed from the word sidekick. The Red Queen didn't care for their expressions and continued. Currently, my master is in another dimension, having completed the transfer of an entire race. And this matter will be taken care of by him when he returns. By then, not even death will be able to save them. The Red Queen fixed her gaze back on Artemis. So to answer your question. I feel no need to keep them here because of what they have done. While my master never intended to keep the majority of the current staff, your actions are nothing more than a slap on his face. The moment they killed the first security guard, their lives were no longer theirs. The atmosphere was frighteningly cold. Those masked men all had their eyes widen in disbelief. What a story. Cheshire's grip on her weapons tightened. So please do not try to stop them. They currently outnumber you. It is a pointless endeavor because even if you do capture them, put them in prison, lock them away in the watchtower, or banish them to the Phantom Zone, their end is inevitable. They will die, each and every single one of them. And who is this master you speak of? Slade asked coldly. The deviant himself. Amari. Batman responded, his face unusually calm. Halfway into the conversation, he could already guess this far. Meanwhile. Central City. Zoom. A flash of orange light zipped through the streets. Moving between cars, trucks, and making constant turns along the way. People who were having outside taking a walk, rushing somewhere or just plainly having a meal out would all turn to look as the streak of yellow lightning ran right past them. The majority of their faces would light up with a smile of excitement as the orange blur was the thing Central City was most proud of. The Flash. And they were right. However, this Flash, while he wore the red suit with lightning bolts decorated on the chest and everywhere else, wasn't the Flash of their Earth. It's been more than a month since I came to this world. Rushing down a one-road highway, Wally's mind was full of thoughts. Zoom is dead. I've told the natives everything I know. His figure moved past a coffee shop. I've informed them on the situation of my world. They know my Earth is on the verge of destruction. That a maniac has taken absolute control. An orange streak ran past the CCPD. So why don't they do anything about it? It's been a month. My world only gets worse with each passing day. Despite having one of their own on the other side. They still haven't taken any substantial actions. I can understand though. This world, although not as bad as mine, is under great pressure. Attacks occur seemingly every week. Cities face great destruction time and time again. Without affecting his movements, Wally ran up the tallest building in the city. They haven't discovered a way to travel through the breaches without super speed. And I'm nowhere near fast enough to make the travel myself. Looking at bright lights, the cars, the buildings, everything that seemed to be the exact opposite of his world, Wally's heart was full of complex emotions. Although this world was beautiful in his eyes, it wasn't his. He had friends, family, loved ones on the other Earth. He came here to find a solution. But the progress made was too slow. At the moment, they had only discovered one way to make it through the breaches. That was using super speed. But he wasn't fast enough. And he could tell that the Batman of this world had no intentions of looking in that direction. They were determined to find a way to get through the breaches, but unless there was no other way, they weren't going to invest any energy in making him go faster to do it. Wally couldn't accept this. He didn't have time to wait for them to be ready. Who knows how many more people in the Resistance would die before he got back home. And so, he began to think about other alternatives. His tachyons had run out, but a Mercury Labs also existed in this universe. Although he was told to get the Justice League of this Earth, Wally knew that in the short term, that wasn't possible. In that case, let's settle for the next best thing. Kryptonite. His world's Superman was all-powerful. Simply because he had destroyed every last green stone on the planet. Kryptonite existed here, but Wally didn't know how to get his hands on it. Boom! While the speedster of Earth-1 was in deep thought, an explosion sounded in the distance. It started a ball of orange energy appearing in the vegetation-filled outskirts of Central City. As time passed, the orange ball began to expand greatly until it occupied a space of 2 meters. Then, the accumulated energy within it burst open, spreading in all directions. The vegetation in the surroundings turned to ash, and the earth in the radius of a mile was destroyed. Dust and debris flew into the air. In the 2-meter space where the energy ball once was, a large hole with a larger diameter could be seen covered with dust particles. 10 seconds passed and a streak of orange lightning appeared a distance away. With an uncertain expression, Wally walked to the hole's edge and took a look. 3 seconds later, his eyes widened. Following which, he pressed his belt buckle and initiated a call to the watchtower. This is Flash reporting an anomaly, is anyone there? Flash. This is Black Canary, state your report. Well. His gaze moved back to the hole. You might want to send someone down here. The body of a machine with half a human face lay within. I think I just came across your missing leaguer. Chapter 125. Read your replies, so unnecessary ideas will be cast aside. As for the love interest thing. Let's just see how it goes as I write it. Gotham. Strader Pharmaceuticals. The atmosphere was particularly oppressive. I see. Slade said lightly, his expression slightly constipated for a second before returning to a normal poker face. However, with his mask on, they couldn't see his face, so they wouldn't know. It happened then. The sound of helicopter whirs fell into their ears. Following which, a black chopper hovered over the roof of the building. Due to the shattered ceiling, small gusts of wind blew into the building, causing the capes of those who had them to billow. Well. Looks like our ride's here. Deathstroke muttered audibly while taking a look upward. Lowering his gaze to meet Batman's, there was a moment of silence before he spoke again. "So, are you going to try to stop us?" "You're free to leave," Alice replied. "Batman?" Hearing the AI's approval, Robin looked at Batman anxiously. Bruce didn't respond as countless thoughts were processed within his mind in seconds. He was pondering the feasibility of actually capturing Slade in this scenario. The so-called cure within the case was valuable. Add that to the Pheno drug. Now that was something that could cause actual problems if left unchecked. Slade had murdered everyone in this facility just to get it. Whether it was to stop whatever plans they had before they could complete them or because of the numerous souls who died here today, Batman would be darned to let Slade escape with both serums in his possession. But the situation wasn't in his favor. They were outnumbered. And their overall power advantage wasn't any better than the other party. If Slade wanted to escape, there was little that Bruce could do to stop them. The odds were unfairly placed. And so, Bruce remained silent, his gaze turned to the AI on the screen before returning to Slade. Let them go. In the end, Bruce didn't live up to the boy wonder's expectations. Batman. Enough, Robin. The caped crusader cut him short, leaving him unable to utter another word of retort. Good. Slade nodded and shot out a grappling gun towards the ceiling. Seeing their boss leaving, the goons did the same, so did Cheshire and Sportsmaster. Dick watched them leave with a bit of incredulity. He turned again to his mentor and father figure, only to see Bruce watching with narrowed eyes. His gaze drifted down to see the Dark Knight's left fist tightly clenched. The chopper departed under his watchful eye. Following which, Batman turned his gaze back to the artificial intelligence. You. Hello, Batman. A pleasure to see you again. The change surprised the two teens present. Did Batman know of this AI before today? Wish I could say the same. Bruce uttered flatly. His first and last encounter with the Red Queen was in General Sam Lane's penthouse. That was before the guy was kidnapped. Now would you mind telling me what exactly Amari is doing again in Gotham? His voice took a slightly colder tone. I believe my owner said it to you before. Business ventures. The same thing you do under in your other mysterious identity. He bought Strader Pharmaceuticals. Bruce took a look. And here I wished he was kidding. Which puts an error in your previous sentence. He isn't here in Gotham again. He just never left. This was his investment that day. Why? Bruce asked in a grave tone. Why a pharmaceutical company with a history of developing deadly serums? Due to many conveniences, but that's not what you mean, is it? No. Then if you must know. It's simply to fulfill an agreement. A hologram appeared before them. Let me remind you in case you may have forgotten, but my master's stay on your planet is not unconditional. As was clearly stated in the agreement he had with your world government. The outbreak of super-powered disasters have risen exponentially in recent years, with more death tolls and destruction of public property. Even with your Justice League trying their best to prevent these accidents. They still happen. The hologram played various disasters that had taken place since Amari's appearance. And so, your leaders are scared. Frightened, if you will, that one day, a disaster will come that even you can't protect the Earth from. Or worse. Your Justice League becomes that disaster. Her words fell, and Batman's plain expression grew gloomy. As can be seen from how President Luthor has taken matters into his hands by appointing a task force of super-powered individuals. They wanted a force of their own to give them a sense of security against greater threats. So Amari offered to give them one. Bruce interrupted. Correct. He made a deal in which he would be granted residence in your world in exchange for biological weapons capable of destroying the Justice League. Ones completely under their control. Not to mention Batman, even Robin and Artemis had completely shocked expressions on their faces. Biological weapons capable of destroying the Justice League. Which is why Strader Pharmaceuticals was acquired. Under the form of business, my master plans to complete the failed super soldier project and sell them to every government in the world. The Kryptonian blood of Miss Zor-El is the key component. In imitation of Cadmus Facility's creation of Project KR. A serum capable of giving anyone injected with it all the capabilities of a Kryptonian, with none of the weaknesses. No vulnerability to kryptonite or red sunlight. Every country will have their own supermen and women to guard their territory. And yet, why is it that I fail to see just exactly how what Amari plans to do is a good thing? The growl in his tone was almost audible. Despite still wearing that indifferent expression, Robin knew that right now, Bruce was voicing his disapproval. I never said it was. The apathetic voice replied to him. There are reasons why only on Superman exists. The consequences of what he's about to do will bring more chaos than Amari knows. There will be war. Bruce's face had never been so gloomy. Blockbuster, Bane Serum, Cobra Venom, Project KR. All these were attempts to create a super soldier serum by villains. A serum capable of turning people into full-fledged Kryptonians with all of their strengths and none of their weaknesses was something Bruce didn't even want to imagine. If their enemies got their hands on such a thing, then the Justice League was in for harsh times. You are right. There are reasons why this power shouldn't be spread. Reasons that my master hardly care for. Does Amari bother to think of the negative impact if this falls into the wrong hands? Any random villain would have the ability to mass-produce Kryptonians with a simple injection. At this point, the Red Queen shook her head. I apologize in advance for whatever effect this serum will bring to your world, but nothing you say will change anything. Unless you can get your government to change their minds, there is no stopping this. Then let me talk to Amari himself. That can be arranged. Alice said after a moment of silence. I will inform him of your intentions to talk and let you know. Is there anything else? Her question received an affirmative response. You said Amari isn't in this dimension. So where is he? This time, Alice didn't answer, but stared at Batman with intense scrutiny. The Dark Knight returned her stare without so much as a blink. Outside the multiverse that your universe resides in. The Caped Crusader was silent. Now, I believe I have answered your questions to the best of my abilities. Hence, my work is done. Goodbye, and good luck. Believe me, you will need it. These were the last words before the red holograms turned off. All the screens went dark and what was left was a building full of corpses. Robin and Artemis were quiet. Silence once again returned, but was quickly broken. You can go. His gruff voice held no emotion. Huh? Artemis and Robin were startled. Robin, go outside, contact the police to appear at the scene and go back on patrol. I'll take it from here. You're serious? Dick was surprised. I am. Hearing this, the boy wonder could only nod and leave. You too, Artemis. Artemis, who was wondering what to do next, heard Batman's voice. I think you've done enough patrolling for one night. Remember, you must tell no one about what you have heard tonight. Artemis frowned. Her mouth opened, wanting to say something, but she held back in the end. Nodding, she turned around and walked towards the exit with a poker face. On the inside, however, she wasn't as calm as she looked. Batman watched them leave. His eyes lingered on Artemis for a long while. Eventually, it turned towards a certain corpse a distance away. This one had an arrow sticking out of its chest. Seeing this, the Dark Knight frowned even deeper. The next moment, however, the thought was cast to the back of his mind. For now, Artemis's problem could wait. He had more important things to deal with. Meanwhile, at the same time somewhere else. Near the Atlantic Ocean. Coast City. The ocean roared, and the waves battered against the rocks before retreating. And returning a moment later. The sky was dark, and the moon refused to give its light in this part of the world. As the cold temperature continued to seep into the very soil itself, the sound of footsteps made itself known near the barren rocks. Following which, a foot emerged from the darkness, stepping on the solid ground and moving forward. The sound of water rushing towards the shore in the distance fell into Amari's ears, but Amari didn't pay it any heed. Right now, his attention was on something else. Are you sure about this, sir? Alice's voice once again sounded in his ears. Why are you still asking me that? His voice was tinged with a hint of curiosity. It doesn't matter anymore. I've decided. What's done is done. You know very well that I do not mean the dregs. A week had passed since Amari's appearance at the apocalypse. They're gods, Alice. Give them their due respect. Amari couldn't help but chuckle. They tried to kill you on sight. I'm still standing. And the one who did isn't. That aside, do you think it would be wise to introduce another race into the axiom? Sure. Why not? Amari shrugged. It's empty anyway. The old gods have not been subdued yet. Adding another race will only be more trouble. Do I look concerned? At this point, he was already at the shore. His eyes shone with a strange light as he looked into the distance. Deathstroke has broken into Strader Pharmaceuticals. Oh. And? Everyone within is dead. The cure was stolen, as well as the Pheno drug. What do you plan to do to him? Amari didn't respond. Just looked into the distance as the seconds elapsed. Just keep an eye on his whereabouts. As well as everyone who is remotely related to him. We'll get to the bottom of this after I'm done here. His eyes seemed to see deep into the infinite ocean. From. Huh. Amari raised an eyebrow. Is something the matter? Alice asked. Yes. Amari turned his gaze away from the sea to look into the distant land where a valley filled with rocky hillsides lay. Alice, you marked the position of all the breaches in the world, right? That is correct. The day Amari discovered each breach, Alice had marked each of them. With telescopic vision, his eyes peered through a great distance, landing in a secluded area of the valley where a massive portal floating above the ground could be seen. The breach emitted an energy blast that swept the surroundings, causing the earth to tremble. Following which, a man fell through it. He wore a gold-plated battle suit that encased his entire body save for the base of his neck upward. The head once full of red curly locks was completely devoid of hair, making it particularly eye-catching. Well, it looks like we're about to have new guests. Chapter 126. A blast of energy was expelled from the breach, sweeping everything within its path away. Following which, a figure fell through the portal, landing heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Numerous cracks appeared on the soil beneath him due to the force upon impact. Ugh! Lex groaned with pain. His super suit was to thank for mitigating most of the force. Wisps of energy were constantly emitted from it, the only thing to currently indicate that Lex had successfully crossed between worlds. The disorientation slowly started to fade. Propping himself up to his feet, the blurry image before him gradually became clear and the dizziness receded. I'm not in the facility anymore. His eyes widened in surprise upon realizing this. That means it worked. It appears it did. A plan, female voice uttered from his suit. Mercy. Good to know you're still online. The expression on his face eased after hearing the familiar voice. Mercy. His own programmed artificial intelligence. Indeed. You are lucky the quantum disturbance between universes didn't cause your battle suit any substantial damage. A small gold light blinked near his chest area. I have tried gaining access to the satellites under our control in our world. They are unreachable. That practically confirms it. He nodded with a bit of relief. Indeed. Now the best course of action would be to determine where you are and the situation of this world. I'm trying to connect to the nearest satellite. Sate. The robotic voice suddenly began to blitz. The sudden change caused Lex to raise an eyebrow. Mercy. Sate. The AI paid him no heed. Just continued repeating half a word over and over like a broken record. And then it stopped completely. A frown appeared on Luther's face. Mercy. Respond. Hello. Finally, Lex received a response. But not only did it fail to alleviate his worries, instead, his frown grew deeper. That voice. He didn't recognize that voice. Mercy. What's going on with you? Looking at the blinking light near his chest, his eyes widened when it suddenly turned from gold to red. I'm sorry, Mercy isn't here right now. The childish voice responded to his inquiries. What the? She will be occupied for a while. The eyes of the bald genius narrowed to the extreme. The atmosphere immediately grew tense due to the sudden change of events. I will be answering you now. You can call me Alice. What are? All right, Alice. The sound behind him made Lex's pupils shrink to the extreme. He quickly turned around and stretched out his hand in an attacking motion. The fist encased within the suit gave off a gold glow, ready to fire the laser beam at any time. Don't frighten him too much. Dark hair, blue pupils, wearing a white jacket that gave off a soft glow in the dark. Lex raised an eyebrow. The face was young. Looking to be in his early 20s. In his eyes, he was barely a grown-up. Nevertheless, Lex didn't lower his guard. Who are you? Me. Amari tilted his head to the side slightly. Well, that's not right. Definitely not right at all. A puzzled expression appeared on his features. Seeing him staring at him a bit of doubt and extreme scrutiny, Lex felt slightly uncomfortable. I thought I told you and the rest of your group I'd be coming for all of you. First Ocean Master, now. You. Which is why I'm very confused. Did you forget me already, Lex? That. The atmosphere was remarkably tense. Lex couldn't help being dumbfounded for a second. He just arrived on another world, running from home affairs, and he faced a whole new situation. From the few sentences, he could already deduce that his double in this universe was probably in a lot of trouble. And now, he, an innocent soul, was now faced with problems that didn't belong to him. I'm not who you think I am. Working his brain, he could only come up with those few words to explain the situation. After all, for MOT people, the idea of another universe was absurd. Even if it wasn't, Lex wouldn't tell this to just anyone. The information of parallel Earths could bring a whole new set of troubles if it fell into the wrong hands. Just like he had enemies on his world, he didn't believe that the heroes of this Earth didn't. As for how to explain the portal behind him, that was a problem for the future Lex Luthor. Now, he just hoped he could clear up the misunderstanding as quickly as possible instead of having the situation degenerate to the point of a battle. He. Amari chuckled. Don't worry, I guess that much. Huh. That easy. Don't get me wrong. It's not every day you see the President of America falling out of a breach in the middle of nowhere while wearing a battlesuit. The simple words allowed Lex to extract a lot of information. I see. In this universe, I'm the President. Although not taken completely, he found the other party's words believable. Nevertheless, due to too little information, some things didn't add up. Then, his body stiffened for a second as he realized something. Breach? So would you mind telling me? It happened then. Right before his eyes, Lex saw Amari's pupils glow with a bright blue color. What is the Lex Luthor from another Earth doing in this universe? Looking at those blue eyes, Luthor felt a chill run down his spine for no reason. He knows. Immediately, energy blasts emerged from the thrusters underneath his feet. Acting on instinct, the first course of action was to incapacitate the opponent. Following which, laser beams were fired from his fists towards the adversary. These blasts, however, were optimized. Unlike the ones he used on able-bodied individuals like Superwoman and Ultraman, these beams were meant to knock the target unconscious. After all, he didn't know the status of his temporary adversary. Until he was sure of the situation, Lex had no plans to kill the young man before him. Not until he could determine whether he was a hero or a villain of this universe. This man had clearly stated his identity. If he was the former, then he could only apologize later on when he regained consciousness. And with these thoughts moving through his mind, the energy beams moved at fast speeds, slamming into Amari's chest. Standing still, the energy beams were absorbed cleanly. Nice shot. He hadn't finished his words, Luthor in his war suit appeared before him and punched with a glowing arm. Bang! Amari's head tilted to the side. Then his head straightened back to face the adversary. Lex's jaw dropped slightly, before coming back to his senses. My turn. Shield. Tonight, the peaceful evening near the Atlantic coast was destined to be ruined. Bang! A figure flew out from the valley at Mach speed. His figure drew an arc in the air before plummeting to the ground with great force. Bang! 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 Luthor, who was thrown out, bounced off the ground many times upon his crash. Cracks similar to spiderwebs appeared on the points of impact before he stopped bouncing and simply dug a short trench to halt his motion. Puff! The moment he stopped, red liquid flowed from his inner chest to his lips and erupted uncontrollably. Luthor spat out a mouthful of blood while letting out a low groan. A pile of dirt had appeared behind his back which he now lay on. Well, I didn't expect that. Blood dripped from the side of his mouth onto his war suit. The noticeable fist dent that appeared on his chest area deeply shocked the bald universe traveler. Right before the punch landed, he deployed his suit's energy shield to defend himself. The result. It was shattered with a single strike. Ugh. Pain surged through his chest area as he tried to stand to his feet. I suggest you give up. Your war suit has retained considerable damage from that attack. Alice's voice rang in his comms. Knowing his systems had been infiltrated, Lex didn't reply. Numerous thoughts ran through that big brain of his in an attempt to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, he wasn't given enough time to think. Raising his head up, Amari could be seen descending from the sky. Who the hell is this kid? Lex thought gravely. Back in his world, Amari wasn't a registered person with abilities. Meaning that he probably didn't exist on his Earth. Meaning, Lex didn't know how to properly communicate with the latter. That's right. Communicate. The previous strike let him know that this youth before him was on the same level of strength as the leaders of the crime syndicate. Perhaps above them, as even Ultraman would find it difficult to create a dent this noticeable on his armor. The war suit was re-engineered from a Kryptonian battlesuit along with apocalyptic technology. It was his capital to go toe-to-toe with the crime syndicate. Now, his chests hurt like hell. Thinking this far, Lex knew he had to do something. He was here to get help. Not gain more enemies. Standing up in a somewhat crooked posture, Lex spoke, seeing that the adversary didn't outright attack. Stop. I don't want to fight you. He uttered with a solemn expression. I bet you don't. The apathetic voice fell into his ears. But that's not what I asked you. Telekinesis was unleashed with reservations. Lex's face changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to flee. Unfortunately. Bang! A massive crater emerged on the ground beneath them like a meteor just crashed on the soil. Caught within the area of attack, Lex in his battle suit was flattened to the earth like a pancake. At that moment, the energy shield emerged again, trying to offset the force. It barely resisted for half a second before shattering. Lex felt his organs tremble. However, instead of swishing him into meat paste, the invisible force wrapped around his body and pulled him upward. Lex felt like he was clamped by giant invisible hands. I ask again. What exactly are you doing here? You can tell me, or I can just read your memories. I'm trying. The bald man uttered with great difficulty as he resisted having the air squeezed out of him. Creak. He could already hear the war suit creating creaking noises. Really? Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any higher. Clang. A part of the war suit seemed to snap. Then I suggest you try harder. Ugh. For several seconds, the only thing that resounded was Lex's painful groans. I came for help. Amari's glowing eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Then, they ceased to glow and returned to normal. Lex felt the invisible force around him disappear. And then, he fell from a height of several feet. Thud. A small human-shaped mark appeared on the earth. Cough. Cough. Ugh. Rolling on his side, he let the red liquid seep out of his mouth. You should be the one from Earth 3. The sound of footsteps behind him made his body stiffen slightly. Then, the sentence quickly caught his attention. Earth 3. Separate universe had designated numbers. Who numbered them? Was this multiversally acknowledged? Also, what did it mean for his world to be deemed Earth 3? I'm Alexander Luthor. Ignoring the pain, the bald man who didn't know he was bald yet, sat up straight. Leader of the Justice League of my world. And who might I ask, are you? Amari. The response was plain. And I know who you are. Any other Luthor would have suffered much worse, as I don't take too kindly to attacks. He resisted the urge to gulp down and let out a sigh of relief. Are you a member of the Justice League of this universe? No, I'm not. Lex didn't know what to say. Luckily for you, I'm not a villain either. If I was, you'd already be dead. Understood. Then would you please let me know how to contact them? Or at least point me in the direction of the nearest city. You're near the Atlantic coast. Nearest town is a few miles that way. He said while pointing west. I see. His words fell back into his throat as Amari turned to the side and walked past him. Alice, do let the poor AI regain control. Back to business. We're done here. The red light on the war suit returned to normal, but Lex didn't pay attention. Oh. One thing though. Amari's halted in his steps. I suggest you look up the information of this planet before asking for help. You'll find the heroes of this Earth have their hands full. Hold on. You're leaving. Am I doing anything here for you? Lex opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He found his situation particularly bizarre. After beating him up to this point, he just let him go like that. Wasn't he afraid that he was a threat to the world or something? All you need to do is report yourself to the nearest police station in an urban city. Preferably Metropolis. The League should come pick you up after that. They'll recognize that bald head anywhere. His voice began to fade out as he wandered further away. Silence. Maintaining his sitting posture, Lex had a deep frown on his face as he recalled the events of his encounter. He raised his hand in an attempt to run it through his red hair only to touch a surface as smooth as an egg. At that moment, his eyes widened to the size of saucers as Amari's words replayed in his ears. I'm bald. Meanwhile. League of Assassins headquarters. Bang. A clenched fist slammed against the table, causing it to break in half. Ra's al Ghul looked at the broken table with an air of indifference. A frown still adorned his face though as he said with slight displeasure. Calm yourself, Slade. Your actions are unsightly. Unsightly you say? With his mask off, Deathstroke looked terribly gloomy at the moment. Then tell me what exactly you think I should do now. Chapter 127. There was no response. Ra's al Ghul maintained the indifferent facade on the surface, but deep within, he was at a loss for words. This was supposed to be a regular grab and stash operation. The Pheno drug would be taken so Dr. Langstrom could complete his research on the Man-Bat formula. It was supposed to be that easy. But who knew that they would encounter such a situation? In simpler words, it was nothing short of horrible. Slade had every right to be gloomy. Although he was called the world's greatest assassin who worked for the highest bidder, he was still self-conscious on a lot of things. Rarely would he take any work that required him to deal with situations that could easily escalate out of his control. Fighting against the actual big guns of the Justice League was one of them. Superman was still doable with the right tools at his disposal, but no amount of money would make him stupid enough to blatantly brandish his blades and attempt to hunt Wonder Woman. That was purely asking for a beating and a get-into-jail card. This wasn't fear. It was self-awareness. The serum he took wasn't enough to make him look down on everything else with his skills. But now, the situation had changed. Forget the Justice League. He had messed with someone who even death couldn't stop. Really, old man? Nothing. His voice took a colder tone to it. This is not my fault, Slade. Deathstroke was angry, while Roz was depressed. Between both of them, the Demon's Head wanted to see Amari less. After all, the other party had publicly made it his goal to kill him and the rest of the Light. They might be able to overlook it the first time, but with ORM's display, no one dared to feel at ease anymore. Do I look like I care whose fault this is? His voice was practically roaring at the moment. He grabbed one half of the mahogany table and threw it towards the nearest wall in a fit of rage. Bang! Swoosh! Multiple dark shadows appeared around them, turning up from seemingly out of nowhere. Gleams of silver light reflected off the cold steel on their hands. The moment Slade took action, several assassins that guaranteed the safety of the Demon's Head at all times surrounded the room, both in and out. Each and every single one of them had sharp eyes, tense nerves, and exuded an aura of murderous intention. Their blades, throwing stars, shurikens and kunai were held within their grasp, locked on Deathstroke lest he tried anything foolish. This was the foundation of the League of Assassins, but Deathstroke didn't bat an eyelid. Are you going to have your shadow guards kill me? He asked in a mocking tone. Ra's al Ghul didn't speak, but simply signaled with a wave of his hand. Following which, his shadows disappeared just as fast as they arrived. Looking at Slade's ugly expression, Ra's knew that he was particularly pissed off. Sigh. A sigh of weariness finally escaped the lips of the centuries-old man. I know the matter is difficult. But believe me, I am in no better position right now than you are. He has also threatened to take my life. And my involvement with you will only lead me to him sooner. His words seemed to calm down the assassin. Threaten you? Thoughts reflected through his mind as he analyzed those words. A second later, it finally came to him. I see. The man muttered with a hint of realization. You're one of the people he's looking for. Yes. The Demon's Head replied with a slight frown. Humph. Looks like I'm not the only unlucky one. So you can see that I'm in the same situation you currently find yourself in. And do not forget Slade. The old man's eyes narrowed greatly. That I didn't order you to attack that facility. No. I hired you to get Dr. Langstrom to complete his life's work. How you go about it wasn't in my instructions. As an old fossil who had survived for hundreds of years, Ra's al Ghul was shrewd, cunning and a particularly ruthless character who built everything he had now with his own hands. He wouldn't allow himself to be despised by anyone, and the only reason Deathstroke wasn't immediately besieged from all sides was because he valued Slade's capabilities. Nothing more, nothing less, and they both knew it. So. Calm your temper, Slade, and remember where you stand and who you stand before. The Demon's Head stood up from his seat, his hands placed behind his back, completely revealing the aura and majesty of a leading monarch. Too bad. Slade wasn't buying any of it. The imposing aura of the ruler of the League of Assassins wasn't enough to make his 42-year-old back bend in submission. Deathstroke adjusted his posture. I didn't come here for sympathy. His eyes were blooming with a dangerous light. I'm here for solutions. And I have never known you to be a man afraid of death. Ra's said. I know I will die someday. The atmosphere was terrible, depressing. But I will not accept dying for something that isn't worth it. Slade was well prepared to die, similar to the man before him. They knew what it was like to live on the edge of the blade their whole lives. So yeah, he wasn't afraid of death. But no way in hell was he willing to die for such a matter. He was a mercenary, who promised to deliver when paid appropriately. And last time he checked, he certainly didn't get paid to deal with this shit. There was a moment of silence. Finally, it was broken by Ra's himself. This matters. Concerns me just as much as it concerns you. This was the truth. If Amari found out that Slade had done what he did under his orders, whether directly or not, he was sure that his end would be miserable. By then, his hidden identity wouldn't be needed and Amari would have another perfect reason to end him. And unlike Ocean Master, he wasn't sure he would be left alive. The images briefly flashed through his subconscious. In the dark night, the island was completely ruined, flames blazing in all directions. His shadows. All dead, his daughter. Dead. Those glowing blue eyes staring at him with unprecedented coldness. Even someone as tough as him felt fear at the thought. Roz had decided. He could not let this happen. His death was acceptable, but the destruction of his legacy was something the arrogant old man would never accept. His daughter's suffering before death was something he would not accept even more. While I can't tell you not to worry about this, as that would be a lie, I can say that we are searching for ways to deal with this. Roz felt no need to hide his secret identity as a member of the Light. He turned around and walked towards the wall where an old painting hung on the wall. My associates are searching for a solution to this matter as we speak. And our recent gathering has let me know that they have found a possible solution. His footsteps halted. Slade's frown didn't lessen in the slightest due to the old man's choice of words. He knew Roz. And this man before him never mixed up his words. Anything he said was precisely how he meant it. The ending of that sentence was not the least bit encouraging. A possible solution. This simply meant that they weren't sure they could succeed. And this alone was enough to make his heart sink. Deathstroke never did things he wasn't sure of, and neither did Roz. Yet here they were. The old man turned his face to reveal his side profile. Transport Langstrom. Lie low for a while. Let no one know of your location, and I will contact you when we are ready to resolve the issue. That, Slade, is all I can say. That was the last words of the demon head. Following which, he turned his attention to the painting completely, leaving Deathstroke behind him to ponder in silence. They stayed the same way for a while. That was until Slade moved. Fine. The mercenary turned around and walked towards the exit. And I do hope you're right, old man. That sentence was similarly the last, and soon, even the lingering sound of footsteps disappeared completely. The room once again regained its peace and quiet. The indifferent expression that remained constant on Ra's face was finally broken. Worry, fear, anger, and helplessness appeared on his features one after another as he thought about possible countermeasures that were ultimately useless. L0. After a while, he tapped the center area on the clothing in the center of his arm and called out with a cold tone. Yes, sir. You called. A hologram appeared right before him of a teenager girl exuding a pure color white. Contact Savage. As you wish. Her figure changed to display a holographic screen midair. The demon's head waited patiently for several seconds as the White Queen connected him to one of the two actually immortal members of their group. It didn't take too long, the image of a man with long hair and a full, well-trimmed beard appeared on the screen. His full lips, black eyes, and the 3 shallow white scars that ran across his face completely betrayed his identity. If it isn't Al Ghul. Vandal. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call? You might have to speed up whatever plan you have. The situation is facing a probation escalating. Vandal frowned. He could immediately guess the only thing that would make this man speak in such a tone. Tell me what happened. Raz frowned. Although he didn't want to disclose his operations, he didn't have a choice at the moment. Although they were partners, everyone had their own thing going on. No one was truly loyal to this secret organization of theirs and only saw it as a way to further their own interests. Due to this, Raz could only withhold as many actual details as he could while giving a clear picture of the whole incident. I see. Vandal replied after Raz was done. It seems that you are right. But worry not, we have made substantial progress in our endeavors. Would you care to clarify? How could simple words put him at ease? Raz called precisely to know how far Vandal had gone in his efforts to get rid of the scourge that was sharpening a butcher knife right over their heads. Savage was silent for a few seconds, apparently pondering his choice of words. It's been done. Clarion has located her in the Forge of Hephaestus. Now all we need to do is make contact. What about the weapon? We have yet to confirm if it is truly in her possession. But that should not be a problem. Clarion and I will personally see to it that matters are completed. The sentence surprised the demon's head. You are going by yourselves? Yes. I feel it is the most appropriate. Vandal's face showed a smirk. After all, the gods must be shown proper respect. Chapter 128. Atlantic Ocean. Far off from the mid-Atlantic ridge. It was a dark night. Although there was no storm, the sea waves were just as rough as if it were. As the turbulent waters rose and crashed against each other, the wind howled in an equally aggressive manner. Looking up, one would see the dark clouds rolling in from the distance, indicating anything but fair weather. And looking down. The seemingly endless sea. From a normal person's perspective, what could be seen was nothing but pitch-black darkness. The rolling waters completely concealing anything and everything that lay below them. This region of the ocean was scarce in fish. At least when compared to other, further off areas, the quantity of the general marine life was very little. However, this wasn't because of frequent fishing practices. In fact, no boat, ship, or yacht dared to sail through these waters at night. All because no news was ever received from those that did. Cause, within these waters, was the home of a race of creatures more terrifying than many things mankind had ever seen. Currently, Amari was looking at them. Crash. The water waves collided against each other yet again as the dark clouds expanded to cover the sky. A ship sailed on the rumbling sea, heading deeper and deeper into waters that should not have been charted. Although there was no rain yet, the deck was soaked with seawater and the waves continually lashed at the fishing boat. It wasn't too large, and it wasn't small either. Damn. A young man cussed in a low voice as he rubbed his palms together. Cold. An older male at the side looked at him and asked blankly. Yeah. He replied after a moment of silence. First time at sea, huh? You know. I can see it all over you. The man cast his gaze away as he continued his work. The way you look, walk, how you seem to be freezing even inside that raincoat. Aren't you? The young man couldn't help but grumble internally, wondering what these people were made of. His hand held tightly to a short iron pole in order to keep his balance in check. They were at sea, it was nighttime, and they were a long way from shore. Not to mention he had been splashed with seawater more than once during this journey. No surprise, the temperature out here was almost freezing. You're one of the new guys. The old-aged man with a scruffy beard swept his gaze over him for a second. The dull look in his eyes made the youth uncomfortable. The ones who jump in here with no idea what they're getting into. His calm words made the youth frown. I'm not. Cut the rubbish, kid. He remarked with a drawl. You're here for the money, aren't you? The middle-aged man's stare chilled him greatly. Whatever impulsive thoughts that were initially brewing quickly died. Just like I thought. It's what you're all here for. The male was silent. Yes. Why else would he be in this place, doing something that would practically damn him for life? This was no regular fishing boat. He swept his eyes around the deck where close to a dozen men were working. Pushing this, pulling that, moving everywhere and back. Their expressionless faces let him know exactly how bleak his future would be. The old man paid the youth no more attention. He knew what was lying in store for this kid. And he didn't want to talk about it. However, the youth didn't seem to want their conversation to end. It's not the cold. The wrinkling hands stiffened slightly. With a raised eyebrow, old Jim took a look at the youth whose gaze was looking into the far distance. Come again. I said it's not the cold. Deep within the youth's eyes, a trace of uneasiness flashed for a split second. I mean. It is, but, it's just a part of it. Oh. Then what is it? I'm a metahuman. The male said after a few moments of hesitation. For the first time, a look of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes. Following it, a trace of vigilance. You do know the implications of what you're saying, right? I know. The old man wasn't sure he did. Because if he did, then he wouldn't dare to open his mouth to tell him. Or anyone else on this ship for that matter. I see. And you tell me this. Why? This time, he didn't reply. Seeing the youth keep silent, the old man's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The trace of vigilance in his heart increased greatly as he moved one hand to reach for the gun in the back. When it came to people with abilities, there was never anything like being too wary in their line of work. Who knows what abilities this kid had at his disposal? As a veteran in the trade, old Jim had seen many things. A tingling sensation emerged in the youth's mind as the hairs on his body stood on end. Knowing the cause and seeing Jim's small movements, he let out a wry smile. Because. It might be the only way everyone on this boat, me included, can get to live to see another day. Click. The sound of a gun clicking fell into his ears. What are you talking about? Stop speaking in riddles and get out with it. And unless you're as fast as the Flash from Central City, don't try anything foolish. Jim's voice was grave. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the crew. Hey! What's up? Jim. What are you doing? What's wrong with the kid? The youth resisted the urge to let out a sigh. He knew this would probably be the result, but now, he didn't have a choice. The gun is a bit much. My power isn't offensive in any way. The youth raised his hand, greatly regretting why he had come on this boat to begin with. So what are they? I can tell when I'm about to die. The crew members had already surrounded them both, and his words caused a wave of silence. What? I know when I'm about to die. The youth repeated. It happened during the first particle accelerator incident in Central City. The days after that, my abilities began manifesting. Everything something bad was about to happen to me, I'd feel a wave of uneasiness deep within my mind. What I feel each time is different depending on the level of danger I'm about to experience. At this point, he didn't care about being exposed and earnestly explained his powers. How does it work? Jim asked. I can't say for sure. I don't know what exactly I'm about to experience whenever it happens. For small things, it could range from someone bumping into me, to accidentally getting cut with a sharp object, or even having a bird poop on my head. For stronger things, it could be as much as a car accident, a brick falling from the sky, or a building that's about to explode with me in it. Point being, I can tell whenever I'm in danger. Like the way you're pointing a gun at me. And right now, my powers are saying that if we don't turn back now, we're all going to die. Everyone's eyes narrowed greatly. This. You can't be serious. TCH, bullshit. He says he's a meta. Are you going to rule that out? What if he's lying? Seeing everyone's gloomy expressions, the youth uttered through gritted teeth. I've exposed my identity. Basically, giving away my freedom to let you know this. You have to believe me. He had felt this way ever since he boarded the boat. But back then, it was nothing more than a slight chill. This level of warning could mean anything. He could trip, get hit with a rock or get slapped on the back of the head. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. But that changed the further out they went into sea. From a chill to a ringing in his ear, to a terrible, horrible, ominous gut feeling. His heart was literally pounding where he stood. This was the disadvantage of his ability. It warned him in advance but didn't let him know where exactly the danger would come from. A useful and at the same time, useless meta ability. But in front of these guys, it didn't matter. He knew that his freedom would be gone after revealing this, but he had no other way. Simply because, he wanted to live. No one uttered a word. The silence maintained with only the sound of the sea roaring in their ears. Old Jim was frowning heavily. He should ignore this. He really wanted to ignore this. But if this kid was telling the truth, then the chance of them dying existed. He wouldn't risk it. Take him below deck and lock him up with the merchandise. Then strap a collar on him and see if it reacts. If it does, then we might have a problem. With the others? Yep. The old man with streaks of gray hair watched with cold eyes. As was mentioned earlier, this wasn't a regular fishing boat going out to sea, and Jim wasn't a regular sailor but the boss of this operation. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that nothing was happening except him being dragged away, the youth shouted hysterically. If you don't turn this ship around, we will all be buried in this sea without a tombstone to our names. Quiet kid. Old Jim uttered coldly. Before I verify whether you're a meta, I'm still gonna rely on my instincts that's kept me alive this long. Then the fact that you can live to this age is a miracle on its own. Jim's gloomy expression stiffened. The calm, cold voice that sounded right behind him put his hairs on end in an instant. Not just him, everyone's faces changed drastically. What the? The old man hastily turned around and pointed the gun forward. He wasn't the only one. The dozen or so crew members on the deck immediately drew firearms and blades from their bodies and faces the same direction with a wary gaze. Right in front of them, was a male with a face just as young as the one that was being hauled away a moment ago. Dark hair, clean clothes, able build, but what caught their attention was the glowing eyes. Their bodies tensed up even more as the same thought coursed through their minds. A meta. What? Amari tilted his head slightly. Am I wrong? Who are you? Jim uttered in a loud voice. His eyes locked on the body of the new arrival. Who am I? Really weird. Amari rubbed his chin in thought. I thought I'd be famous by now. Yet, it seems like I'm still vastly unknown. Even some random posers can't recognize me. What the hell are you talking about? What posers? And why are you on our fishing boat? Jim was particularly solemn at this moment. Did this kid sneak aboard their ship right under their noses? This was impossible. They made strict inspections on every corner before setting sail. He. An eerie chuckle fell into their ears. A fishing boat, you say? Funny, because it's the first time I'm seeing a one that's involved in human trafficking. The expressions on all their faces solidified, followed by a wave of silence. Old Jim's face was particularly unsightly at the moment. It's also the first time I've seen human traffickers pretending to be fishermen, so forgive my rude intrusion. I was just curious. These people weren't fishermen, neither were they sailors. Their occupation could be summed up in 2 words. Human trafficking. And below the deck, there were dozens of children between the ages of 5 to 14, all locked up in cages as merchandise and divided into two groups. Those who were normal, and those who had meta-human dampeners strapped around their necks as collars. The latter were classified as the group who had the meta-gene. This was why the old man initially suspected that the youth didn't understand what the implications were when he revealed that he was a meta-human. Because the boy was nothing but a recruit. He was recommended and had no one to serve as a solid backing. Once discovered, they would catch him and include him in the merchandise being smuggled, without exception. After all, meta-humans in this world were a hot commodity on the black market. No matter what his abilities were, he would sell for hundreds of thousands. The atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. "You seem to know a lot," Old Jim said with numerous thoughts running through his mind as he processed the situation. The person before him was most likely a metahuman superhero or vigilante. No matter which one it wasn't good for them. They couldn't let their operations be exposed. "It seems that we can't let you leave here alive." Amari didn't reply. His words were spoken with a drawling tone as he swept his gaze over all of them. "Word of advice, I wouldn't do that if I were you." "Bullshit." Bang. Without waiting a second longer, Old Jim immediately pulled the trigger. However. Squelch. Instead of firing a bullet, the gun exploded. Splatter. Blood and meat pieces flew in all directions. Arg. A pain-filled roar escaped from the lips of the old man, frightening the lot of everyone present. "Well, I did try to warn you." The dozen men subconsciously made way as Jim staggered backwards while clutching his bloody arm that was missing a hand. Raising his head with a contorted expression, what fell into his eyes was the other party making a gesture. Before he could understand what was going on, he felt his body being clamped down on by an invisible force, completely restricting his movements. "Like I said. It's a miracle you managed to live this long." Following which, the old man was hoisted off the shipboat and cast into the dark sea. "So. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a go?" Removing his gaze from the ocean, he turned his attention back to the crew members, who had frightened looks on their faces. No one uttered a word. Until. "You." Despite the sound of the ocean, the voice of the speaker was loud enough to hear within their deathly silence. Amari turned his gaze to the youth who was being dragged away a while ago. I know you." Finally. Amari nodded. "Someone who watches TV." The youth paid no heed to his words, his face looking particularly unsightly. "You're the cause of all the warnings." Amari didn't reply, but examined him with scrutiny. "I heard you say that you don't know the exact cause when your powers are active. So what makes you so certain?" His words were stuck at the tip of his tongue. "Because it's still warning." Sweat was oozing out of his body, despite being in such a cold environment. He knew this feeling. The feeling of imminent death. There was no chance of them escaping this place alive. This demon would kill them. Amari's eyes narrowed as he continued to examine the youth that looked to be the same age as himself. A few seconds later, he shook his head. "Then your abilities are wrong." "Huh?" Amari's sentence left the youth slightly confused. "Don't you understand? Something is wrong with your abilities. It's mistaken. Impossible." He blurted out. After so many years of use, his powers had never failed him. "Whether you believe it or not is not my business, but your powers are misleading you." "I should know because I don't have the slightest bit of malice towards anyone here," Amari remarked with a shrug and an indifferent expression. You." The male youth couldn't understand. The first thought that came to mind was that he was being lied to. But the other crew members had different thoughts in mind. "Wait a minute." A middle-aged man raised his hand slowly. "Does that mean you won't kill us?" His question was precisely what they all wanted to ask. "Kill you? No. I will do no such thing." The ship galloped on the ocean waves, causing everyone to feel slightly unbalanced. "Wait. You're serious?" The youth couldn't understand at all. Was his ability truly wrong? "Of course." Amari nodded. "However, that's me. I can't say the same for them." Everyone was stunned. Then, they turned their heads to the side of the boat and their pupils shrank to the extreme. Standing on the edge of the boat, was a creature that they had never seen before. With fins, scales, a bony exterior, its hands carried 5 knife-like claws, and the head wasn't a human's but resembled that of a vicious angler fish. Shriek. The heart-piercing shriek caused their faces to turn pale. The meta-youth in particular, finally understood. So that's where the sense of imminent crisis was coming from. Chapter 129. "Hello. Hey Jimmy. Hey Clark. Is this a bad time?" "No, In a medium-sized apartment building, a blur could be seen moving in all directions. Not at all, Jim. What's the matter? It's Chief. He wants to know when your report's coming in. Oh. That. He says that if you keep. Yes, I know it's late, but I'm already done. Arriving at the sofa, his hands typed away rapidly on the keyboard of his laptop. A second later, a clear, concise 1,000-word journalism paper appeared before his eyes. Wait. You are. Clark held the phone between his neck and shoulder. After using a nanosecond for proofreading, the report was sent to Perry White's email for approval. Yep. Tell Chief that tomorrow's front page will be on his desk first thing in the morning. Oh. Then, okay. Thanks. I gotta get going. Are you going anywhere? Well. Let's just say I have an appointment. Okay, talk to you later, Jimmy. Clark said before ending the call. Then, he dropped the phone and sped into his room, appearing outside again dressed in new clothes. Okay, report's done. Clothes on, the Times says it's still early enough. Nowhere in Rao's name did I put my glasses. Taking a look at the time on his phone that said 5:30, Clark took a look in the mirror and discovered the only thing missing. Kara. I'm heading out. The Man of Steel put his glasses on and uttered loudly. However, he received no response. Kara. I know you can hear me. He said with a weary sigh. Seeing that she still wasn't responding, he walked to the door on the opposite end of the kitchen. Inside the room, a blonde female held a mobile phone in her hand with wireless earphones covering her ears. Whether or not she heard the voice of her cousin was debatable. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking on the door could be heard, but she simply ignored it. Whether or not she could hear her cousin's voice was debatable. However, the next movement was impossible to ignore. You shouldn't ignore me. Although that headset can block the unwanted noise, it's not enough to make you deaf. Hey. Don't you know it's rude to step into people's rooms without permission? Seeing Clark step in, the female Kryptonian said with displeasure. Don't you know it's rude to pretend to be ignorant? Ah. Slightly speechless, she made a nasal sound and shook her head. Okay. Okay. I get it. You're going out on your date, I can see that clearly. I won't wait up for you. Waving her hand nonchalantly, she proceeded to relax on her pillow once more. Seeing her antics, the solemn expression on his face eased slightly as he found himself amused. It's not exactly a date purse, more like an outing. He had barely finished his words when he was interrupted. Yeah, whatever you say. She rolled her eyes and spoke in a sarcastic manner. Clark raised an eyebrow. You're getting awfully cocky, aren't you? Clark, I'm not a kid. Logically and literally, I'm older than you. I know all about the experiences between the opposite sexes. Whatever you say, I'm not buying it. Have fun with the lucky lady. Now it was his turn to be slightly speechless. Shaking his head, he got the conversation back on track. My night is none of your concern. We're talking about you now. And? I already said I wouldn't wait up for you. You know that's not what I mean, Kara. Seeing her playing dumb, he resisted the urge to sigh. I'm leaving the house. For your safety, you should do the same. And where exactly do you want me to go? The cave. After what you've experienced, it would be best if you spent your time there. Finally, Supergirl couldn't keep her nonchalance up. Her tone grew audibly annoyed as she said. Cal, I can take care of myself. Clark's eyes narrowed as he felt a headache coming in. Kara, please let's not have this conversation again. I just want you to go to the cave. Spend some time with the rest of the team. It'll be better than spending the night alone here. Really? Then who will I be spending the night with? Wally, Artemis, and Robin would definitely not be around. Superboy didn't speak much, Aqualad was always absent whenever there wasn't a task, and Megan. Well, usually, spending time with Megan would be a great idea. But not today. In fact, not even this week. Seeing her expression, Clark knew what she meant. He heard from Martian Manhunter. The simulation exercise was a disaster and had done much more harm than good. No one within the team was in the mood or state to act normally. Not even the typically cheerful Miss Martian. They needed time to overcome the trauma. He understood that just as much as anyone else. And Kara going to the cave now wouldn't be of much help, but that didn't matter. After what happened last time, Clark would be damned if he left her on her own again. Kara. Do you even know how my life is like over there? She didn't let him start. I mean, you barely even dropped by to see how things are going. I know. He said after a moment of silence. And I'm sorry, but I can't always be around. I've been very busy lately. Kara examined Clark with scrutiny. In that case, where did you find the time to go on a date? Clark was speechless. It wasn't my idea. Batman recommended it. Seriously? Honestly, I was just as surprised as you are. Okay, awkward. The thought of the gloomy man with no expression, looking like everyone owed him a few billion, asking her cousin to go on a date was honestly disturbing. There was a moment of silence. Seeing that, she still had no intention of getting up. The easygoing expression on Superman's face faded. Kara, please don't be stubborn. I can't let what happened last time happen again. Cal, I can. You were kidnapped. He raised his voice. The blonde didn't respond this time. Thoughts of apocalypse couldn't help but flash through her mind. Honestly, she wondered what would have happened to her if she had been successfully captured. Taken away to forever be a slave on that planet. The atmosphere, the screams. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? Frankly no. Not in the short term at least. Clark replied with a shake of his head. Batman's just too busy right now to look for you. Expect a visit to the cave anytime this week. You. Ding dong. At that moment, the sound of the doorbell interrupted their conversation. Clark paused and used his X-ray vision to see who was on the other side. His eyes flashed with a bit of surprise before turning to his cousin. It's for you. Huh. The door was opened. Kara, who was now standing at the door, was surprised to see a vague yet familiar face. Long dark hair, exquisite features. Hi. Kara's mind went blank for a moment, before proceeding to give an awkward smile. It's Zatanna. Perhaps seeing her plight, the female introduced herself. Oh, right. Sorry about that. It's okay. We only met once and we were barely introduced. I don't mind. Zatanna said casually. Her facial expression etched with a slight frown. Both stood at the door for a few seconds. Can I come in? The voice broke the embarrassing atmosphere. Oh. Yeah, sure. The door was pushed open as Kara made way for Zatanna to walk in. Her footsteps paused at the sight of the man in the room. Now it was her turn to act unnatural. Hi. Mr. Superman. Sir. He. There's no need to call me that. When I'm off uniform, I'm just Clark Kent. The Man of Steel chuckled, not at all fazed at Zatanna knowing his true identity. To those who knew Kara, it was obvious. I know you. Zatara's kid, right? Yes sir. Well, what can I do for you? Nothing really. Zatanna said after a moment of thought. I'm here for Kara. Oh. Well perfect then. I was just leaving and thinking about whom to leave her with. Clark said casually as he put on his jacket, the last piece of clothing to complete his outfit. Following which, he walked to the door. Oh. Do me a favor and make sure she goes to the cave when you guys are done. I'd be grateful. These were his last words as he put on his hat and walked out of the door. Walking down the stairs, he reached a secluded corner where no one could see him and his figure disappeared on the spot. The door closed behind them as Clark left. Kara turned to look at Zatanna before her. The frowning expression of her face was particularly noticeable. Okay. So what exactly do you need me for? Similar to the dark-haired magician, the blonde Kryptonian wasn't exactly in the best of moods at the moment. Walking to the fridge, Kara brought out a soda can and asked casually. They were peers and acquaintances in many respects. If she could, she wouldn't refuse aiding her for whatever reason she was here. While chugging the soda, a thought crossed her mind. Did Wally put you up to this? What? No. Zatanna was first surprised, then shook her head in denial. I'm not here on behalf of anyone else but myself. Okay. So. I want you to tell me where Amari is. PFFF. The half-drunk soda was spread all over the tiled floor. Meanwhile, after arriving several blocks away in an instant, Clark found his date for the evening. She wore a pink button-up shirt with a tight black skirt slightly above knee-length. Black hair, blue eyes similar to his. A smile subconsciously appeared on his face as he walked over. She hadn't noticed him yet as her eyes faced in another direction away from him. The side of the street was crowded as numerous people moved on the sidewalk. Thankfully, Clark was tall and could see where he needed to go. It happened then. Just as Clark made his way through the large number of white-collar workers returning home from yet another hectic day of work, he felt something bump into him. This was normal. After all, in such a busy area, contact with other people who were going in the opposite direction was inevitable. Certainly, Clark wouldn't mind even if someone bumped into him. But this was different. Different in the sense that unlike the small collisions that previously took place, something out of the ordinary happened. The bodies of both parties made contact and Clark felt a tremendous force act upon his shoulder, pushing him aside and causing him to stagger. Under his glasses, Superman's eyes widened. I actually felt that. With this thought, he quickly turned around to see the figure of the person who he bumped into. Apparently, the other party also had the same thought. In the busy street with numerous people going to and fro, two men stood still and turned to look at the other simultaneously. However, what Clark saw left him very doubtful. The figure wore a brown hooded jacket with black long pants. His face sported a scruffy beard that looked like it hadn't been shaved for a long time. So much that it seemed to occupy the majority of his facial features. The hair was a dull white color and the features gave people the feeling of a middle-aged man approaching his elderly years. The clothes weren't torn or tattered and looked normal. Clean, as if fresh out of the dryer. If just based on these alone, Clark would think that this man was one of the homeless in Metropolis or a financially challenged individual in dire straits. However, that thought was overturned when he made eye contact. Upon laying his gaze on him, the eyes of this middle-aged man sparked with blue lightning. Quite literally he might add, like Barry whenever he was about to run. Speedster. This was the first thought that came to mind. But that wasn't right. Speedsters were fast. And the strength this man possessed was definitely not ordinary. At that moment, Clark activated X-ray vision, wanting to see exactly what this man was. The discovery left him even more dumbfounded. Everyone within Clark's sight turned into walking skeletons. Everyone except the middle-aged man himself. He stood there just fine, his body remaining the way it was as if even the clothes he wore were made out of lead. This. Kryptonian. Right then, the silent old man finally uttered a word. It was soft, equivalent to a mutter. So low that no one else, but someone with enhanced senses could hear it. The eyes of the man carried faint surprise, as if seeing an unexpected development. Who are you? Clark looked at him with narrowed eyebrows. His gaze growing more and more intense with each moment. However, fate had other plans tonight. Hey there, stranger. A hand was placed on Clark's shoulder, drawing his gaze to a person who had appeared beside him at some point. Lois called out with a smile. What's going on? Clark turned his gaze back to the middle-aged man. Only to find that the latter was gone. Chapter 130. Is something wrong? Seeing him look backwards, Lois asked with a bit of puzzlement. No. I'm fine. It's just. At the moment, the man of steel had furrowed eyebrows and a slight frown. I thought I saw someone. Oh. An old friend, perhaps. Yeah, something like that. The extra thoughts could only be put aside for the meantime. After all, Clark had no idea who the man earlier was. At least, he wasn't any superhero or villain he had seen before. There were a lot of strange things in this world, and the League couldn't possibly account for everything. This stranger wasn't the first and he most definitely wouldn't be the last. Now, Clark could only hope that he was overthinking this time. But that sense of ominous premonition within him hadn't disappeared at all. When did I start growing so paranoid like Bruce? He wondered internally. Whether Bruce's tendency to worry was rubbing off on him, his ability to keep a poker face wasn't. Clark was strong, powerful, and particularly straightforward. When thinking of something, his thoughts were usually laid plain on his face to those who knew him. Lois, who was one of them. All right, Smallville, you okay? You seemed a bit troubled. She said, seeing the frown apparent on his features. What? No. It's nothing important. I just have a lot on my mind recently. Clark sobered up from his thoughts. Looking at the beautifully dressed Lois Lane, a charming smile appeared on his face. And nothing could help me soothe those worries better than the company of a beautiful woman. Oh. I didn't know the coffee boy was such a sweet talker. A Kryptonian and a human. Standing on a building a far distance away, the scruffy-looking man laid his eyes on the departing backs of Clark Kent and Lois Lane. What an interesting combination, wouldn't you agree? He muttered seemingly to the wind as on the roof he stood, there was no one to respond to his question. Not really. After all, I've seen gods get involved with stranger women. A voice sounded within the man's head, causing him to chuckle. My son. Are you mocking me? I have done no such thing. Just stating the obvious. After all, your love life was very intriguing. Touché. Watching as Clark and Lois disappeared down a corner, the last gleam of interest in his eyes faded. So this Kryptonian is the new champion of the mortals. The one they call Superman. Yes. He is known as the most powerful being on the planet. And, apparently, the last of his kind. The voice replied. That surprised the old man. How weird. The Kryptonian race have gone into extinction in this universe. While their gods watched. There might be more to this matter than it seems. What are the odds? The evening wind blew over him, causing the hood to fall backwards. A head of long white hair could be seen fluttering with the breeze as a cloud of ash emerged from his body. The regular clothes previously worn disappeared with the dust cloud, and what emerged in its place was an ancient Greek-style royal robe. Golden-colored armbands made of the aegis adorned his wrists, and a crown symbolizing his supreme status was placed on his head. No matter. There are more important things to be done. Whether he is the last or not, he will serve his due purpose. There was no enthusiasm to discover the reason behind this. Unless, of course, he planned to seek the gods of the Rao Orthodox pantheon itself. After disappearance of the Greek gods for thousands of years, seeking out other pantheons was not in his to-do list. That might change if he knew that not just in this universe, but almost all universe in the multiverse, the Kryptonian race was wiped out. The gods, great demons and all extraordinary deities and beings in general, all lived outside the multiverse itself. It was normal to ignore the daily happenings within the realm of mortals. It was even more normal if the Kryptonians of this earth didn't worship their gods like those in others. At least, this was what he thought. His blue eyes flashed with glorious lightning. Gone was the scruffy beard and unkempt look he once sported. Now, he truly revealed the majesty and demeanor of an ancient god. You plan to seize his body? That does not seem fitting for the king of the Olympian gods. Thunder flashed in the dark skies. The sapphire blue eyes looked at the beautiful city that was Metropolis. Fitting has nothing to do with it. Unless, of course, you would prefer to remain in a soul form until another, more suitable vessel can be found. Zeus uttered with an expressionless face. His eyes couldn't help but wander on the city. Mankind. How well it has developed in the thousands of years of their absence. The voice was silent, as if inwardly contemplating his words. Zeus didn't mind. A few seconds later, he received his reply. Do you plan to take action now? The situation was instantly reversed as Zeus began contemplating. Several more seconds passed by in silence, until the God King made his decision. No. Not yet anyway. Why? Because as you are aware, I do not yet have the power I once did. Speaking of this, the eyes of Zeus narrowed to the extreme. It has been far too long, Apollo. The time of our reign has long since been buried under the sands of time. During the war with Ares, we lost everything. Our home, our people. His eyes shone with a cold light. Our believers. The son of Zeus, the great sun god Apollo who was reduced to nothing more than a soul fragment, remained silent. To the mortals now, we are no longer gods, but mere footnotes in man's history. We are irrelevant. All gods are irrelevant. Now, they worship their own kind. In the short time since his return, Zeus had gained a proper understanding of the era he was in. The gods were history. Humans followed, believed and worshipped their own. Athletes, celebrities. And superheroes going around doing good deeds. Many exalted them as idols. The more powerful ones. Gods even. The heroes aren't God's father. Just fools with capes. All but one, that is. Indeed. But nevertheless, the facts remain the same. I am weakened greatly. Until our strength is restored, further actions are inadvisable. Do you plan to restore the place of the gods among the humans? What? No. The God King snorted. Do not misunderstand my words, my son. My weakened power is not because of the humans but due to other reasons. Other reasons? Exactly. A thief has stolen a large part of my divine authority. One whom I intend to find. Your proposal is nothing more than a fool's errand. No good can come from interfering with the absurdities of man. And so, Zeus turned away and began walking on the roof. The fall of Olympus was our dark ages. And I'm 100% sure that the other pantheons must have watched our downfall with relish. The once expressionless face contorted for a split second. This just went to show that even a god needed pride and dignity. The fact that the Olympian gods were destroyed in a war against one of their own was embarrassing. Driven to the point of near extinction, slaughtered one after another, he was the famous god king of thunder. Zeus, once hailed as the all-powerful king of gods, was beaten by his own son. Ares. The god king resisted the urge to grit his teeth in anger and utter hatred. Fighting against Ares at his peak, even he was nearly killed. More than anything, he wanted to find that bastard and murder him, destroy his godhead and throw his corpse into the deepest parts of Tartarus. But not yet. It wasn't the time to seek retribution on his unfilial son. The Greek gods weren't dead. Zeus knew it, Apollo knew it, but the other pantheons didn't. And for the meantime, Zeus would try as much as possible to keep it that way. Now, his mind wasn't on the shallow matter of gathering believers but rebuilding the glory of Olympus before the other pantheons could realize it in time to stop them. Don't think that gods, being all-powerful, were indifferent to everything. Apart from having 1,000,000,000 times more power than mortals and a long sustainable life, they were essentially human in every other way. They scrambled for power, fame, authority, believers, territory, sex. Zeus himself was especially promiscuous. Most times, different pantheons would wage war against each other for the above-listed reasons. This was of course, until the great treaty between pantheons was signed. In order to prevent the gods and deities from destroying the multiverse in endless war, the Lords of Order, who sought peace more than anyone else, all came together to reach an agreement. The different factions, depending on a number of varying reasons, shared the entire DC multiverse between themselves. In different universes, different realms, different pantheons would gain complete control over territory and would claim that realm as their own. The biggest factions could directly occupy an entire universe while the smaller ones would have to share between themselves, constantly fighting in a struggle for power, albeit in smaller scales. The realms of hell, the underworld, and places with similar landscape would be occupied by the demons and entities that drew power from negative sources. The greater deities already had their own realms and needed not to participate in this division of territory. The universe with the planet labeled Earth 16 within the multiverse was once the territory of the Olympian gods. It was also here that they once resisted the invasion of the god of tyranny Uxas before the Accords were written. Earth 16 was where Zeus created the Amazons and created his daughter Diana. Nevertheless, the friction between pantheons wasn't abolished either due to the successful division. During the destruction of Olympus, Zeus knew that the other pantheons were happily watching. Watching them destroy themselves and waiting for him to die. They didn't wait in vain. The Olympian gods were brought to ruin under the hands of Ares, and Zeus knew that this universe was no longer under their domain. If it was discovered by other factions that the Olympians were still alive, the results could and would be disastrous. After all, no one would like having to spit out the cake already swallowed. The Olympians would be destroyed before they could reform. And the Lords of Order would definitely acquiesce to their destruction in the form of ignorance. After all, their return would bring chaos. Something they didn't want. All this coming back to the original point, Zeus had no time to waste trying to gather the faith of the people of this earth. It was true that the ideal of each god played an important role in their strength. His was the same. As the god of the sky, thunder and lightning, even when faith had dwindled rapidly, his strength would remain largely unaffected as long as these three things remained. Humanity had already gone this far. How long would it take to get them to re-establish their faith in the gods? Too long, and would attract too much attention and resistance. Now, Zeus was only slightly stronger than this Earth Superman. How would it be possible to fight against the other god kings if they discovered him? But now, for some reason, a large portion of his divine authority had been stripped away from him. For the arrogant god king, this was unacceptable. Without it, he would never be able to return to peak strength. So it wasn't pointless to point out that unifying the will of man was a fool's errand. At least at this moment. It was. So until I once again regain enough power to suppress all opposition, we must not do anything rash. His footsteps came to a halt after patiently explaining. Apollo was always his favorite son. If not, he wouldn't have gone to great lengths to save his life from Ares, even by storing his soul within his weakened body. And to achieve that, Zeus's gaze peered eye to the far horizon. I will need all the help I can get. This was why he intended to use the body of the Kryptonian as a vessel for his son. Kryptonians all carried great potential. Although such actions might cause a great conflict with the Rao pantheon once discovered, Zeus had few choices at the moment. He didn't know the happenings within the circle of gods, or he would know that the Rao pantheon wasn't exactly in the best of conditions. Neither did he know that the Apocalyptan new god who was once injured to the point of near death by his son Ares was now a multiversal tyrant who was spreading chaos and fear throughout the multiverse, and there was little the other pantheons could do to stop it. In that case, what do you plan to do now? Zeus snorted solemnly. Among the heroes of this earth, my daughter, your sister Diana, is one of them. We find her alongside the Amazons who have sworn allegiance to us. This was his plan. As long as he revealed that he was still alive, Hippolyta would definitely do whatever he asked. Then, we find the one who stole my power and kill him. He uttered with an indifferent expression and a cold tone. Finally, we gather the other gods who survived the destruction. Wherever they are now. Many old gods had survived the battle with Ares. But with the disappearance and presumed death of the Zeus, they never dared to make their presence known. There were also other gods who were sealed on this very planet. His sons and daughters. His wife. But first, there was something he needed to confirm. Before his presumed death, the wizard Shazam stole a portion of his power alongside the powers of other Greek gods. According to what he discovered, the wizard had bestowed those abilities all on a single mortal, naming him the champion of the gods. Zeus was very clear that it was through this portion of his abilities that a larger portion of his divine authority was stolen. Now, he was going to see this so-called champion that the wizard had chosen and learn why and how this mortal had stolen his power. Chapter 131. While Clark was having a splendid evening, finally getting a break from his demanding secret identity. The night of someone else wasn't as pleasant as he constantly brooded about his. The League members were either missing or currently inactive on Earth at this time. But only one was inactive not because he wanted to, but because he had no other choice. Metropolis. Midvale. Darla's POV. The lights were on in a small bungalow building as several figures sat around the dinner table. Unlike the next-door metropolis, the neighborhood was quiet. A little too quiet for my liking, but hey, what else can a girl do? When one thought of people sitting around a dinner table at this time of night, the first thing that came to mind would be the picture of a family getting together to eat. Dad would ask about the children's school affairs before Mom would ask how the Father's Day went, and the conversation would go back and forth until dinner was done. If it were a less normal family, like one with crappy parents who had overwhelming issues, dinner might probably be spent in silence. At least, that was what I could picture in possible scenarios. But neither situation had anything to do with us. Not because of anything special really, but simply because we didn't have parents to begin with. It wasn't the picture of a family eating a meal at the dinner table. It was just three lonely kids picked up from the orphanage and arranged to live together. We called ourselves siblings, but we weren't in any way related. As you can probably guess, the house belonged to foster care, and we were just lucky enough to be living in it. The time spent together was quiet. Save, of course, for the sound of Freddy constantly tapping his spoon against the plate in an attempt to eat his meal. The constant clatter of kitchenware against each other was particularly grating to my ears, causing me to give him an annoyed glare. Freddy stopped, but the atmosphere didn't improve in any way. The air around the three of us was gloomy and the depression in the atmosphere was more than I could currently tolerate. Eventually, I couldn't help it anymore and raised my head to look at the third member of the family of three. Billy. With dark brown hair and blue eyes, he was still while he sat on the chair. His posture was slightly hunched as he looked at the food on the table unblinkingly. The expression on his face showed that he didn't hear me calling his name at all. Seeing this, I looked to look at my brother with a bit of anxiety. Only to see Freddy shaking his head at me with a look of helplessness within. Billy. I called out in a louder voice. That seemed to do the trick as he snapped out of his daze and turned to look at me. What? He replied in a grumpy tone. It had been like that ever since the incident. I'm ready to help you eat now, I said with the best smile I could muster, trying to put him in a better mood. Unfortunately, it seemed to have the opposite effect. From the previous day's look, a heavy frown appeared on his face as he turned his head to the side. I'm not hungry. Bill. I said I'm not hungry, okay? General POV. Darla opened her mouth but couldn't find any words to respond for a while. Billy lowered his gaze, not daring to make eye contact. But the sight below only served to fuel his bottled-up rage and hatred. Shah. Zam. Yellow lightning struck down from the sky as he called out unwillingly. The mighty champion of the gods was returned to human form, his hands, however, were charred black. The blurry image of the power of 6 gods being extracted from his body just before he fell unconscious couldn't help but flash through his mind. During the fight with Amari, the entire Justice League could be said to have suffered a painful defeat. Out of everyone who went there that day, there was no argument on the fact that he suffered the most. Ever since that day a few weeks ago when he battled with Amari, he lost his abilities just like Satara did. However, Satara's loss, while severe, was nothing compared to his. The former only lost his magic ability while he lost everything. Not only was the power granted by the wizard Shazam gone, but the mobility of his arms had been stripped away as well. According to the report given by the doctor, all the nerves within his arms had been fried by high electrical voltage. The same one that usually granted him his abilities to begin with. He still remembered when Superman came over to visit and broke the bad news. I'm sorry, Billy. I'm afraid you won't be able to use your arms again. On that day, hearing those words from a man he greatly respected and admired, the former hero felt his body go cold. Like his soul had escaped from his body, he had been in a gloomy state in the following weeks. The severity of this was worse than what anyone could imagine. He lost way more than others thought that day. His powers, his arms, his friends, his life as a superhero. Everything obtained as a result of his powers was ruthlessly taken away from him with their disappearance. His identity was revealed. Even if he regained his powers, he wasn't sure the League would accept him again due to their rules against admitting children. That fact would further strengthen with the situation he now found himself in. Everything that made him special was gone. Once again, Billy Batson was reduced to nothing more than an ordinary orphan. The emotions that followed were expected. Pain, sorrow, loss. And rage. Pure, unbridled, incompetent rage. After all, although he once had great power, he was nothing more than a child playing dress-up at the core. The violent emotions gave him temperamental mood swings. It was far too difficult to accept that now, he was a disabled individual. He thought he was suffering before he got his abilities. Now, he was so miserable that he had to rely on others to feed, bathe, and even go to the restroom because he could properly turn the flusher. And so, he became cold and distanced himself away from everyone around him, making his already bad relationship with his foster siblings deteriorate even further. Seeing the way things were developing, Freddy knew he had to speak up. You know you can't go on like this, right? I mean, look at yourself. Due to his raging emotions and unstable psychological state, in an attempt to not show weakness in front of the last two people in his life, Billy had specifically refused to be helped on anything ever since he returned from the hospital 3 days ago. The results were obviously counterproductive. Due to the loss of his arms, he couldn't do anything by himself, resulting in him not bathing or eating for 3 days now. His body stunk, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Due to nightmares, he was particularly sleep-deprived. If you keep doing this, you'll starve. Would you just shut up and leave me alone? Standing up from his seat, the poor boy roared with rage. Following which, he carried his limp arms and swept it across the table with as much strength as he could. Clatter. And so, the hot dinner was swept to the floor and the plate shattered to pieces. The floor was stained with spaghetti and pasta, causing the expressions of Freddy and Darla to change drastically. Humph. I told you I'm not hungry. With a cold snort, he turned around and walked out of the dining room with a cold face. Seeing him leave, the two abandoned their dinner and followed after him. Billy turned to walk into the kitchen, his feet headed straight for the open sliding glass door which led to the backyard. Unfortunately, due to the constant refusal to have anything done for him, his untied shoelaces led to his downfall. Tripping on them, the former champion fell to the ground with a loud thud. His face making unimpeded contact with the cold kitchen floor surface. Thud. Arg. A burst of pain assaulted his mind, causing the boy to yell. Billy. Are you okay? Seeing this, the little Darla rushed forward anxiously while Freddy hurriedly advanced with his crutches. Upon trying to help him up, she was repulsed by Billy, who resisted her aid and struggled to get up by himself. Don't touch me. I don't need your help. A trail of blood could be seen flowing from his nose and teeth due to the collision. Would you stop being so stubborn already? You don't need to be like this because of what happened. Billy, we're worried about you, like a family would be. These words seemed to silence him for a few seconds, but that didn't last for long. Foster family. He emphasized, and I'm sure you are. Because now, I'm a cripple, just like you are. He uttered with a sweet, expecting them to give another remark of any kind. Strangely, however, what responded to him was silence. Slightly startled, he looked up to see Freddy looking at him, tears welling up slightly in his eyes. Oh no. The thought had barely formed when Freddy closed his eyes with a pained expression and turned around. Supporting himself on his able leg and the crutches in his hands, he walked away as fast as he could. Billy opened his mouth, realizing what he had just said. Unfortunately, the damage was done. Freddy. Darla let him go and stood to her feet to see Freddy's leaving back. Following which, her face morphed into a frown as she looked at the boy sitting on the ground. Jerk. She said with evident displeasure before leaving to comfort Freddy. This scene played out in Billy's eyes. What have I done? A pang of guilt appeared in his heart as he saw them leave. And so he stayed there for several seconds before getting himself off the ground. Then, he walked into the backyard with a dazed expression on his face yet again. The once gentle atmosphere changed as the wind blew slightly. An absent-minded Billy Batson sat in the yard motionless. Raising his head to look at the sky, his blue pupils could be seen reflecting a great deal of sadness. Following which, tears pooled in his eyes and the former champion could no longer resist the urge to cry. And so he did. Sobbing softly in a corner with his head buried in his knees, both arms lying limply on the floor. The wind blew slightly more violently, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The sound of thunder brought the sobbing boy out of his pitiful state. Is a storm coming? The thought briefly passed through his mind before disappearing in his sea of sadness. However. Boom! Thunder resounded in the sky again, only this time, a second development startled the young child. With the appearance of the lightning, he found himself shrouded in someone else's shadow. So this is the champion picked by the great wizard? The voice coming from behind frightened him to no end. The startled Billy Batson hurried to his feet and turned around in utter panic. You! Standing behind him, a tall, muscular figure came into view. The illustrious head full of glowing white hair, the well-trimmed white beard and the royal robes that exposed half of his well-sculpted figure looked particularly eye-catching. Zeus took a good look at Billy Batson and observed this Olympian champion with great scrutiny. Or rather, ex-champion. That was right. As with nothing but a single gaze, Zeus could tell that this mortal didn't have the power of the 6 Olympian gods. At least. Not anymore. It looks like the universe had experienced drastic changes ever since the fall of the old gods. Zeus had nothing against his power being wielded by mortals, but why in the name of Olympus was that mortal a child? Honestly, he was unimpressed. The old wizard's ability to discern properly must have gone horribly wrong. Speak your name, child. His voice reverberated like thunder itself. I. Who the hell are you? However, contrary to Zeus's expectations, the child didn't cower after laying eyes on him. That young face with a solemn expression and narrowed eyebrows. This wasn't the image of one who was afraid. Zeus. God of gods, ruler of Olympus. His words made the young man's eyes widen. Impossible. Oh. Billy's eyes narrowed. The wizard said you're all supposed to be dead. Did he now? Sure enough, that detestable wizard. A bolt of lightning condensed in his palm. In that case, do tell me, boy. Looking at the former champion before him, Zeus's eyes flashed with murderous intentions. What exactly have you done with my power? Meanwhile. Happy Harbor, Rhode Island. The cave. Recognized Supergirl, B08. Recognized Satana, B09. 2 flashes of golden light were emitted from the Zeta tubes. Following which, 2 figures stepped into the cave. So. What's your answer? As soon as they stepped into the cave, Satana turned to Kara and asked with narrowed eyebrows. I don't think you should. The Kryptonian's words came to a halt as she saw several figures standing at the center of the room. One in particular was the last person in this world she wanted to see right now. Perfect timing. Batman said while walking towards her. For what? Kara stammered a bit. For a talk. He said, with his eyes glancing at Satana for a brief moment before returning to the object of his attention. I need to talk to you. Hearing his blunt tone and seeing his indifference, Kara couldn't help but feel annoyed. About what? For starters. The Dark Knight narrowed his eyebrows. Everything you know. Chapter 132. What? The blonde had a slightly bewildered expression on her face. I don't understand. No. Bruce asked. Then let me be clearer then. Everything concerning your one night out with him. A flash of realization flashed in her eyes, followed by a look of annoyance. Although Clark told her she would be disturbed, she definitely wasn't expecting it to be now, and so suddenly. Is this a bad time? Satana asked beside them. You're seriously asking that? For her words, Kara's annoyance only grew. She turned her head to look behind the Dark Knight where several figures were standing in the middle of the room, watching the whole thing play out before them. Martian Manhunter and Red Tornado. How exactly was this not a bad time? Hold on. You're. Among the group, there was a face she had seen before. That was on the night she first came into contact with the team. However, they hadn't crossed paths with each other ever since. An attractive woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, red lips and a slender yet toned build. She wore a badass one-piece leotard with the labeled jacket and black fingerless gloves. Black Canary. Dinah waved with her right hand. We met each other that night. Her stern expression broke apart to show a sincere smile. Yeah. I remember. Just haven't seen you around here recently. I was on hospital leave, as you can probably guess. Her smile stiffened slightly as she uttered, her hand gesturing towards what she sat on. A wheelchair. She was greatly injured during her last encounter against Zoom, who had chased the Flash of Earth-1 all the way to the cave. Similar to Artemis, both had fractural injuries on their spinal areas. However, while Artemis managed to recuperate with timely help, Dinah wasn't as lucky. Unlike the archer who received a fracture from Zoom's casual attack, the blow to her lower back had effectively shattered her spine, rendering her forever crippled from the waist downward just like the Oracle. For several weeks, she was hospitalized while receiving Hal's willpower treatment to no avail. As a result, there was nothing Hal could do to save her in the case of an injury this severe. Kara didn't know what to say. She wanted to apologize or console her but felt it would be inappropriate. It's fine, kid. No need to feel bad, this had nothing to do with you. Dinah's voice came out at that moment. Besides, just because I was knocked down doesn't mean I'm out. She said solemnly. Huh. As you already know, Black Canary served as the combat instructor for the team before your arrival. Bruce interrupted at this moment to fill in Kara's confusion. Due to the incident, she couldn't come in to perform her duties. But now she's back, and with her condition, while she won't be able to fully guide you all on physical combat, she's taken on another equally important role in guiding your teammates. The Justice League was now severely short on manpower. With Black Canary's accident, the League had once again lost another member with considerable combat power. The initial plan was for Dinah to stay away from superhero activities due to her disability. In simpler words, she was retiring from the superhero life. As you can guess through the current situation, she refused. Like all females who joined the JL, Black Canary was a tough woman who wouldn't allow herself to show weakness due to a setback. She believed that injuries and setbacks came along with the job of being a hero. No way in hell was she just going to retire like this. Faced with the persuasion of Superman, Green Arrow, and Green Lantern, Dinah strongly objected to their proposal and stated that she was going to continue to do her best to remain of help to the League and the world as a whole. Seeing as they couldn't persuade her, Bruce could only compromise and let her do the only thing she could in her current situation. Work as the watch guard in the watchtower. Just like Oracle, Black Canary had taken on a similar to an invisible helper behind the scenes. Monitoring the affairs of the world and reporting to available League members if there were any abnormalities. It was her voice that responded to Flash's emergency call concerning a major incident some time ago. Now however, Batman had found something else she could be put to use doing. The recent training incident with the team had gone horribly wrong. The spike in Miss Martian's abilities had inflicted severe emotional trauma in all of them, something that hadn't shown any signs of dissipating in the past week. Seeing this, Batman and Martian Manhunter knew that they had to do something before a permanent scar was branded on the hearts of these young heroes. And so, Bruce called Black Canary over to the cave to see the situation and act as a hero psychiatrist to the team. During the time she was here, Red Tornado would be deployed to other areas where League attention was needed. The high-level combat power could be seamlessly transferred. Bruce saw it as killing two birds with one stone. Simple and effective. Recently, the foreign Flash had found one of their missing members. Cyborg. However, the half-man, half-machine had been in a coma ever since he was brought in. Starting from today, you can consider her as your personal counselor and psychiatrist. Bruce revealed finally. And before you arrived, she was looking into the states of your available teammates. The team right now was dysfunctional. Currently, they were in no condition to perform missions within their current state. And with the mission currently in store for them, Batman couldn't allow this to happen. So Black Canary being here was essential. Bruce concluded before bringing back the original topic. Now that that's cleared up, and the pleasantries are out of the way, I need you to tell me exactly what happened when you disappeared a week ago. Superman has already filled me in on the rough details. I just need to hear it again from your end. He said that you were abducted by a group of warriors to another planet. Who and where? A moment of silence filled the cave. Both Martian Manhunter and the crippled Black Canary raised an eyebrow at the revelation, clearly quite surprised. If not for the fact that Red Tornado was a machine and so didn't have any eyebrows, he would have probably done the same. Kara was silent. Feeling the gazes of multiple people on her, even Zatanna, she felt uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she still spoke after a while. They called themselves the Furies. She uttered with a pause. Go on. Bruce urged. Apparently, their leader had discovered my existence and taken a fancy to me. Really? Black Canary was surprised. Looking at the well-developed 16-year-old, Dinah's eyes flashed with as strange light. Seeing the strange look on her face, Kara was puzzled before understanding what she meant. That's not what I meant. Oh. My bad. So he didn't take any sexual interest in you then? No. He was more interested in my body. Her words were met with a resounding silence. This time, everyone, Batman included, gave her weird looks, allowing her to realize her poor choice of words. Again, I didn't mean. A blush took over her features as she tried to make coherent sentences. I meant. He took interest to my Kryptonian heritage. Your genes. Just like Clark. Yes. Apparently, I was supposed to be captured and taken to be brainwashed into one of his obedient soldiers. On his world. It's called Apocalypse. Coming to this point, her face morphed into a frown as she recalled the terrible atmosphere of that planet. Apocalypse? Martian Manhunter had his eyebrows furrow. Are you sure? Batman had the same expression. Clark had already told him this. Kara's words had too many implications. The first invader of Earth was Steppenwolf, who claimed to come from such planet. Batman. Do you think? Martian Manhunter and Batman trade glances. Yes. That's precisely what I think. Wait. Black Canary cut in. You're talking about the first invasion. The world of Apocalypse was no stranger to the Justice League. From the first day Steppenwolf invaded their world, they knew the matter was far from over. Apparently, that day had come. After defeating the Parademon army and establishing the Justice League, Hal generously shared everything he knew with the rest of them. Apocalypse was home to a powerful ruler, known to be a conqueror of worlds. He had destroyed thousands of planets all over the universe, expanding his domain indefinitely. The Green Lantern Corps had tried to stop his tyrannical actions. They failed marvelously. It was said that whatever planet he set his sights on, would be conquered by him. Not once had he ever failed. Yes. Batman answered, his gaze still fixed on Supergirl. That day, Steppenwolf led his army of parademons under the orders of his master. Bruce paused for a moment. Darkseid. Kara saw his piercing eyes, as if he was asking her cousin to confirm. Which she did. That's right. It's him. Black Canary's face was particularly ugly. So this means he's back. For now, the situation seems that way. Batman answered without a change in tone or expression. In that case, we need to assemble the rest of the League to discuss preparations. The thick voice came from John. We need to be ready in case he sends his forces to launch another attack on Earth. The solemnity in his voice was without concealment. Countless thoughts on how to tackle this situation went through his mind. However, Batman's next words surprised everyone. No need. Huh. Huh. What? Exclamations erupted as everyone turned to look at Batman with a puzzled expression. Please explain. John said in puzzlement. While this is a cause for concern, if my suspicions are confirmed, then we need not worry about an invasion for the moment. And why is that? Because according to what she said, Darkseid was defeated. Once again, everyone's gazes turned to Kara, making her feel slightly uncomfortable again. That. Martian Manhunter was at a loss for words. By who? The Green Lantern Corps was the greatest force in the galaxy. With an army of lanterns all capable of utilizing the power of will under the guidance of the Guardians of OA. Yet even they were unable to do anything against this cosmic tyrant. In Hal's description, Darkseid was the living embodiment of the word evil itself. A being who had destroyed thousands of worlds in his thirst for conquest. A literal living new god. When you drew a comparison with Wonder Woman, whose strength firmly rested at the top of the League and was quite literally only a demigod, you could imagine how powerful Darkseid, who could send someone as powerful as Steppenwolf to Earth, was. Everyone's impression of Darkseid was fixed on the level of their most formidable adversary yet. So you could imagine how people would react when they heard that the enemy they feared was suddenly defeated. Who do you think? Bruce answered with a blank face and a question of his own. Kara was kidnapped without anyone in the League knowing. Martian Manhunter raised an eyebrow. Amari. Correct. Bruce replied and continued. Apparently, Amari took her to the Darkseid's world after freeing her from her captors. Once there, he destroyed Darkseid's palace, and the following development can be easily guessed. They fought, Amari won. From her description, overwhelmingly at that. In the end, Darkseid was forced to flee and the planet was brought to the point of near ruin from the aftermath of their battle. Thousands, if no hundreds of thousands of parademons were annihilated as a result, and the planet's core was unstable. Under those situations, any attacks on the planet will have to be postponed indefinitely. Bruce stopped. Then asked. Am I right? Yes. Kara folded her arms and turned her head slightly to the side. That's about right. Looks like Clark. Superman told you everything. He did. Batman responded with a nod. Although to me, all this cannot be taken at face value. What? The sudden change in his words left the blonde surprised. I mean no offense, Kara, but this concerns the safety of our world. While we do believe you, we weren't there, so we cannot accept everything you say the way you said it. Some crucial details might be over-exaggerated while others could be understated. A single flaw in our intelligence could lead to disastrous results. We can't have that. The fact that Amari fought Darkseid was 100% believable. Judging from that guy's character, he would certainly do such a thing without hesitation. The follow-up of Amari defeating Darkseid was also believable. Defeating him with extreme ease. That was debatable but also believable. What truly worried the Dark Knight was the fact that Amari didn't kill the enemy. So the possibility of Darkseid attacking Earth in a very near future still existed. It all depended on how damaged Darkseid was before he fled. If it was brutally beaten to the point of Ocean Master, then the Dark Knight could plan ahead with confidence. If not and he gathered an army to seek revenge, then countermeasures must be sped up no matter what. Then what do you want from me? Kara restrained her temper at being questioned like this and asked in a low tone. John. Bruce called Martian Manhunter forward. What's going on? I want you to share your memories with John. Bruce revealed his intentions. With his telepathy, John can see your memories and with that, distribute it to the rest of the League. We'll be able to have a clearer grasp of what to expect and how to prepare in case the unexpected happens. This wasn't for the League. It was mainly for him. So he could judge the combat power of Darkseid and see if there were any means of restraint. Kara didn't answer. After a few seconds of thought, she finally nodded in agreement. As long as I can leave after this. No worries. With your memories, your reference will no longer be required. Batman obliged. Fine. And so, she drew closer to the green-skinned bald Martian and stood before him. I promise not to look at anything other than what is needed. Just relax your mind and don't resist. John uttered softly. Following which, he placed his hands on her temples, closed his eyes and activated his telepathy. Two of them stood still as if frozen in time. Seeing John get to work, Batman turned to Black Canary and the Silent Red Tornado while ignoring Zatanna who had been listening in for a while now. In that case, Canary, you can just monitor Megan and Superboy for the time being. The others should be here by tomorrow, then you can begin trying to help them. His words were halfway through, a sudden change occurred. Martian Manhunter holding Kara's head suddenly let go. Ugh. He placed his own hands on his head and took several steps backwards. No, no, no. John. What's wrong? Batman asked with narrowed eye as he turned around. Unfortunately, Martian Manhunter didn't answer but fell backwards. Luckily, he was caught in time by the caped Crusader. My head. Manhunter, speak to me. What happened? Martian Manhunter was silent for a long time. His body was weak, as if a lot of mental strength had been drained out of him and his eyes flashed with horror and fear. Batman. He opened his mouth and spoke gravely. What did you see? We may have miscalculated. Your power. Bill uttered in confusion. Did the wizard teach you nothing? A trace of coldness flashed past the eyes of the Allfather. The power you once possessed is derived from the sources of 6 gods. The abilities and strengths of me and my children. The lightning within his palms crackled. The wizard Shazam stole a source of our powers and used it to create a champion for the mortals of this world. Back then, I did not interfere due to having more pressing matters to deal with. Now, I have returned to retrieve what does not belong to this world, only to find that a portion of my power was stripped away from me. The source being the previous holder of the gifts. You. So I ask again. What have you done with the gifts given to you? I can't tell you. Shazam didn't answer at first. Since you wish not to answer, then. I can't tell you because I don't have them. Billy finally responded. The All-Father didn't reply. Seeing this, Billy continued. My powers were stripped away from me weeks ago when fighting against an enemy stronger than me. He took the gifts and I have been without them ever since. The boy replied with cold eyes and a lifeless expression. I can't tell you what you want to know. In that case. Zeus looked at Batson apathetically. You have no further use to me. Following which, his lightning bolt shot forward. Chapter 133. The bolt of lightning struck faster than any human could react to. Billy Batson, a recently crippled child, didn't even have time to widen his eyes in horror when the bolt of electricity arrived before his face. However. All-Father, stop. A snort of surprise mixed with a hint of displeasure escaped from Zeus himself. Following which, the lightning bolt took a zigzag motion, bypassing the young Billy Batson and striking the wooden fence a few meters away. Boom! Followed by a loud explosion, the fence immediately went up in flames, with pieces of scraped wood bits shooting in all directions. Finally, Billy came back to his senses. Deep, unfiltered fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, causing his heart rate to speed up rapidly. He resisted the urge to turn his head and take a look at the object of destruction behind him, fearing he would pass out from a heart attack. Death. He was only a hair's breadth away from getting shot in the face with a lightning bolt. For the mortal he was, that was basically instant death. Zeus didn't pay any attention to the frightened youngster. And instead, said telepathically with narrowed eyes. "Speak, Apollo. Why do you interrupt me?" The way of addressing had instantly changed from "my son" to "Apollo." Clearly showing that the god of Olympus was currently furious. As the revered god king, even if he had fallen, he was still Zeus. His almighty power might have faded a lot, but the arrogance and confidence befitting of the most powerful old god of his time hadn't diminished one bit. For Zeus, his words were law, and once he passed judgment, nothing and no one could change that. When he was in a good mood and the situation wasn't so serious, he wouldn't mind occasionally listening to what someone else had to say if he was interrupted. But the situation now was far from the appropriate time. The god king would never allow such blatant disregard of authority, especially when he had already taken the final step. Apollo's actions were equivalent to interfering in his passing of judgment. An act greatly frowned upon by the god himself. If not for the fact that Apollo was his favorite son, strong and wise, and he was more inclined to listen to his views, the call would have been directly ignored. Actually having to change his attack midway was already giving this son of his a great deal of face. But that goodwill will definitely plummet if Apollo couldn't give a reasonable explanation for stopping him. Clearly, the soul form Apollo knew this well. With his current situation, there was no way he was even considering the idea of leaving his father's good graces to save the life of a mortal for no good reason. He knew what would happen when Zeus got angry. "Forgive my interruption, father. I do not mean to contradict you, but I believe that this mortal can be of some use to our cause." "Oh." Now Zeus was surprised. His gaze locked on the frightened Billy Batson, and a hint of contemplation flashed through his blue eyes. "Does the body of this human have any practical value I cannot see?" he asked with a frown on his face and in a sarcastic tone. The displeasure within him rising by the minute. "As you suspect, his body is currently worthless to us. His identity on this world, however, could be of greater significance." Go on. "Until the Olympians are restored, we cannot appear under the public eye. A lot of our actions will have to be completed in the shadows, which will have a significant negative effect in the subsequent plans. The faith of the humans, restoring our kind and the restoration of our status. This will all take time and will take us to places where we will inevitably draw unwanted attention. We have to lie low, but others, ones thought to have no relation to us, have no such scruples." At that moment, Zeus was enlightened. "You propose we use him?" "Of course. As long as his power is restored, he can return to his place among the protectors of this world. Through him, we can make contact with your daughter, my sister Diana. Then, we can easily find the sealed passage under Atlantis leading to Poseidon's realm. There, and only there, can we discover how to reach the graveyard of gods. The only way to resurrect our fallen race." The old god paused for a moment, a gleam of light flashing through his eyes as his facial expression softened considerably. Such careful, acute thinking was what made Apollo his favorite son. He had to admit, everything his son said held great merit. Revealing himself out in the open to contact his daughter was out of the question. His power now was far from what it once was. If the other pantheons discovered his existence, then he would be hunted throughout the multiverse until he eventually met his end. Hence, the need to act with caution. The thought alone infuriated him to no end. The great god king having to hide like a rat in the streets. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do for the time being. While there were Olympians who escaped the disaster, they made up the minority. The rest died at Ares' hands. To resurrect them, Zeus had to go to the resting place where the souls of dead gods resided. The graveyard of gods. A dimension hidden and sealed off to prevent those with evil intentions. Even he, the god of gods, knew not the location of this realm. That knowledge, however, laid with his brothers, Poseidon and Hades. The latter, however, could not step into its domain due to the nature of his godhood, and the former never got the chance. When Ares waged war on all gods, both died. Now to complete his goal, he needed to head into the realm of Poseidon hidden under the lost city of Atlantis to find the location of the graveyard. With the help of his daughter Diana, this step could easily be accomplished. As for the chance that she would refuse to help, Zeus didn't even bother to consider such an absurd option. "You." The frightened voice of Billy Batson drew his attention. "You just tried to kill me." Billy hurriedly stood up while taking several steps backwards. "Yes, I did." The previous cold look dissipated as the young one before him now had You's value. "But instead of you, I'll start by killing them." Billy was confused. "Them?" Then, his eyes widened when he saw that the so-called god raised his gaze to look behind him. Turning his head, he saw the last thing he wanted to see at this moment. Darla and Freddy stood at the glass kitchen door with their eyes wide and their mouths open. They had run outside after hearing the explosion and were shocked at what they were seeing and hearing. Just then, the gaze of Zeus landed upon them, with murderous intentions revealed in his eyes. "No!" the boy yelled and said to his siblings. "Guys, run! He's going to kill you." Hearing this, their faces changed drastically. Without a second thought, Darla took to her heels and ran back inside. Freddy tried to follow. But would Zeus let them go? The space around them quickly lost color, spread rapidly and engulfed the fleeing duo, causing them to freeze in their movements. "You tell them to run?" Zeus felt it was humorous. "Tell me, champion, what exactly do you take me for?" He also felt insulted. He wasn't at his prime, but that didn't mean a child could escape from his sight. Both children were pulled through the air towards him, their fear-filled facial expressions remaining stagnant, as if time had come to a halt. In fact, it had. The All-Father had frozen time within the vicinity of several meters, bringing everything to a halt. Nothing would move as long as he willed it. Chronokinesis, something only the truly powerful beings possessed, alongside those who could harness the forever force. Unfortunately, this was close to the best he could do at the moment. "No, let them go." Billy looked horrified. Shazam! He yelled out again out of habit. Again, nothing happened. He, how amusing. Forget the fact that you do not have your abilities, even if you did, they would be useless against me. You only wield those powers because I allow it. The young Batson gnashed his teeth in anger, frustration, and helplessness. Seeing his siblings being held in captivity, he lowered his head and spoke in a softened tone. "Please. Don't hurt them. Why should I listen to you? I'll do anything." Zeus didn't reply. Staring at the useless young mortal for several seconds, Billy fell into despair seeing his intense gaze. Until. Very well. Following which, the God King raised his right hand and a flash of red lightning emerged in his palm. "Forget not your words today. For from henceforth, you will be universally bound by them as an oath." The red lightning bolt split into three and rushed in three directions. Two flew into the bodies of Darla and Freddy, while the last drilled into the body of Billy Batson. The next moment, all Billy saw was a bright light emerge from Zeus himself, and he lost consciousness. Looking at the three unconscious bodies before him, a trace of coldness flashed past Zeus's eyes. "I know you're out there. So why don't you show yourself?" He turned around with an expressionless face. Ares. The surroundings were silent for 3 seconds. Following which, a black shadow emerged from the darkness, lengthening upward until it formed the figure of a man. "It's been a long time, O King of Kings." "Seriously?" Zeus voiced out with disdain. "A projection? You dare not face me directly. Has the god of war grown so timid? I lost in that final battle." The black shadow replied. "It is only normal to be cautious when facing the reinvigorated God King." "Ha ha 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 ha. He. No." Zeus laughed. "For someone who had the audacity to wage war on me, I doubt that. You appearing in your current form suggests one thing and one thing only. That your current state is much worse than I can imagine." The shadow remained silent. Zeus confirmed that he had hit the nail on the head. If Ares was at his peak, then he would definitely raise that battle axe of his and run over to chop him the moment they discovered the other's existence. Wait. That axe was destroyed during their fight. Always the wise one, father. I am not your father. Zeus hated Ares. Even before their battle, he showed no form of compassion for this son of his. No matter. I just came to say hello. But worry not. We shall meet again very soon. And by that time, the shadow dissolved back to the shape it once was. We will have a final dance. Those last words echoed in the surroundings. All that was left was Zeus standing still with an ugly expression. Chapter 134. Help. Hell. Arg. No. Don't. Arg, get the hell away from. Arg. Don't. Don't come here. Please. Save us. Squelch. With a slash of its claws, blood stained the deck of the ship at sea. The head of a man was cleanly severed off his body as the trencher leapt at the body and began to devour it. The head drew a parabola in the air and landed against the watery wooden surface. The face belonged to a middle-aged man with dark brown hair and green pupils. His eyes were wide open, clearly portraying the fear and horror he felt in his last moments. Too bad, for these creatures of the deep who only ate fish all year round, the tantalizing smell of human flesh was akin to a delicacy. Barely 2 seconds had passed and the head of the man was picked up by another trench creature, who quickly threw it into its open maw and bit down. Crack! The crunching noise of bones being broken over and over emerged from the creature's mouth as it chewed again and again on this new piece of meat. And with a gulp. Screech! The creature let out a shrill roar and rushed to the next target that was being jointly devoured by 5 of its brethren. With the arrival of the deep-sea creatures of the trench, chaos emerged on the disguised fishing boat. These former Atlanteans who had degenerated into monsters after close to 1,000 years of living in their harsh environment staged a one-sided brutal massacre, turning the traffickers on the ship into their lovely feast. Boom! As the boat continued to sail, dark gloomy clouds gathered above the sea, indicating a drastic change in weather conditions. Below deck. Get the blasters. One yelled. It's the only way we'll survive. He okay. 3 spear-like claws penetrated through his chest, lifting him from the floor and throwing him into the ocean. The one being spoken to had his eyes shrink in fear as he turned and ran. Arg! However, he didn't make it to the lower deck but was torn apart before he could get to the door that accessed the stairs. 2 trenchers grabbed onto 2 parts of the male, clearly refusing to give the meal to the other and pulled. The man was ripped apart without resistance and the body was equally divided. As they feasted, droplets of rain fell from the above as the gloomy clouds released their tears without reservation. The blood on the deck was diluted and washed away as the rain fell. Weird. Sitting on the ship's mast, Amari turned his attention away from the brutal massacre below and raised his head to look at the sky with a bit of intrigue. Is the weather in these parts so volatile? The rain came so suddenly without any sign of a change in weather. Almost as if. Help! A loud yell interrupted his thoughts. Coming out of his reverie, he lowered his gaze to meet a young man crawling away on his back from the feasting creatures. It was precisely the metahuman with the ability to detect danger. And at the moment, his heart was pounding so fast that he felt it would jump out of his chest any second now. Please, I'm begging you. Get me out of here. I'll do anything. The rain fell harshly, soaking his clothes and amplifying the chill that coursed through every vein within him. Even if it didn't rain, nothing would change except the rainwater being replaced with sweat. Seeing everyone being devoured, he turned to the only person apart from him still alive and the only one who could save him. Thunder flashed in the sky, illuminating Amari's face in the dark of night. He looked at the shivering body of the little human with a flash of amusement in his eyes. Tell me, why should I? He opened his mouth to reply, but couldn't find a good response. I don't want to die. Really? Sitting high above on the masts, the dark-haired male showed a charming smile while uttering the coldest words. Do I look like I care? I've already surrendered. News flash, I never said anything about arresting. Fuck yo. Seeing Amari remaining indifferent, the youth's face changed and swore with a vicious look on his face. It seemed like he had finally regained his backbone. That, however, didn't last long as his leg was grabbed by 4 bony claws and pulled towards the group of ugly sea creatures. Arg! The sound of crunching bone and ripping flesh entered into Amari's ears, to which he paid no heed. Alice, report. He called out in an indifferent tone. I've used the nearest satellite hovering over the Atlantic Ocean. The storm you are experiencing isn't even a kilometer wide. I can see that. Shriek. At that moment, a trencher shrieked with its face stained with blood. Scraps of flesh hung among its claws and teeth, making it look particularly menacing. Thud. Thud. Taking 2 steps, it turned away from its kind and raised its face upward to spot the last remaining living thing in the environment that wasn't one of them. The dark clouds hovering above him intensified. Amari fixed his gaze on the numerous creatures. Everyone else was dead, save for him. The trenchers who had eaten everything else all turned in his direction, looking at upward with beady red eyes. However, seconds passed, yet they didn't move a muscle. They didn't growl, didn't roar, didn't attack and didn't retreat. Amari's eyes flickered with interest. With his enhanced vision, he could see something unusual about these sea monsters. Their bodies reacted, shaking uncontrollably as if wanting to attack yet stayed where they were, resisting the urge to do so. Within those red pupils, there was a constant struggle, a constant flash between clarity and ferocity, clearly indicating that these creatures weren't in their normal state of mind. It happened then. A large water wave swept onto the ship, washing over every single trench monster on board. Less than a second later, the water receded, but all wasn't the same. The water rushed back into the ocean leaving behind a figure garbed in brown and gold battle armor. Amari couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Pale green skin, long turquoise-colored hair, and glowing green eyes. His upper body wore armor, and the lower body was covered with what he could only describe as a special form of fish skin. With a helmet on his head that covered half of his appearance, his arms wore scaly gauntlets and the most eye-catching thing was the trident he held in his grasp. Okay, who the hell is this freak and where did he pop up from? Amari thought while examining the newcomer with scrutiny. Likewise, the other party looked at Amari with an expressionless face and cold eyes. The glowing irises seemed to be looking at nothing but a dead man. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship mast, a dark shadow elongated from a corner slowly. The movement completely concealed in the dark night. And who are you supposed to be? The look was truly impressive. With the imposing atmosphere and the sharp gaze that emitted bone-chilling coldness, yet regrettably, he didn't know who this guy was. By the decree of the Olympian gods. The extremely thick bass voice carried a rumble within. On the charges of killing Diana of Themyscira, daughter of Zeus. You, Amari of Earth, are sentenced to death. Bang! At the end of his words, the pale-skinned, muscular figure banged the end of the giant trident against the floor. A flash of lightning streaked against the evening sky. And as if a chain had been unlocked, the motionless trench monsters roared to the heavens and charged forward in their large numbers. As the ones in front rushed forward, more jumped out of the ocean to take their place in a seemingly endless loop. Screech! The closest ones quickly rushed towards the moss and leapt upward. Their blood-stained claws stretched out towards the figure on the mast as their maws opened wide. The green-skinned male watched from a distance coldly. And in Amari's pupils, the claws of the first trench monster constantly enlarged till the point where it was less than a few centimeters away from his face. Then, the area where the monster passed through turned gray. Whether it be the trenchers, the ship mast, the ship itself or the roaring ocean waters, everything dimmed and rapidly lost all color. Everything froze in place. The roaring waters were silenced, the wind no longer howled, and the trenchers stiffened in the air. Time freeze. Amari sat on the ship mast and watched everything come to halt under his will. I'm sentenced to death. Looking at the pale green-skinned man below, his eyebrows couldn't get any higher. Now that's new. His expression was calm, but his gaze on the newcomer was quite frightening. At this moment, all of Earth was trapped within a time freeze, with the man before him being the only exception. Time manipulation. The green-skinned male looked around his with obvious surprise within his eyes. Then, he moved his gaze back to the target. Just as I thought. We have underestimated you. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. However, the trident within his possession suddenly gave off a dazzling blue glow. The stagnant storm clouds immediately regained movement and a powerful lightning bolt condensed. Amari raised his head to the sky with slightly surprise. Your end today will not change. His words fell and a powerful bolt of lightning fell from the heavens. The thunderbolt struck from the sky, accurately striking the figure on the ship's mast. The whole area was overtaken by a blinding blue light as Amari was hit with the power of divine lightning. Following which, it was all absorbed into his body the following second. Then, he discharged everything into the environment. Boom! At that moment, the time freeze was undone. The trenchers had barely regained motion when they were swept away by a blast of divine power. How could mere degenerated Atlanteans bear the power of the gods? Under the discharge, their bodies were immediately incinerated to ash. As time was undone, the incoming tides were swept away by the power expelled. On the ship's deck, the pale-skinned man spun the trident around and slammed it into the ground. A barrier formed instantly, protecting him from the expelled energy. Successfully defending against the rebound of his own attack, the pale green-skinned, muscular man looked unprecedentedly solemn. The enemy was much stronger than he thought. You. Honestly. Amari stretched out his right hand, cutting off his words before he could even begin. With an indifferent expression on his face, he uttered. I've had enough. His open palms clenched forcefully. Invisible forces collided from all directions with the pale-skinned man right at the center of it all. The barrier that resisted the former energy shield shattered in the blink of an eye. His eyes had barely widened when the telekinetic force akin to a planet's grip crushed him from all directions. With the man crushed, his body exploded into golden energy, evaporating into the atmosphere. Amari moved his eyes. What he just killed was an avatar. At that moment, the dark shadow lingering on the opposite end condensed instantly. A blue cloud rushed towards Amari's back, emerging from his blind spot in an attempt to take him unaware. The figure of the pale-skinned man was formed once again as he appeared behind Amari and thrust his trident forward. With one fatal strike, the trident of Triton himself was made of metal forged in Hephaestus's workshop. When powered with a god's divine energy, no god, not even Zeus himself, could take it with nothing but physical force and remain unscathed. This being before him would be no different. Or so he thought, as the trident had barely reached his back when it refused to advance any further. The classic scene that happened earlier played out again. Time and space froze, and everything lost its color. Only this time, he wasn't an exception. This His eyes widened in horror at the realization that, just like everything else, he was completely immobilized. I seriously don't get why people like attacking me from behind. Under his horrified gaze, Amari uttered as he turned around. No. This is impossible. He couldn't believe this was happening. He was a god. How could he be so casually trapped in a time freeze? Mr. Amari gestured slightly, and two long swords appeared out of thin air. You have no idea what's possible. His words fell and his eyes glowed. The two swords moved at extreme speeds, slashing in two opposite directions. Slash. The pale-skinned man was cut into 3 parts. Chapter 135. With the swing of the materialized weapons, the pale, green-skinned man was cut into 3 pieces right before Amari's eyes. Boom. As soon as the body was split, what followed wasn't the squelching of flesh and the bone as Amari would have liked but an annoying explosion of energy. The blinding explosion covered the boat once again, before receding back to the point of origin. Nothing changed. Amari stood on the ship mast unharmed without the slightest ruffles on his clothing. Separating a strand of telekinetic will, the ship similarly suffered no damage from the blast. If not, nothing would remain of this vessel trafficking metahumans. Another avatar. With a thought, the material weapons dissipated into nothingness. A slight look of displeasure appeared on Amari's face at the unfolding of the situation before him. Following which, he withdrew his time freeze and the world returned to normal. The waves rushed forward once again and the storm resumed its heavenly banter. He withdrew the time freeze, not because of any reason other than the fact that whoever was currently attacking him wouldn't be able to show his face as long as it remained. Sure enough, his conjecture was right. Barely a few seconds after time resumed, the ocean itself began to roar. Following which, a giant pillar of water shot straight towards the sky. Under his apathetic gaze, Amari watched as the pillar of water expanded and contracted until it finally formed a water giant of massive proportions. Under his power, Amari made sure that the ship he stood on wasn't toppled by the waves that were now large enough to create a tsunami. The others were right. You truly are something special. The water body that exceeded the height of 100 meters opened its mouth and spoke with a thunderous rumble. What had condensed from the ocean itself was a larger figure of the pale-skinned man in water form. Tough talk coming from another avatar. Amari uttered with a blank look. That was right, neither the giant water giant nor the ones he had destroyed earlier were real. Just avatars being remotely controlled. Thinking of this, his eyes glowed blue as his senses spread out to the farthest reaches of the earth scanning for any abnormal activity. Apparently, the real body was either too overconfident that he sent a clone to finish the job or overly cautious so he dared not show his face in the battlefield. His words made the giant water giant furrow his eyebrows. Do not disrespect me just because you have defeated my avatar, outsider. You stand before Triton, son of Poseidon, god of tides and wind. You're Triton. One of the gods of Atlantis. And Olympus. Really? Last I heard, the Greek gods are dead. The curt reply with a hint of scoff seemed to anger Triton. The tides crashed wildly for dramatic effect as the water giant bent over slightly with narrowed eyebrows. Do I look dead to you? I'm only seeing a stand-in, so my doubt remains. The casual tone and blatant disregard made the chest of the giant water body heave up and down. The glowing white eyes shone with pure, undulated rage, seemingly at the audacity of a lowly being. You have proven your valor, Otherworlder. Now, you will return with me to the hidden Skyland to face trial before the God Council. There, the All-Father will judge you alongside the rest of the Olympian deities. After a long moment of silence, the giant spoke casually in a tone that left no room for questioning. Unfortunately, the listener in question could practically be declared deaf when spoken to in this tone. And why in God's name should I do that? Thunder flash in the sky. Right beside the giant water body, a trident emerged from the sea with a similar gigantic size. Clasped in his left hand, Triton released his divine might and the oppressive atmosphere was magnified by several folds. Does stealing the power of the gods ring any bells? Oh. So that's what this is about. Your actions have angered us. Stealing a god's divine power is forbidden. You blatantly stole 6 and therefore are under judgment for death. Is that so? Yes. I am the enforcer burdened with the task of bringing you back to Olympus to face the consequences of your actions. And what will you do if I say no? There was a moment of silence. You truly are an arrogant creature, aren't you? At that moment, Triton raised the trident from the ocean. Tsunami-like waves flooded the surroundings. In that case, it truly can't be helped. I will have to take you in by force. Honestly, I don't think you can. The glowing blue eyes stared at the massive behemoth without emotion. Nevertheless, you're welcome to try. You're right. Surprisingly however, Triton didn't refute. With the power you possess, my current form cannot guarantee your defeat, much less your capture. Your strength has been greatly underestimated. Among the Olympian gods, few could resist time and even fewer could control it. This power was part of what made Kronos so powerful. But make no mistake, outsider. When I return with the gods of Olympus, your fate will be sealed. There will be no universe, no hidden dimension, no crevice where you can hide from us. When we come, you will experience pain like no other, and will suffer for your audacity and insolence. Surrender yourself, outsider, and face your judgment. I will not ask again. In front of the giant, Amari looked no smaller than an ant. Amari was silent. Standing on the boat, his blue eyes radiated with oppressive light, flickering from time to time. Your words have merit. And so, he started slowly. And everything you've said is basically true. I've known the Greek gods weren't all dead. So normally, I wouldn't have any reason to argue at all. However, in everything you've said, there's just one problem. And what is that? Well. At that moment, a charming smile crept its way up to his face. You're not Triton. His words fell and a bone-chilling coldness emerged. Dark red energy emerged from Amari's body and shot forward. Taking a curved motion, the mass of destructive power instantly condensed as soon as it was expelled to form a muscular skeleton arm. However, it didn't stop there as the arm grew rapidly in size within tenths of a millisecond, layering upon itself until it was dozens of meters tall. On the dark red skeletal arm, a giant golden chain similarly emerged from thin air, slashing towards the giant water body of the so-called god Triton. Insolent! The giant water body roared loudly and raised the Triton condensed through its divine power to defend. Slash! Like a knife coming in contact with butter paper, the attack was met with little to no resistance and smashed the Triton in half, continuing its journey to the main target unabated. Arg! This time, there wasn't another explosion of energy but a loud, shrill roar of pain and agony. The face of the god Triton roared in fury as a long mark appeared on his body. With a single slash, the body of was split in two and crashed into the ocean. Let's get this over with. Amari's eyes glowed brightly. A gleam of light emerged from the lower cabin of the ship before disappearing, following which the telekinetic force protecting it was removed. Bang! A giant tidal wave smashed the fishing boat to smithereens in one strike, but he didn't care. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the development of the body of water he just sliced in two. The Triton giant fell into the ocean. Following which, a layer of dark blue emerged from the depths of the waters, coloring the whole place black. The black sphere enveloped the area around like a domain and a figure emerged from the shadows. Under Amari's watchful eye, the pitch blackness condensed to form a figure clad in dark battle armor. Unlike the previous look that portrayed a man with a breastplate-type armor that left his arms, neck, and head exposed, this figure was fully armored from head to toe. Not even the hands were exposed as it was covered with dark gauntlets. The body stature also differed greatly as well. However, a long, nasty trail stretched from the lower abdomen of the armor all the way towards the right side of his neck. Obviously, the last strike had inflicted formidable damage. The gaping slash on the armor was ignored as the figure fixed his gaze on Amari, who stood on air. How? Unlike the rumbling voice of Triton, this one was rather light. Soft even like that of an English gentleman. Completely inconsistent with the image of an armored dark knight. At this moment, the man was greatly confused. Finding it hard to believe that his disguise had been seen through. Are you asking how I knew you were a fake or how I hurt your main body through the avatar? Amari couldn't see his expression as it was hidden behind the helmet, but he could swear that the face behind it darkened considerably. He was right. The only visible red eyes from the openings the helmet had narrowed to the extreme. You knew. The god of tides and wind, capable of resisting a time freeze. Do I look easy to fool? Time manipulation was a rare ability. Amari didn't know the full skill sets of the Greek gods, but he knew all gods with a good deal of strength. Triton wasn't one of them. As the god of time itself, the children of Kronos gained the ability to manipulate it on a smaller scale, the same way Zeus' children shared his ability to control lightning. While Poseidon could resist a time freeze, in no way could he control it. His son Triton was even less likely to do so. Similarly, Triton wasn't the god of storms and hence, couldn't unleash divine lightning from the sky. This was reserved for Poseidon, Zeus and the better portion of his descendants. Amari knew that the Greek gods were still alive, but the number would be pitifully few. Now someone rushed forward and claimed that the God Council of Olympus still existed and was waiting to put him on trail, he would be a fool to believe it. Well then. Divine lightning crackled on the black armored man and converged on a certain area. The large slash mark on the metal that gave off dark ed energy was purged under the influence of divine energy. I guess I no longer have to act. Ares uttered in a gloomy tone. Tonight's operation could be said to be a complete failure. His impersonation failed, and he gained a powerful enemy for nothing. Although, it is not without benefits. The thought crossed through his mind as Ares looked at the giant skeletal arm manifested from destructive energy. Held within that arm was a long golden chain with barbed edges extending all over it. Black curse marks emerged almost everywhere on that chain, exuding an aura of pure evil itself. Such energy. He had never felt something so sinister in all his years as the god of war, not even from the hell dimensions ruled by his uncle. I find your methods interesting. And I yours. The dark storm clouds released bursts of lightning with seemingly no end. Which is why I'm curious to know what exactly would you hope to gain from targeting me. My goals are beyond your understanding. Ares replied gloomily. And you will find out for yourself soon enough. And with that, the avatar turned around and was about to be submerged in darkness. I think I'll find out now, Ares. The words that fell into his ears made his body stiffen. Sure enough, his identity was exposed. Or do you think I'm going to let you go that easily? The easygoing voice took a much colder tone in an instant. Does the weapon you possess give you the confidence to stop me? The god of war didn't bother to turn around. While it might have a suppressive effect, it doesn't change the fact that this is not my true body. Its death will not kill me in any way. Ares could feel the attributes of the golden chain that exuded an awful sense of malevolence towards his presence. If he was here in his true form, then this chain was indeed something that could end his life if he was inflicted damage. But the situation now was different. His body was nothing more than an avatar. The pain he felt earlier would at most be shared to his main body. Even if it killed him here and now, he wouldn't die in the true sense. Like Darkseid, Ares was capable of releasing avatars of himself. However, apart from his more versatile means and magic at his disposal, the physical strength each avatar wielded was 1/10 of the main body. In a fight against Superman, he would be done for the moment he was caught in the other party's hands. The death of such a disposable body was acceptable. With his back turned to his opponent, Ares failed to see the meaningful expression appearing on the latter's face. I was never talking about your avatar. Following which, Amari proceeded to lower his hand and look into the depths of the ocean. His senses that had spread throughout the entire earth rushed towards the bottom of the sea in an instant, penetrating through the bottom of the ocean and digging into the deepest layers of the earth's crust. Until found you. Following which, the area around the giant skeletal arm began to materialize a full-fledged body. Ribs, shoulders, chest. Amari's looked to his right and his eyes glowed with blue, oppressive light. A space crack emerged instantly, then widened to outstanding proportions equivalent to the size of a small skyscraper. On the other side of the portal, the picture of a lush dense rainforest appeared. The mountains towered high as tall as Mount Everest and giant stalactites bigger than hills hung from the ceiling. This was Hollow Earth. A realm hidden at the center of the earth itself. And within this realm stood an ancient-looking palace situated on a mountainside with massive hills surrounding it. There in that structure was the object of Amari's pursuit. Ares' true body. And so, without further ado, the massive energy substance that had condensed into a half-giant skeleton swung the evil chain towering dozens of feet straight through the portal at the building. Chapter 136. Hidden Realm. Hollow Earth. What looked to be the habitation of a small civilization stood in the primitive forest of the underground world. Situated in a small valley surrounded by hills from all sides, the large city structure carried an archaic design that was reminiscent to the gods of old. There were tall buildings supported by equally tall columns. Built with intricate detail, symmetry, harmony, and balance. Smaller buildings that had a courtyard and some a miniature garden within. And of course, the main palace that served as the resting grounds of the main ruler. And it was in this building that an old-looking man sat with a terribly gloomy look in his eyes. His beard was pale white, his hair carried many traces of the color gray. He wore not battle armor, but the standard Greek robes worn by those of royalty and high standing among the Olympians. The open robes clearly revealed the shriveling muscles that seemed to lose more strength with each passing year. The man who sat in the middle of the throne room was the true body of Ares, the Greek god of war. As a cosmic being with great power and longevity, Ares, the son of Zeus who should have lived to see the end of the universe now looked older than his recently resuscitated father. The air around him shook under the influence of divine might, showing just how bad of a mood he was in at the moment. Zeus was alive. Through the sight of his avatar, he confirmed that the last person he wanted to see was still alive and kicking. The palms of the war god clenched into fists subconsciously. He thought he had done it. He thought he won. During the time of the Great War against Darkseid, Ares, who grew stronger in the midst of conflict, gained more power than he ever had before. His thoughts couldn't help but return. Trying once again to recall the feeling of having it. So much. Back then. It was intoxicating. So much so that it nearly drove him mad. Inadvertently leading him to rekindle previously forgotten ambitions. Taking advantage of his power, he waged war against his own kind and set out to slaughter the Olympians. With each god that fell at his sword, his power grew stronger and stronger. Apollo, Hercules, Hades, Poseidon. Kin who he could never hope to match before, none of them could now pose a threat when placed against his war axe. Hercules' divine strength was shattered under his relentless blows. The god of the sea was pierced before he could react. Apollo's strongest attack could hurt him gravely, but his half-brother had barely entered the mode of victory when was reborn without injury. Everything healed. The shocked eyes when he slashed him in half. Ares would never forget. He relished that moment. How the son who was always favored by his father, the strongest, the most promising, was cut down under the weapon of him, the despised one who never got along well with the rest of the Olympians. That hot-headed fool Triton was even worse than Hercules. He gathered his followers and marched to Olympus. His father gathered the gods and attacked as well. It was one of the greatest battles to ever be recorded in the history of the multiverse. Ares loved war. He cherished it. Both fought fiercely as everyone else but them died on that battlefield or were too injured to come to the aid of their respective parties. In the end, in the battle with the All-Father, he emerged victorious. Managing to land the finishing blow that would end his father's life, but not before Zeus struck a devastating attack of his own during his final moments. The power within that strike was devastating that the skyland was ripped apart. Ares fell to the earth, crashed into the ocean and slept at the bottom of the sea for nearly 1,000 years. And when he awoke, he immediately suffered from the sequelae. Many more years passed and Ares could only watch while trying his hardest to recuperate from his injuries. He thought he would heal eventually. But it seemed like luck wasn't on his side. Soon, he realized something that truly scared him. He was dying. With the fall of the gods after 1,000 years and the development of humans, the Olympians were directly reduced to nothing more than myths. If the absence of faith was all, it wouldn't matter. But with the development of humanity and the absence of wars, his already weakened power grew weaker and weaker. To the point where he almost lost his life at a time. And so, he provoked wars in the world in an attempt to survive. It worked. World War L and LL were successful. Unfortunately, a new development occurred before the third. Superheroes. Thump. A wave of energy pulsed from his body unconsciously at the thought. If Zeus and Apollo disdained the heroes who the mortals likened to gods, then his emotion towards them were pure, unbridled anger and rage. The arrival of Superman started everything. They solved calamities, stopped conflicts, actively tried to seek world peace. The villains who wreaked havoc were stopped due to their actions, and warring countries had to put aside their differences under the Justice League's unintentional deterrent power. With how weakened he was now, this was no worse than killing him. Zeus was always first on his list of hated enemies. As for Superman and his merry men and women, even Apollo had to step down to third place. With their intervention, his plans to regain his strength were stunted. Now, he received even worse news. Zeus was supposed to be history, or so he thought. The arrival of his father had greatly spoiled the cards in his deck. One among two variables that recently emerged. At that moment, a ray of sinister light emerged from the sky, prompting the god of war to look upward. Tentacles made of dark red energy appeared within the hollow world and beamed down to the throne room, a few meters away from where Ares sat. The god of war didn't respond but watched indifferently. He. How's it going, your godliness? Before the tentacle beams fully converged, a weird, very disturbing cackle emerged from within, causing his ears twitch in annoyance. Resisting the urge to make a face, Ares looked at the newcomer who was walking towards him with a sinister grin. You're still here, huh? The place really looks too shabby. And deserted. You should give it a new decoration. Do not start, Clarion. The eyes of the old god narrowed aggressively as he looked at the dark-haired male with two horns protruding from the sides of his head. Clarion, the witch boy. Ha! What's got you in a mood? With his beloved Tekel being stroked in his arms, Clarion looked at Ares with slight puzzlement. You know not. The low, deep voice that seemingly carried the vicissitudes of life fell into his ears. How much I tire of your prattle. He uttered bluntly. Nevertheless, Clarion didn't seem to mind. Hey! That's rude. And don't be so pouty about it. It's not your style. The god of war stared at the Lord of Chaos expressionlessly. It was within Ares' nature to maintain a poker face after everything he had done and been through. If not, there was no guarantee that his eyelids wouldn't twitch. Clarion's childish antics almost never ceased to amaze him. For all the power he held at his fingertips, barely being able to express a fraction of it within this dimension, Clarion acted no different from a 10-year-old child. He was a lord of chaos that could destroy planets, galaxies, universes if he wanted to. Of course, that was in his true form outside the multiverse. As he was now, destroying the entire Earth would take a considerable deal of effort. That aside, no matter how he looked at him, Clarion seemed so unreliable. Enough. What do you want? Clarion was right. Now, he certainly wasn't in the mood to deal with him. There were more pressing concerns to handle. So hospitable. Clarion remarked sarcastically. That aside, Vandal wants to know when you'll be ready. Not now. The curt reply didn't sit so well with the Chaos Lord. He thought you might say that, but unfortunately, he quite urgently needs you to hurry. Ares' eyes narrowed. Now was not the decided time. The arrangements need to be updated. What for? See, a member of our association has indirectly provoked the person in question. The witch boy said with a bright smile. Unreliable indeed. The old god snorted inwardly. After so many years, Ares had avatars inserted in many places on Earth to facilitate the spread of war. It was also for this reason that he became acquainted with Clarion and the Light. As such, Amari publicly executing Ocean Master over and over again had clearly fallen into his eyes. That was the moment he truly began to pay attention to this otherworlder. Amari never stated who he was after, so Ares, like the rest of the world, was unsure and cared little for the matter. That was until Clarion came along not long ago with a man he remembered all too well. Vandal Savage. After explaining their plight, they explained why exactly they were seeking for Ares. A way to kill Amari. Simply put, they were looking for a weapon. Probably the most powerful weapon ever forged by the great Olympian blacksmith god Hephaestus himself. Olympus's ultimate weapon, the legendary god killer. What the powers Amari had shown, Savage had already placed Amari on the level of gods. And what better way to kill a godlike being than with a god killer? For now, the weapon was the only way they could think of to put an end to the plague that haunted them. However, the Olympian gods were dead. Something that only Vandal and Clarion were aware of. Or at least that was what Vandal thought. Until Clarion showed him otherwise. As nominally the last living god of Olympus, the only person who would know of the weapon's whereabouts was Ares himself. At first, Vandal thought it would be hard for him to convince the god of war to look the location of the god killer. After all, the chance that he didn't know was there. And even if he did, why would he give it to them? Contrary to their expectations, however, Ares agreed. The weapon was last located within the forge of Hephaestus before the Great War thousands of years ago. All Ares had to do was channel them there. But this wasn't an easy task. Originally, Vandal was willing to show patience. Until Ras al Ghul called to relay Slade's dealings. Now, he couldn't care less about Ares' feelings and sent Clarion to urge his acquaintance to hurry up. Honestly, Ares looked down on these mortals who had come together just to fight against a mere group of superheroes. He similarly looked down on Clarion as well, who cooperated with them despite having no clear goal. No plans, no ambitions, he was there just for the fun of it. Nevertheless, disdain aside, Clarion was one of the two people he paid attention to and the only one he truly worried about. Ares wasn't the all-powerful god he once was, and he didn't have the capital to look down on the witch boy anymore. Among the Lords of Chaos, Clarion was the only one who knew he was alive. With his character, he had convinced the witch boy to keep it a secret. After all, he wanted to draw less attention to himself before he regained his strength. Who knows what those Lords of Chaos would do if they knew he was still alive? Probably blab it to the whole multiverse in fear that there wasn't enough chaos as it was. Ares couldn't afford to break up with Clarion. Plus, he had struck a deal with the Light, and to further his own goals, he needed their help. So things need to be done with a little more haste. Clarion finished. I am not ready, witch boy. The god of war uttered plainly. You have come at a bad. Boom. A loud tearing sound emerged from the sky, startling both figures. What the? Huh. Clarion turned around and Ares raised his head. The next moment, both their expressions changed drastically at the sight of a giant space crack emerging over hollow Earth. On the other side, a giant dark red skeleton standing in the ocean came into view. He found me. Impossible. Ares' eyes widened to the extreme. Meanwhile, Amari, who had torn open space, set his sights on the Greek-style palace. There you are. The giant skeleton stretched its arm and swung the golden barbed chain at the structure, descending onto the earth like God's punishment. Bang! With one strike, the small city was destroyed. Chapter 137. The tearing of the space crack caused a massive disturbance, disturbing the animals and causing the birds to flee. Boom! Dust sprung up everywhere and the debris flew in all directions. From the tear in the sky to the earth on the floor, a long golden chain decorated with countless black curse marks destroyed Ares' palace with a single swing. Countless buildings, towers and supporting columns collapsed as a result, with Ares and Clarion being engulfed in the destruction. But not for long. From within the ruins, a blast of red energy scattered away the surrounding rubble, revealing the witch boy. Damn! Who the hell is it? With a greatly annoyed expression, Clarion dissipated the shield he instinctively placed around himself. If not for his subconscious reaction, he would have been smashed by falling rocks. Whoever you are, you're gonna. Suddenly, his words were stuck in his throat as everything he wanted to say was swallowed back on the tip of his tongue. With a loud clatter, the sound of shattering rocks fell into his ears as the golden chain was pulled back. A mountain in the way was sliced in two as the chain withdrew towards the giant dark red skeleton floating in the distance. In the head of the skeletal monster that was developing battle armor at a rapid pace, the dark-haired figure with glowing blue eyes was all too familiar. Precisely the reason why he was even here in the first place. Well. Amari shifted his attention for a moment. If it isn't lucky number 2-inch. For a moment, Clarion was dumbfounded by his words. The next, however, he understood clearly. The first was Ocean Master. And now, he had just been discovered. Following which, his expression changed drastically. Fuck. Why the hell are you here? Amari raised an eyebrow with some amusement. I should ask you the same thing. Visiting a comrade. Obviously. The next reply, however, was not what he expected. With the cat resting on his arm, he reached to pat away the dust on his clothes. His voice carried not the slightest hint of fear at the fact that a powerful enemy stood before him. In fact, why should he? It was difficult for a Lord of Order or Chaos to maintain a presence on a physical plane. Since he couldn't bring his true body to the earth, he just used an anchor to bind himself to the mortal realm. In essence, the death of Clarion didn't mean his true death. At worst, he would just dissipate from this reality and lose his fun for a while. So among the members of the Light, Clarion was actually the least anxious to get rid of Amari. The nervousness of his fellow acquaintances in the past few weeks was actually kinda funny. So scratch that, he wasn't anxious at all. After all, he literally had nothing to fear. The others however. Not so much. See what you've done. You got dust all over my clothes. And you almost squashed Tikal. Meow. At that moment, the cat suddenly meowed, alerting his master on the surrounding developments. Huh. What do you mean he's gone? The witch boy was taken aback and hurriedly turned around only to discover that there was no sign of the old god. His mind shut down for 2 seconds before realizing. That damn bastard. He actually left me here and ran away. Damn it. At that moment, the Lord of Chaos exploded in fury and began to release all forms of obscenities without repetition. For a being with the character of a re-year-old, his language set skills were surprisingly mature. He's already run away. Amari withheld this and uttered with a slight smile on his face. Won't you? You. As if finally coming to his senses and realizing there was still someone here, the Lord of Chaos returned his attention to the main person he ought to face. I'm not like the others. Don't think I'm afraid of you. You. Killjoy, bully. Geezer. The reply he received was the now armored skeleton raising its hands and swinging the chain towards him yet again. Feeling the ominous energy released from those cursed seals, Clarion's face changed drastically. Holy carp. We're outta here. A red portal opened behind him 3 feet away and sucked him inside right before the strike hit. Boom. The earth rumbled, and the surrounding hills were reduced to rubble. Simultaneously, numerous areas all over the world experienced earthquakes, tsunamis, and various natural disasters due to their single action. But that was a problem for the Justice League to handle. Seeing Clarion flee for his life, Amari didn't bother to pursue. Just as Clarion thought, Amari knew that among the members of the Light, the Witch Boy was the hardest to kill. The most he could do was destroy his physical form in this world, and that could easily be done by destroying his pussycat without having to damage the actual body. Unless he wandered into other dimensions in a multiverse again to search for Clarion's trail. Perhaps he would have done so before, but now, he wasn't so idle and narrow-minded anymore. So, the zeal to kill Clarion was the weakest among all of them. In fact, his zeal to deal with all members of the Light wasn't particularly strong as it was before. That didn't mean he wouldn't kill them if they crossed paths, but still. Hence, he let Clarion go without giving chase. Other matters were pressing before him. The palace had been completely destroyed and a new strike had just ripped deeper into the earth. The chain was withdrawn, and through the narrow space granted within the rocks, a small passageway could be seen through which Ares had made his escape underneath his throne. It seemed similar to a small underground labyrinth, and at the very end of this tunnel was a room in which a gleaming portal floated in midair. Susanoo dissipated and Amari's figure emerged at the end of the tunnel just in time to see the portal flash with a dazzling light before returning to normal. He really turned tails and ran, didn't he? Seeing this, Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any higher, finding it hard to believe that his opponent was the Greek god of war who slaughtered the old gods with his own hands. For a man who practically lived to fight, he certainly ran faster than the Flash when he needed to. This energy signature. There were 52 breaches across the Earth. Plus one massive one in outer space that still hadn't produced any movement. Among them, 7 in particular all possessed the same energy signatures. All those breaches led to Earth-1 in the dark multiverse, and this was one of them. Unexpectedly, in order to escape, Ares directly fled to another universe where his senses couldn't reach. As for how he did it, he was a god. Although greatly weakened, that was in terms of physical capabilities. He couldn't tear open the space between dimensions, but he could safely traverse them if there was already a portal open. Ares had discovered this upon his return in search of his ultimate goal. Never would he have expected to make use of it, especially for such reasons. Do you think it's that easy to run away? Amari resisted the urge to chuckle and prepared to follow with a smile on his face. However, you're forgetting something, master. Amari paused, before realizing that he came here for something else, while discovering Ares was just an accident. Looking at the swirling portal, Amari pondered whether to ignore Alice and carry on his plans to hunt down the god of war or finish what he came here for first. After all, he was in no hurry. If not, he would have struck immediately he appeared without relenting. With Ares' current state, he wouldn't even know what hit him. Badum. Huh. At that moment, his ears twitched. Badum. The faint sound falling into his ears was as loud as a truck's horn, arousing his curiosity. Badum. Turning away from the portal, his eyes peered into the distance with curiosity and doubt gleaming in his eyes. That sound. It was slow. Appearing once almost every 45 seconds. Not only slow, but also low. So low to the point that only those with greatly enhanced hearing could hear it. Badum. That sound was the sound of a heartbeat. Only, why was it so low? At this level, it would directly be rated as a dead person by a seasoned doctor. Appearing before it, he found himself standing in front of a cell. And within that cell, lay the dried-up body of a haggard woman. Her eyes were closed and her skin was parched. The material she wore indicated that she had been here for a long period of time. Amari knew not who this woman was. And if he had no clue, Alice definitely wouldn't know either. Searching social media and the likes would be pointless because this woman who was teetering on the edge of life and death itself wasn't human to begin with. The 3 straight line cuts on the sides of her neck immediately revealed her racial identity. An Atlantean. But there was the problem. Why did Ares keep an Atlantean as a prisoner? Pondering slightly for several seconds, Amari made up his mind to do something he had decided not to do a while ago. Within his glowing blue eyes, a change emerged and lines of written data appeared within his view. The first one, however, was all he needed to see. Name, Atlanta. Race, Atlantean. Alright, Ares could wait for a day or two. Meanwhile. Metropolis, October 23, 1728 Eastern Daylight Time. Boom. A loud explosion resounded as a yellow portal opened up in the midst of the Metropolis Central Park. Following which, what looked like a hovering car flew out of the portal and took to the skies. The flying car took to the skies, in which 5 figures could be seen sitting within. They spoke in languages that weren't from Earth for several seconds before one of them took out a rectangular object with black and orange colors. Wait till we see some cowboys. Your obsession with barbarians must wane, Serifan. Viking uttered blandly. Motherbox, please camouflage extraterrestrial energy signatures. Then scan the planet and advise. Ding. The box let out a ringing tone. What we seek is one world. Viking said while looking at the box. So the intel is correct. The new genosphere is on Earth. Great. That's one thing down. Indeed. But. Moonrider spoke hesitantly. What about the other one? Everyone showed different expressions. Our mission is simple. The red-haired, burly male spoke in place of their leader Viking. Our first priority is to get the new genosphere back from the treacherous beings who stole her. Right. Viking nodded. As for the other. We need to find him first. That should be easy, right? Dreamer asked with a raised eyebrow, expecting this to be an easy task. Not really. Contrary to her expectations, however, Viken said the opposite. The mother box has sorted out a lot of information on the person in question, but there's no location on his current whereabouts. Just where he once was. That's... Dreamer was slightly stunned. It seemed their task wasn't that easy. Then how are we going to find him? Seraphine asked. I don't know. But even if we do, we might have to worry about what happens when we do. Chapter 138. Huh. Simultaneously exclamations of confusion spread. Seeing this, Viken cleared the puzzlement. I don't know whether lower beings are misguided or not in their judgment, but the mother box tells me that more than half the news appearing about him are downright negative. That. It can't be. I mean, the High Father clearly said that this being was a powerful and noble warrior. That's right, Viken. The eyes of Seraphine lit up with genuine excitement and adoration as he spoke. His little body shook with pure restlessness at the thought of meeting his new hero. The High Father said it himself. You know how lower beings tend to exaggerate things. Besides, how bad can someone who defeated the god-tyrant Darkseid be? Indeed. He may not be as benevolent as we are, but to do such a thing, he can't be evil. Dreamer also spoke with smile. Her eyes were bright, and she too was filled with great adoration. I agree. I'm similarly looking forward to meeting this brave and powerful warrior. His deeds have spread throughout the multiverse itself. It would be an honor to meet him in person. The young new god who was named after an animal that didn't exist on Earth also remarked with similar excitement. The worlds of New Genesis and Apocalypse had been at war for thousands of years. As the gods of benevolence and freedom, every citizen of New Genesis greatly spurned the beings who seemed to be their natural counterparts in every sense of the word. This wasn't just a pure escalation of conflicts between two sides, but more like a great rivalry that could and would never be resolved. Both planets and its inhabitants were complete opposites. The gods of New Genesis were the gods of life while those of Apocalypse were the gods of anti-life. The latter had attacked the former several times, and the two planets were embroiled in constant war for many years. Upon realizing that nothing would change, their respective rulers came together to form a sort of peace treaty. Keeping a rough stalemate while constantly testing the opposite party as well. For example, Apocalypse had stolen technology from New Genesis and sold it to different Earths across the multiverse. One of the reasons why Darkseid used avatars in search of the anti-life equation instead of simply destroying universe after universe in his true form was because High Father existed to balance him out. Plus, if he truly took such actions, so many powerful beings in the God sphere would join forces to stop his madness. Hence, Darkseid's true body never left Apocalypse. This is my explanation for why TFD doesn't just go searching for the anti-life equation himself. As for the theory that his true form is too powerful to accommodate his presence and the multiverse would shatter, I call bullshit. In the comics, Darkseid fought with Zeus on Earth and defeated the latter. Unless someone is going to prove otherwise, I refuse to believe that that was also an avatar, so I'd rather use a more rational explanation. The point being, after such a long period of rivalry, both sides hated each other to the bones. For Darkseid's disgusting actions, not even the benevolent new gods could stand it. Then, big news came around. Darkseid was defeated. So badly that he had to flee for his dear life. When the information reached New Genesis, its citizens celebrated so grandly that one would think there was no tomorrow. The Forever people were peace-loving gods who sought peace, justice, and harmony for all life in the universe. And to these young gods, anybody who could kick Darkseid's ass was a friend worthy of their admiration. Hence, explaining their similar reactions. Viken was silent. As the oldest and most mature among the group of new gods, Viken never took things the way it seemed. For such a powerful person, it was better to be cautious. Nevertheless, seeing the enthusiasm on the faces of his comrades, he similarly showed a slight smile. They were right. Just how bad can such a person be? Wake! Gasp! The almost lifeless body of Queen Atlanna suddenly jerked upward with renewed vigor. With wide eyes and a disheveled look, her chest heaved up and down as if she had just awoken from a tragic nightmare. Within her once dying form, an unknown cosmic energy flowed through her veins, executing the task of keeping her conscious. But as far as Amari's ear could hear, her heartbeat was just as faint as it was before. Her skin still remained severely dehydrated, pale, and she looked like a bag of bones. Logically speaking, no amount of adrenaline should be able to bring her from her comatose state, with her condition still remaining the same. But there she was. Awake and alive. Atlanna was momentarily dazed, her open eyes filled with confusion. The dark surroundings fell into her eyes, although she could barely make out what was around her. The first thing that came into sight, which was the solid brick wall a distance away, let her know exactly where she was. Or rather, let her know that she hadn't left at all. Awake? The sound of a male voice from behind caused her body to stiffen. Turning her head around, she saw someone she had never seen before. Dark hair, blue eyes, spotless clothing. He wasn't Ares. You. Who are? No, that's. Where's? Her sporadic sentences showed her current state of mind, and the confusion changed to surprise, then to panic. Her gaze roamed the surroundings as she searched for the shadow of the person who imprisoned her here. Don't bother. Ares is gone. She stopped searching as his words fell and turned her gaze to him with those orange-colored eyes. You. She had barely started when the underground labyrinth trembled with a quake, causing the queen to sway. Oh. Looks like it can't hold on anymore. Seeing the rock shifting uneasily and sand falling from the roof, Amari couldn't help but mutter. Ares's palace was built above the underground area. His previous attacks had completely destroyed everything above and destabilized the structures below. At any moment, the ceiling would collapse on itself, destroying and burying everything in this place. What's happening? Atlanta asked. The inevitable. What? Knowing what was about to happen, Amari lost interest in observing her and turned around to leave the cell. Wait. Who are you? Seeing him walk away, the former queen supported her thin figure on the iron bars, her gaze fixed on the departing male, not knowing what she was thinking. It happened then. A distance away from where Amari was, the space began to swirl like rushing water before splitting apart to form a crack. Dark clouds, heavy rain, ocean roars. These were what could be seen and heard on the other side. Bang! A large amount of water suddenly splashed through the portal into the underground labyrinth due to two waves crashing against each other. Following which, he moved right through the space crack and fell downwards. Amari's figure disappeared, but Atlanta's attention wasn't on him anymore. Seeing and hearing the roars of water from the other side, her pupils glowed with frenzied excitement. Without regard for the weakness she felt, she let go of the iron bars and walked forwards. Plop! Unfortunately, her weakness wasn't gone. She fell down to her knees after barely taking 3 steps. Her enthusiasm, however, didn't diminish in the slightest as she propped herself up with whatever strength she could muster and moved towards the portal. Boom! The earth shook once again as the roofs began to collapse on itself, causing her face to change drastically. Looking back, Atlanta saw the cell where she once laid was completely submerged as the earth above began to sink downwards. From nowhere, strength suddenly pulsed through her veins as her weary body secreted as much adrenaline as it could give her. Overwhelmed with the fear of death, she took wide steps as fast as she could. The ceiling fell apart, and giant rocks fell from above. Finally, the whole space collapsed completely. As for the Atlantean queen, she gritted her teeth and used all the strength she could muster to leap through the space crack before she was buried under thousands of tons of solid rock. Splash! The body of Atlanta made a splash as she fell into the sea. As for the portal behind her, it closed automatically the moment she made it through. Darkness, pain. This was the only thing she could see and feel during the first few seconds after. The next, however, her body reacted to something she hadn't felt in a long time. Water. And not the teaspoon-sized drops Ares gave to her every 4 to 5 days. Glorious, wondrous water. Like a dried-up sponge, her body began to suck as much as it could, instinctively filling itself and carrying out the process of resuscitation. Barely 3 seconds later, her pale skin became vibrant, the flesh immediately enveloped the bones, her chapped lips grew pink, the weary bones received life and strength and the wounds automatically closed up. What was once a bone bag was now the body of a well-endowed woman, sinking deeper into her domain. Controlling her figure, she navigated the water with her eyes closed, deep joy bursting within her heart to finally be in the ocean she longed for. And so, regaining the demeanor and aura of royalty and a queen, she floated vertically and opened her eyes, having escaped from an unfortunate demise. Unfortunately, what she saw when she did nearly frightened her to death the following second. Trench monsters. Hundreds, no, thousands of trench monsters, all floating around while looking at her with hungry, covetous eyes. By the blood of Poseidon. Atlanta was dumbfounded. She had just escaped from Ares, now she had fallen into the territory of the trenchers. Panic emerged on her features as she felt the undisguised murderousness from all directions. Meanwhile. Sir. She will die if you don't do something. Feeling the unconcealed amusement in her master's eyes, Alice felt the need to speak up. Least the poor woman died from a heart attack before the trenchers had her for dinner. When did her master suddenly have such bad tastes? All right. Resisting the urge to chuckle, his eyes glowed brightly, and a large telekinetic wave swept throughout the waters. The trench monsters who were about to pounce forward on their new prey suddenly stiffened in place as their eyes turned dull. Deep within their minds, an orange rune mark glowing with waves of antimatter energy appeared, the clear characteristics of the anti-life equation. This was the first time he had used the anti-life equation since he defeated the fragment of the anti-life life entity back at the ruins under Apocalypse. As for his purpose, just like the deranged old gods of Urgrund, he was going to transport an entire race across the multiverse. With the will of his mind, a large amount of energy was consumed in an instant, and the bodies of the trench monsters turned illusory and were sucked into a different space. Hundreds of thousands of trenchers were taken away from the Atlantic Ocean in an instant. With the disappearance of the trenchers, Amari couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They're more than the dregs. He had also transported the reaction of old gods, but their number wasn't so exaggerated. Less than a tenth of the total number of Atlantean monsters. To transport such numerous living creatures from Earth-16 to the Axiom, more than 75% of his total energy reserves were consumed. Speaking of Earths. Meanwhile, Atlanta watched Amari from a distance with countless thoughts passing through her mind. The scene of thousands of trench monsters disappearing into thin air had left her incredibly shocked. Though, her outer expression portrayed nothing but solemnity. A trace of hesitation flashed through her eyes as she pondered her next course of action. She knew not whether to approach or keep a distance as Amari's identity remained a mystery to her. Although he saved her, she knew not whether he was a friend or foe. The fact that he didn't kill her didn't mean he had no ill will. And what had he done with the ocean trenchers? However, while she was deep in thought, Amari disappeared into thin air, just like the trench monsters from earlier. The ocean returned to silence with Queen Atlanta being the only being left in these waters. Seeing him disappear, she lowered her head slightly and decided. Determining the general direction, she kicked off towards her perception of Atlantis. No matter what, she had to warn whoever was the current ruler of the horrible events that were about to ensue. Within the depths of the earth, a great evil was sealed. And Ares was planning to release it. Earth-1. Dark Multiverse. On an arid wasteland, a swirl appeared within the surrounding space. Following which, a figure appeared from thin air. Chapter 139. Earth-1. Dark Multiverse. Unknown POV. He. Okay, now let's try something new, shall we? Hang on. Don't say no just yet. I promise it's going to be. Heh. Ha. Enlightening, if I do say so myself. And before you go about wondering what, no. This isn't going to be another lame joke. Bah. No, not another one of those. For the first time in a while. Old Laughs is going to get serious. Well, as serious as I can get. Ha. Don't worry, it'll be sure to catch your interest. Now. What would you do if you knew that no matter what you did, no matter how hard you tried, everything around you would eventually collapse into nothingness? That someone's every fear, every bad decision they made, every wrong thought they ever conjured up would give birth to a malformed existence. A world that shouldn't exist. One's doomed to rot apart, and die because they are ultimately wrong at their core. And then, you found out that. He. That you were living in it. That your very reality was someone else's nightmare. Destined to host all sorts of nightmarish events. And you, as a resident, would have to live through the horrors that would eventually unfold. How does it sound? Creepy, right? You probably don't believe me. For something so absurd to be reality. Nah. It's not like you don't believe it. Rather, you don't want to believe it. You would rather believe that what I'm saying right now is nothing more than a poorly baked horror story. One your parents once used to put a little fright into you and your possible siblings at night to convince you to stop being naughty and go to bed early. A figment of someone's bad tastes. Honestly, I once thought the same. But that's where the big joke lies. I was wrong, and if I'm wrong, then so are you. And if you don't see the proof already, then I'm the living witness. For those who don't know who I am, you can call me Laughs. And how do I know all this, you may ask? Because I was there. There when my world began to shake and a cosmic nothingness swallowed everything I knew. I thought I would fade away with the rest of my world. Until the jolly old dragon appeared. He. Funny guy if you ask me, with a lot of ideas. Not that I'd care for them, but boy, they sure sound fun. So welcome. To the Dark Multiverse. Home to stories that should never be. Moving on. He told me that my world was unstable. One meant to rot apart from the very beginning regardless of my actions. My path was determined right from the start because from the very beginning, I wasn't the real deal but a nightmare of my original. The living incarnation of the Dark Knight's greatest fear, to become the Joker. It turned out it was all one big cosmic joke. Only, no one on my side was laughing. Well. Almost no one. Ha 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 ha. So I set out to work, full of great enthusiasm at his proposal. How interesting it would be to see my counterpart from the positive multiverse whose fears quite literally created me. Of course, to complete an invasion wouldn't be an easy task. Why was that? Because I knew me. And if the me from over there was anything like me, then he would be difficult to deal with. Two great minds competing against each other to discover the other's next move would certainly be fascinating. But then again, when was I ever one to play fair? The outcome might be unpredictable with one Batman against one Batman. But what if there were more? 3, 6, 10. That was my job. To find my other counterparts and pull them out of their rotting universes to join us before they finally collapsed. Following which, I sought to complete my task, arriving at the first stop on my long journey. Earth -1. A world only days away from completely collapsing. At least. That was what I thought. Upon arrival, I immediately realized what was so terrible about this universe. Similar to my world, someone had gone crazy. However, it wasn't the Batman this time but the Man of Steel who had gone rogue. Noticing this, I did nothing but waited. Waiting for the world to fade away, degenerate and be devoured by the cosmic nothingness when this world's Batman was pushed to the brink. Wait till when there was nothing left but him. But strangely enough, that day never came. 2 months ago, I came to this planet, and 2 months I waited. Yet strangely enough, the devastation signal due to the instability of the universe never came. At first, I didn't understand why. Until I did. Another portal to the positive multiverse. Ace Chemicals. Looking at the flickering portal floating at 10 inches above the ground, my widened grin, if possible, grew wider. How interesting. Wait till I see what Barbados makes out of this. The long black leather trench coat blew with the cold evening wind that seemed to be present even within this place. Ace Chemicals in Gotham City, as an enclosed structure, wasn't supposed to have this wind. Unless of course. It wasn't enclosed. Contrary to how it was nearly 6 months ago, the building structure that was previously abandoned was now completely ruined. The chemical plant was wrecked in every area with large holes open, no matter where I turned my gaze. Of course, courtesy of Superman. This was the aftermath of his successful attempt on the Joker's life. Following which, he tore the man apart and Gotham City followed in a similar tune. But then again. I put my hand on my chin. Why do I have to tell him? This world hadn't collapsed like his after so long for 2 reasons. 1. The energy secreted from this portal temporarily stabilized this universe. And 2. This Earth, for some reason, hadn't reached its end yet. For the other, I knew why. The arrival of the Wonder Woman from another universe had significantly changed matters here. The day Superman killed his wife and child, Batman had decided that their Clark Kent was beyond saving and was prepared to use any means to end him. While Superman went on another killing spree, murdering the other forces who stood in his path, the remnants of the Justice League gathered together to stage a final attack against the Man of Steel. A life-and-death battle to finally decide the outcome. In this timeline, everyone but Bruce Wayne would die and that Batman would be forced to release the Doomsday virus to kill Superman. Following which, this universe would ultimately fade away. But the arrival of another Wonder Woman from another Earth caused major changes. Seeing another way, Batman and the Resistance didn't engage in a final battle against Superman and decided to wait. Wait for the Justice League of her Earth to come to their aid. Hence, 2 months had passed, and I had found 4 of such breaches all over the world. This was taking longer than I thought it would. If this world didn't crumble away, my first mission would be a failure. But that was impossible. The sinister smile ever present on my face gave off a cold gleam. In my own universe, I had never failed in any of my endeavors. Be it the Bat family, or the world government, the Justice League, Superman. Against me, none of them could stand. No matter what they threw at me, neither an army of villains nor alien tyrants were worth mentioning. At best, they were just problems to solve. One by one, methodically. With precision and blood. He. After all, my countermeasures weren't for nothing. Since this world didn't want to collapse on its own. Then there was nothing wrong with giving it a helping hand. The heart of this world's Batman was already gone. All he needed was a little extra push in the wrong direction. Then I would take him, and gather the rest of us. The Dark Knights would assemble. As for the positive multiverse. Looking at the breach before me, I lowered my head with unknown thoughts within it. Barbados was supposed to open the way to the main multiverse, so every nightmare ever thought of would join in their invasion. That would take time, but now. A breach leading there was open already. He ha 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 ha. My loud, raucous laughter resounded within the ruins of Ace Chemicals as I turned around, about to leave. With the confirmation of the fourth breach, my work was just beginning. Now, the first thing I needed to do was find this world's version of Bruce Wayne. It happened then. The rectangular device within my grasp began to glow while releasing several beeping sounds. The streaks of yellow that could be found around its edges brightened and dimmed irregularly. Huh. My body froze for a moment in surprise. Following which, I turned around to see the portal behind me. However, there was no change on the surface. At that moment, a sound emerged in my consciousness, letting me know exactly what it wanted me to know. Following which, a holographic screen emerged above the rectangular box, displaying the video of what it wanted to portray. This device was the Father Box. Just one of the many weapons of mass destruction I had obtained from the Watchtower after I slaughtered the Justice League of my Earth. Taking it out of confinement, it had bound itself to me and acknowledged me as its master. Therefore, I understood what it was trying to tell me as the hologram split in two. The first screen clearly showed the picture of one of the previous 3 breaches I had encountered. At the moment it was glowing while releasing massive energy fluctuations. And the readings being emitted stated exactly what was about to happen. Something. Or someone from the other side was coming through. The other side being the positive multiverse. And speaking of the other side. My gaze turned towards the second screen, and then. I couldn't resist the smile widening on my already smiling face. Ha 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 ha. Neither could I resist the laugh that came after. I never could. After all, it was always thrilling when you knew what would happen before it happened. When you were familiar with every combination on the deck, and you could predict exactly what came next. And that was exactly what I was experiencing right now. The cards on the deck could be likened to the scene on the screen I was seeing right now. And I saw through it all. Looks like I didn't have to wait too long. As the remnants of the Justice League were finally battling the Superman of this Earth. Now, all I had to do was sit back, relax and watch the carnage. Started working on a new FF. We'll let you all know when it's ready for release. Chapter 140. Unknown POV. Dark Multiverse. Metropolis. Abandoned underground sewer system. Plop. 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 Droplets of murky water dripped from the rusty bent pipe onto the sewer floor. The ripples that formed on the water surface were the only form of disturbance that could be found in these abandoned tunnels. The rotten, disgusting stench that could make even the foulest-smelling man retch in disgust, permeated the air. With no entry of light, the darkness gave off a ghastly atmosphere alongside as in the distance, the only inhabitants of these areas, the rats, feasted on a nearby corpse soaked in sewer water. The disgusting water was stained with bloody fluids, as that wasn't the only corpse within the vicinity. Boom! Just as the rats were feasting, the roof above their heads suddenly imploded, and the space inside began to be filled with rocks and debris. The startled night creatures scattered in all directions as they avoided getting submerged under stone. A ray of light shone into the tunnel but was quickly covered up as 2 figures swooped down from the newly made entrance, landing on the stone rubble with their feet. Following which, they dashed forward without regard for the sewer water and made a mad run for their lives. Large ripples immediately appeared on the water's surface as 2 pairs of feet rushed forward at phenomenal speed. The dark cloaks that covered their bodies made it difficult to discern their identities as their bodies and faces were shrouded in darkness. Damn it. It failed. A young voice cursed loudly in an anxious voice. I know. But we can't worry about that right now. The other sounded old, and spoke calmly with a more mature tone. Where exactly are we? Hold on a sec. Their running figures came to a halt as the former raised his right arm a tapped. A hologram appeared, wrong above his arm while illuminating his face in the process. Dark hair, blue eyes, strong build and a green mask on his face. Damian Wayne solemnly operated the hologram and a central map appeared. Found it. The east side of Metropolis's underground network. Then give us exit points, Robin. Taking off the cloak on his head, Slade uttered gloomily. His white hair had been shaved from all directions, leaving only a small mohawk in the center that barely exceeded 5 centimeters in height. As it was no longer needed, the dark cloak was released from his grip and fell into the sewer water slightly behind him. The iconic dark and orange armor made of promethium with 2 katanas on the back and various weapons on all sides gave off an intimidating aura when fixed on his tall frame. These 2 were the Slade Wilson and Damian Wayne of Earth-1. Give me a minute here. Damian told a look at Slade's ugly face and responded apathetically. He began to zoom in on the schematics of the Metropolis sewer system. Here it is. This path leads to the underdeveloped side of the city. Pointing to a place close to a certain area that wasn't connected to the rest of the sewer system. There's a drainage pipe around here that leads to a point on the outskirts, that's our exit. At that moment, a figure suddenly dropped from the open hole they made into the tunnels. Armed in modern body armor, his feet landed on the rubble, and he quickly aimed the laser blaster in his hands at the duo, firing without hesitation. Bam! 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 Damn! They're here. Seeing this, Deathstroke made his move. Shifting his body, he raised his right leg and kicked the boy wonder out of the way to dodge the first two blasts while drawing his metal blade to defend against the third. Clank! The collision against metal rang out in the underground space. With his attacks blocked, the armed man in a mask didn't relent and opened continuous fire. I had that. Seeing Deathstroke had pushed him out of the way, Robin uttered with obvious anger. Sure. Whatever, kid. Ignoring the boy wonder, Slade used his blade to defend with one hand while pulling out his gun in the other. Bang! Bang! Two shots whizzed right at the enemy, one penetrating the left arm holding the weapon and the other penetrating the neck. Blood spilled, and the masked man fell backwards. However, what followed with his death let both man and child know that this was far from the end. Screech! A large demonic-looking figure with 4 red eyes and charred rocky skin fell from the ceiling. The 2 wings on its back fluttering as it let out a demonic screech akin to a clarion call. It wasn't alone, as 2 more of its kind followed into the hole afterward. Their bloodthirsty eyes locked on the 2 fleshy figures in the distance. Parademons. Well, what are you waiting for? An invitation. Lead the way. Seeing parademons appear, Slade turned to the boy wonder only to find that Damien had already gotten a head start and was running deeper into the tunnels without even bothering to alert him. Fuck. And so, the sound of gunshots rang out within the underground sewers. Robin and Deathstroke ran for their lives, as fast as their 2 legs could carry them, while under the pursuit of parademons. This is Robin to Batman, come in Batman. Boom. The first thing that came into his ears as soon as he pressed the comms was the sound of an explosion. Followed by the sound of something collapsing and the fierce fighting on the other end. The clashes that sounded so loud and frequent alongside the occasional groan made his young face sink. Batman, are you there? Respond. Damien, report. Arg. The pained roar went straight through his ears, frightening the boy wonder. Batman? Are you okay? He asked in a tone full of worry and fear. Damien, forget me. What's your status? A gruff voice called out from the other end of the comms that sounded uttered through gritted teeth. Hearing the pain within Bruce's tone as he said those words, Damien clenched his fist, knowing that Bruce was in a serious dilemma right now. He knew what Bruce wanted to hear. What he needed to hear, which made the feeling within him worsen all the more. We were wrong. The whole thing was a setup. He knew we were coming. Robin uttered while shouting at Deathstroke behind him. Turn left. Right. Slade, who was covering up the rear, replied and followed left. As the turn made a bend, Damien turned around and threw dozens of birdarangs around the walls of the turning point. Beep. 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 The beeping sounds got more frequent and just as he parademons passed by. Boom. The batarangs exploded, blowing up the parademons while sealing the entrance with rocky debris. Seeing this, both turned around and continued to run. The mission failed. I repeat, Operation Fate was unsuccessful. Black Canary and Zatanna are dead. We're headed to the closest exit point. We can regroup and... No, Damien. The gruff voice came once again from the other end. Get out of here. Leave. Run. No way. The boy wonder refused without hesitation. You can escape. Find a way to get away from him. We can't, Damien. Not this time. Robin knew this. This time, they had staked it all on this very plan. Once they failed, the possibility of the others making it back was infinitely close to 0. He knew this. But when the plan actually failed, he was unwilling to accept it. S.H.I. At that moment, the comms began to fritz. Batman? R.O.U. Read, don't. Batman. He called out again but no one responded. Shit. The comms are down. Boom. At that moment, the whole city shook wildly, causing both their expressions to change drastically. We have to save them. Damien said out loud as they advanced. Boom. This time, the explosion wasn't affecting the entire city but the space behind them. The rubble that previously blocked the route behind them was blasted apart, following which, dozens of parademons rushed forwards with their fluttering wings. Here they come again. As the parademons approached, the running Robin suddenly leaped upward and twisted. His hands reached into his utility belt and his body immediately made a turn midair. Held firmly within the grasp of his fingers were 6 birdarangs, 3 on each hand. A low tuning sound emerged as a red light appeared on the weapons. 1, 2, 3. With a quick sweep of his gaze, his mind roughly captured the positions of the nearest monsters approaching. Then, he flicked his wrists and the explosive weapons were thrown out, lacing everything precisely to his heavily trained instinct. The rest was left to luck. The sound of 6 weapons tore through the air as they all moved forward and flew in different directions. Rarg. Squelch. 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 4 of the accurately hit the respective targets on their heads. Unfortunately, he threw 6 of them. Boom. A series of explosions followed right after as the birdarangs all exploded, but the ones that missed weren't of any threat. Rushing past the weapons, 2 parademons rushed towards Damien, quickly entangling him and forcing him to the ground. Kid. Ugh. Deathstroke, who was about to intervene, quickly found himself busy as 6 more rushed towards his direction. Bang. 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 Multiple shots were released and 2 of them impacted the skull of 2 parademons. The others either dodged or blocked and rushed towards him unabated. Drawing his sword, the blade similarly made of promethium metal gave off a cold gleam as he slashed out. Squelch. A parademon was cut in half. Seeing the other 3 approaching, he leaned towards the side wall of the tunnel, placed his leg against the wall and used force to leap into the air, narrowly dodging their attacks. While midair, he struck out with his sword again, and a second later, his boots landed back in the sewer water. Splash. A severed head fell into the sewer water, the body making another splash right after. Arg. At that moment, Damien, who struggled to hold off 2 big ugly monsters with his acrobatic teenage frame, was bitten on the shoulder. Get off him. A sharp sword was thrown towards their direction with great force. The biting parademon had its body pierced through by Slade's katana. Pushed away by the inertia, the body of the monster was flung to the side, leaving Damien with only one to deal with. Without turning around, Deathstroke drew the second promethium katana from its sheath on his back, dodged the attack coming towards him and slashed again. Screech. This time, he only managed to cut an arm off. The monster wailed but did not retreat, instead it attacked more ferociously and came upon him. Deathstroke raised his gun, about to fire, but the parademon's relentless attack was 1 step quicker. The gun in his was knocked into the sewer water, completely disappearing from his sight. Shit. Under its strong forward momentum, Slade was pushed down onto the floor, his promethium suit making a splash with it. A terrible stench assaulted the middle-aged man on his face as the parademon's sharp teeth continuously attempted to chomp his head off at close proximity. Seeing this, Deathstroke twisted his body slightly, pushing the monster with only one arm to the side. Then freeing his other hand, he threw a punch with as much strength as he could muster, knocking the monster away. However, he had barely regained himself when he saw a shadow flash right before his eyes. Squelch. Arg. Blood splattered on the nearby water as 4 claw marks appeared on the right side of Slade's face. The 4th parademon attacked as soon as he knocked the last one aside and struck without warning. The sharp claws immediately marked his face with blood before following up with another attack. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal resounded as Slade barely blocked, relying on nothing but basic instinct to fight his disorientation. Rawr. At that moment, Damien let out a low roar of anger. Sharp blades emerged from the side of his gauntlet which was defending against his attacker. Squelch. He quickly pushed the blades into the parademon's skull, pulled it out and pierced it, repeated the same action twice more before pushing the corpse with a shattered brain off him. Reaching into his utility belt, he drew another birdarang and threw it at Slade's direction. Squelch. The monster attacking him was killed, following which, Slade freed the hand that held his katana and stabbed towards the left without hesitation. The weapon penetrated the chest of the last parademon he knocked aside, preventing it from making a follow-up attack. Silence once again returned to the underground sewers as the last parademon fell. Ha. 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 Arg. Damien let out heavy pants before wincing in pain as he moved his shoulder slightly. Hurts, doesn't it? Slade's voice came to his ears. Damien's face suddenly hardened as he tried to put on a tough guy expression. It's just a little bite, I've been through worse. Turning to look at Slade, his voice ceased and mouth opened wide. What? Feeling his gaze fixed on him, Deathstroke didn't care and showed a wild smirk. Haven't seen someone lose an eye before. The left eye, that was Deathstroke's only ocular pupil that still retained vision. The other had been scrapped years ago, and he basically covered it up with an eye patch. Seeing the blood dripping down his face and the eye that was practically gouged out by the parademon's claw, the boy wonder didn't know what to say. He stood up, came to his side and helped him up with Slade's hand resting over his shoulder. You said we had to save them. At that moment, Slade turned his head to Damien and muttered. "I." Screech. The sound of loud roars coming from the direction they just came from fell into their ears, interrupting what Robin was about to say. "But right now. Who's gonna save us?" The enemies were coming, and Damien's shoulder was injured. Worst of all, Deathstroke lost his only eye and his mobility, hence greatly affected. They were in a dilemma. Seeing this, Damien gritted his teeth and placed his fingers on the intercom. "Batman, are you there?" Silence. They both waited but received no reply. "Batman, are you there? Respond." Still silence. Immediately, both their faces changed from bad to worse. "Batman. Above ground. Metropolis. Batman. Batman. Bruce, are you there? Brucey." The scream rang out in his ear, but Batman did not respond. With both knees on the floor, blood rushed out from the side of the Dark Knight's lips as he stared above him with a solemn expression. Eyes radiating with nothing but pure hate and anger, and in his hands, a kryptonite spear. "Well, Bruce." The calm male voice coming from above made his hand on the spear tighten even more. With his figure that seemed to be an eternal shadow over Bruce Wayne, he floated in the air with his cape billowing in the wind. The awe-inspiring red and blue super suit and the classic S symbol on the chest representing the symbol of the House of L, he folded his arms and looked at Bruce Wayne with glowing red eyes and a strong sense of indifference, as if looking at an ant. And unlike his positive Earth counterparts, his expression wasn't the slightest bit easygoing. "Aren't you gonna answer? Here and now." Superman and Batman seemingly made their final stand. Chapter 141. Earth-1. Dark Multiverse. On an arid wasteland, a swirl appeared within the surroundings. Following which, a figure appeared from thin air. Stepping out of empty space, Amari swept his gaze around the surroundings and was somewhat stunned at what entered his line of sight. Destroyed buildings, abandoned structures, wrecked cars, chasms. The area before him looked like it had experienced a great natural disaster. If that were all, it would be acceptable. After all, he had seen what this Earth looked like from Zoom's memory and knew what to expect. However, his gaze turned towards the distance where a giant column of fiery energy was shooting straight out of the Earth's core. Up in the air, large numbers of parademons patrolled the skies, with their screeches resounding everywhere. The fiery pillar of energy combined with the sun's heat warmed up the atmosphere by a great deal. A regular human not used to the atmospheric conditions would start sweating profusely in a matter of a minute without so much as moving a muscle. So this is the Dark Multiverse, huh? Standing on top of a ruined building with no civilians within, he took in the sights before him with narrowed eyes. If he didn't know where he willed himself to, he would have thought someone had forcibly channeled him back to Apocalypse. At that moment, his eyes glowed as he spread his senses outward. The Dark Multiverse, also known as the Nth World, was a shadow under the original multiverse. One formed from of every fear and bad decision ever made or dreamt. Compared to the true multiverse, universes formed here were generally lacking, flawed and ultimately doomed for destruction. They were failed creations that weren't stable enough and therefore, would never rise to join the orrery of worlds. And from what he could see, Amari was pretty sure that this universe was reaching its end. His senses spread and easily caught sight of a notable landmark that could never be forgotten. The Daily Planet. Hence, he was in Metropolis. Boom. At that moment, there was the sound of a loud explosion, which immediately drew his attention. Oh. Hold on, this is Damian Wayne, Earth-1, POV. This is the story of how I died. It all started months ago when the giant breach appeared in the sky. When that happened, a figure we were all familiar with fell through and appeared in our world. We knew her, yet didn't know her at the same time. And if I didn't know Wonder Woman's situation any better, I'd think she was one of Lex Luthor's or Superman's clones. But Luthor had been dead for 4 months now, so it couldn't be him, and this new arrival didn't look anything like one of Rogue Superman's robotic creations. That day, she fought beside us. Helped the Resistance to escape from a tight spot. Still, it mattered little. The casualties we suffered before she came couldn't be made up for. Aquaman, Queen Mara, Jessica Cruz, Guy Gardner, Barry Allen, Cyborg, Martian Manhunter, Red Tornado, Barbara Gordon, Catwoman, Dick, Red Hood, Beast Boy, Ravager, Captain Cold, Boomerang, Blue Beetle. We lost them all. Among the members of the Bat family, Bruce and I were the only ones left. Not even Alfred managed to escape. Both heroes and villains alike were massacred. The once prosperous Justice League was reduced to nothing more than a dozen plus members. About a third of that number weren't even heroes to begin with. Now we weren't even considered a league. Just a bunch of people banding together to survive under the sights of a maniac. Then the singularity, as Silas called it, happened. We learned that there were universes other than our own. And Wonder Woman came from one such universe. One with a league of her own who could offer help to our dying world. Hope appeared. A possibility for us to get the reinforcements we so desperately needed. And Bruce, with a solemn expression, didn't object, no matter how skeptical I knew he was deep down. After all, the only thing in his view that could stop a rogue Superman was another Superman. Silas and Harrison Wells made away. Configured tachyon technology to boost the speed of one of the only two speedsters left in the world. Wally West, the new Flash that took over Barry's mantle. He was supposed to get their help. But something went wrong, and we wanted with no positive results for 2 months. Just the growing affirmation of another dead friend. Finally, we could wait no longer. Batman and the others couldn't sit still anymore, as Wally was most likely dead at Zoom's hands. If that were the case, then there was no help, no reinforcements coming anytime soon if there were any to even count on. Superman had destroyed half of the world and the total estimated population had decreased to less than 10 million. He was going to do it again. Take the Parademon army that had grown in numbers after the transformation of the corpses of so many innocent people to clear out any other possible resistance in his path. We learned it from Lois. Before he killed her. And seeing the dated time approaching any longer, and our planet would truly be finished. And well. That about summaries everything and brings me to the point where I'm at right now. We launched our final plan. Those with true combat power left alive would confront our hour of darkness head-on in the attempt to stall for time. While Superman was kept busy, I would follow a second team to infiltrate his stronghold and search for the only thing that could let us turn the odds to our favor. The Helmet of Fate. As long as one of us with a strong enough affinity for magic managed to get that helmet on their heads, then we still had a chance. That was the main reason why Zatanna was brought along. Apart from Wonder Woman, she had the highest affinity for mystic energy. But we stepped into another trap. Zatanna, Black Canary, Black Lightning and 2 others died as a result. Slade and I were the only ones left. Brucey. He called out but still, there was no reply. The atmosphere was terribly gloomy. It's okay. Slade's voice fell into his ears. However, it was akin to a sharp knife piercing through whatever hope he had left. No. I don't believe it. He can't. He didn't want to believe it, he wouldn't believe it. It's been a slice, kid. But it's time to face reality. He's probably gone, and we all knew that this plan wouldn't work. The eyeless man replied in an indifferent tone. In every sense, the plan had a chance of success. Distract Superman, get the helmet and beat him with it. That's simple. At least that's how it seemed on the surface. And if we don't do something soon, we'll probably follow in his footsteps. Screech. More screeching sounds emerged from the tunnel. Then we fight. Damien's eyes narrowed as he drew out a sword from behind his cape. The exit's not far, so let's keep moving. At most, we'll cut down a few dozen more of them. Even if we go down, we're not going down without a fight. His eyes hidden behind the mask were filled with unprecedented determination, ferocity, and hatred. As he said so, he pulled Slade towards the exit direction so they could keep moving, only to find that the man in question didn't budge. Why aren't you moving? Slade didn't respond immediately but turned his empty gaze to the kid who was unrealistically planning to haul him all the way to the exit while escaping from an endless pursuit of monstrous enemies. 2 words. Fat chance. You need to go. What the hell are you talking about? I like your determination, kid, but we both know there's no way both of us are making it out of here alive. That's your take. Damien frowned greatly. Not mine. I might not like you, but I'm not leaving you behind. We're making it out together. Deathstroke shook his head. Not this time, kid. Sorry, but it won't work. My eye is gone, I'm practically dead weight at this point. The moment he lost his sight, Deathstroke had reconciled himself to the possibility of death. Even if they could make it out by some miracle, they wouldn't get far before he found them. Then they would either suffer a painful death or a fate worse than such. Move back even further, suppose they did escape, his fighting days were over. Without his eyes, his combat power would be reduced by more than half. What was the difference between that and cannon fodder? Slade wasn't afraid. After all, he had nothing to live for in this world. You're not going to die here. Yes. I am. At that moment, Slade used his index finger to push a spot on his palm. An alpha symbol appeared with a red glow, following which, his entire Prometheum suit began to exude dark red light. What did you? Damien was stunned. It's my armor's self-destruct sequence. Deathstroke uttered blandly while sheathing the katana in his hand and pulling out both guns from the bottom holster near his knee. If I'm going to die today, I'm gonna make sure I take as many of them as I can with me. There's no way to disable it, so you only have a little more than a minute to get as far away as you can. Whether or not it's far enough is all up to your luck. At that moment, a loud sound emerged as several creatures rampaged right through. With an expressionless face and a bleeding eye, Deathstroke raised both guns and began firing rapidly. The sound of bullets echoed in the underground tunnels. With his feel of the gun, and the sound of the air current, Deathstroke killed this wave of parademons that arrived. Some were lucky one-hit kills. Others needed 3 to 4 bullets. Thankfully, none of them slipped past this time. I've chosen this to be my end today, kid. But you don't have to follow me. I've lost everything, but your only family might still be alive. So stop being stubborn and run while you still can. The boy wonder watched with narrowed eyes and an unsightly look. His hands clenched into fists as he watched Slade, who remained motionless. Then, he took a slight bow at the man who was and still is the greatest mercenary his earth had ever seen, then he turned around and ran as fast as he could. Hearing the departing footsteps splashing on the sewer water, for the first time in a long time, a genuine smile appeared on Slade's face. Live as long as you can, little devil. Live well. I hope I won't see you in the underworld too soon. The tunnel wasn't a straight path. It had several bends and turns as well as edges one had to scale over or slide under. Without his sight, Slade wouldn't be able to go through it fast enough for both of them to escape their pursuers. And now, Robin ran as fast as his legs could carry him, rushing towards the exit point before Slade's promethium suit self-destructed. An explosion in an underground tunnel would be essentially catastrophic. At best, within the range of a few dozen meters would be all that was affected. At worst, the entire sewer network could collapse on itself within several blocks. If he were still here when that thing exploded. Even if the explosion didn't reach his position, he might get buried alive in the sewers. As the seconds passed, the emotions within his heart grew more and more complex. He should have stayed. Should have insisted on taking Slade with him. He wasn't a coward, they could have fought and died together, like comrades. The impulse to turn around right back had never been so strong before. But ultimately, he didn't turn. He already decided to leave, there was no point in turning back now. He couldn't die, not yet. Unlike Deathstroke, he still had something to live for. A father. He needed to know if Bruce was still alive. And so he ran. And ran. Until he saw the exit point of the sewer system. About 80 meters away, Robin found that there were less than 5 seconds left before a full minute passed. And so, with all the strength he could muster, he rushed out of the exit and ducked to the floor before the explosion went off. The seconds passed. 1, 2, 3. Robin, who had leaped forward to the ground, raised his head with slight surprise. It didn't go off. A minute had passed, yet the explosion never happened. Damien stood to his feet and looked at the tunnel that led to the sewer system slightly above him. Around Damien was an abandoned construction site of sorts. Seconds passed. Nothing. Robin frowned. At that moment, however, an invisible silhouette quietly emerged from the ground behind him using density shifting and returned to regular form. Did he lie? The thought quickly passed through his mind concerning the possibility that Slade had lied to him to get him to leave. However, at that moment, the boy wonder caught a glimpse of something with the corner of his eye. It was a person's shadow. Realizing this, his face changed drastically. He reacted as fast as he could, moving his body in a subconscious attempt to dodge to the side. Unfortunately. Squelch. A long, sharp object pierced through his chest, penetrating through and emerging on the other side. Arg. With a scream of pain, the young boy's body was lifted from the ground and thrown backwards. Thud. Thud. Damien, who was thrown out, bounced off the ground many times before slamming into a wall. Cracks similar to spiderwebs appeared on the point of impact. Ugh. Damien groaned, blood pouring from his mouth as he felt the intense pain spreading all over his body. He raised his head with difficulty to see. Clink. 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 The sound of metal impacting the ground spread into the air. What appeared before Damien's eyes was a half-man, half-robotic creature with glowing red eyes and dark green skin. The waist part of his body was connected to a three-legged robotic machine and parts of his face sported metal workings. John. Damien muttered with horrified eyes. What has he done to you? The being that attacked him was Martian Manhunter. Or better put, once was Martian Manhunter. After his death at the hands of Superman, the latter took his corpse and re-engineered it to create a robotic soldier. The robot didn't answer. Just looked on expressionlessly and continued to move forward. Within its processing system, a line of words appeared before its eyes. Target, Damian Wayne. Threat level, D. Objective, eliminate. Damian tried and failed to stand up firm. At the moment, his chest was bleeding profusely, and his insides hurt like hell. If not for his subconscious movement that made him shift a few millimeters to the left, his heart would have been pierced right through. He had also sustained a few broken ribs, a dislocated arm and a possible concussion from the earlier impact. Even if he could stand, he was in no condition to fight or run away. As the robot got closer, it stretched out its green right arm which morphed into a long spear. However, right before the eyes of both parties, the space in between them suddenly began to swirl. Martian Manhunter came to a halt. The next moment, a space crack appeared and disappeared the following moment, leaving behind a figure that neither had seen before. Thud. The silence was broken as the new arrival dropped an unconscious person on the floor with no regard for the latter's safety. Someone the boy wonder easily recognized. Slade Wilson. Amari dropped Deathstroke while fixing his gaze on the robotic Martian Manhunter with a hint of interest. Looks like this world's John John suffered a terrible fate even after death. Meanwhile, Martian Manhunter's systems began to release warning signs. Warning. 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 Large amounts of energy detected. Target, unidentified. Threat level, S-class, extremely dangerous. Objective, eliminate at all costs. The eyes of the Martian robot immediately glowed with a red intensity. As for why the objective remained unchanged despite the highest increase in recognizable threat level. The Superman of this Earth didn't bother to add a self-preservation protocol in case it met stronger enemies. Because there were few enemies that could defeat Martian Manhunter. If it met one such enemy, the alert was meant to notify him while the cyborg would fight to achieve mutual destruction. Oh. Seeing the change, Amari exclaimed slightly. At that moment, the cyborg made its move. With an explosive dash, it quickly shortened the distance of a few meters in milliseconds and thrust out the transformed spear arm. Snap. The sound of a finger snap resounded. Bang. The attacking cyborg instantly burst apart to pieces, sending blood and mechanical parts flying everywhere. Chapter 142. Earth -1. 10 minutes ago. Central City. Screech. Compared to what it should be, it now looked more like a modern ruin. Majority of the tall buildings within it were practically wrecked, collapsed or had a huge chunk of it missing. The waterways were filled with rubble and floating corpses. The asphalt on the roads and tall building structures were charred black with most of them being set aflame. The bright yellow sun and the burning pillar of flames shooting out of the Earth's core in the middle of the city didn't help either. The streets were deserted of all practical life, as the vast number of citizens had either died during Superman's rampage or fled right after. The rest were divided into two parties. Those who were found and killed by parademons, and those who hid as deep as they could to avoid death. Occasionally, they would come out of their hideouts in search of food with careful movement to avoid the occasional parademons patrolling the skies. Sometimes they would succeed. Sometimes they wouldn't. And so, the survivors of this new apocalypse had lived in this way for the past year after the Justice League failed to stop Superman from destroying it. But today, someone did the opposite. Screech. A patrolling parademon swooped down towards the old figure standing in the middle of an alleyway with a loud screech. However, a flash of blue lightning lit up the dim alleyway, covered under the shadows. Following which, the headless corpse of the parademon fell to the ground with a thud. Blood oozed out, forming a puddle and spread quickly towards the feet of the one who killed it. A pair of worn-out shoes came into view, expanding to show the appearance of a tattered-looking old man. With torn clothing, skinny figure and a disheveled look, this male who looked thin from hunger walked away from the corpse of the monster he just slayed with an unusually calm face. Gone was the wariness one would usually find on the face of a survivor scavenging for food while on the lookout for parademons. Arg. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Hidden underneath the clothing, streaks of dark curse marks could be vaguely seen, spreading across his body from the long, hideous wound that extending from one end of his abdomen to the upper shoulder area. What is this? The man uttered with great difficulty as his disguise began to fade. His features morphed from a disheveled old man with dark hair and skinny features to an even older-looking one with grayish-white hair and a full beard. The dark green eyes turned to bright red ones filled with unprecedented solemnity. Ares. The old god examined his physical condition, his frown never being so great. It seems I've greatly understated his means. When Amari threw the ominous chain back at the hidden realm, although he reacted in time, the barbed edges tore a bloody wound right through his chest area. Following which, he immediately fled through the breach and appeared in this universe while using his divine power in an attempt to heal himself. He failed miserably, and if anything, his actions only served to worsen his situation. Whatever this thing was, it seemed to be the natural enemy of the gods as it devoured his power and spread rapidly like some kind of evil curse. No matter how much energy he diverted to suppress it, the dark curse marks just swallowed them all. Ares was an old god who had lived for thousands of years. Never before had he seen anything like this. He could feel the pure evil energy emanating from his chest area, trying vigorously to expand and take over. It felt like what those humans called a virus. If it were back on the earth he fled from, he should have already succumbed. However, although it had only been a few hours, Ares was no longer the dying god he once was. The pain pulsed for only a few moments before fading away as his body was flooded with new energy. The fading disguise stabilized as the god of war once again returned to his feet. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, feeling the pure, astonishing power flowing through his veins. As for where this power was currently flowing from. Boom! The sound of a building collapsing fell into his ears. Boom! 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 The loud booms reverberated throughout the city, accompanied by the earth quaking from time to time. This was where his power came from. One thing that Ares had missed for a long, long time. War. As soon as he was injured, the curse marks began to spread from the point of contact. Ares had mustered everything he could to flee through the portal leading to unknown places in the multiverse. He arrived through the portal and happened to land in an underground chamber on the outskirts of Central City. With his weakened state, the marks spread like a plague, particularly stimulated by his blood and divine energy. Barely moments later, all his energy was swallowed up and all that was left was for the god of war to cease to exist. But just as the marks were about to completely consume him, his godhead suddenly thrummed, releasing a large amount of energy at once, like a dry well that suddenly ushered in a multitude of fresh water. However, moments later, the breach in the underground chamber suddenly collapsed upon itself, swallowing everything in its surroundings within a 2-mile radius like a black hole, before disappearing. Luckily, he had escaped from the range before it happened. Now outside Central City, a large hole spanning for 2 miles and nearly 40 meters deep. Few minutes later, he used his power and discovered a survivor. An old man who he was currently disguised as. Then he invaded the latter's mind, turning him into a vegetable in the process, and understood the state of this world. This Earth had been riddled by war. The fight between the Justice League and Superman provided him with the much-needed power to temporarily suppress his ailment. And with each passing second, he could feel himself growing stronger. With his weakened state, this new flow was akin to an exhausted horse being injected with stimulants and steroids. And the best part of it was, he didn't even have to lift a finger. The god of war turned his head to look back at where the explosive sounds were coming from. Then, he ignored them and continued to move forward. Ares had no intention of interfering in their fight. The longer it continued, the more he would benefit. For now, the god of war was searching for something else. Another breach through which he could use to return to Earth 16. And moments ago, he found one. Right above the skies of Central City. It was through this same breach that Wonder Woman fell through into this world. Walking towards the area where the breach hovered over, Ares began to ponder his future plans. This Earth was an unexpected yet favorable encounter. Hence, he didn't plan to leave. At least not now. After all, once he returned to Earth 16, the blessing of war would be gone. With nothing to suppress the cursed seals currently infesting him, he would die minutes after returning. Not to mention that there was an even more troublesome existence probably waiting for him on the other end. He couldn't go back, but he also couldn't stay here for long. The key to achieving his ultimate goal was back on Earth 16, sealed deep in the Earth's crust, waiting for him to release it. It happened then, Ares' footsteps came to a halt as he felt something. Raising his head, he looked towards the sky where the breach that connected both worlds laid, and his expression had a noticeable shift. Because in the skies above Central City, the breach that had been giving off stable fluctuations began to grow erratic. The space around the breach turned chaotic as swirls began to appear. Although his facial expressions didn't change, Ares' eyes had narrowed to the extreme as he took 2 steps back with caution. The destruction of the last breach was still fresh in his mind. And everything within a 2-mile radius was swallowed into it before it disappeared, leaving a massive hole in the floor. He didn't want to be close to this one if it followed the same pattern as well. Of course, that wasn't the only reason he was being cautious. He had studied the breach that led him here back on Earth 16 and, similar to this one, both gave off the same universal frequency. In short, this breach, just like the one that brought him here, led to nowhere other than Earth 16. But it was impossible for normal humans to safely traverse worlds without either being blocked or getting ripped to shreds mid-travel. And after he came through, someone else just happened to be following. No doubt, Ares was worried that Amari would be the figure to step out of that swirling gate, hence his cautious actions. However, what he was wary of didn't come through. The portal twisted for several seconds before releasing a pulse of energy into the surroundings. And then, nothing. The breach had returned to normal, but nothing had come through. Perhaps to others, this would have been the final conclusion. But Ares wasn't just anyone. In his perception, a large flying aircraft appeared out of the breach. As for why it wasn't visible to the naked eye, that was because it was cloaked. Normal people would be unable to see through the camouflage at all. Unknowingly, the god of war breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't who he was worried about. Nevertheless, Ares's gaze on the flying craft never shifted as numerous thoughts crossed his mind. All he knew was that this aircraft was from Earth-16. He didn't know who it belonged to or what their purpose was, so he was completely unsure of his next move. However, while the god of war pondered his course of action, screech. His attention was drawn by something else completely beyond his control. Currently, there were numerous parademons hovering above him in the sky as the roar of the first parade mon he killed had attracted more. A second later, they all swooped down to attack. Troublesome. Ares thought with a frown on his face. His strength was rising but slowly. And his divine power now was currently limited. Expending it to deal with some monsters was not ideal amidst the suppression of the curse marks. However, just as the parademons were about to attack, the cloaked bioship suddenly changed direction and flew towards him. The hatch at the bottom opened up and, the next moment, a Superboy suddenly jumped from it. Chapter 143. Screech. The sharp piercing cries of the parademons patrolling in the skies made Ares's eyebrows narrow even more. Bastard creatures. Talk about bad timing. Right now, there were unidentified intruders from the other Earth in the distance. If he was attacked by these creatures now, he would have no choice but to either defend himself or run and hide. And for Ares, the latter was not an option. The thought of running away from these lowly creatures just to avoid suspicion from the unknown made his face shift in a slightly unsightly way. Especially when he knew not whether the newcomers were weaker or stronger than the current him. If it were the former, what was the point of running to hide? The parademons however cared not for his troubles. Following which, they dropped from the sky and attacked in their dozens. Loud roars and screeches escaped from their open maws as they advanced with fluttering wings. Ares stood motionless. However, just when he had decided to unleash his power to tear these creatures apart regardless of who the newcomers were, the camouflaged ship suddenly opened the hatch at the back end. Following which, a figure jumped out of the Martian bioship and fell towards the Earth with forward momentum. Hey! Falling from the sky, Connor yelled in a loud voice while drawing his fist back. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? His voice fell, and Superboy, descending from the air with great momentum collided with the parade mon at the forefront at a speed faster than it could react to and pushing both downwards. Bang! Dust and debris flew in all directions as the Earth shook greatly. The dust cleared and an intact male with dark hair, blue eyes and a S symbol on his chest could be seen standing unscathed over a motionless corpse. Turning his gaze away from the body, Connor set his sights on the person he just saved. Or rather, who he thought he did. Hey! You alright, sir? I'm fine. The old man replied. His gaze moved slightly to the side before uttering. Behind you. Thud. The earth shook slightly as the dark creatures landed with considerable force. Cracks emerged on the ground under their feet as they straightened their large bodies with snarling sounds emerging from their maws. Superboy. Are you okay? At that moment, Megan's voice appeared through the mind link. There's a civilian down here. Against a bunch of ugly monsters. Do you need backup? Aqualad asked. Go on without me, I'll catch up. Copy that. The bioship didn't turn off camouflage but sought towards the distance where the collision sounds were coming from. This was the last thing he heard from his team. Breathing a sigh of relief, he could now focus his attention on the group of monsters before him. Now then. Who's first? Dark Multiverse. Central City Park Area. Lower District. The harsh wind blew, causing the surrounding temperature to rise higher and higher. Today was the last resistance by the remnants of the Justice League against the evil tyrant Superman of the negative universe. The flames and destruction that spread as far as one could see was the clear proof of the battle. Buildings around the area had been set ablaze. Potholes, ditches and general cracks caused due to countless collisions decorated the streets. Rubble fell as houses crumbled and trenches were dug across the sidewalks. The whole place looked like a catastrophe coming straight out of a man's worst nightmare. The streets that were once bustling with life and population were now deserted. The bodies of its former residents who had died under Superman's rampage decayed until nothing but bones were left. And so, boom! The sound of buildings collapsing resounded throughout the desolate streets of Central City. Following which, a building exploded, and a figure was sent flying out of the flames. Damn it! Dressed in a dark Kevlar bulletproof suit, the caped crusader turned around while midair and fired a battering towards his opponent. Following which, he leaned desperately to the side to avoid a large green dumpster truck thrown in his direction. Crash! The dumpster truck impacted against a nearby building while Batman performed a flip and landed on his feet. Beads of sweat secretly accumulated on his back at the close brush against the side end of a garbage truck. If that thing had slammed into him, he would lose his combat ability directly. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Dark Knight keeled over and opened his mouth. Blood poured out from his lips and nose as pain made its way throughout his entire body. Raising his head, Bruce pressed 2 fingers against the comm on his ear. Batman to all available leaguers. Respond. Nothing. The radio static on the other end continuously played in his ears like a silent mockery. Bruce gritted his teeth. This was it. The end of everything they had worked so hard to finish. He couldn't accept it. This is Batman to all available leaguers. If you're conscious, respond. He. Why do you try, Bruce? A calm, cold chuckle resounded throughout the park area, causing the Dark Knight to stiffen. With eyes blazing with fury and hatred, he focused his gaze on the area covered up with large amounts of smoke and rubble where the previous explosion had come from. The dust settled. From the thin cloud obscuring his vision, 2 red pupils emerged, glowing with a blazing intensity. Clark! Bruce spat out with bloody teeth. The smoke cleared completely. Red eyes, blue tights, red cape, dark hair, blue eyes and a menacing expression. His right arm was outstretched, in which a woman was held tightly by the throat. Her eyes were closed and her figure was stained with blood. Deep wounds and bruises covered multiple parts of her skin as the blood rushed out profusely. Clark paid no attention. With her life and death status still unsure, he pulled back his arm and tossed the woman aside, going straight through a restaurant building. With a loud crash, it collapsed upon impact. Is this all you have, Bruce? Batman rose with difficulty from his crouched position. His cape billowed with the wild wind caused by the intense destruction that had gone on around them. Strapped on his back was a long spear, the body made from the most durable metal he could assemble within his reach, promethium. A part of Slade's stash shared by the Terminator himself. As for the edge, the spearhead was made entirely of the only thing the Resistance had in their disposal that could threaten this hero gone rogue. Kryptonite. The last piece on Earth. Looking at the spear on his back, Clark's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Do you really think a kryptonite spear is going to stop me? It's the only thing that can pierce through your skin. Batman didn't seem to be in a hurry to act and spoke solemnly. And considering how you went to such great lengths to destroy every other piece on the planet as well as all Red Sun technology, I'm willing to bet it's my best shot. You know, your thought process is fascinating. The Man of Steel uttered with a smile. Won't you agree? I find it hard to agree with a psychopathic killer, but make no mistake, Clark. Bruce looked at the hovering Superman with narrowed eyebrows and moved his hand to hold the end of the spear on his back. His posture was slightly bent, his body was aching, and the features exposed through the cowl were stained with blood, making him look particularly miserable. Nevertheless, his voice and tone remained unchanged. This world has suffered enough. Hence, I will end you. One way. His thoughts drifted from the spear to the special serum in his utility belt that contained a modified virus. Or another. Following which, he pressed down on a certain part of the spear, and then another explosion emerged from the earth right under Superman in a 30-meter radius. Black smoke immediately enveloped the area. However, the dark smoke immediately took on a greenish glow as the smoke changed color in an instant. Kryptonite gas. However, the gas had barely spread for a second when clap. The shockwave released from 2 palms clapping against each other dispelled the kryptonite gas effectively. Batman was knocked away as a result, flying into the distance. He tumbled on the floor for a few meters before managing to regain his footing. Following which, he leaped upward and fired several batarangs towards the opponent. With a slight swipe of his hand, Superman knocked the bat-shaped weapons aside and accelerated. Time to end this. In a split second, he crossed dozens of meters and appeared before Bruce Wayne, grabbing towards the latter's neck. However, Hoc corpus ab inuria invahir. The archaic words uttered in a deep tone resounded throughout the surrounding space. And as soon as his hand made contact, the body of Batman turned illusory and disappeared from sight. The Man of Steel came to a halt. His eyes narrowed as the outstretched arm that caught nothing clenched into a fist. Again. Thud. The body of Batman blurred, then emerged from thin air and crashed on the hard asphalt road. Rolling a bit, the Dark Knight finally came to a halt and steadied himself on his knees. Following which, he held his right shoulder in pain. Feeling the dislocation gotten through the rough landing, Bruce grasped his limp arm and pushed forcefully. Crack. The sound of bones shifting resounded while Batman winced in pain. "You're not looking too good there, John." He turned his head to the side and there was a blond man wearing a long yellow trench coat, long pants, a scruffy beard and a tie. Sweat covered his forehead as he similarly went on one knee while releasing heavy pants of exhaustion. "Well, it's hard to keep neat when I have to teleport you out of harm's way every 15 seconds. John Constantine." The standard British accent was unmistakable. "The others?" Constantine's face fell. "Shiva and Harley are gone. Coriandar was displaced to the safest place nearby. She's alive, but badly injured, with a bleeding stump of an arm. Beetle, Deadshot, King Shark and Grodd are dead. Others aren't responding." He uttered with bated breaths. "Either dead or too injured to respond. Face it, Bats, we're all that's left." He paused, then asked without much hope. "The helmet?" Bruce didn't reply. That alone was an answer on its own. He. "I thought as much. The whole plan was a suicide mission," he said as stood to his feet, battling against the exhaustion. "Never thought I'd die like this, but... meh. Life's always been nothing but a bigger bitch, hasn't she? How much magic power do you have left?" "Not much. Look out." Bruce was stunned, and turned to see two rays of heat vision firing towards them. Both men immediately leaped out of the way. With a bang. Their previous standing points had been reduced to rubble. Constantine darted his eyes in all directions, trying to find the figure of Superman. At the same time, his fingers moved at the fast speeds as he made hand seals. John was self-aware. He knew that the chances of them winning this war were almost non-existent. And the chances of him leaving this place alive were even more so. There were only two of them left. And from their past relationship, Clark would definitely leave Bruce for last. Meaning he was the next target. "Since we're all going to die, let's give the Blue Boy Scout a last hurrah before we're sent on our way. Tenebris finis sigillum antiquum." He muttered and closed his eyes for a second, before opening them the next. Two golden pupils emerged, and he mobilized the magic power in his body. Following which, a dark, 15-centimeter long spherical orb emerged between his palms. Ancient dark magic. His plan was to use whatever energy he could muster after this to displace Batman as far as he could, before blowing up the sphere between his palms. Everything within a 3-block radius would be enveloped within the spell and consumed by corrosive darkness. Including the caster himself. Strictly speaking, it was a suicide spell meant to die with the enemy. Now, the only question being whether Superman would be fast enough to avoid it. If he was prepared, then yes. But now, Constantine was pinning his cards on the hope that Superman would be caught off guard by an AoE spell. Perhaps the spell would explode just when Superman approached to give him the finishing blow. It was gambling. And he lost. The spell had barely stabilized when a strong palm clasped his neck and pushed to the side. Crack. Constantine's neck broke. And with his death, the dark spell destabilized and dissipated into thin air. Then his body fell to the ground as the owner of the palm released his grip. Finally dead. Clark muttered with clear annoyance before turning to the last one left. Bruce was silent. He looked at the body of the occult detective and his heart grew cold. Constantine was dead. Now, he was the only one left. The fight had been going on for close to 2 hours. Considering they were fighting against Superman without kryptonite weapons, that was an astounding achievement. And all of this was due to Constantine, who engraved everyone with runes to perform a substitution spell. When in mortal danger, he could cast the spell immediately and switch those marked with already prepared objects to take the damage in their stead. The people, on the other hand, would be teleported to a place of his choosing, out of harm's way. This was how they were capable of battling Superman for so long, to give Damian and his team enough time to try to retrieve the Helmet of Fate. Alas, nothing good lasts forever. Even with Constantine's preparations, it still wasn't enough. Many died one by one, heroes and villains alike. It became more obvious as time went by. As magical exhaustion set in, he simply stopped saving those who were unimportant. And now, he was gone. Batman placed his hand on his utility belt. His last hope, final countermeasure, was still there. Honestly, I never understood the other leaguers in their quiet conversations. They always said you could beat me, Bruce. If we fought, head to head. If neither of us held back. Right now, I could break every bone in your body with nothing but a touch. And what do you have to stop me? A spear? Do you understand how weak you all are to me? Yes. With his left-hand actions covered with his cape, Batman reached into his utility belt in an attempt to quickly inject the Doomsday virus. I do. But now, you won't be able to hurt me again. Enough. Clark's eyes narrowed before turning red. 2 rays of heat vision shot towards his former friend to finally end this all. He had had enough. It happened then. A figure suddenly appeared, blocking the way of the laser beams and firing against his chest. The heat rays dissipated to reveal a man wearing blue tights and a red cape. The classic S symbol on his chest was all too visible, and his face was particularly solemn. I agree. It is enough. Looking at the face that was almost identical to his, Superman -1 felt waves stirring in his heart. Superman. Standing in front of Bruce Wayne, Clark narrowed his eyes and uttered in a low tone. Your days of tyranny in this universe are over. Chapter 144. There was no warning, no action, no hint of any kind. Nothing one would associate that could lead to the destruction of a half-Martian, half-cyborg killing machine. Perhaps. Nothing but a finger snap. But this alone made it all the more outrageous. A finger snap could destroy Martian Manhunter. Damian felt like his 3 views were being challenged. And considering that he had seen a lot of things during his time on this Earth, that was definitely saying something. In the early days, Damian had seen the Justice League in action. He had seen the heavyweights go head-to-head with existences on their own level. Hence, he knew how powerful Martian Manhunter could be at his peak. Strength, speed, and a plethora of abilities that made him a troublesome existence to deal with. It made it all the more difficult to accept what he was seeing now before him. Had the cyborg lost so much of its power after being transformed into what it was now, or was this person before him so strong that he could do what he just did with ease? Or perhaps it was some sort of trick. Damian didn't know, but as the grandson of the Demon's Head and the son of Batman, his mind carried their brilliance and cunning. Hence, analyzing everything he saw to see if there was a hint of deception before him. The scene was silent, and the atmosphere carried an inexplicable hint of tension. Damian narrowed his eyes and didn't speak, while Amari didn't seem to be in a hurry either. And so, Amari and Damian stared at each other. During this time, Amari examined the boy before him with a bit of scrutiny. Dark hair, green eyes and sporting a Robin costume. Like the one on Dick Grayson of Earth-16 but with slight modifications. Seeing the narrowed eyes of the boy wonder which carried 5 points of doubt, 4 points of wariness, and 1 point of surprise, Amari couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Like father, like son. You're practically a spitting image of a younger Batman. This boy wonder should be Damian, the actual biological son of Batman. Not adopted like the other 3. His words made the boy's eyes narrow even further. Who are you? He said while attempting to rise to his feet. The result. Ugh. The slight movement of his body made the boy wonder let out a pain groan. At the moment, his uniform was soaked with blood as the injury caused from the Martian cyborg's attack left him bleeding out. Coupled with the earlier mentioned injuries, a slight movement meant experiencing unbearable pain and would cause his injury to worsen. You shouldn't move. Amari uttered before walking towards Martian Manhunter's head. The only thing he had left intact when destroying him. Unless you want to die. Is that a threat? Resisting the pain and warning, Damian stood to his feet defiantly. The expression on his face stating that he was ready to face death. Yep. Exactly like Batman. Amari felt amused. He was just giving a light warning, but the latter directly took it as a threat that he would kill him. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. He replied, his gaze fixed on the cyborg. Alice? Amari called out inwardly. I'm in. The AI's voice rang out in his ears as information was transmitted from the computer chip within Martian Manhunter's skull. Then who are you? Damian asked again with a frown. Someone with such power. Why did he have no information on the other party? I'm a visitor. From where? Another Earth. Feeding back necessary data now. Alice's words fell and everything he needed and wanted to know about this world was directly extracted from the memory files of the Martian head. This world's earlier timeline, how the Justice League came together. Some major events happening in between and the change afterward. Superman going rogue, the destruction that ensued, his death. And everything it could remember right after. The reprogramming, the assignments given to it by Superman, the files on Wonder Woman's appearance. Everything. Despite only having a head, Alice was able to directly connect with Superman's network and retrieve all data required that was not in his memory. It included the current state of the Resistance, why it was after Damian Wayne and Deathstroke, and the true location of the Helmet of Fate. As well as another very interesting addition. Something Amari hadn't expected either. However. No Ares. Amari muttered with an expressionless face. He felt no surprise at that. Time hadn't even reached an hour since the god of war fled to this world. It would be surprising if he came into Superman's line of sight. Especially in his current state, the old god would definitely be beaten to death by this world's darkened Superman with very little resistance. That was if he wasn't dead already. From Amari's speculation, Ares should have been consumed by the curse marks at this point, his soul destroyed. This was why he wasn't in a hurry to chase after Ares. After all, the dead couldn't run away. He just wanted to confirm that he was truly dead. Then, he would be on his way. Another Earth? Damian's eyes widened. You're from Wonder Woman's world. Correct. Amari replied and turned his gaze away. He had gotten everything he needed. Hence he wouldn't continue peering at ahead any longer. He turned around only to see Damian's eyes had lit up with renewed hope. Wally did it. But. Then, those eyes dimmed. Why's there only one of you? Are you the advanced guy? A frown emerged on his face. If Wally had made it, then their world was supposed to arrive with a full team. To deal with their situation, their Superman had to be involved. Then he remembered how this guy had destroyed Martian Manhunter literally with a snap of his fingers, and he realized. If this was his true strength, then perhaps this guy was the reinforcements they needed. However. You're mistaken. The apathetic tone fell into his ears. I do come from their world, but I'm not part of the Justice League. Turning to the side, a thought flashed past causing him to chuckle. In fact, you can say that we don't really get along well. Hearing this, the boy wonder took a step back. So you're an enemy? No. Amari uttered blandly. But I'm not a friend either. So if you expect me to help you defeat your world's problem, then you're thinking too much. Then why did you save us? Damian opened his mouth to speak, but someone else beat him to it. Both turned their gazes to a man had sat upright at some point with blood flowing from his open eye. Despite his sight being completely deprived, he looked towards Amari's direction with a serious face. As if he could actually see him. Slade wanted to know why this newcomer had saved both their lives. Because I can. The reply he received, however, was contrary to his expectations. Even Damian, who was prepared for many things, didn't expect it. I'm sorry, what? There's no specific reason. I saved your asses simply because I felt like it. Looking at their expressions, Amari felt like laughing. Though, he wasn't surprised. My world doesn't have a Damian Wayne. Or it does, and I haven't seen him yet. And if he does exist, then he's probably still an arrogant 5 or 6-year-old brat living under Ra's al Ghul and Talia. So call me curious to see what exactly the son of Batman would look like. If it were me 2 months ago, I would definitely leave you to your fates, so don't think too much and take it as it is. Deathstroke's face didn't change. As for whether he believed the reason or not, Amari didn't know, neither did he care. Slade remained silent, but Damian certainly wasn't finished questioning. You're not here to help, so why are you here? The tone in which the boy wonder spoke had obviously changed. If initially, he was wary, then he was pleasantly surprised. Now that he knew Amari wasn't here to help, his tone was annoyed, displeased and obviously unwelcoming. Despite being a teenager who had spent years under Batman's tutelage, his arrogant, pampered brattiness was ever present. It sounded like he was just a little short of giving him an eviction order to leave their planet, since he was useless. But what he did inherit was Batman's desire to get to the bottom of things. I'm looking for someone. Amari replied, completely ignoring Damian's tone. He could feel it the moment he stepped into this universe. Earth-1 wasn't far off from collapsing into nothingness. After all, the key characters that brought this world into existence in the first place was the positive multiverse Batman's fear of Superman turning into what he always feared he would. Hence, the Superman of Earth-1 was the key factor of this Earth's stability. The moment the fear was killed off, then this Earth wouldn't last longer than 10 minutes in existence. Everything and everyone that remained on that planet after that would be swallowed by the cosmic nothingness had ceased to exist. Point being, these two were equivalent to dead men in Amari's eyes. And who would bother punishing dead men? Who? A god. Amari's answer caught both of them off guard. He ignored their gaffe and continued. Ares. The god of war. He fled from my world into this one just as I was about to kill him, but not without death-inducing wounds. So I'm here to make sure I see his corpse," he said nonchalantly. Then squinted his eyes with a pondering look as he fixed his gaze at the tallest building in Metropolis that had now been transformed into Superman's evil fortress. "Now. It seems like his corpse isn't the only thing I'm leaving this world with." Amari's vision penetrated the buildings, through the fortress walls, down into the lowest layer where he saw the unexpected surprise in Martian Manhunter's memory. In the lowest underground room, several spherical wheels were spinning constantly around each other in different directions. And at the center of these spheres was a figure in a red flash suit, running on a treadmill with a plug inserted into the back of his neck. Earth 16's original Flash. Meanwhile, two Supermen from different worlds and different dimensions stared at each other solemnly. The wind blew past them both and the surroundings lost all sound. Both men released their auras on each other instantly, bringing the atmosphere to a suffocating level. A distance away, within a collapsed restaurant building that at this point, was nothing more than rubble. The rocks began to tremble uneasily for a few moments. Following which, a slender hand struck out of the rubble. Then, bang! Everything within the vicinity was blasted away as a figure emerged from underneath with great momentum. She wore a strapless red bustier held up by a brace of gold resembling two W's. Silver bracelets around her wrists, red star earrings and a golden diadem with a red star on her forehead. Blood poured out from the wounds that surrounded her body as the slender figure took deep breaths and let out heavy pants. Her pink lips were stained with blood and her uniform was in a mess with a lot of tears and cuts. "Where is that bastard?" Diana cussed in a low tone and took a step forward. Following which, she fell to the floor with a look of pain on her face. Her entire body was aching, and her muscles practically screamed to her that she couldn't go any further. Nevertheless, she still struggled to stand by supporting herself against a firm object. She couldn't fall. Not here, not now. Not until that monster was put down for good. And by her sword and by Hera, she would make sure it happened. Or die trying. Focusing her gaze, she peered into the distance to see what was happening. However, what she saw left her stunned. Two Supermen were flying in the sky, facing off against each other in a staring showdown. At first, she didn't understand. But then, behind one of them, a large weirdly shaped airship disengaged camouflage mode and appeared in the sky for all to see. Diana instantly recognized it. That was Miss Martian's bioship. And that meant. Her gaze returned to the Superman and her eyes lit up with hope. "Clark," she whispered softly. In the distance, Earth 16 Superman clearly heard her voice with his hearing. "Diana," he called out back. "I'm sorry, I should have gotten here sooner. It's not your fault." Ugh. The pained groans she released right after left Clark feeling slightly distressed. "Just wait right there, okay?" Clark said calmly. His eyes showing unconcealed anger. "I'll take care of this." Following which, he placed his gaze on the other him on the opposite end solemnly. He knew that what he was about to face wasn't going to be easy to deal with. It was another Superman. The silence remained for several seconds. Until the first one spoke. "You're from the other universe." His voice was clear and calm, but his eyes were filled with hostility. He turned his gaze to the position where Wonder Woman stood and raised an eyebrow. "Just like her." He took head super hearing. "This is over. Your world's Batman has already stated it. I won't let you harm anyone else ever again." Murderous intentions burst out of the negative Superman at the words of his other self. "You don't belong here. Perhaps. But you hurt my friend." Clark wasn't one to back down. "And I'm going to make you pay for that." In that case. Both figures tensed. The fight was about to begin. "Go ahead and try." And then. Crack. The asphalt under their feet cracked as they both dashed towards each other simultaneously at their fastest speed. Bang! Both figures collided and exchanged blows. One hand to punch and the other to catch the other party's punch as well. The shockwave spread out, causing the glass in the surroundings to shatter and buildings to crumble. Batman, who was still in a state of shock, was blown away by the aftershock and his body flew into the air. Thankfully, Superman didn't come alone. The bioship opened, and a figure flew out to catch the body of the out-of-control Batman. Similar to Superman, she also wore red and blue tights and carried the symbol of the House of L, but the bottom was a skirt instead. Gotcha. Catching Batman, she quickly supported him and flew off into the distance. Similarly, the bioship retreated a distance away from the point of collision. "Why don't you help him?" Batman turned his gaze towards Kara, who was taking him away, and asked. The first question was not who they were but this. Kara was also taken off guard. But thereafter, she didn't know what to say. Put me down. Seeing this, Bruce uttered with narrowed eyes. Kara didn't refuse and placed the card crusader on the floor. As they had retreated a safe distance away, the bioship also landed and the door opened up to reveal several figures. A streak of lightning rushed out and appeared before Batman. Thank goodness you're alive. Wally from Earth-1 uttered with joy. You're late. Bruce, however, didn't reciprocate. As soon as Clark appeared, the Dark Knight understood what was happening. The reinforcements they longed for had finally arrived. However, Bruce wasn't relieved but felt his teeth itch with anger. One day. If they had waited one more day, the reinforcements would have arrived. So many people wouldn't have had to die today. It wasn't. Wally was momentarily dumbfounded and wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start. It wasn't his fault, sir. At this moment, a calm, composed voice spoke up for him. Aqualad and the rest of the team arrived. You're Aqualad. Arthur's protégé. Bruce narrowed his eyes. Yes. We're all from the other Earth. Aqualad nodded. And the 6 of us are here to help. 6. Batman frowned. He turned to Wally West, -1, who he automatically excluded and counted. There's only 5 of you. Huh. Aqualad was stunned and looked at his teammates. Then they discovered. One of them truly wasn't here. Superboy dropped earlier to save that old man. Megan called out through the mind link. Right. Call Superboy. Check his status and have him regroup with us. We will need it. Right. Megan nodded and called out. Superboy, respond. 1, 2, 3. No answer. Megan frowned. Boom. The sounds of collision continued in the distance. Superboy, are you there? Respond. Seconds passed. Still nothing. Guys, we might have a problem. Megan called out in panic. Superboy's gone. Chapter 145. PS/PS/PS. 100 plus on a Tuesday. Literally my lowest Power Stones rating for weeks now. And by the way, I was surprised to discover that DC also had their own version of Loki. Central City streets. Bang! 2 rays of blazing heat vision blasted a figure away. The man clad in a darker shade of red and blue was blasted straight through a car, then right into an abandoned oil tanker at the very end. Alongside the collision, the tanker exploded and went up in flames. Dust and smoke enveloped the area as iron pieces flew into the air. The red trail of heat vision ceased, and the figure slowly lowered himself from the air with an expression of great solemnity. Deactivating his heat vision, Clark Kent stepped on solid ground with his gaze fixed on the area of explosion. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the explosion, his darker shade uniform burning with fire all over. Nevertheless, his face remained unchanged as he stood within the flames, unaffected. Had enough. Although he didn't expect the earlier attack to do any actual damage, seeing the enemy standing unscathed from his lasers left Clark feeling slightly depressed. Enough? Superman raised an eyebrow, chuckled and raised his hand to dust the spot gathered in the center of impact. The area where the heat vision stuck with full force was completely unaffected. I don't know which universe you crawled out of. But when I send your corpse back, it certainly won't be in one piece. Over the span of 57 seconds, their clash had spread a line of destruction through the already destroyed city. During the altercation, he had the upper hand. Beating this Earth's Superman with rapid blows while the latter could barely fight back. Luckily, there weren't any civilians left here who would get hurt in the process. The thought had barely passed his mind when Clark's mood fell again. Their battle hadn't injured a human life yet. There were no screams, no panic, no chaos due to their actions, but Clark couldn't be happy. Due to the fact that the only reason it was so was because everyone who could was dead. With his outstanding vision, the numerous corpses all over the place were just too hard to ignore. The central city in his Earth had a population of more than 11 million. And on this one, it seemed like there wasn't a single soul. So many people, men, women, children, all dead. All because of him. Unknowingly, the Man of Steel clenched his fists as he looked his doppelganger with undisguised hostility. I would rather not have to hurt you. The Man of Steel had his eyes turn red again. Surrender now. While you still have the chance. His stern warning was paid no heed. Instead, a pondering expression appeared on his face as he spoke. I told Bruce I could never understand how the other Leaguers thought he could beat me if we fought. Walking slowly, he stepped out of the fires. Since you're here, you can help me clear up something else I don't understand. How do you do it? Clark frowned. Clearly not understanding what the other party meant. Do what? How do you dedicate your whole life to doing nothing but serving a mass of useless, weak, ungrateful ants who aren't even worthy of the grace you give them? The solemn atmosphere, if possible, condensed even more in an instant. Clark looked at the other party coldly. You're wrong. Oh. Am I now? The wind blew past both of them, causing their capes to flutter. Your tone, your voice, your look, the clenching of the fists and that nauseating gleam of justice in your eyes. I recognize everything. You're practically me 5 years ago. Those words seemed to trigger something within him, as Clark's face scrunched up into a heavy frown. I was raised by my parents and taught to value human life. Something you've clearly lost sight of. The refute was immediate. Those lines remind me of myself. Because I thought just the same. Until my eyes were opened to what these hypocritical humans really are. And you. You still don't see it. No matter what you do, no matter how many times you save their lives, it ultimately doesn't matter. They'll always fear you, always secretly wary of you, always despise you. They can lift you up today. Cheer you as a hero, a god. But that's just a pretty illusion. One that will come crashing down when put to the test. What's the point of valuing beings that have no value? They're worthless, good for nothing. Even when you do things in their best interest, and ask for nothing in return, they'll always question you. While keeping them safe should be worth every cent. That's where you're wrong. No matter how powerful we are, we're not gods. We don't get to decide who lives or dies. There was no reply. Silence returned for several seconds. Eventually, Superman released a sigh. I thought I could open your eyes to reality. But I forgot that when our views are set, we're impossible to convince. For once, I agree. Clark uttered with the last trace of hope he had in making this Superman see the error of his actions vanishing. Things had come to this, now it seemed that there was only one way this could end. I'm nothing like you, I never will be. And you're too far gone in your thinking to see change. With your powers, that alone makes you dangerous. After everything you've done, I can't allow that. My obligations don't end at the borders of my dimension. I'm Superman, a symbol of hope and freedom to all life. Even the ones on this earth. Clark uttered with narrowed eyes. So I will put an end to you. One way or another. He. He closed his eyes and chuckled, before opening them again. You don't seem to understand something. What exactly makes you think that you can stop me? The temperature heated up instantly as his eyes glowed red. Following which, blazing concentrated fire shot out of his eyes towards Clark. The Man of Steel immediately returned fire as both men's heat vision slammed against each other. A battle between I-beams emerged as both their lasers clashed against each other, struggling to gain the upper hand. The stalemate drew on. Until negative Superman's vision had a surge in power, rushing forward and overpowering the Clark's lasers. Ugh. With his beams overpowered, Clark was blasted straight through a building in a similar way he just blasted his opponent close to a minute ago. Bang! Clark's body pierced through the building, his back slamming against a wall, which brought him to a halt. Ugh! His lips let out a groan. That was unexpected. However, something even more shocking happened the following second. Raising his head, he was surprised to find that his vision was blurred with red. That's cleaning it off, the Man of Steel was stunned at the sight of his own blood. It wasn't much. Barely a drop of it from a wound that healed just as fast as it appeared. Nevertheless, that alone was surprise him. Remember when I said you were practically me 5 years ago? A voice drew him out of his reverie. At the entrance of the hole he created, the other Superman flew off the ground with an indifferent expression on his features. I meant that literally. Clark's brows furrowed. Following which, he blasted off the wall he crashed against towards his assailant. Smashing into him and sending both of them upwards. A blast of heat vision was released from Clark's eyes. To which, the other half reciprocated as both lasers collided and escalated out of control. The two were immediately enveloped in red as the surrounding area was flooded with their abilities. Dazzling red heat vision filled the skies and exploded accordingly. Boom! The explosion caused by their battle could be seen from miles away, reaching the ears of someone walking outside the city. Witnessing the destruction in the distance, was a frail-looking old man. Those dark green eyes narrowed for a moment, before returning to normal as he turned his attention back to his work. However, a god. A deep, distorted voice resounded within his mind. One so fearful of mortals. The footsteps of the old man came to a halt. His eyes narrowing to the extreme as his senses spread around to see who was speaking to him. Who? At the moment, he was outside Central City on the desert outskirts. This place used to be a grassland area, before Superman showed up. Now, in the range of 1 mile, there was nothing but sand and dust. No life, not even sand scorpions, lizards, or anything similar. A weak one. Yet, one so ambitious. Look who's talking. Despite not seeing who was speaking to him, the old god was surprisingly calm. Showing no fear or anxiety at all. You don't even dare to show your face before me at all. Playing mind games. Now who among us seems weak? Your petty tricks are amusing. But my intent is not to play games. You know where I communicate with you from, weakling. The voice resounded in his head once again. The atmosphere instantly condensed to the extreme. At the moment, Ares had eyes shining with coldness and unspeakable murderous intent. Really? Then show yourself, you asshole, and face me if you have the guts. And I'll show you that no one calls me a weakling, no 1 inch. Is that so? At that moment, the curse marks on his chest area glowed once again, bringing about a burst of terrible pain. A groan escaped from Ares's lips as he took 2 steps back with unsteady steps, channeling his energy to resist the invasion. Yes. The voice speaking to the old god came from the curse marks that had appeared when he was struck by Amari's chains. A new round of problems were about to follow. Wisps of smoke emerged from the curse marks and flew into the distance. When the last wisp emerged, Ares trembled and fell to the floor unsteadily, his body resting on one knee and sweat appearing on his forehead. Nevertheless, his gaze never left the area in front of him as the wisps of black smoke converged together and spun around rapidly. Following which, it all settled and the illusionary silhouette of a 3-meter-tall behemoth stood before him. You say you are no weakling. Yet, you run for your life and hide in this world from an enemy like a stray dog. The silhouette didn't speak. Or rather, it had no mouth to speak. All words directly resounded within Ares's head, causing a surge of anger to rise within him. He was Ares of Olympus, the all-powerful god of war. At his peak, even Darkseid was chopped by his axe. Since when had he ever been this insulted? However, the pain lingering on his chest let him keep whatever portion of rationality he had left. What are you? Your ancestor. The dark silhouette was silent for a second before replying. He. Right. And I'm Mother Gaia. Hearing the words that were contrary to anything he could have ever expected, the old god was stunned for a second before chuckling the next. The dripping sarcasm in his tone was unconcealed. However. Arg. His laughter was short-lived as another burst of pain flooded his entire being. The curse marks that had infected him seemed to have once again received stimulants and began to rampage violently. Watch your tone, brat. Those dark red eyes floating in the air narrowed to showcase their displeasure. You might see yourself as a noble, powerful god, but your arrogance ends where I stand. Even at your peak, your power couldn't hold a candle to mine, and you age. Even more so. For I am one of a race who came before your race of gods were even born. The only reason you haven't been completely consumed is because I allow it. Your miserable existence still has great value to my cause. The pain stopped and Ares collapsed on the floor. All that was left was heavy panting. And what causes that? My freedom. Then. Ha. Contrary to what one would expect, with the ceasing of torture, the god of war immediately began to laugh. Yeah. Keep talking. Propping himself off the ground with his exhausted strength, Ares smiled with a hint of mockery. Just look for some other fool to believe you, O ancient being. His expression portrayed a single question. Do you take me for a fool? I was attacked by that blasted alien with his chain. Got scraped by its spikes, and that, my friend, is where you appeared from. I know my circumstances well, so I'm not picking up whatever the fuck you're putting down. Ares looked at the floating silhouette with disgust. Stop playing mind games, Amari. You found me, now leave me some dignity and end this. Ares was convinced that the silhouette before him was Amari playing mind tricks. After all, everything he just stated was entirely true. As for why would he do such a thing? Perhaps to get back at him for trying to trick him into going after his father. So Ares stood there with a ferocious look on his face, waiting for his inevitable death. Only, another bout of pain appeared, once again forcing the god of war to his knees. You do not seem to understand. The chains that inflicted my chaos marks do not belong to the one currently hunting you, but belong to me. I am Loki. God of chaos and trickery from the world, Urgrund. It was from the destruction of my world that your race of gods came into existence millions of years later. Arg. A roar of agony escaped from Ares's mouth as the males intensified, almost covering his face within them. I am your ancestor. The one who will rightfully rule supreme, and you will do my bidding. The dark silhouette uttered emotionlessly. Or suffer the consequences. Chapter 146. Earth -1. Underneath the metropolis sewer system. Darkness filled the entire area, giving off a solemn atmosphere as there was no entrance for light to pass through. Screech. Squelch. The head of a parade mon caved in and fell to the ground. A second later, blood flowed down from the cracked area, slowly turning into a small puddle. And that makes... how many? Amari swept his apathetic eyes around his surroundings. At this point, numerous bodies littered the underground cavern. At some point, he had lost count. Underneath the general metropolis sewers was another underground area, not connected to the area above. It wasn't even in the city schematics and hence, hidden from everyone who didn't know about it, or had the capability to search for it. The perfect place to hide something from Batman. Amari thought to himself as he turned away from the corpse before him and began to walk forwards. The ceiling was high, and the walls were roughly made. The whole place looked like a natural cavern with some hastily made adjustments on various edges. There was no security system, no lights, no hidden weapons. The whole place was plunged in darkness 24 hours a day. The only thing to serve as a defense line to protect what was hidden here were the large swarms of parademons made of the transformed humans of this planet. As well as the natural unfamiliarity one would have when first stepping in here. I have to admit. He sure picked a good spot. Somewhere within this labyrinth of darkness, the helmet of fate was hidden. As the same way Batman had a thorough understanding of Clark Kent, this world's Superman knew the strengths of his Earth's Bruce Wayne. If Batman wanted to get his hands on something, even banishing it to another dimension wasn't considered enough. There was no impenetrable door, no security system, no vault or safe that could put him at ease to leave it in. Upon going rogue, Clark had attempted to destroy everything and everyone that could possibly serve as a threat to him. That included killing the previous host of the novel before he could put the helmet on, taking it away so it couldn't be used against him. Of course, that alone wasn't enough. Hence, he tried to destroy it. His attempt proved unsuccessful as even with all his strength, denting the thing seemed impossible. So hiding it away was the only option. Somewhere only he could reach, yet was unreachable for anyone else. These underground caverns were the result of his search. The cavern expanse was rather wide, covering almost all of Metropolis. The tunnels were almost endless, branching out in all directions, and the earth below the feet were sensitive. Stepping on the wrong areas could cause one to fall into a sinkhole. The helmet itself was untraceable by magical means. Courtesy of Nabu, coupled with the swarms of parademons and the natural darkness. Earth -1 Superman finally felt reassured. Aside from himself, no one else could find it. Or so Superman thought. And this time, Amari wasn't talking about himself. As upon arriving at his destination in which the helmet was hidden, Amari discovered that someone else had beaten him to it. In the almost impossible case that the helmet was indeed somehow discovered, Superman had prepared one last layer of defense. A formation of 3 of his former comrades. Queen Mara of Atlantis, Hawkman, and his Earth's Wonder Woman. Transformed into half-human, half-cyborg monsters, just like the Martian Manhunter he encountered earlier. To serve as guards and to alert the Man of Steel if there were any intruders. They would kill if the enemy was weak or stall for time. Enough for him to get there if the enemy wasn't. However, as soon as Amari appeared at the edge of the cave, he found the badly destroyed bodies of all 3 re-engineered cyborgs on the floor. The earth before him was cracked with numerous pits appearing all over the expansive area, and the clear traces of battle showed that they had recently faced a formidable enemy. And lost. Amari's eyes narrowed with slight surprise at the discovery. Someone on this world did all this? His surprise was easy to understand. Hawkman, Wonder Woman, Queen Mara. The first and last weren't really worthy of much attention. Especially when there was no water around to play to the former Atlantean's queen's strengths. But Wonder Woman was different. Even if transformed into what she was now, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. Well. Who do we have here? The voice quickly attracted Amari's attention as he turned his gaze towards the distance. Hello. The figure was clad in leather throughout. From head to toe with nothing but his hands, and the lower half of his face being the only part exposed. He wore what Amari could only describe as a metal choker, obscuring his eyes, and his face was pale white. The lips blood red, and he sported a crazy grin that Amari was always too familiar with. Joker. However, the get-up he wore let him know who this clown really was. Batman. Who laughs? However, Amari's eyes widened when he saw the latter raise something over his head and put it on. Nabu's helmet. And goodbye. Ha 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 ha. The helmet was put on, and a wave of order energy pulsed out of his body, followed by a dazzling transformation. Silence resumed, and the atmosphere was unbearably suffocating. Close to half a minute had elapsed, and Ares was lying on the ground breathlessly. The stinging marks that wreaked havoc in his mindscape were gradually fading away. Nevertheless, the pain would take more time to fade. Way more time to fade. The silhouette floating above him didn't speak, nor did it urge him. Just silently watched the pitiful creature in front of it suffer in weakness. A god? It was pathetic, really. Although Ares's face was pointed downwards, away from its eyes, it mattered not. He could see everything. The gnashing of teeth, the eyes about to pop with hatred and impotent rage, the panting chest that was rising and falling due to anger more than it was to pain. As well as the slight trembling of his frame. He saw it all, and despised it even more. This was supposed to be the new era of gods. Disappointing. To think he could find no better pawn than this thing before him was honestly pathetic. It made him indignant. Ares should thank his father Zeus who struck him so hard that he was left in such a weakened state. As it was half due to this despise that the god of war still had his mind intact and hadn't had his soul devoured by him. As the old god of chaos, Loki despised weakness. And hence hated this old god with little strength yet great desires. Completely forgetting the fact that just as Ares was weak, he too was far from his own peak. During the destruction of Urgrund, his body was destroyed, and he had barely managed to seal his soul into his most powerful divine weapon. The god-suppressing cursed chain forged out of the essence of countless deities. Capable of infecting any being that was scratched by its edges with evil beyond measure. Consuming them whole and assimilating them into his own strength. It was considered to be the natural nemesis of all gods, and it was with this weapon that he joined in the great Ragnarok. Sealed for millions of years within Urgrund's ruins. Until someone picked it up. Still, that changed nothing. Until an hour ago. When Ares was scratched by the bladed chain, his chance to escape presented itself. So he separated a part of his soul into the infected curse marks, invading Ares as a result and finally gaining a taste of his long-lost freedom. However, this wasn't enough. What do you want from me? At that moment, Ares's panting voice filled with suppressed anger called out to him. The old god raised his head slightly and stood on his knees, showing his involuntary surrender. Pathetic indeed. Loki spoke out without even trying to hide it. His disdain and contempt for Ares completely unconcealed. The latter clenched his fists deeply. Anger burning within him. Ultimately, they unclenched. He was a hothead, he was arrogant, and he had a temper, but Ares was no fool. So he restrained himself. Loki's fixed gaze lowered. Away from Ares and onto a new body. Laying less than a foot away from him. The figure laying on the floor was dressed in black from head to toe, even his hair accommodating the same color. He laid with his belly facing the floor and the S symbol was hence covered up for no one to see. Him. The silhouette spoke in that deep, distorted voice, causing the eyes of the old god to narrow. My current goal is to regain my freedom. And your broken body will not do. The casual words made Ares's face turn ugly. Loki didn't care and continued. This one on the other hand. Shows potential. Promise in his genes. The floating eyes narrowed. Good enough to serve as my first host. When Ares was struck by those curse marks, Loki had gained an entrance. While he was weak, he was still fully capable of using the curse marks to consume Ares, swallow his soul and take over his body. But Loki chose not to. Not because he despised his strength, but because the latter still had value. It would have been different if he could not find someone else. Now, a vessel with great potential was laying before him. A much better candidate. Then, on your part. You have two roads to choose from. Swear a sacred oath regarding me as your one and only master from now henceforth, or two. Your untimely demise. Chapter 147. What would happen if Batman put on the helmet of fate? Well. Nothing really other than what you would normally expect. The helmet of fate was a magical possession, a tool with an ancient spirit serving as its inhabitant. That spirit being none other than the Lord of Order, Nabu himself. As its creator, it was capable of harnessing his nearly limitless energy, giving anyone who put it on the powers and capabilities of a Lord of Order depending on how much of his power the host could withstand. All with one condition. Those who wore his helmet would have their bodies subject to his every whim. As his to command and control without question. So basically, there was no form of combo in this situation where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. No Fate's magic prowess plus Batman's intellect. Or Fate's magic prowess plus Flash's speed. Nothing of similar origin could ever happen. Nabu either wouldn't or couldn't harness whatever natural gifts the original host body possessed, hence reducing whatever advantage they could provide. In this case, 1 + 1 couldn't even amount to 2 and would always remain 1. Fate and fate alone. However, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as there were few people stronger than the Lord of Order himself. Even when the being he possessed couldn't exert his full strength, that could only be considered a small inconvenience. However, when paired with the fact that the original host would completely lose control over their body, it immediately amounted to a noticeable problem. Whoever became Dr. Fate had basically lost their free will. Both short-term and long-term, as Nabu would never take it off in his never-ending quest to place permanent order. In exchange for all the godlike power, was a job that had long working hours, overtime on many occasions and no days off whatsoever. And that power wasn't even really at her control. In nicer terms, they were hosts. In darker terms, they were puppets, and worse of all, Nabu didn't care. Chaos was always abound, and Nabu would never tolerate the possibility of it rustling while his host was on vacation. Hence, in many universes, Nabu's helmet usually had the tendency of being left on the shelf for years without a user. As proven by Kent Nelson in Earth-16 retiring and no one inheriting his mantle for years. Knowing what it entailed, Batman would only put it on if there was no other way. In simpler words, completely desperate. So let's phrase the question in a better way. Why would a Batman/Joker hybrid from a dark multiverse, fully aware of the consequences of his actions, ever put on the helmet of fate? The moment the helmet was put on, a large amount of order energy flooded out of the helmet before spreading out like a shockwave. Like a crack finally appearing on a dam. The golden yellow enlightened the dark under Amari's watchful eyes as a circle of yellow flames rose around the new bearer of Nabu's helmet. The dark leather clothed on Batman began to morph into a suit made of blue, gold and yellow colors. The resplendent flowing cape billowed in the underground labyrinth as a large amount of energy was emitted from his very being, causing the quiet air to grow turbulent in an instant. Finally, the man's voice echoed with two different tones, giving the impression that two people were speaking at once. The one above board sounded grand and majestic. And as for the one below it, after so many years, my helmet has been donned again. Amari didn't reply for a second. Just looked at the swirling people surrounding Dr. Fate with doubtful eyes. I wouldn't be so happy if I were you. Oh. His voice echoed again. Piece of advice. You should take that helmet off right this instant. Or something bad is probably going to happen. The green-colored pupils underneath the helmet narrowed. And why should I? Donning your helmet means loss of freedom. And quite frankly, Amari let out a slight shrug. Your current host isn't one to suffer losses. After Earth-22 Batman was infected with the Joker toxin, he gave a special evaluation of himself. Specifically in his words. A Batman who laughs is a Batman who always wins. And true to those words, ever since he donned his new persona, he had never suffered a loss. Starting from destroying his home world and their Justice League to the government, supernatural beings, gods. He had always won. With nothing but his mortal body, he had triumphed in places and accomplished feats no other human ever could. Using his vast amount of knowledge and intellect to methodically deal with all obstacles in his path. Amari's knowledge of the Batman who laughs wasn't really extensive. But he knew how far this guy would go in the end if left unchecked. It was quite impressive really. Hence, why he knew that something bad was about to happen. However, Nabu didn't seem to appreciate his kind warning. That is my business. The Lord of Order uttered in a dark tone. Not yours. You should be one of those who sought to gain the helmet before it gained a host. But you are too late. As the spirit within the helmet, Fate knew what was happening around him despite being inactive. Hence, he knew this world's situation. He knew how Superman had hidden him away to prevent anyone from getting their hands on his helmet. Due to the actions of one man, this whole world had fallen. Witness the darkness this world has been plunged into. The havoc rising in these hours. The world needs Dr. Fate, and while this body's personality, as well its affinity for the mystic arts, isn't my ideal host, it will do. Whatever tricks he had under his sleeves were pointless the moment he donned them. His voice came to a halt. Following which, ugh! A pained groan came from Dr. Fate as he staggered backwards with unstable steps. I. Incoherent words emerged as Fate shook his head constantly. His gaze settled on his hands with shock and disbelief clearly written in his eyes. Is that so? Well, fortunately, not all my tricks were up my sleeve. A voice similarly spoke from Dr. Fate. However, contrary to his resounding voice, the other was raspy, hoarse and downright sinister. I left some outside as well. At this point, both didn't speak in unison anymore but spoke differently, clearly entailing that something had gone horribly wrong. Why am I not surprised? Well, here we go again. Amari thought inwardly, resisting the urge to palm his face and sigh. No. Fate shook his head. The helmet cannot be tampered with. It is impossible for a mortal to have such means. He. Mister. You're not the only one on this earth who knows magic. His words fell, and dark marks began to appear on the helmet itself. A dark blue magic circle with countless runes appeared under their feet and illuminated the area they stood. Dark magic? Amari raised an eyebrow full of surprise. Batman casting magic. This was something that Clark had to see. It happened then. A wave of dark energy flooded out of the rune circle and enveloped Dr. Fate, who was still struggling to gain control. Seeing this, Fate's eyes widened. Then, he placed his hands on the helmet in a rushed attempt to take it off. Unfortunately, he was still half a step slower. However, everyone else who can is dead. His hands were restrained by dark magic, following which, the entire body was enveloped, reaching up to the neck area. Then. Silence. Thanks for the helmet. Nabu. The blue and gold-colored suit began to change color into the signature pitch black. After all, your world is already coming to an end. The heroes have fallen, the city's destroyed. Trying to restore order would be nothing more than a pure waste of effort. I, on the other hand, can put your powers to good use. The Fate costume had been replaced by his previous clothing, leaving nothing but the helmet on his face. Now then. His words came to a drawl as the Batman turned his attention back to the newcomer in the cavern. Who, pray tell? Might you be, if you will? The Batman, who laughed, spoke with a few eerie chuckles as he looked at the person opposite with frenzied eyes. As someone who had murdered gods on his world, there were very few things that could interest this hybrid. And one of those things was currently standing before him. Someone he didn't recognize. Amari didn't respond for a while. What's the matter? Uncomfortable? Although nothing could be seen through the mask, those frenzied eyes were enough to show that behind the helmet was that twisted, terrifying grin on his face that was basically ever present. Then, as if coming to the realization, he slapped his forehead. Oh. Where are my manners? It's rude to ask someone else to introduce themselves without first doing the same. You're probably wondering who I am. He said with a gesture. However, co-notary to his expectations. Not really, no. Oh. He froze for a moment, before responding with a strange tone. You know who I am? Yes. Amari replied. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Ha 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 ha. Then it was broken by maniacal laughter. Really? How interesting. In that case, you should know some of my agendas. Yes. The apathetic reply fell into his ears. And while I'm slightly curious about how you managed to achieve what you've just done, we both know where this is going. So let's just skip to the end. His words fell into Batman's ears, and under the other party's attentive eyes, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. No magic. The dark underground space, if possible, seemed to lose all color at the moment. Even the dark magic runes on the floor faded completely. The helmet of fate, which gave off a strong magical energy signature, immediately lost its luster. Following which, collapse. A cloud of dark red energy suddenly emerged from thin air and flooded the entire underground space. The Batman with a fate helmet on his head was no exception. Boom. A loud explosion took place underground as the ceiling immediately began to collapse inwards. High above ground, in the middle of the ruins of Metropolis, starting from a certain street, the earth began to shake. Then the trembling expanded from one street to a block, to dozens of blocks. 10 seconds later, a seismic event took place in Metropolis. Following which, the whole area began to collapse on itself. The earth sunk to the ground and the buildings were swallowed as well. The Daily Planet, the Superman Fortress. There were no exceptions. The loud ruckus was enough to startle people thousands of miles away, as on this day. The entire city of Earth-1's Metropolis was swallowed into the earth, leaving nothing but a giant hole spanning hundreds of miles on end. Above the hole, the space began to swirl. Following which, a figure stepped out of the void and flew in the air. Within his grasp was a golden helmet which he fiddled with absent-mindedly while looking at the huge hole in the ground. As for anyone else, well, they would make the bottom of the earth their permanent residence from now on. Chapter 148. Ugh. A muffled groan rang out as a male youth stirred from his slumber. I. Slowly but surely, two eyes open, revealing the blue irises within. I. What the? His voice took a noticeable change. As after opening his eyes, all he saw was darkness. At first, he thought it was the sequelae of waking up from a deep sleep, but that thought was overturned after seconds passed and everything remained the same. Connor turned his gaze in all directions hastily. No matter where he turned, regardless of which way he looked, all that was before him seemed to be an endless black space. That was until he looked down. Then, his expression changed drastically. As below his current form was an endless rift stretching as far as his eyes could see. Wisps of darkness emerged out of the rift and dissipated constantly in repetition, filling the surroundings with large amounts of negative energy. Where am I? Awake are we, little one? It happened then. The endless black space trembled slightly as a thick, deep voice fell into his ears. Connor's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze downwards. For this compelling voice was calling out to him from the very abyss he now floated over. Just as he was about to speak, the wisps of darkness dissipating randomly all began to converge in different directions. Two spheres of energy as black as night appeared a distance away from each other, so dark that they stood out even within the endless darkness. And under Superboy's shocked and horrified gaze, those lumps of darkness fully converged and emitted a blood-red glow. Oh my! Connor didn't believe in God. In his short few months of conscious life and literal life, Connor had seen and confronted a lot of things. Things regular humans would only dare to dream about. The Injustice League, a Meso-android. Even an untimely demise. In the short few months he had lived, he had already experienced death itself and had come back from it. As a living clone of Superman, he could literally be described as a representation of what was once thought to be impossible. But this was the first time he found himself in such circumstances. As so, a young Kryptonian found himself in a peculiar situation, floating above a massive pair of blood-red eyes. You. The boy raised his hands in alarm at the sudden change. Who the hell, or what the hell are you? That? You will find out soon enough. Those were its last words before the massive eyes once again diffused into clouds of black energy. Only this time, they didn't dissipate but turned into streams, shooting towards the unsuspecting clone. Connor was caught off guard. No. No. Before he could react, his form was engulfed with negative energy completely. His sapphire blue eyes were as wide as stars before they were engulfed in the darkness. And then. Nothing. It was a strange feeling really. Connor didn't really know how to react. Everything went dark. Like he had been knocked unconscious again, yet still somehow conscious in a weird sense. He couldn't hear, he was unable to see, he couldn't feel, but he could sense. Vaguely sense the surroundings. Time passed. Connor didn't know how long he stayed in that state, completely incapable of doing anything. Until. Ba-dump. He heard a beat. Ba-dump. It was a heartbeat, his heartbeat. And with the passing of a few more moments, everything began to return. The boy's eyelids opened slowly as he resisted the urge to groan. They felt heavy, like they had been lined with large amounts of lead. As the darkness faded and his vision restored, he saw himself in yet another unfamiliar place. Once again, it was dark. But his wasn't the darkness he previously saw. There were large crates everywhere and the air gave off a musty smell. Wherever he was, there was no light in the area. Not from bulbs or from the afternoon sun, as there was no place that allowed entry for light. It looked abandoned. As for how he knew all this, the vision of a Kryptonian far surpassed anything a human could achieve. It mattered not whether he was half human in that regard as his vision automatically brightened his surroundings. Well, that and the glowing red light that was illuminating the place instead of the... Wait. What? Connor's eyes widened once more as he looked down. His body was suspended in the air, had a meter floating off the ground. And below him was a circular symbol with countless rune marks releasing large amounts of mystical power. Chaos magic. Not that he knew what it was or what it represented. He was, however, smart enough to realize that it was the reason he couldn't move. Yep. Currently, Superboy found himself completely immobilized, unable to move anything from the base of his neck downwards. Ugh. Veins appeared as the Kryptonian tried his hardest to move, to break free from this circle shackling him. Your efforts are pointless. At that moment, a voice fell into his ears, causing him to pause in his actions. Thump. 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 The sound of heavy footsteps resounded in the silence, and under Connor's gaze, a figure appeared from behind one of the crates. Connor's eyes narrowed. The person in question didn't stop, changed his direction and walked towards him, stepping into the light to reveal himself. And to Connor's slight surprise, what stopped before him was an 8-foot-tall man dressed in pitch-black battle armor. The Greek-style helmet covered his features, revealing nothing but a pair of blood-colored pupils. That circle could give even Superman a headache. Ares muttered indifferently. And from what I've seen, you're not up to par. The old god swept his gaze all over the awakened youth. This one bore a large resemblance to the famous Man of Steel. Oh yeah. His eyebrows narrowed even more at Ares' words, apparently not intimidated by the enemy's imposing stature. Let me out of this thing, and I'll show you just how up to par I am. However, the giant offered him no reply. After all, would a human bother to converse with insects? Ares raised an eyebrow under the helmet. His gaze held not a single speck of emotion, showing clearly that he was not amused. He wasn't one of those inferior villains the heroes of Earth could chase around. He was a god. A superior life form who had lived long enough to surpass human civilization itself. As such, he had no thoughts to return the contemptuous taunt or participate in a Q&A session with this insignificant mortal creature. It was nothing more than a Kryptonian clone. One whose life was about to be sacrificed. Why you? Ack. Receiving no reply, Connor opened his mouth and released a shout filled with anger. However, his sentence was cut short as a weird pulse spread throughout his entire body. If not for the fact that he was currently immobilized, he would have keeled over. What the? Pangs of dizziness assaulted the clone as the pulse spread like a vibrational wave. Everywhere it traveled, a feeling of weakness appeared, as if he had been hollowed out. He, looks like the process is starting already. Ares stood a few feet away, watching with cold eyes. His mind momentarily drawn away from the bad luck he had been experiencing in the past few hours as he examined the Superboy before him with interest. Like a lab rat that was about to participate in an intriguing experiment. But dump. The pulse reappeared once again. The energy it emitted causing his very being to tremble. What's happening to me? Superboy asked aloud in fright. This was the first time he had felt such a thing. As, unlike Supergirl, Connor Kent had no experience with kryptonite. Guys. Can you hear me? He called for help through the mind link. No response. Connor's heart sank. Megan? Aqualad? Robin, come in. Where are? It is pointless, child. It happened then, that deep sinister voice once again emerged. The source of his current predicament. I have telepathically shielded your mind. Your Martian friend can't reach you. You. But dump. The pulse reappeared. Stronger than the last two. So this time, he clearly felt where it was coming from. His heart. Only, if he had the chance to look within himself at this moment, he would find that it was pitch black. The surface swirling with clouds of chaos, magic and negative energy. Who are you? I am Loki. God of Chaos. And rejoice, for you have been given the great honor of offering your being as my host body. The voice replied. His words, for the first time, frightened the young Kryptonian to no end. Damn it. Keep your damn honor. I'm not interested. That is not your decision to make, child. The voice fell, and waves of chaos magic emanated from the portal below him. I have chosen my vessel. Hence, you will be part of this whether you want to or not. Today, you will know the glory of Loki. And in that split second, Connor felt pain like no other tearing straight through his mind. Arg. A loud, horrifying shriek tore through the endless space, reflecting itself in reality as the unconscious body of the Kryptonian clone on Earth-1 let out a beastly roar. At the moment, every inch of Connor's body was covered with intricate rune symbols, running together like a complex algorithm. His Caucasian skin was colored with dark and red lines in all directions, and the miserable howl that escaped his mouth was enough to show just how much pain he currently found himself in. This was the possession process. As right as and there, Loki was integrating his soul into Connor's body while swallowing his. Squelch. The sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking resounded in the air. And under Ares' gaze, the Kryptonian halfling floating in the air over a magic circle began to transform. The arms, legs, back and chest muscles began to twist and turn. Deforming in directions that wasn't possible for any living being. Not even a Martian's body would react like this during their morphing process. The visual effect, added together with a constant cracking of bones made for a chilling experience. Superboy's figure began to grow bigger as the physiological change continued to take place. And with it, was accompanied unspeakable pain, both physically and mentally. Arg. The shrill roar escaped his vocal cords traveling through the air to the ears of those capable of hearing them. Meanwhile. Ugh. The loud roar immediately fell into Kara's ears, causing her flying figure to contract together. Both hands were placed on her ears as she instinctively tried to block out the bone-chilling scream. A few minutes ago, the team had discovered to their horror that Superboy was missing. However, before they could perform an effective search, they were attacked by parademons. Squelch. Supergirl. What's the matter? Waving his water blades and slicing a monster in half, Aqualad inquired urgently with a solemn face as Kara's pain groans resounded through the mind link. The mission was to assist Superman in whatever way they could while he solved the fundamental problem. With their current situation, it wasn't supposed to be an issue. But now an issue had risen. Superboy was missing. If something happened to Kara as well, things would instantly go from bad to worse. Are you alright? I hear him. I can hear him. What? It's Superboy. Shutting off her senses, Kara replied. And he's in pain. Following which, she blasted forwards towards the outskirts of the city. Kara, be careful. You don't know what you're up against. Do not engage, I repeat, do not engage. There was no reply. A trace of anxiousness appeared on Calder's face. Megan, where is she? She's heading south. Kid, you got that? I'm on my way. Wally, who was zooming through the city immediately, hit the brakes, turned around and began dashing towards the opposite direction. Miss Martian, take us through the bioship. But what about Superman? Robin asked out loud, causing everyone to look towards a certain direction. The scene of buildings constantly getting smashed to rubble fell into their line of sight. Problems? Batman frowned. Yes. Calder replied. One of our own has been taken. The expression of the Dark Knight returned to normal. Go. But. Go. We can handle ourselves here. He uttered in a tone that left no room for questioning. Superman is taking care of Superman. It isn't a battle we can interfere in. You'll be more of a burden if you do. Bruce spoke gloomily while turning his gaze to the battle of Kryptonians. His world's Justice League had been taken down just trying to defeat one Superman. The battle between the two was not something someone could withstand. One accidental hit and for some, it was basically over. Understood. Aqualad replied after a moment of silence. Bruce was right, the level of destructive power unfolding before his eyes was not something even Supergirl could involve herself in. And that was saying something, judging that she was physically the strongest member of the group. The position which originally belonged to Connor was taken away when he met a peer with an outrageous double absorption speed of solar energy. Robin, you're with me. Artemis, stay. Miss Martian, get us to Superboy. On it. Bang. In the distance, a figure was punched away, crashing straight through a building with unceasing momentum as he sped further and further into the distance. Following him was a similar silhouette in red and blue tights, eyes blazing red. He quickly approached the unstable Superman, who hadn't regained his composure and threw out a punch. Bang! The attack sent the other flying farther into the distance as he chased after him. Enough! Clark yelled as his figure came to a halt in the air. His eyes glowed red as he fired 2 rays of burning hot lasers. They were dodged nonetheless. Negative Earth Superman flew around and approached from the other side. A bruise clearly visible on the side of his face. Regular Superman, on the other hand, looked a little more roughed up. Blood flowed from the side of his lips as he flew forward without fear and engaged his counterpart blow for blow. Their punches were resounding as they fought. Dodging and taking hits from each other that would collapse buildings if it landed on one. And so it did, as any standing structure still left in this city was destroyed during their clash. With a loud crash, the battle left the area and returned to the Earth as the two came crashing down. A 20-meter-wide crater appeared in their crash spot. With the negative Superman pinned down, Clark immediately took the opportunity to throw several punches in a row. Each one was filled with amazing power, disorienting the enemy so he couldn't muster a proper attack. Following which, his eyes released solar rays, bombarding the opponent. Boom! The result was a massive explosion covering up both of them. 3 seconds later. Another collision resounded and Clark was punched out into the air. Not too far though as he stabilized himself a distance away. Ha! Ha! Small pants emerged from his lungs, but his eyes were fixed intently on the explosion point. And undoubtedly, negative Superman walked out. His face covered with blood and his uniform slightly torn. I'll ask again. Give up. You're tired and injured. Clark uttered while staring straight at his evil counterpart. Those sapphire blue eyes shone with unprecedented rage and murderous intentions. Using his arm, he cleaned the blood off his face and uttered coldly. Not as injured as you're about to be. The ground underneath his feet cracked. However, just when he was about to attack. The space a distance away suddenly distorted into swirls. The distance was close to a dozen meters away, but under their perception, it didn't matter. Seeing the signature space distortions that he was unfortunately familiar with, Clark's pupils shrank to the extreme. He's here. Earth-1 Superman narrowed his gaze as under their watchful eyes, a human being emerged from the swirling space. Dark hair, blue eyes. Clark's breath unconsciously hitched. Earth-1 Superman was slightly stunned at the new arrival. Who the hell was this guy? Unfortunately, that surprise was immediately followed with shock. Then, it morphed into murderous intentions the moment he saw what was within the other party's grasp. The helmet of fate. Impossible. With Nabu's helmet within his grasp, Amari had just stepped out of the void when two blazing hot solar rays shot straight towards his face. Chapter 149. Earth-1. Central City. Two rays of heat vision streaked into the distance, blasting through a building and bombarding whatever it was supposed to at the other side. It was unknown whether it hit a gas container in one of the rooms, but it definitely hit something, as the side of the half-collapsed building went up in a fiery explosion. Dust and debris scattered in all directions as Earth-1 Superman receded his attack, looking at that direction with an unsightly expression. The annoyance he felt at the moment was unprecedented. The helmet of fate was buried beneath the earth under Metropolis. Personally doing it himself, he was sure that no one would be able to get their hands on that artifact. For this purpose, he even stationed 3 cyborg heroes to stand guard. How else would he feel? However, he couldn't take the helmet now. Not when this counterpart was still in front of him. It would instantly put him at a disadvantage if one of his hands was occupied against a Superman who had both hands free. Yet, his situation would also change if someone else put that helmet on while he was distracted. How troublesome. To him, Nabu's helmet was a burden. Yet, one he didn't dare to let go. Clark, however, froze in shock and disbelief at what had just happened. You just. The Man of Steel found it difficult to speak. Confirming that the person who was just blasted wasn't mistaken identity, a momentary chill he had never felt before ran through his spine at the thought of what was about to happen. What? A friend of yours? Negative, Superman asked emotionlessly. He opened his mouth to speak again but was stunned to find Clark suddenly back away into the distance. Following which, he stopped moving entirely. Just floated in the air with his arms by his side, as if their previous battle had nothing to do with him. What the? The sudden change caught him by surprise. Unable to understand why the enemy suddenly dropped his alert stance and distanced himself. Also, what the hell was up with that solemn expression? I'm sorry. But after this, I don't want to get involved. Even more to his bewilderment, the opponent actually apologized. At the moment, Clark's face carried a deep frown. I hoped I wouldn't have to kill you, but now, it's no longer something I can decide. What the hell are you? Wow, Soups. Just. Wow. Before he could finish his question, a voice sounded from behind, startling the Superman of Earth-1. Someone's behind me. With conditioned reflex, his body spun around as his right palm clenched into a fist and punched out. Loss of movement. There was no shockwave released, no figure flying into the distance. There wasn't even the sound of a collision. All because the Superman who had attacked remained motionless in the air. His body posture, still maintaining that punching posture in the air with the object of his attack only a few centimeters away to make contact. Yet, the contact never came, much to his horror and disbelief. I can't move. This was the first time he found himself in such a situation. He immediately spread out his senses, trying to find out why. But there was no result. With his hearing, vision, strength and everything he had, he couldn't figure out why he was unable to lift a finger. It felt like he was shackled by something invisible. As for the person who was responsible, he paid the attacker no heed. To immobilize Superman wasn't difficult. Barely a trickle in his energy reserves. Hence, his gaze was still fixed on Clark Kent, who stood aside and declared his stance the moment he had appeared. I expect those words from someone like Batman. But you? Now this is something worth studying. Would it make a difference if I wanted to save his life? Clark asked calmly. Touché. His eyes glowed. Squelch. Earth-1 Superman let out a slight gasp as his body stiffened. Lowering his head, he found a bone sticking out of his chest. Blood flowed from the opening as it began to run down his supersuit. Superman was stupefied. He opened his mouth to speak. At least, he tried to. But what came out wasn't words, but blood flowing out. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end. Squelch. Arg. He roared in pain as another bone spur erupted out of his chest. Followed by another, and another. Like a rapidly multiplying virus, bone spurs emerged out of his body one after another. First his chest, then his arms, legs, shoulders. Each one was accompanied by a cry of pain and the gritting of teeth. Until the last ones emerged 10 seconds later. Straight from his throat and skull. No. That were his last words before he lost all signs of life. Plop. 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 Droplets of crimson blood flowed down his body and fell from the air. Faced with such a brutal sight, even Superman flinched subconsciously. And that should do it. Taking a look at the now lifeless corpse before him, Amari released his control. The body fell down, descending from the air and crashing into the rubble with a loud bang. The dust cleared. A bloody male corpse laid unmoving with eyes as wide as full moons. The chaotic bloodlines within his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. As if unable to accept that he died like this. A bloody smell pervaded the atmosphere, causing Clark's frown to worsen. That was excessive, he remarked with a slightly pale face. It couldn't be helped, the scene now was too stimulating. Especially when the person being used was a Kryptonian like him. Scratch that. Another him from another universe. To think he had been battling the other party with all his efforts and barely managed to stand on equal footing. Yet now. Really? I can bring him back to life if you prefer it. Amari replied, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Superman felt his eyelids twitch. No need. No. Clark took a look at the dead corpse on the floor. Yep. Definitely no need. Amari felt the urge to chuckle. Your love for all life, even that of an enemy, is something that truly amazes me, you know that? Then I suggest you try it sometime. His eyes couldn't help but drift to the corpse again. If he didn't know any better, perhaps he would conclude that this was Amari's show of force to him. A reminder of some sorts that he wasn't someone to be messed with. But Clark was sure that they had pretty much gotten the message ever since the Ocean Master incident. Well. He was definitely sure Ocean Master did. I think it'll do not just you, but all of humanity some good. Ha. Amari replied with a click of his tongue. I'll keep that in mind. He certainly wouldn't. Clark didn't speak after that. The solemn atmosphere grew thicker with each passing second as both men flew there as time elapsed. Until eventually, Clark couldn't resist. You came here to fulfill the deal. He didn't finish his sentence, but his eyes drifted to the one thing within Amari's possession. And the crisis within his heart grew stronger. Dr. Fate's helmet. Unexpectedly, however. No. Amari shook his head. I'm here for someone else. This can be considered an unexpected inconvenience. The space around his arm holding the helmet swirled. Following which, the helmet of fate was sucked into a different dimension, disappearing from this one. Right. Clark wanted to speak again. However. Boom. It happened then. Something that caught both Superman and Amari off guard. With slightly bewildered eyes, both men looked downwards, only to see the earth rumbling greatly. An earthquake. And not just any earthquake but one of Earth-scale magnitude. Without needing to think, their hearing traveled to the farthest reaches of this earth, completely locking on the continuous rumbling sounds. It was everywhere. In every destroyed city, wasteland, abandoned areas, even deep in the ocean. The earth shook and rumbled everywhere. An earthquake? Clark was puzzled. Earthquakes were normal, but one of his magnitude wasn't something that just happened. What the hell was going on? It's more than an earthquake. Contrary to Clark's puzzlement, Amari quickly understood what was happening. It's the end. The end? Of what? The end of this negative earth. Amari delivered the news nonchalantly. His tone as calm and steady as it had always been. Superman, on the other hand, took it quite differently. What? His voice took a sharp rise and his eyes narrowed. What are you saying? I'm saying this world is coming to an end. Amari replied with a gesture. This whole place. It's going to collapse in about 30 minutes. Ultimately fading out of existence itself. Wait. You. Why? How? You didn't know? Amari looked at him with a raised eyebrow. How did Clark even get here in the first place without knowing where exactly here was? This world isn't a true universe. At least not yet anyway. It could have been, but now, it's unstable, and the death of their Superman automatically began the countdown to its destruction. Once time's up, anything, and everything still here will vanish alongside. Well, everything else. Clark was silent, showing how he wasn't prepared for what he had just heard. Still, he was the Man of Steel. He got over it quickly. Then how do I stop it? Amari's eyebrows couldn't get any higher. That's the thing. You can't. He found it funny. You can barely fight another Superman to a momentary tie. Now you want to save a planet from fading out of existence. Clark fell silent. There has to be a way. There is. He received an affirmative reply, giving him hope. But you are too weak to implement it. At least with your current abilities, you have no hope of stabilizing a universe. Back on Earth, Clark had been hailed as many things. Forget how he had many enemies, the number of people who loved him exceeded his understanding. During his early appearances, some of the more extreme fanatics had declared him God reincarnated. With all he could do, it wasn't that big of a stretch. If you didn't know the true power of one of the Presence's slightly stronger creations. Sure, he was strong, fast, and invulnerable, but Clark wasn't sure he could hold a collapsing planet together, much less stabilize an entire universe. But the people who are still alive. Clark couldn't accept what was going to happen. They'll all die. Perhaps. He nodded. But like I said, I'm not here for them. Those glowing blue eyes peered into the distance where he found the person he was looking for. Surprise, surprise. He wasn't dead yet. Now that was something worth his attention. As for the collapse of this universe, it was going to happen anyway in the original timeline. He had no desire to change that. With a thought, the space around him swirled, and his body began to disappear. Clark watched as Amari teleported away, contemplating whether to stop him. The thought of God knows how many people left in this world disappearing out of existence was something he couldn't accept. He came all this way not just for Wonder Woman but also to save this world. How could he be fine knowing that everything was going to collapse? Amari was probably the only one who could stop it. Or at least, knew how. But ultimately, his reasoning won over his heart of justice. And so, the Man of Steel could only watch as Amari disappeared in place. The space swirled again, and a figure appeared in the air. Now then. Amari swept his gaze around the surroundings, his gaze falling on the single warehouse building around a large construction site in the outskirts of Central City. At the moment, his ears twitched slightly as he listened to the sounds of battle going in within the building. Bang! It happened then. A part of the warehouse wall was broken apart. Following which, a blonde girl in red and blue tights was thrown out of the building. Chapter 150. Sorry guys. I realized I've made a mistake. In the DC universe, there are two versions of Loki. The regular one, similar to Marvel, is Loki, Norse gods. The other is Loki, god of chaos of the second world, Urgrund. This is the one I'm referring to. Sorry for the mix-up for those who may care. Earth-1, a few minutes earlier. With a loud crash, the earth shook as dust and debris was sent flying in all directions. On the outskirts of Central City, a deep gully could be seen across a range of hundreds of meters. At the end of this drawn trench was what looked to be a large, translucent object covered with cloaking technology. A moment later, the cloak faded away to reveal a red flying spacecraft with signature designs of the Martian race. The bioship was embedded into the earth. Ugh! Everyone within let out a groan. Miss Martian, what happened? Calder asked with a hand on his head. We were attacked. But how? We're cloaked. That. Megan was about to speak when. Bang! Another collision shook the bioship once again. We've got company. Robin uttered loudly through the mind link. With his sentence, everyone looked up to see something pierce through the roof of the aircraft, creating a hole. Then, that hole was widened even further as a pair of hands forcibly pulled apart the bioship. What appeared in their field of vision was a head. A large-looking figure wearing a helmet and decked out in black tore the bioship with unobstructed ease. A pair of ruby-red eyes stared at the trio, emitting bone-chilling coldness. Hello children. Sparks of lightning emerged on Ares's hands which spread throughout the metallic surface of the bioship. Following which, the screams of Robin, Aqualad and Miss Martian resounded in the enclosed space as they were electrocuted. Robin immediately fell to the floor, losing consciousness with his body twitching constantly. Calder and Miss Martian on the other hand, fell to their knees with extreme pain written all over their features. Unlike the boy wonder, Megan's constitution was far beyond baseline human capabilities while Calder had a certain degree of resistance to magic-based attacks in addition to his extraordinary physique. Nevertheless, they definitely wouldn't last if this kept up. Fortunately. Get away from them. A loud yell fell into Ares's ears, causing the god of war to raise his head. His reaction was fast enough to see the owner of a fist rushing towards him at sonic speed. He was also fast enough to raise his hands to block his face from getting a fist embedded in it. Bang! The collision let out a loud shockwave, scattering dust and debris in all directions, scattering. Ares's body flew backwards for 3 seconds, before stabilizing in midair. Guys! You okay? Kara asked with slight concern. Nevertheless, her eyes remained on the figure she had just punched away with all the strength she could muster. However, It hurts. It hurts so much. The reply she received made her stiffen. Megan? What's wrong? Are you hurt? It's not me, it's her. Artemis? Kara didn't understand. Artemis wasn't with them. Not her, the bioship. She's in pain. Megan said with one hand on the floor and one hand on her head. The last attack certainly did a significant number on the spacecraft. And she's unfortunately not the only one. Aqualad, who had barely regained himself, looked at the twitching Robin and his face changed drastically. Miss Martian, we need to get out. Open a hatch. I'm sorry. Of course. M'gan stuttered at her momentary loss of the overall situation. Her eyes glowed white as she flew to the side of the ship and opened the hatch. Picking up the electrocuted Robin, Calder got up and rushed out of the newly made exist alongside Miss Martian Point as well. Leaping forward, Calder's bare legs made contact with the ground of warm temperature. Without stopping in his tracks for a second, he moved further and further away from the crash site while holding his unconscious teammate within his grasp. Until he decided he had gone far enough. Robin's not responding. M'gan called out with worry. His pulse is weak. Calder uttered through the mind link, with a tone as solemn as ever. Electrocution wasn't something a regular human could withstand. Not even someone with Robin's level of physical fitness. But even if it were, what just flowed through their veins wasn't ordinary electricity. It was magic. The only reason Robin was still alive was because of his hero uniform. Meanwhile, seeing her teammates retreating into the distance, Kara blasted forwards at full speed towards her opponent. The sonic boom echoing in her wake was testament to the ever-growing strength in her cells. Arriving in a split second, she threw out a punch in an attempt to push her opponent further away from the bioship to avoid accidental harm in the battle. This was what she had learned from the few short hours in which she had the opportunity for Black Canary to guide her in battle. Her intentions were well thought out. Unfortunately. Bang! The collision resounded yet again. But both figures froze in place. In response to her speed and strength, the opponent made no efforts to dodge or any exaggerated defensive motions and received the fist with the palm of his gauntlet. The ground underneath his feet cracked as the force was unloaded, but he remained unmoving. Not even by an inch. You. Kara's eyes widened. But the opponent had no intentions to play battle games with her. Charges of divine lightning escaped from his palm, clenching Supergirl's fist and spread. Upon coming in contact, Kara's expression changed. Arg! A loud moan leaked out of her finely shaped lips as the pain spread through her fist towards her entire body quickly. She had tested her invulnerability against many things. It was the first time she discovered that electricity could hurt so much. Using her full force, she pulled back and tore away from Ares' hold. Or rather, he let her go. And in exchange, his hand clenched into a fist and jabbed towards her face at speeds her unfocused awareness couldn't react to. Bang! This time, she was the one being punched into the distance as her body slammed into the bioship, causing the already long trench to extend by several feet. A painful stinging sensation appeared at the side of her face as a warm, metallic taste welled up within her throat. What was that? Blood? But Ares wasn't done. The old god moved without any intention of giving her a break. The intent to murder permeated the atmosphere around him as he moved to finish the kill. He wasn't a second-rate villain who enjoyed teasing heroes amidst battle. He was a god born to slaughter. Albeit, his situation now being complicated. There were no monologues, those things were beneath him. And even if they weren't, it would be demeaning to have one with a group of children whose hair hadn't even fully grown in. And so, he appeared before the young Kryptonian before she could regain her composure. Her mind wasn't focused due to the pain she just experienced. And so she faced the problem her cousin always encountered when dealing with enemies of similar or greater strength. Too little actual combat experience. But just when Ares' blow was about to land, a streak of lightning rushed past his fist, and with it, the object of his attack disappeared as well. That however didn't mean that nothing was damaged. The punch missed Supergirl, but the bioship wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. The fist ripped straight through the outer layer, destroying the area around the roof. No. Seeing this, Megan roared in anger. The bioship wasn't just a means of transportation. It was an organic, living creation with a little bit of sentience. Quite similar in some aspects to the new god's mother boxes. Megan had bonded with it a long time ago and treated it to the point of being family. So while it couldn't physically speak, she could feel its emotions. Her eyes turned white in a fit of rage as she unleashed her telekinetic prowess without reservation. Ares felt an invisible force slamming him off the Martian spacecraft. The force didn't end there as it returned once again, drilling him into the Earth itself. His crash was met with the area around him being uprooted. Rocks, sand, and dust flew up into the air as he was pressed deeper and deeper into the ground like a nail meeting a sledgehammer. Calder watched from a distance with a solemn expression. A flash of yellow lightning appeared beside him to reveal Kid Flash dropping Supergirl beside him. "You okay? Tui." He had just finished his words when Supergirl spat out a mouthful of blood. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her face stung with pain. I'm fine. Good to know. Now can someone fill me in on who this guy is?" the speedster asked with narrowed eyebrows. "I have no idea." She paused for a moment and continued. "But he's strong. We can see that." Calder nodded. The black tattoos drawn around his body were glowing with white light as a mass of glowing water appeared on his palm. That was placed on the unconscious Boy Wonder, whose situation was currently unknown. Healing magic. It wasn't his forte, but he knew a little after spending so much time at the Institute of Sorcery. Aqualad had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The residual magic within Dick was being slowly but surely forced out. It was exhausting. "Okay then. What's our next move?" Calder contemplated in a moment of thought. "We leave." What? "We need to evacuate now. The enemy is strong, and we have no information on his capabilities. Engaging will be a grave mistake." "Then what about Superboy?" "Guys." Miss Martian's voice interrupted at that moment. "Whatever you want to do, do it fast. I can't hold him here much longer." Megan yelled telepathically. Similar to Calder, beads of sweat were all over her body at the moment as she continued to output her telekinesis to keep the eye at bay. But that wouldn't last long. Ares was pushing back. Her words made Calder's expression change. "We need to retrieve Superboy." "Kid. I can't." Wally turned to look backwards. A distance away was a large dark warehouse. "He's trapped within some kind of magic circle. I can't get in no matter what." Calder gritted his teeth with anxiety. They needed to get out of here, and they had to do it fast. But he couldn't leave. Robin still needed his help. "I'll do it." Kara stood up. "Just hold on, Megan." Following which, she flew towards the warehouse. Calder wanted to speak, but ultimately kept silence. He could only hope that Supergirl was strong enough to break through whatever enchantment was trapping him. Inside the dark warehouse, a figure stood within a magic circle glowing an ominous red and exuded a large amount of negative energy. The figure was motionless, his hands lay by his sides and his head was lowered in a lifeless posture. Numerous rune symbols could be seen all over his skin moving towards his chest area in an orderly fashion. Kara appeared above the warehouse building and looked in with her vision. "Connor!" she exclaimed and crashed straight in. A trace of light finally made its way into the enclosed structure as Supergirl landed right in front of Connor Kent. But what she saw made her eyes widen in horror. It was Connor, yet at the same time not. Kara had to raise her head to fully examine the figure's face. As what stood before the daughter of Krypton wasn't a Superboy anymore but a giant towering more than 9 feet. His skin was ash black and 5 dark spikes shot out of its back. 2 horns stuck out from the sides of his head. "What have they done to you?" It happened then. The figure floating in the magic circle finally opened its eyes. Pupils that carried the blazing momentum of a red sun shone with unprecedented ferocity, heating up the atmosphere by several degrees in an instant. "Oh my!" Kara couldn't help but retreat several steps subconsciously. The magic circle disappeared. Then. Thud. His huge body fell to the floor, causing the place to shake. The slight tremble was felt by the sensitive Atlantean a distance away. "Supergirl report." Calder called out through the mind link. There was no reply. Looking at the struggling Miss Martian, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. "Supergirl." Bang! His words were interrupted by a large bang. Looking at the direction of the warehouse, he saw a figure clad in red and blue tights being smashed away. Supergirl was smashed out. By whom? Calder felt a chill run up his spine at a certain possibility. Yet what happened next was far beyond what he could imagine. With a loud boom, the roof of the warehouse suddenly exploded as a giant black hand stretched out of it. With that unfolding, the rest of the building scattered apart as well as a figure emerged, his body growing bigger and taller with each passing second. The weather immediately changed as dark clouds covered the setting sun. Calder's pupils shrank to the extreme. What the hell was happening? The commotion attracted the attention of Miss Martian, who was equally shocked. It happened then. Her momentary distraction was all that was needed as a body shot out from the earth at unparalleled speeds. Ares leaped upward, his body covered with sand, dust and dirt and his eyes brimming with burning rage. The old god was furious. Even if he still wasn't anywhere near full strength, in his opinion, it was enough. But he was actually suppressed by a Martian brat. Magic flowed through his veins and condensed on his right palm. A lightning bolt crackling with divine energy took shape as he appeared before the startled redhead and thrust his palm forward. An attack going straight for the kill. Miss Martian turned around in shock, realizing what had happened. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything about it. And so, the lightning bolt was thrown to pierce through her heart. Snap! The swaying breeze disappeared, the rumbling clouds stilled, and the sounds of destruction ceased. Everyone, be it man or nature, were fixed in place, coming to an unbreakable halt. And Ares's lightning bolt stopped a centimeter away from Megan's chest. If he could, the eyes of the old god would certainly widen at this moment. I can't move. And it all came back, replaying like an event he had just been through. Everything was so familiar, except at that time, the person attacking was his avatar while the object of his attack was someone else. Well then. And there it was again. The question that came from behind him made his heart sink to the bottom. Had he forgotten that he was being chased down by an enemy? Or did he think that perhaps he wouldn't be followed? No, that nightmare hadn't gone anywhere just yet. Only this time, it wasn't an avatar that was fixed in place but his true form. Any last words? At that moment, Ares knew he was done for. He tried to speak, tried to open his mouth to release his voice. What was he going to say? Was he going to plead? Beg for his life? Or would he leave a vicious curse, damning his adversary to the eternal fires of hell itself before bravely awaiting his death sentence? But the fact remained that he couldn't speak. At least not when stuck in Amari's time freeze. No. The question made Ares's blood boil with anger. This damn bastard wouldn't even let him speak, yet he dared to ask him those. In that case. Without another choice, the old god readily braced himself for death. It happened then. An aura emerged Ares's perception, releasing waves of energy sinister enough to chill Ares to the bone. If he could, Ares would have his eyes wide in alarm at the moment. This was antimatter energy. Welcome to Anti-Life. Chapter 151. How powerful was the anti-life equation? The answer would be unknown. As no one had ever seen it being used in action since the creation of this multiverse itself. Only stories, myths, and legends could be found at best. This could be confirmed from how Darkseid spent the majority of his life searching for the equation with no substantial proof that it existed. He discovered pieces of the life equation. Hence he concluded that the opposite must exist. It was that simple. This directly led to the destruction of countless worlds and countless universes in search for a weapon that may never be found. The destruction of those worlds might have happened either way due to the nature of the god of tyranny, but still. What made it worse was that the very thing he had been searching for was within his own home planet all along. There would be a time when Darkseid would gain possession of anti-life alongside a certain number of people. Using its power for their own nefarious purposes. Or simply not using it at all. It was powerful, there was no doubt about it, as the antithesis of free will itself. But like everything in the universe, simple acquisition didn't make its user invincible. As will could be enslaved, it could also be released. And the counter for anti-life was quite easy to obtain if you knew the right people. The forever people, that is. Their new Genesis symbol representing free will was the key to resisting anti-life. Not many knew this. Not many people knew of anti-life at all. That was its natural counter. But as the new possessor of anti-life, Amari couldn't have that now, could he? A circular rune pattern appeared beneath Ares's feet. Following which, strands of antimatter energy was extracted to form glyphs. These glyphs floated under Amari's gaze as he observed them with slight scrutiny. Evolve. His singular thought immediately caused drastic changes in the surroundings. The rune exuding large amounts of antimatter energy suddenly began to twist and deform. The dark orange energy spun around for barely a few moments before the color changed into a dark red base. A large amount of power was extracted from Amari's energy reserves. One so large that it was noticeable even for him. Ever since the day he used the power of the old gods as a bypass to access more energy from the god sphere, he never had to worry about insufficient energy problems for a long time. Now it seemed he was oversimplifying things. Just to improve the anti-life equation on its original basis, more than 1/3 of the energy he could harness was diminished. Of course, this could be attributed to his intentional limited access. The god sphere was a plane of nigh infinite magical power. Every realm that could be found within it basically radiated with different forms of energy. Like a cultivation universe or a world undergoing the revival of spiritual energy. With spiritual chi abundant in the air and the likes. Mystic, order, chaos, dark, light, negative, solar, cosmic. Almost everything you could think of, it had it all. This was because it was connected to a much larger source of energy. The source itself. But different beings had different needs and used different types of energy. Chaos and order power were reserved for their respective lords and those with a natural affinity for them. Cosmic energy was basically the property of those godlike entities and actual gods themselves. The very nature of these things differed, but at their roots, they were basically all one and the same. Magic. Amari was different. It mattered not which subversion of magic energy he harnessed. All were welcome and all would be swallowed regardless when it came. This was how his connection to the god sphere was formed. He was like a sponge with an endless absorption rate. Ever since that day, he had never intentionally drawn energy to expand his reserves. Simply letting it accumulate on its own with time due to several reasons. The most important being, it would cause multiversal outrage. After all, he wasn't the only one in need of magical energy. Many realms within the god sphere also ran on the magical energies it provided. If he sucked it all dry, then those multiversal bosses would definitely come find him. He already met death. He certainly didn't want Dream of the Endless, Destiny or Desire to come over for a nice chat. Absorbing all energy would also lead to the decline of magic. There would be no more magical energy for those wizards, sorcerers, new gods and the likes to use across all universes. He would simply become the public enemy of the multiverse, causing everyone to unite to stop him just like they would against the darkest night. Perhaps even the presence might make an appearance. Of course, that much power would put him on the level of nigh invincibility, ranking him among the upper top 10 figures in the DC universe. After all, his power laid not in strength or speed or invulnerability. But that wasn't something he would do. After all, there were other ways to gain what he wanted without becoming the public enemy of all magical creatures in the multiverse. Nevertheless, becoming the public enemy of a specific group of people was inevitable. Looks like I'll have to pay a new energy source a visit. But now wasn't the time to think about that. As at the moment, the evolution was complete. The orange rune glyphs floating in the air turned pitch black in an instant. From within them, waves of ominous energy were emitted constantly into the atmosphere. Unlike everything else, it was the only thing given free movement at this time. It happened then. From the floating rune glyphs, countless dark threads shot out in all directions as they proceeded to wrap around Amari. The latter didn't resist as the process unfolded. In the time freeze where everything remained motionless, gusts of wind began to rage around with Amari and countless black threads at the center. The bodies of these black threads released a red glow running through them as they continued to rage on and on. A strange aura immediately enveloped the atmosphere. If death and despair had a signature feel, then this was undoubtedly the prime experience. Finally, moments later, the overall phenomenon came to an end. Sensing the disappearance of 1/3 of his power and the changes in the anti-life equation, Amari examined his new power with interest. Well then, you're no longer fit to bear the name anti-life anymore. Are you? Feeling the information on what he had just evolved, his eyelids couldn't rise any higher than they already were. In that case, I'll call you the all-life sequence from now on. Amari's problem with anti-life was the fact that it could be broken. And now, he had changed that. Without his personal will, nothing in the multiverse could change those enslaved with his ability. Of course, this was theoretical. Actual results could only be unearthed when placed against beings of similar power scale trying to undo it. Thinking to this point, he raised both hands to eye level. Darkness. The glyphs were gone. And in its place when mobilizing what was once anti-life, was the dark aura he was currently exuding now. I only know what it does. In that case. He turned his thoughts back to his original intention. Then let's begin testing. Amari's thought, his eyes locked on the immobilized old god. At the moment, Ares felt cold. The energies that appeared before literally sent chills down his spine. An ominous premonition of a not-so-simple death was already taking root. Snap. It was a clear, resounding finger snap. And the next course of events explained its purpose. The circular orange rune below Ares instantly turned dark, as if being corrupted with something even more vile than itself. Dark threads shot out of the circle, entangling the god of war from head to toe. Wait. What is this? No. 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 He roared at the top of his lungs. Or at least he tried to. As even when he was swallowed by the all-life sequence, the old god never uttered a word. All that portrayed his state of mind at the time were his eyes filled with despair as the darkness swallowed him up. In the time freeze, all returned to stillness. Everything was the same way it was before. With the exception of Ares being swallowed into what now looked like a cocoon. Amari's eyes were fixed on this. Watching intently at what his new ability would birth. It didn't keep him waiting for long. Barely a few seconds later, the cocoon suddenly burst apart, releasing a flood of divine energy. Amari's hair blew restlessly with the dispersing energy, but his eyes remained as bright as ever. Divine energy. This much. His thoughts were cut short by what followed. With the dispersal of the dark cocoon, a figure decked out in black armor now stood floating on thin air. Pitch black armor, spiked war helmet. A long black cape extended from the back point, billowing endlessly even though there was no wind. A strong sense of oppression oozed out of his very being as he did nothing more than simply standing where he was. Who else would it be apart from the god of war? However, there were noticeable differences. The energy Ares exuded now was tyrannical, far surpassing what he had just shown a few minutes ago. His red pupils were gone, and in its replacement were two pitch-black eyes that seemed to carry endless darkness. Streaks of red adorned the gaps in his armor as the 3-meter-tall giant of a god lowered its posture. Then, it fell on one knee midair. Silence. Looking at the previous god of war now kneeling before him, a feeling that Amari hadn't felt so explicitly ever since his creation came upon him at this moment. Was it pride? Or satisfaction? He didn't know, but the smile that was tugging at the side of his lips was all that was needed to explain his current mood. Well then. You ride with me now. He had barely finished his thoughts when a new development emerged. Memories. Images of the Battle of Olympus, the fall to the earth, his early years, his middle years. Ares's life memories suddenly poured into his mind, displaying everything the old god had been through throughout his lifetime. Amari felt his eyelids twitch. This was an unexpected development indeed. The process was completed in a flash. Thousands of years of life experience flashed by in less than a second, coming up until the most recent ones. There and then, he saw something that made him frown. Connor Kent, Loki. It has barely been a few hours since Ares appeared in this universe. If he remembered right, it wasn't even up to 2 months since that clone was resurrected. What the hell had he gotten himself into again? And who the hell was Loki? Hold on. Amari's eyes widened at that moment. He had gotten caught up in the evolution of the anti-life equation that he seemed to have forgotten something. Moving his gaze, it was soon fixed on the giant creature that was trapped in a time freeze, quite similar to everyone else. Of course, there was a clear difference. Unlike the teens, Superman and pretty much everyone else on this world, this creature, while trapped, wasn't unaware of what was happening around him. Just like Ares. Amari squinted his eyebrows, looking quite thoughtful. Following which, his eyes glowed. The next moment, a wave of energy emerged out of the void and shot towards the giant frozen in the distance. Without much thought, Amari released his new all-life sequence to engulf the enemy to create a new anti-life soldier. Unfortunately, the wave of sequence rules had just emerged from the void when torrents of chaos magic emerged from the body of the giant creature. Large amounts of chaos energy were forcibly expelled at once without restraint into the surroundings. And with this act, the ancient god Loki managed to escape the constraints of time freeze. The moment he did, his massive body shrunk down with massive speeds as the released chaos magic converged to form a shield of large proportions. The power that was once anti-life collided with the chaos shield, causing it to tremble. Fortunately, it held firm. Seeing this, Loki turned his gaze back to the one floating in the sky with an unsightly expression on his face. Looking at his chaos magic being constantly eroded, it was no wonder his face wasn't the slightest bit good-looking. As an old god, one of the oldest still alive, he knew exactly what these black threads were before they became this anti-life, hailing from the antimatter universe. Someone had actually gained control of this cursed formula. And as if that weren't bad enough, he had altered it. He knew this clearly. After all, he saw the whole process with his own eyes. This made his grim face grow even darker. Had the universe grown so dangerous while he was sealed? Someone existed that could modify the anti-life equation at will. Loki didn't know what exactly Amari had done. But he would be damned if he allowed those black threads to get anywhere close to him under any circumstances. The chaos barrier as wide as 100 feet with him standing at the absolute center was enough to price how wary he was. Amari looked at the opponent resisting with a special gleam in his eyes. This was someone on the level of Darkseid. His ability to escape from a time freeze was enough to highlight this point. However, the latter had not escaped unscathed. Amari was sure of this. The once powerful momentum had weakened to considerable lows. As the one experiencing it, Loki knew his own situation better than anyone else. He had just gained this new body, then he was forced to damage it by overloading himself with chaos magic to break free from a time freeze. Feeling the waves of energy constantly eroding his chaos magic, Loki quickly made a choice. We will meet again. This is not over. Following which, he diverted the rest of his power to tear open a crack in space. Amari watched as the opponent fled before anything substantial actually happened. He made no efforts to stop it either. He was here for Ares, and his goal was completed. For the ancient god whose background dated back to the second world, Amari held no interest. After this, he was in no mood to go through another round of catching and killing ancient beings of old. If he wanted to kill someone, there were plenty of loose ends waiting for him to tie up once he returned to Earth. Chapter 152. After dropping his last words, a round of chaos magic enveloped his being as he created an exit for himself out of this universe. For the ancient god, today had been one hell of a roller coaster. As for Amari, that was a problem for the future. After seeing what had happened before his eyes, Loki knew he was no match, especially in his current state. It took so much power, effort and self-mutilation just to escape from the enemy's chronokinesis. A head-on confrontation would likely result in his defeat, imprisonment, or even worse, death. He endured the pain of splitting a portion of his soul for a chance at rebirth just to encounter an untimely demise. Impossible. He wouldn't have that. He was one of the last remnants of the second world generation of gods. His fate was not to die here. So similar to Darkseid, he chose to take the best available option. Leave today to fight another day. To challenge this individual before him, he would need to return to his peak state, and add some more power on top of it. As for avoiding Amari, that wasn't possible anymore. After all, his weapon carrying the greater portion of his soul is still in his possession. This had already destined them to stand on opposite paths. Unless, of course, the latter would hand over his chains without a fight. That was improbable. Perhaps he thought simply running away would be the end of it for now. But he had made a grave miscalculation. Amari didn't bother to chase him for 4 reasons. 1. He was here for Ares. 2. He had already dealt with the old gods back on Apocalypse. So this new addition left him with no interest whatsoever. 3. Loki did not attack him. Neither did he make known any malicious intentions towards him within Ares' memories. Hence, even if he knew that this ancient being would be up to no good, he wouldn't bother. And the unmentioned number 4, why should he chase a split soul when the greater portion was still within his possession? At this moment, Amari stretched out his hand and the void trembled. The following moment, Loki's chains extended out of empty space and appeared within his grasp. This may have been yours once. Amari whispered softly. But not anymore. And therefore, a trace of amusement flashed in his eyes. I am entitled to expel unwanted guests. Dark ominous energy emerged from his hands and enveloped the weapon entirely. All life sequence. An evolved form of the anti-life equation. Once contact is made, it will transform the will of all sentient beings permanently to an extension of yours, corrupting the mind and soul into your most obedient soldier. Amari had no interest in chasing after the split soul, but that didn't mean he was going to let an old god occupy his new weapon. In this universe, there were no protagonists who kept old ancestors in rings. Surprise, he didn't like sharing stuff. As the all-life sequence seeped into the weapon, a ghostly howl raged from within the chains. The voice was dark, deep and carried immense anger and fear. You knew, you bastard. Yep, I knew. Amari chuckled. Deal with it. The main soul struggled frantically. At least it tried to. Mustering all forms of resistance, it was completely transformed a millisecond later. After all, what level of resistance could a soul muster up? Perhaps it was possible for lesser beings, but not here and now. Silence returned as the pitch black faded. Come out. He uttered blandly. The next moment a large amount of negative energy gushed out of the chain, seemingly wanting to spread in all directions. The next moment, however, it all converged down on the spot right next to the still kneeling all-life soldier. My liege. The form wasn't the same as the one that ran away. Normal when you think about it, as he had already possessed a Kryptonian host. The size, however, remained unchanged. Towering more than 3 meters, the smaller Ares looked like a little brother before it. It has 3 arms, 3 eyes and double horns. Feeling the waves of chaos energy being exuded out of him, Amari nodded with satisfaction. The main soul had been transformed, and the chance of whatever remained of Loki making any waves were basically extinguished. The soul wasn't something that could be repaired at will. Especially for those powerful figures who still hadn't escaped the confines of physical form. Loki was far from the level of the endless. With his main soul gone, his level of power would basically stagnate the way it was now for a very, very long time. Unless his soul could heal on its own, perhaps for eternity. If he were even more unlucky, it would regress. Alright then. He took a look around. Everything was still frozen in time. Kara was laying among the rubble, Robin was still unconscious while Aqualad and Kid Flash were staring at the direction of the warehouse with wide eyes. Miss Martian was flying just a few meters away from him. Further away was the rest of the world itself. Peering into the distance, Amari couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He came to this world for Ares. Now his job was done. Then came an important question. What now? He looked at the members of the team. Kara in the distance, and the thought to make a momentary appearance popped up in his mind. He was a little curious to know how exactly they made it through the breaches. Then it was promptly rejected. As for what to do next. Actually, the answer to that was simple. Turning his gaze back to the two old gods over 2 meters tall, Amari raised an eyebrow. Just right to tie up some loose ends. Up in the air, the surrounding space distorted into swirls. Then the trio were swallowed into the void, marking the end of Amari's hunting trip and the dawn of a new one. As for the destruction of Earth-1, that was not his problem. And with Amari's departure, the time freeze was broken. The wind blew again. Everyone's movements returned to normal. The startled Miss Martian quickly flew backwards, her eyes wide and darting in all directions as she sought to locate her adversary. Where did he go? Expanding her senses to the limit, she tried and failed to locate the person who almost ran a lightning bolt through her chest. He's gone. Ngen was perplexed. Miss Martian. Are you okay? Aqualad called out through the mind link. I'm fine. But I can't find him anywhere. He's not the only one. Calder's face was unprecedentedly grave. Whatever that giant creature was. It's gone too. Guys, what happened? I don't know. They seem to just disappear. That's... Wally's eyes darted in all directions. That's impossible. They were just here. Guys. Calder yelled. We need to deal with the situation at hand. Interrupting them, he signaled to his arms with his gaze. Damn. Rob. Seeing the unconscious Robin, Wally immediately grew anxious. He's gonna be okay, right? Silence enveloped the atmosphere as no one said a word. Right? Ignoring the mind link, Wally yelled out loud. I can't say. Calder responded gloomily. I was able to expel the traces of magic within his system. His condition has stabilized for now, but his pulse is weak, so is his heartbeat. He'll live, but it'll be best if we get him medical help. Screech. At that moment, a loud roar resounded from the skies, causing their expressions to change drastically. Looking up, they were startled to see close to a dozen parademons descending upon them. Not these freaks. Wally uttered while taking a step back. The enemies they were fighting against had just disappeared. The next moment, these things came to cause trouble. They aren't many. We'll just have to deal with them. Kid Flash get. Calder opened his mouth to give instructions. Then closed them the next second. As at that moment, 2 burning solar rays emerged from the distance, shooting straight towards the monster group. Screech. Ghastly wails emerged as the monsters were sliced in 2, exploding as well in the process. Is that? The teens turned around to see a figure appear at rapid speed in front of them. Superman. Kid Flash called out warily. After all, in this universe, there were 2 of them. Appearing after destroying the parademons, Clark paid Wally no heed. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the distance where a blonde-haired girl laid unconscious. Kara. His figure flashed, appearing beside his unconscious cousin and picking her up princess style. His actions made them all breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness you aren't the evil one. Ignoring Wally, Calder stepped forward and looked to Superman. Did we win? His question made Clark's eyebrows furrow. The Superman of this world was dead. Technically, they had indeed won. But... yes. And no. Huh. The 3 called out in simultaneous confusion. A wry smile graces Clark's features. It's complicated. Then, he uttered with narrowed eyebrows. You kids look pretty roughed up. What happened? His eyes wandered around them. And where's? His sentence came to a halt. Then, he turned his gaze to the distance where 2 silhouettes could be seen approaching. 10 seconds later, Diana dropped from the air, landing on her 2 feet. Following which, a streak of lightning zipped to their sides, revealing Earth-1 Wally West and Batman. Everyone stared at each other silently with no words being uttered. Until... Clark. Is it over? Diana's question made his features crumple even more. No. He shook his head after a moment of silence. Bruce narrowed his eyebrows. Is he still alive? No. Your world's Superman is dead, but your problems aren't over. What do you mean, Clark? His words made Batman feel uneasy. Their monster was gone, what else could they have to worry about again? Rumble. It happened then. The earth began to quake again, this time with much more severity than before. What the hell? Superman. Explain what's going on. Batman uttered loudly after the rumbling died down. Your world is collapsing. What? I was told your Earth is fading out of existence. By whom? I doubt you would know him. Clark lowered his head in contemplation. But he's someone strong. Stronger than I am. I wasn't the one who stopped your world, Superman. He was. Wally, -1, had his eyes widen. Amari is here. He uttered before Batman could say anything. Not only Flash, even Diana and the teens had their expressions change. He was. I don't know if he is anymore. Silence reigned for a few minutes. Bruce didn't speak. His face stone cold, without any obvious expression. Finally, he uttered 4 words in a grin, grave tone. Can he be believed? He's not exactly someone we're friends with, but he has no reason to lie about this. How long? Less than 30 minutes. The atmosphere was solemn. More solemn than ever before. Batman narrowed his eyes to the extreme. Tell me everything you know that's important as fast as you can. Hash out all unnecessary details. Meanwhile, back in Central City. Lying somewhere at the corner of an alleyway was a male corpse. He wore a tan-colored trench coat and a white Oxford shirt and tie. His neck was twisted in unnatural directions as he laid on the floor unmoving. For some strange reason, his corpse hadn't been flattened under rubble caused during the battle between 2 supermen. The alleyway he laid was completely untouched in the destruction. Of course, this could be written off as coincidence. Neither would it matter if that was the end of it. As on this day, John Constantine of the negative universe Earth -1 had met his demise. However. Gasp. The eyes of the corpse suddenly opened wide. Cough, cough, cough. Awakening, John let out heavy coughs as he sat up from the floor, greedily inhaling as much oxygen as his nostrils would allow him. Fuck. What in the 9 hells just happened? The first thing he did after coming back to life was not to marvel at how it was possible, but to eye his surroundings warily. You have been granted another chance at life. A middle-aged, gentlemanly voice fell into John's ears, causing him to shrink his pupils. Following which, the space in front of him distorted into ripples. It all returned to normal, but there was now a man standing in the space right before Constantine's vision. He wore a dark blue cloak, a dark blue hat, gloves, and a white inner shirt within. Peering into his eyes, one would find them to be completely white. It could almost be mistaken for someone with cataracts if his weren't releasing a white glow. Seeing the appearance of the strange man with a getup that made him look like an old count in the 19th century, Constantine showed no surprise. Guess it wasn't a bad dream after all. Uttering those words, he proceeded to pick himself from the ground. You still have the potential to be of great good to the universe, John Constantine. An untimely demise would not do you justice. So you basically want me to keep working, huh? How great. Can't even be a corpse in peace. As for what you just said. The universe can go booger itself. Twisting his neck, slight cracking sounds emerged due to stiffness. And where the hell was the universe and its so-called good when my world was being destroyed by a crazy maniac? I have gone by many names over the years. But to those who need to know who I am the Phantom Stranger. And I am not allowed to easily intervene in any event unless it proposes great destruction on a wider scale. Yeah, mate. I know who you are. He uttered in a low voice. And I certainly don't want to get involved in whatever shit you're planning. I've already died once trying to save the world from a wider scale threat. And I'm not sure if you know, but death can be a pain in the ass, so do me a fucking favor and let me be, you got that? With unbridled sarcasm, John remarked coldly as he finished dusting off the dirt on his clothes. I have no interest in fighting anymore. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. As for where he was going to go, he had no idea. Perhaps an abandoned bar to drown away his sorrows. The thought crossed his mind and he remembered that he had moved Starfire to such a location to avoid getting insta-killed. Poor girl was probably bleeding out over there or was already dead. And what if I said you could have everything you've ever lost returned to you? The walking man froze. His footsteps coming to a halt as he stood with his back facing the Phantom Stranger. Do you know what you're saying, you bloody bastard? I do. So what will it be, Mr. Constantine? There was a moment of silence. What exactly do you want? Your skills and expertise. To fight in a possible upcoming war. War. John was puzzled. Against whom? One knot of our fabric of reality. Earth 16. Gotham City. Strader Pharmaceuticals. A swirl appeared in space. A second later, Amari's figure stepped out of it. Raising his head, he took a good look at his surroundings. The first thing that came into his view was the door. It was the main entrance and exit of the CEO office within the building. He recognized this place. This was Lloyd's office. Back when he was still alive anyway. Now it should be considered his office since he literally owned the company. And according to what Alice told him, Lloyd was dead. I have to ask though. Amari asked out loud. Why here? His back was facing away from the office desk and chair. And right there and then. Don't like it? I thought it would be more relaxing to talk somewhere you're familiar with. A deep silky smooth voice responded to his question. The venue can easily be changed if you like. I do have my own piano bar. I just felt it would be too alarming to forcefully transfer you to another destination entirely. Amari turned around. A rare trace of solemnity flashing past his eyes for the first time in. Well, ever. I suppose I haven't introduced myself. How rude. I'm the devil. Lucifer Morningstar, first of the fallen, ruler of hell and I think you get the picture. Standing before Amari was Lucifer, the devil himself. And I've been dying to meet you. Chapter 153. Earth 16, Caribbean Sea. League of Assassins headquarters. From the outside, all that could be seen was a pure white mist surrounding Infinity Island. But deep within, on a certain mountainside, lay the compound HQ. The towers were guarded by regular patrol teams, all armed with lethal weapons. Keeping a lookout while the rest of the compound carried on day-to-day activities. Ha! 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 The cry of soldiers practicing their fighting stances could be heard as each warrior garbed in black exclaimed again and again with each punch they released. On another side. A dark shadow fell from above, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Ugh! The assassin barely managed to let out a pained groan before falling unconscious. This one is slightly better than the others. A thick voice uttered as two armored boots appeared a few meters away from the fallen soldier. But just. Slade uttered with a cold snort, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. It had been a while since he left the League of Assassins. And although he had kept in touch when executing offers from Ra's al Ghul over the years, he didn't expect the latter generation of shadows had gone a notch lower in quality since his time. Or at least he thought so. It wouldn't make a difference how skilled these soldiers were, as none of them were strong or skilled enough to give him an adequate challenge. And the older generation with much better abilities certainly wouldn't come to Slade to seek abuse. Raz definitely had better places to put his subordinates than to accompany this ticked-off mercenary for a few sparring sessions. As for why he was ticked off, the answer was obvious. It had barely been 2 to 3 days since his operation at Strader Pharmaceuticals had gone down in a way he could only use the phrase horribly wrong to describe. Surprising words to use when he successfully retrieved his target with minimal loss or damage. And now, he was lying low. The very thought made his teeth itch with anger. Lying low. He was clearly hiding. Waiting for Ra's arrangements to deal with a definite disaster that could very well be the end of them all. After his discussion with Raz, he had accepted to temporarily stay at the League of Assassins headquarters until the old fossil and his group were ready. Nevertheless, that didn't mean he liked it. No sir, not one bit. Slade scanned his gaze around, wanting to find another to continue to be his sparring partner. But what fell into his only working eye was a training ground full of unmoving assassins. They weren't dead, thankfully. But a few weeks to a few months in bed for medical treatment and healing time due to injuries ranging from fractures to broken bones were definitely unavoidable. Humph. Pitiful. He thought as his anger subsided. Dealing with close to 24 ninjas was enough for a day. Later, he needed to go find that old man for an update. Slade wasn't sure he could continue living like this for another week. It was torture. So you're the infamous mercenary. The one everyone claims to be the best of the best at what he does. A small, childish voice fell into his ears, causing Slade's expression to shift slightly with a frown. Turning his gaze to the side, a figure wearing a what looked to be a modern copy of ancient samurai walked out of the shadows. With short dark hair, green eyes, an expressionless face and cold gloomy aura. The living legend, Deathstroke the Terminator himself. He walked calmly with composed steps, stopping only when he was 5 meters away. Slade's expression shifted. So you're Talia's little bastard. I wondered how long you were going to watch. Damien's eyes narrowed to the extreme. What did you just say? His voice was deep and low, and with those glaring eyes, he really looked threatening. Slade however didn't give a damn. Your steps were as silent as these losers. Low presence, not bad for a child. The name's Damien. He uttered, his words almost at the point of a growl. Remember it. Yeah. Deathstroke uttered dismissively and walked around the young heir. Go find someone else to play ball with. I'm in a bad mood. Damien didn't turn around yet. The numerous assassins on the ground before him were a testament to Slade's statement. But as the born prince of the League of Shadows, would he care? Mother tells me you're hiding here to avoid someone. And there it was again. That one word that made his pride ache and his blood boil. Hiding. Slade stopped in his tracks, and uttered without turning his back in a tone that was on the verge of clear rage. Choose your next words carefully, young brat. Oh please. Damien scoffed indifferently. I'm not so young and ignorant that I have nothing better to do than antagonize you. And quite frankly, I don't have any interest in doing so. Then he turned to see his backside. I just want to know one thing. His words were accompanied by a moment of silence. If Slade turned around, he would see Damien showing an expression of contemplation. How strong exactly is this person who makes Grandpa so worried? That wasn't what he was going to say. He wanted to use the word fearful, but thankfully, he was capable of controlling his mouth. If anyone heard that he called the demon's head scared, then the consequences would be severe. Not even his mother and the fact that he was Ra's grandchild would save him from punishment. If it were someone else, it would lead to immediate execution. Normally, he shouldn't even think of asking this. But he had seen Ra's expression in the past few days. His grandpa had lived for hundreds of years, and didn't even fear a being like the famous alien of Metropolis. The one they call Superman. Yet, he looked more haggard than ever in the time span of 2 days. If this wasn't worried and fearful, he didn't know what was. Deathstroke paused. Majority of his anger disappearing, like a bucket of cold water was splashed on his head. Silence reigned for a few seconds. Following which, the mercenary snorted. If all goes to shit, then you should be able to see it yourself. He didn't answer directly. Just left those words and walked away. Damien didn't call out to stop him either. If all goes to shit, huh? He stood there for several seconds in deep thought. After nearly a minute passed, he raised his head. The previous contemplation disappeared, returning to indifference. Just as he was about to walk away, he stopped. Then, just like Slade did a minute ago, he turned his head to a certain direction and squinted. How long are you going to keep watching me? No one responded at first. Until a small sigh resounded, and a figure also emerged from the darkness. Damien's serious look eased slightly. Mother. He called out. The woman appearing before him was 5.7, had dark brown hair and clear green eyes, just like her son. Talia al Ghul. Beloved daughter of Ra's al Ghul, the legendary demon's head. But weirdly enough, not his successor. On that note, Talia didn't care much. After all, although she believed that women could do just as much as men could, her father's views on the perfect heir was not something she could change. Not to mention, even her brother, who already looked older than their father, wasn't chosen. It was good enough that her son would inherit what she never could. Now. Wearing a black skin-tight combat suit that was zipped slightly above her breasts, Talia remarked. What have I told you about asking questions on subjects you shouldn't touch? The boy wasn't scared but replied apathetically. Don't get caught. Then he turned to where Slade left. How long will he be staying here? He didn't care about Slade. He was just curious. Until your grandfather can find a solution to his problem. The initial silence before the sentence spoke great tones to those who were skilled enough to understand. Talia and Damien turned their gazes upwards. In the distance, 100 meters away, the demon's head stood on the balcony with sharp eyes and his hands behind his back. Watching over the training of the hundreds of assassins under his command. And if he can't? Damien turned his gaze away and shot back. This time, Talia didn't respond for a while. In that case. It's time we take you to see your father. The mentioning of this made Damien's eyes narrow. He knew who his dad was. The caped crusader of Gotham City and member of the Justice League. Let's just hope it doesn't get that far. I'm not running away. Damien uttered while turning to face her completely. Talia opened her mouth to speak. She had already talked to Ra's about sending Damien to Batman early. After all, they never knew when Amari would figure out their identities and come to destroy them. If Damien was still on this island when that happened, it was highly likely he would die. As a mother, Talia didn't want to witness that happen. So the best choice would be to hand Damien over to Bruce. That way, he would be under Batman's care and, likewise, under the care of the Justice League. Honestly, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference. Nevertheless, as long as Amari didn't go crazy, then he shouldn't hunt down Damien and kill him at all costs. Just like how he didn't go after Ocean Master's brother, Aquaman, and the rest of Atlantis. This was what Talia hoped. It's not your decision to make, Damien. Yes it is. The boy interrupted. Whoever this guy is, he has to have a weakness. We just find it and face him together when he comes. My honor does not allow me to run away before even seeing the enemy. Talia frowned even deeper. Resisting the urge to shake her head and sigh, she wanted to speak again in a much stricter tone. Unfortunately. Is that so? Something happened that made both their expressions change drastically. Funny though. The voice uttered again, directly into everyone's minds. Be it those practicing punching stances or wielding weapons in armed combat, everyone came to a halt as the voice speaking inside their heads began to cause great alarm. Ra's al Ghul had his eyes narrow into slots. He's here. In the headquarters of the League of Assassins, starting from the cook to the cleaners to the assassins to Ra's al Ghul himself, everyone heard his voice. I'm already here. He answered in response to Damien. But everyone heard it. Ra's subconsciously took 2 steps back. It happened then. A strong gust of wind suddenly rushed over, enveloping the mountainside base. Immediately, anything without heavy weight or a direct connection to the ground was lifted off the floor. Be it weapons, uniforms, racks, carts. A streak of wind pressure directly enveloped the entire area. Talia's long hair flew with the wind as it streaked across her face, obscuring her vision. As the name suggests, the headquarters of the League of Assassins, Infinity Island, was an island in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. While there were no forecasts of a storm, there was a mist partially obscuring the island from the sights of people who weren't on it. It was different now. The mist covering had been blown away by the strong gusts of wind sweeping through the island, completely exposing the sights of those inside. Crack. The sound was as loud as a thunderclap, drawing everyone's attention to the edge of the cliff where HQ resided on. Crack. The cracking sounds continued. Following which, the space swirled, and a substance emerged out of thin air. That substance quickly condensed and intertwined to form a giant skeleton hand, which extended even more. The seconds elapsed, large amounts of cosmic energy unfiltered were released and condensed to form a giant, terrifying structure. And under everyone's terrified eyes, that structure grew taller and taller, surpassing everyone and everything in height and size. Bang! The feet of the structure touched the bottom of the cliff and stood upright. But even then, everyone's eyes were looking upward. Bone, flesh, skin. Until the structure gained full form, appearing as a giant demonic titan right before everyone's eyes. The pressure it released didn't decrease in the slightest despite its complete formation, as the wind pressure generated by the waves of massive energy continued to blow everyone straight in the face. Many already found it difficult to breathe and were being pushed backwards, despite how much they tried to plant their feet to the ground. What? What the hell is this? The calm, composed demon's head at the top of the balcony retreated with shock and horror. His eyes staring at the center of that titan, where a figure he recognized all too well was. So. This is what it means, huh? It all goes to shit. At the moment, Damien was being held down by his mother to prevent him from being lifted off the ground. He had seen and heard all sorts of outrageous things. But never before had he seen something like this. Hello Ra's. At the center of the cosmic titan, that's what I'm calling the new, modified Susanoo now. Just think of it like the original titans in Blood of Zeus. If you've watched the series, that is. I'll explain how this came about in a minute. Amari locked onto Ra's al Ghul, his eyes narrow to the extreme, emitting bone-chilling coldness. Seeing this and hearing his name being called, the demon's head seemed to have returned from his shock. Following which, he turned around and ran with all his strength into the building. At that moment, the cosmic titan suddenly raised its hand high and clenched it into a fist. Oh no! Talia's eyes widened. What was he doing? Then she pulled Damien and ran with all her strength. Run Damien, run! The area of this training ground was within the main building, and Talia ran towards it with the strength generated from every fiber of her being. She didn't know how much power was packed in that punch, but she knew that it would kill them all. Those in the immediate vicinity would be the first to go. As for Ra's al Ghul, he immediately jumped downwards from the edge of the building, landing on his 2 feet with a roll. For a normal person, landing room in such a height would destroy the legs. But after many years of death and resurrection in the Lazarus pit, Ra's body had already evolved past a regular human's. Following which, he made a mad dash towards his destination. As for where that destination was, of course, it was the entrance to the lower chambers that led to the Lazarus pit. The only place he could go at this moment. And so, the giant blue fist punched downwards and smashed against the edge of the cliff. The force generated under that power immediately reacted, destroying half of the cliff area and sending a shockwave that swept away the rest. The assassins training in close proximity were immediately turned into blood mist before the uprooted rubble was swept towards them. Bang! All buildings within the League of Assassins headquarters were shattered into debris and swept away in the shockwave. Cracks emerged in various places across the island. Inside the Cosmic Titan, Amari watched the aftermath of his actions with cold eyes, emitting a frightening chill that could freeze with a single thought. He had never been like this before. Not when facing the Joker, Justice League, Ocean Master or Ares. The aura around him was incomparably gloomy and chaotic, yet so much more powerful than it ever was before. Seemingly endless energy capable of washing away this universe dozens of times overflowed through his body to the point where it formed an energy barrier around him without his intentional control. This was why wind pressure was generated earlier despite not doing anything. At this point, the energy flowing through him was unprecedented. Why and how? Because he absorbed it all. The energy of the God Sphere, the birthplace of magic with vast amounts of magical energy, he had absorbed it all. However, he felt not intoxication to the pleasure of increasing power he had acquired. All of this was due to what happened with the devil himself less than 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. After the incident at Strader Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 154. 20 minutes ago. After the incident at Strader Pharmaceuticals, the whole place had been cordoned into a restricted area. Although death in Gotham wasn't surprising, such a massacre wasn't something that happened regularly. The topic that was Strader Pharmaceuticals had been aired on television for days now as another tragedy Gotham had experienced in the past few months. Newspapers going on and on about the possible suspects with possible motives and the likes. As well as reports on the Joker's revival and seclusion at Arkham Asylum. Well, two of them for that matter. The Pope at the cathedral was particularly surprised to find a considerable increase in the number of members in yesterday's service. Officers off duty accounted for a significant amount. I suppose I haven't introduced myself. How rude. I'm the devil. Lucifer Morningstar, first of the fallen, ruler of hell and I think you get the picture. Standing before Amari was Lucifer, the devil himself. And I've been dying to meet you. Well, sorry, but I really can't say the same. This wasn't an intentional sharp comeback or snarky remark. But the honest truth. If there was anyone Amari last wanted to see presently, it would be this guy right here. Ouch. Not quite as hospitable as I imagined you'd be. Amari could see his eyebrows raise. Then you're probably looking for the wrong person. He uttered, resisting the urge to chuckle. Him. Hospitable? Yeah. Definitely mistaken identity. Well. The man replied with a charming smile. He was good-looking, a bit too good-looking. Dressed in that snazzy suit, he made a slight picking motion and a glass of wine appeared in his right hand while his left fingers tapped constantly on the table. If you put it like that, then I'm probably wrong. After all the ruckus you've caused. Ruckus? Oh yes. In this multiverse, your reputation precedes you. The feeling is mutual. His words elicited a small laugh from the fallen archangel. He. I can imagine. The deceiver, the great big bad, the excuse humans use to explain their sinful actions. Behold. 'Tis the morning star. Gaze into my eyes and be tempted. Lady la lady ya. He raised his wine glass and free arm into the air, making gestures for comedic effect. Watching his actions, Amari was a little surprised. Is this really Lucifer? Always so chill. Now then. Since we've gotten the pesky introductions out of the way. Why don't you go ahead and tell me? His words paused and his eyes glowed. A heavy pressure immediately enveloped the atmosphere, as even the air around them stilled. Who? Or what exactly? Are you? Oh. Turns out I thought too soon. Good to know. Amari thought with a slight frown. Your tone sounds strangely ominous. He said with narrowed eyebrows. The tension was palpable as both men stared at each other. No, it's my curiosity. Lucifer answered, his expression nonchalant. He paused. Then continued without waiting for an answer. Because you see. Everything existing here, everything is marked as God's creation. Tap. 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 His tapping fingers never stopped. Everyone and everything. But you. If it was all just a ruse before, then he could see it now. Truly this. Whatever this thing before him was, it was extraordinary. So it intrigued me how someone from outside my father's jurisdiction fell into creation. Who are you? What are you? Wouldn't you be surprised if something strange fell into your back garden? What do you want, Samuel? Amari's words made Lucifer stiffen for a moment. His eyes narrowing for a split second as he observed the energy being with renewed intrigue. He even knows my real name. So let me ask this. How much do you know about this multiverse? Amari frowned. I know enough. Get to the point. In that case, you should know what lies beyond creation itself. The overvoid. Amari responded in a flat tone. Precisely. In the DC universe, the overvoid was a large blank space that existed outside the multiverse. Or rather, all of creation was created on the blank overvoid against its will. A light appearing in the infinite darkness. For you to appear here, it means you speared right through the multiversal cluster walls protecting this multiverse. At first, I thought you came from another multiverse in the overvoid. But that's the thing. The drink in his hand disappeared. I've gone beyond the source wall. I've been to the overvoid. I've seen the other multiverses. The smile on his face at this point was long gone. No matter what multiverse, regardless of who formed it, everything is under his creation. It's marked by demiurgic power. Like I said, under my father's jurisdiction. I searched as long and as far as I could, nothing was outside my father's plan. Nothing but the empty void, waiting for new creations to be formed. I was searching for a way to escape from my father's grasp. I didn't find it. Until today. In those glowing red eyes, within Lucifer's vision was a sight entirely different from anything he had ever seen before. Not a man, but a being filled with energy that was beyond his grasp. Escaping out of his control. It was a form of power that, despite his eons of existence, he had never encountered before. One that, unlike everything else, listened not to his will, no matter what he did. All of existence in Lucifer's eyes were the same, and Amari standing before him radiated something new. A color that had contrasted sharply with everything else around him. The answer. This was Amari's apex energy. Something that transcended this time, space, and reality altogether. You're talking about me. Yes, you. Unlike everything else, you are not made by my father or anything related to him. And that should simply be impossible, unless you come from beyond the overvoid itself. From beyond this reality. Beyond my father's control. You asked me what I want. My questions are simple. I want to know where exactly you come from. I want to know what lies beyond the endless overvoid. And I want to know how to get there. Silence. His sentence was met with a resounding silence, as Amari gave no response at first. You want to leave the Omniverse. It was only then that Amari remembered Lucifer's goal. In the DC universe, Lucifer resented the presence, he resented the fact that he was created to do things. He hated being in Yahweh's great plan. He hated having his fate and destiny predetermined. So much that he contemplated killing God himself and actually took it into action. He didn't want to create suns, stars, solar systems, multiverses, he didn't want to shape creation like he was made to. He wanted his own will, freedom, away from the shackles of fate that bound him. As the presence's most perfect creation, he was the literal embodiment of his will. Yet strangely enough, that will now wanted to have a will of its own. A typical rebellious teenager mentality. The only difference being that after an eternity, that mentality wasn't going away. He searched through the Omniverse for a place where he could escape his father's presence. As his name implied. The presence was everywhere. Nothing Lucifer did would escape his knowledge. The feeling was kinda understandable. Who could stand their parent literally watching their every move? I couldn't stand it as a kid, and I can't even imagine such a thing happening. Ultimately, Lucifer's true goal was something most humans yearned for at times in their life. Freedom from their acclaimed destiny. It wasn't bad per se. Some might even regard it as a good endeavor. The only problem now, was that he was discussing this with the wrong person. No. Huh. I said no. Amari responded to his puzzlement firmly. Silence returned once again to the room. Why? What will I gain if I do? Amari asked with a raised eyebrow. It was a simple question, yet one that wasn't easy to answer. Lucifer craved freedom. It was what he identified as his sole purpose. And now, he found a way to achieve it. Yet, Amari's words hit the nail on the head. Why should he? What exactly could he gain from this? Power? Wealth? Beauty? In that case. The devil, for the first time, found himself in a dilemma. What do you want? Nothing you can give me. The silence returned once again. After a while. Are you sure you want to end with that? A regular question on the surface. What does that mean? Hee hee. Lucifer chuckled. I don't think I can take that for an answer. His face displayed an easygoing smile that could charm even the most faithful of women. Threat, blatant threat. What a coincidence then. Amari responded, his face lighting up with a similar smile. I don't think I care. Tap. 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 Is that so? The smile remained, but the atmosphere grew solemn. Do you think it would be wise to make an enemy of me because of a small matter? Perhaps not. It's a flabby excuse, really. Then I'm curious. Why? Simple. Because I don't want to. How does one leave the DC universe? Quite frankly, Amari had no idea. He barely knew how he entered. Apart from accumulating enough energy, he knew no other way to leave. The cost for transporting himself was already high enough, adding a Lucifer. Yeah, he didn't even want to think about it. Not to mention, leaving the DC universe meant possibly going to the main world. What good would it do to reveal that to the King of Hell? So basically, unless there was another way, Lucifer leaving was unrealistic. Even if he wanted to help, option 1 wasn't reliable and there was no option 2. Would this narcissistic devil believe his words? The conversation was doomed before it even started. There was no point in making any fancy excuses. Amari didn't want to reveal any of these things. No reason in particular, simply because he didn't want to. What a shame indeed. A regretful sigh escaped his lips. I was hoping this discussion could have a more fruitful result. But like I said, I can't take that for an answer. And I always get what I want. He said while standing from the chair. One way. A pulse of energy emerged from his being. Or another. Boom.